Chu Yang was a witch, but after the founding of the nation, she was not allowed to become refined. So she was just a little witch who ran an account called Prophecy Little Witch online every day. She would make some prophecies from time to time and occasionally help netizens predict something, slowly accumulating tens of thousands of fans. She would occasionally accept some advertisements to earn some money to survive, but the money she earned, she would have to donate 2/3 of it, so she was still very poor. Her wish was to earn enough money to buy materials and absorb enough energy for her family's crystal ball. The energy in her family's crystal ball passed down had become very thin. Every time she tried to predict something, it required a considerable amount of magical power. Alas, it was all because she was poor. That day, she just happened to be resting. So Chu Yang downloaded a novel, thinking of passing the boring time by reading it. After reading half of it, a customer contacted her online. Chu Yang immediately put down the book and quickly replied to the customer. Customer. Little witch, are you there? I want to know if my boyfriend is cheating on me. Money is not a problem. Prophecy Little Witch, I'm here. Please tell me your name and date of birth. Customer. My name is XXX, and my date of birth is X year X month X day. Prophecy Little Witch, wait a moment. After Chu Yang replied to the customer, she immediately took out her crystal ball, gently wiped the crystal ball clean, placed her hand on it, then concentrated her mind. After a while, the crystal ball started to glow, then some scenes appeared. Chu Yang's forehead was covered in sweat. The energy in the crystal ball was becoming scarcer, and she was having some difficulty with the prediction. The scenes appeared for a few seconds, and suddenly a crack appeared on the crystal ball. Seeing this, Chu Yang's mind went blank for a moment, and then her magical power became chaotic. Chu Yang spit blood onto the crystal ball, then collapsed on top of it and fainted. As she fainted, she thought that there seemed to be 20,000 yuan left in her bank card, so the medical expenses should be no problem. However, after she fainted, the crystal ball suddenly lit up, and then she and the crystal ball both disappeared from the room. Girls' Dormitory Room 301, a university. Chu Yang looked at the person in the mirror. The one inside was definitely not her. She originally had quite exotic looks because her grandmother was mixed race, so she was also a quarter mixed. The crystal ball was passed down to her from her grandmother's mother's side. But this face was typical of a delicate beauty. If her eyes turned red, she would look exactly like a delicate beauty eliciting pity. Chu Yang was stunned for a while and lowered her eyes. Then she went to wash her face first. At this time, her roommates came back and even brought porridge for her. Chu Yang, you're awake? Are you feeling better? We brought porridge for you. After Chu Yang wiped her face clean, she went to sit at the table. A girl with short hair handed her a spoon. Eat up. You still need to take medicine later. I boiled some water for you. Thanks. That was all Chu Yang said as she took the spoon. The other three didn't feel anything was amiss, thinking that Chu Yang was just not very spirited because she was sick. Chu Yang drank the porridge with the side dishes and listened to her three roommates chat. So Gu Xiao and Li Qinglu are a couple now? Really? Really? It's all over the school forums already. I didn't expect Li Qinglu to keep it hidden so deeply. I heard the two have known each other for a long time and their families are a good match too. Alas, handsome boys really belong to someone else. Hearing the names Gu Xiao and Li Qinglu, Chu Yang was startled. Weren't those the names of the male and female leads in the novel, the sweetheart wife of the campus heartthrob, that she had just been reading? That's right, there was also an extremely scheming female supporting character in the book named Chu Yang. Chu Yang came from a poor family and had a weak and pitiful delicate beauty look. She followed the main couple pretending to be innocent, while secretly trying to sabotage their relationship so she could take the female lead's place. Later, when her true face was exposed, she was scorned by everyone. Not only was she expelled from school, she eventually fell ill with no one to take care of her and died alone in a shabby hut. By the time she was discovered, her corpse was already rotten. So she had transmigrated into the book and became that scheming female supporting character? One of Chu Yang's roommates saw her spacing out and thought that she used to admire Gu Xiao quite a bit. Now knowing that Gu Xiao was with Li Qinglu, she must be heartbroken. So they all started comforting her. Chu Yang, Gu Xiao already has a girlfriend. There are plenty of men out there. We know you usually like senior Gu Xiao very much, but now that he already has a girlfriend, let's just give up. That's right. The streets are filled with men with 2 legs. Yes. And you're still sick. Eat up. Chu Yang nodded, agreeing with what they said without refuting anything about liking Gu Xiao. After all, the original Chu Yang did like Gu Xiao a lot, otherwise she wouldn't have kept bothering the main couple later. However, now that she had transmigrated here, she didn't care about any male or female leads. Chasing men was not as good as chasing money. Money was more reliable. After that, Chu Yang continued drinking her porridge. When she almost finished eating, Chu Yang thought that her current physical condition really wasn't too good. She lay back down on the bed to continue resting. As for everything else, she'd think more about it after recovering. Seeing her resting, the others were more quiet in their actions and said softly before leaving for afternoon classes, Chu Yang, we're going for class first. We'll bring dinner back for you tonight. Rest well. Chu Yang waved to them. Her roommates were quite nice. After her roommates left, Chu Yang continued to lie in bed and rest. She suddenly thought of her crystal ball. How could it crack open so nicely? Could it be because it was out of energy? But whether it had energy or not seemed irrelevant now. She had transmigrated into the book world and lost her crystal ball. Chu Yang flipped over and her foot suddenly kicked something. She sat up and threw the blanket aside. Her crystal ball had somehow come with her. This was her livelihood. Chu Yang grabbed the crystal ball and sobbed. This was just too wonderful. She touched the cracks on the crystal ball and sighed. Cracked up, she wondered if it could still be used. Chu Yang put the crystal ball aside and wondered if her magic power was still there. She placed her hand on the crystal ball and started channeling magic power into it. The crystal ball only lit up for an instant and then that was it. Chu Yang felt happy yet disappointed, happy that her magic power was still there, disappointed that the crystal ball was now pretty much useless. She would have to use expensive materials to mend it. And due to her previous injury, her current magic power was very weak, making predictions quite difficult. Oh well, she should focus on recovering first. That night when her roommates came back with dinner, Chu Yang sat there eating while listening to their chatter, quickly learning all three of their names before long. The one with short hair was Chu Yang from the literature department, a cute girl. The one with wavy hair was Zhou Kai from the foreign languages department. The one wearing glasses was Qian Xin, also from the foreign languages department. As for Chu Yang, she was also a first-year student in the literature department. The male and female leads were in different departments. The male lead Gu Xiao was in finance while the female lead Li Qinglu was in business administration. Gu Xiao was currently the deputy chairperson of the student union, while Li Qinglu also intended to join the student union and fly high with Gu Xiao. As for how Chu Yang got to know the main couple, Gu Xiao was their senior while Chu Yang and Li Qinglu were in the same cohort. The two girls had even been in the same high school class. After finishing her meal, Chu Yang asked Jin Yang who bought dinner for her, how much was the porridge at noon and just now's dinner? I'll transfer the money to you. Jin Yang waved her hands. No need. My treat. Chu Yang insisted on paying. A good roommate needed to draw clear boundaries. Chu Yang thought about the meal prices at her previous university. Is 30 yuan enough? I'll transfer 30 to you. Hearing Chu Yang say that, Jin Yang quickly said, where is 30 yuan needed? As you know, the meals at our school are cheap. Both meals just cost 18 yuan. The porridge at noon was just 5 yuan and dinner was 13 yuan. Chu Yang nodded and directly transferred the money to her from her phone. I've transferred it to you. Check to see if you received it. Okay. This small act greatly improved how the other three felt about her. Although it was just some small change, one's character could still be glimpsed from such acts. They were all new students after all and hadn't known each other for that long. Chu Yang had not hung out with them much previously either. They were merely doing their duty as roommates by taking care of her a little when she fell ill. It felt like after she recovered from her illness, her whole demeanor seemed much better. Before, she always gave off the impression of a delicate little flower who felt bullied. That night, Chu Yang lightly tallied up all of her current worldly possessions, 500 yuan in her bank account, 482 yuan and 90 mao in her WeChat wallet, and not a single mao in her Alipay account. This body was also a broke girl, even more broke than her. At least she still had 20,000 yuan in her account. But this body was only a college freshman. Her living expenses were all provided by her parents, so of course she didn't have any money. Moreover, the female supporting character in the book originally came from an impoverished family background. Her family seemed to consist of a pair of parents and a younger brother. The parents were farmers, the younger brother was in middle school. It looked like she would have to think of ways to earn money. Chu Yang pondered for a while before slowly falling asleep. CH2 Weather Forecast. Chapter 2. 2 days later, Chu Yang's health had completely recovered, and she went to class with Jin Yang. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, two people suddenly walked over. Chu Yang, I heard you were sick recently. How are you feeling? Is your health better? Chu Yang looked up at the two. One girl had her hair in a high ponytail and wore a strappy flower dress, looking quite youthful and pretty. The other wore a simple t-shirt and jeans with her hair braided into 2 little braids. It was the girl in the t-shirt who had just greeted her. The current Chu Yang definitely didn't recognize them, but the original Chu Yang should have known the two girls, she just didn't know who the two were. So she nodded, I'm much better, thanks for your concern. Her reply surprised the two girls. Then the girl in the t-shirt pulled the girl in the flower dress to sit next to her. Chu Yang, you know, right? Li Qinglu and Gu Xiao are truly together now. You need to be more self-aware in the future and not always follow Li Qinglu and Gu Xiao around. The girl in the flower dress pulled at the t-shirt girl, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, Chu Shu misunderstood you. The t-shirt girl wanted to say more but was glared at by the flower dress girl and could only sullenly look away. Chu Yang looked at the two girls. She now knew who they were. The girl in the flower dress was the female lead in the book, Li Qinglu, while the girl in the t-shirt was Li Qinglu's best friend and roommate, Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked down on Chu Yang for always finding Li Qinglu and following her around. Even when Li Qinglu went out to play with Gu Xia, she would tag along as a light bulb. Who didn't know her intentions, they just hadn't poked holes in it. Who would have such thick skin? If it was the previous Chu Yang, she would have already put on an injured expression and then acted out what it meant for a fairy to shed tears. She would have chatted and gossiped about how she didn't previously know about the relationship between Gu Xiao and Qinglu. After all, the two of them hadn't clearly stated their relationship before. Then she would say that she didn't have many good friends and Qinglu was one of her few friends. Was it wrong to spend time with friends? Then the kind female lead would definitely feel guilty and comfort her. But the current Chu Yang didn't say much, she just nodded, I see. Then she continued eating. Lin Shushu next to her stared with wide eyes, unable to swallow her anger. She had just come over thinking Chu Yang would surely gossip and try to gain sympathy, but unexpectedly, Chu Yang was completely calm and only said, I understand. After eating a few bites, Chu Yang noticed the two girls were still there and asked, anything else? Li Qinglu came back to her senses, nothing, sorry, Shushu misunderstood you. Chu Yang, eat your meal, we'll leave first. As they walked out of the cafeteria, Li Qinglu said to Lin Shushu, I told you that you misunderstood Chu Yang. Gu Xiao and I were just friends before too. Chu Yang is also my friend. It's very normal for friends to spend time together. Lin Shushu said, but anyone can see she likes Gu Xiao. While Gu Xiao likes you. Li Qinglu said, Gu Xiao is so outstanding, there are many people who like him. And Chu Yang never said she liked Gu Xiao. What if it was a misunderstanding? Come on, you guys are both my friends. In the future when you see each other, shouldn't we all get along harmoniously? Fine, as long as she doesn't make trouble. Li Qinglu sighed, actually, Chu Yang is a good person. Lin Shushu said, only someone as kind-hearted as you would think she's a good person. After saying this and seeing Li Qinglu glare at her again, she immediately surrendered, okay, if I see Chu Yang in the future I definitely won't say anything out of line. Good, it's a deal then. After the two left, Chu Yang continued eating. Jin Yang next to her indignantly said, they came here just to show off. Now who doesn't know about Li Qinglu and Gu Xiao's relationship? They specially came to flaunt it. There are so many people who like Gu Xiao, they're specifically targeting you alone. What's wrong with liking someone? This is outrageous. Seeing Chu Yang not speaking, Jin Yang put a chicken leg on her plate. Don't be upset, Chu Yang. Eat the chicken leg. The chicken legs in the cafeteria today are delicious. Chu Yang smiled and said, thank you. Anyway, she would stay away from the male and female leads in the future. After all, she didn't have the energy to deal with the people the original Chu Yang knew before. Lately Chu Yang was worrying about money. Now the crystal ball was broken so she couldn't use it to earn money by making predictions. However, Chu Yang first created an online account called Fortune-Telling Little Witch. Without the crystal ball she could still use a bit of magic to make small predictions about general directions, but not details. Chu Yang looked at the nice sunny weather outside. Okay, let's first make a prediction about tomorrow's weather. Chu Yang released a bit of magic and gently probed the water molecules in the air. There would be rain tomorrow, but it would be brief. Chu Yang checked the weather forecast, which actually predicted sunny weather. But her prediction would definitely not be wrong. It was probably a sun shower that would quickly disappear. So Chu Yang wrote the first tweet on her Fortune-Telling Little Witch account. There will be rain in the capital city tomorrow, short and sudden. You can bring an umbrella or not. Recommend bringing one. She had no followers on this account so no one saw it. The next day when going out, Chu Yang brought an umbrella. Jin Yang next to her said, why are you bringing an umbrella? The forecast says sunny weather today with no rain. Chu Yang blinked. There will be rain, trust me. Jin Yang looked at the sun outside very puzzled, then checked the weather on her phone again. No rain? But Jin Yang decided to bring an umbrella too after thinking about it. Even if it didn't rain, it could block the sun. Chu Yang was so fair, she must protect herself well from the sun. As the two girls walked on the road to the classroom building, there were many students around too, some riding bikes, some chatting in groups of 3 or 2, some seemed to be running late. Suddenly, a stretch of dark clouds appeared overhead while the sunshine remained. A gust of wind blew and raindrops started pouring down heavily. Fuck, run. Why is it suddenly raining? Damn, sun shower. Let's quickly run to a nearby building to take shelter. Didn't the forecast say sunny today? Chu Yang and Jin Yang were already under an umbrella so didn't get wet at all. But Jin Yang looked at Chu Yang in shock. Babe, how did you know it would rain? Chu Yang shushed her and winked. I foresaw it. Probably man-made rain. Jin Yang's eyes were huge as she covered her mouth. Could Chu Yang be a big shot? This sudden rain left everyone talking about it. In the afternoon, people finally learned it was man-made rain. So it turned out to be man-made rain. No wonder. It really hasn't rained for a while. This will relieve the drought a bit. But Jin Yang kept glancing at Chu Yang again. Chu Yang had said earlier it was man-made rain. Jin Yang looked at Chu Yang admiringly. Her roommate turned out to be a big shot. How exciting. In the next few days, Jin Yang would ask Chu Yang every time before going out. Babe, what's today's weather like? Babe, will it rain today? Babe, is today's weather good for going out? At first, Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian found it strange. Jin Yang, why do you ask Chu Yang about the weather every day? Can't you just check on your phone? Jin Yang whispered, phones aren't as accurate as Chu Yang. Chu Yang is the heavens itself. If she says rain then it rains, if she says sun then it's sunny. Zhou Kaikai glanced sideways at her. What, Chu? I didn't know you were so cheesy now. Hearing this, goosebumps rose on Chu Yang and she said, No, I'm not the heavens, I'm scared of being struck by lightning. Right after she said this, there was a loud rumble of thunder. Chu Yang immediately said, I'm just a little mermaid, don't mind me. Seeing this, Jin Yang admired Chu Yang even more. See, even the heavens responded. Zhou Kai and Qian Xian looked at each other, still not quite believing it. However, they then had no choice but to believe her because the weather forecasts that Chu Yang gave every day were accurate. Everyone also knew that weather forecasts were not always so accurate, but Chu Yang did not fail even once. Everything she said was very precise. If it rained, it rained. If it was windy, it was windy. The three roommates asked her every day, "Sweetie, what should I bring when I go out today?" Chu Yang. Ch3 The Perverted Affair. Chapter 3. Recently, Chu Yang found a part-time job at a relatively high-end restaurant as a server, getting paid $25 per hour, which was not bad. When she was trying out for the job, the restaurant manager saw that she was nimble and also a student at the prestigious A university, so he decided to keep her, saying she could come over whenever she had time. So when Chu Yang was free on weekends, she would go there to work. That day, the female protagonist Li Qinglu texted her, "Chu Yang, we're all going to the amusement park on Saturday, do you want to join us?" Chu Yang directly rejected it. "I'm not going, I'm busy on Saturday." "Oh, okay." Li Qinglu on the other end sounded somewhat disappointed, thinking maybe what Lin Shushu said last time made Chu Yang upset. Chu Yang said she can't go because she's busy, Li Qinglu said to the others. Upon hearing that, Lin Shushu was delighted. "Since she's not going, let's not bother about her. It's her own choice not to join us. We can go ourselves." "But." "No buts. At most, we can ask her again next time we go out to have fun, right?" "All right." Lin Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. She really did not like Chu Yang and always felt her innocent and gentle demeanor was pretentious. Chu Yang was not bothered at all by this incident. She did have plans. She already told the restaurant she would go there to work part-time tomorrow. It was a high-end restaurant, so customers all had reservations. It was not too busy and Chu Yang felt it was manageable. During breaks, she would overhear the other servers gossiping. "The guy at table 18 just now was so handsome. Did you get his WeChat?" "No, I didn't dare to." "Don't be shy. You have to take the initiative for romance to happen. You know table 11? That guy is a scumbag. I often see him coming to the restaurant for meals, but he always has a different girl with him each time. Maybe they are just friends?" "What friends?" "The kind who can hold hands and touch shoulders." Ha ha, hilarious. Just then a customer walked in. Chu Yang quickly went over to receive them. After seating the customers, she came back and overheard the others consoling Su Zhao, another university student working part-time like Chu Yang. "It's alright, it's just some guy," Su Zhao said, but it was so awkward. "I hope he doesn't complain about me to the manager." "That shouldn't happen. He didn't look like the petty kind." "Yeah, so what if he didn't give you his WeChat?" "His loss." Chu Yang gradually pieced together what happened. Earlier, the handsome guy at table 18 was asked for his WeChat by Su Zhao, urged on by everyone else. But he rejected her and even said he was here just to eat, hinting not to disturb him. Su Zhao awkwardly came back and the others were comforting her. With her friend's consolation, Su Zhao felt much better. She suddenly saw Chu Yang standing quietly under the light. The restaurant's lighting was designed to create atmosphere. Chu Yang just stood under the light, her perfect profile even more exquisite under the flattering light. Dressed in the restaurant uniform which instead of looking tacky complemented her good looks. Su Zhao sighed. If it were Chu Yang asking for the WeChat, she probably would have gotten it. Everyone turned to look at Chu Yang, agreeing with what Su Zhao said. Chu Yang is so pretty. That guy definitely wouldn't reject her. What guy would reject such a beauty? And I heard Chu Yang goes to the prestigious A university too. How impressive. Hey Chu Yang, why don't you give it a try? Chu Yang? Of course she didn't go in the end. Why would she? Soon a group of people walked in. Chu Yang quickly went over. "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" Just as Chu Yang finished speaking, a shrill voice called out, "Chu Yang, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here spying on Gu Xiao and Qinglu's whereabouts." Chu Yang looked up at the group. Oh, it was the male and female protagonists and their friends. And that shrill voice belonged to Lin Shushu. Chu Yang glanced at her and continued, "Do you have a reservation?" The others finally reacted and looked towards the guy standing in the middle. He cleared his throat. "Yes, I booked a private room." "Please provide your phone number," Chu Yang said. 185XXXXXX. Chu Yang quickly handed them a bill. "Mr. Gu? Please follow our server to your private room this way." She gestured for Su Zhao to lead them to the private room. The others took one more look at Chu Yang before following Su Zhao, while Li Qinglu pulled along Lin Shushu who was about to say something more. In the private room after the server left, Lin Shushu could no longer hold it in. How can Chu Yang be here? She can't possibly have been stalking us, right? Although nobody liked Chu Yang, such an accusation clearly did not stand. It was obvious Chu Yang was working here and stalking them at the restaurant instead of the amusement park. While working part-time here deliberately, Li Qinglu frowned and pulled Lin Shushu. "Shushu, don't say that. It's very clear that Chu Yang works here. She is not the kind of person who would stalk us. Don't say things like this anymore." Seeing that the others did not agree with her, Lin Shushu, who was already embarrassed, quickly said, all right, I was wrong. I was just speculating." Soon, Chu Yang came over pushing a trolley and served everyone's food orders. Lin Shushu still could not resist asking, "Chu Yang, why are you working here? And at this restaurant some more? How come you didn't tell Qinglu?" And didn't we ask you out to have fun together and you didn't join us? Chu Yang did not answer her. She set the dishes down and merely said, "Enjoy your meal." Then she left. Seeing Chu Yang's attitude made Lin Shushu furious. What's with her attitude? How dare she ignore me? The others also felt Chu Yang was out of line. Wasn't she sticking to us all the time previously? She's probably unhappy seeing Qinglu and Gu Xiao together and that's why she's behaving like that. Must be. Who doesn't know about her little crush? Li Qinglu quickly tried to placate everyone. Chu Yang is busy with work. Let's not disturb her. Lin Shushu retorted in dissatisfaction. What disturbance? She's the server and we are customers. Isn't the server's job to serve customers? I should lodge a complaint about her. Li Qinglu said, alright, why are you and Chu Yang at odds? You can't even keep your mouth shut over a meal. Lin Shushu dared not say more about her immense dislike for Chu Yang. She resigned to keeping quiet and eating. After the meal, Gu Xiao went to settle the bill and afraid that Chu Yang would cause trouble. Lin Shushu led everyone to tag along. Chu Yang took over the bill, quickly tallied up and said, that's $2,390 in total. Will you be paying by card or Alipay/WeChat? Gu Xiao took out his phone. I'll pay. Chu Yang directly scanned his code then pointed to the QR code next to it. You can scan here if you would like an invoice. She passed the receipt to Gu Xiao. All done. Please come again. Lin Shushu, who tagged along, was peering over the counter at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, why did you ignore me just now? And how come you never told us about working here? Chu Yang glanced at her and casually retorted, are you my mom? If not, why would she have to report everything to them? Even her own mom doesn't know about this job. Lin Shushu's eyes widened in shock. The words stuck in her throat. Just as she was about to hurl abuses, Li Qinglu quickly covered her mouth. Sorry to disturb your work, Chu Yang. We'll get going first. Be safe going back to campus at night. With that, she dragged away the struggling Lin Shushu and everyone else followed them out. On the way back, Lin Shushu was very unhappy. What was with Chu Yang's attitude? Seeing how she was behaving, Li Qinglu felt it was very unreasonable. Chu Yang was right. She took on a job, so why must she inform us? We're not her mom. Lin Shushu argued, didn't she always say you were good friends before this? Li Qinglu was startled for a moment. Alright, Yang also has her own things to do. Even friends can't possibly tell you every little detail, right? Let's not talk about her. Didn't we take a lot of photos today? Let's pick a few and post them on Moments. As soon as this was brought up, Lin Shushu's attention was immediately diverted. On Chu Yang's side, after Li Qinglu and the others left, Su Zhao quietly asked Chu Yang, do you know the customer from before? Chu Yang nodded, just a classmate. Su Zhao had a knowing expression. Oh, from the same university? But that girl just now was really rude. As expected, academic qualifications and quality do not align. Also, when I brought them to the private room, that person asked me whether you only came to work today. She also said your work ability is lacking. How ridiculous. When did you come to work become her business? And how can she judge whether you are capable or not? Who does she think she is? You shouldn't hang out with her in the future. Chu Yang nodded to indicate she understood. She didn't intend to hang out with them in the first place anyway. At 9:30 p.m., Chu Yang finally got off work after standing all day. It was quite tiring. She would continue coming here the next day. The restaurant opened at 10 a.m. When Chu Yang first arrived, many people had already come. Su Zhao was standing in the middle, seeming to be indignantly saying something. Chu Yang didn't go to listen. She went straight to the backstage to change into her work clothes. When Chu Yang came out, Su Zhao saw her and pulled her hand, chattering away. Chu Yang, do you know or not? Chu Yang was confused. Know what? Su Zhao took out her phone to show her while saying, a pervert has appeared near the college town. Last night, a female senior was dragged into the bushes on her way back to school. She almost got assaulted, but luckily some male schoolmates heard the screams and rushed over to save her. The whole college town knows about this now. I heard that pervert specifically targets female college students returning late at night. Also, he waits for them by the roadside. If not for those male students who also went home late last night, I'm afraid the female senior would have died. I heard that man looked like he intended to commit murder too. Chu Yang asked, has that man been caught? Su Zhao shook her head. No. I heard he escaped quickly when he heard people coming to the rescue. The police have already been informed, but he hasn't been caught. So the school advised everyone not to go home late at night if possible and to walk in groups instead of going to remote areas. Su Zhao looked at Chu Yang's delicate features. Chu Yang, be more careful. Don't walk through remote areas at night when going home. Chu Yang nodded. You too. Su Zhao waved her hand. Don't worry. I don't live on campus. I live near the school. That's good then. Today was busier compared to yesterday, probably because today was Sunday and there were relatively more people. She also got off work at 9:30 p.m. at night. Chu Yang was changing when Su Zhao came into the changing room. Chu Yang suddenly sensed an aura of death from Su Zhao. What was going on? Chu Yang's expression froze. Then she pretended to casually put her hand on Su Zhao's shoulder. There were so many people today. After saying this, she secretly released a little magic power. Su Zhao also looked exhausted. Sigh, but there's bonus pay today. This bit of suffering is still bearable. Chu Yang closed her eyes and saw the blurry image of Su Zhao lying in a pile of garbage, eyes wide open, body covered in filth. Rainwater washed down her face. Chu Yang removed her hand from Su Zhao, and her legs turned soft. She almost fell down. As expected, using the crystal ball really took a huge toll. But Su Zhao thought she was exhausted and quickly caught her. Chu Yang, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Sit down and rest first. Chu Yang sat down. I'm fine. Maybe just low blood sugar. Su Zhao immediately took out a chocolate from her bag. Here, have this. I also get low blood sugar often, so I always carry some chocolate. If not chocolate, then candy. You can also keep some candy in your bag from now on. Chu Yang accepted it, then casually asked Su Zhao, didn't you say you live on campus before? Su Zhao nodded. Yes. I just moved out from the school dorms. I rented a place near school. I'm in my second year. After the first year, our school doesn't require students to live on campus anymore. It's more free and comfortable living alone. Chu Yang's expression became serious. Go back and stay on campus tonight. Su Zhao was puzzled seeing Chu Yang's solemn face. What's wrong? Chu Yang told her gravely. That previous pervert will go to your area tonight. Su Zhao was shocked. There was indeed a Huahua convenience store near her place. She looked at Chu Yang in horror. So what Chu Yang said was true. She really could see. Su Zhao immediately nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go back and stay on campus tonight. Chu Yang Ed. Remember to definitely go back and stay on campus. I'm leaving first. Okay. After Chu Yang left, Su Zhao changed and hurried back to school. Her roommate was surprised to see her return. You came back to school today? Su Zhao tidied her things absent-mindedly. Oh, just came back to take a look. And we have early classes tomorrow, right? The roommates thought that made sense and didn't say anything more. At this moment, when the time hit 10:20 p.m., Chu Yang directly called 110. Hello? Uncle Policeman? I saw that recently wanted pervert in the alley next to the Huahua convenience store in XX area. The police mobilized very quickly. At 10:35 p.m. that night, the pervert was caught. The pervert was very puzzled. He was absolutely certain he didn't give away his whereabouts. How did the police know he was there? But he would never find out. The next morning, Su Zhao sat in class listening to the lecture. Her roommate suddenly said that pervert was finally caught. The uncle policemen are truly awesome. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao asked, how do you know? The roommate showed her the news on her phone. Here, this morning's news. And it was in XX area, huh? Wasn't that where you live, Su Zhao? Fortunately, you didn't go back last night. Su Zhao was shocked. She took the phone and read the news. It said that someone reported seeing the pervert last night near the Huahua convenience store in XX area. The police went and caught him in an alley next to the convenience store. She suddenly recalled Chu Yang's words from last night, crouching in an alley next to a convenience store called Huahua. It was true. Chu Yang was truly divine. So she really could see. Su Zhao immediately screenshot the news and sent it to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you're truly magical. Big boss. Chu Yang only replied, as long as you're safe. CH for the family. Chapter 4. 2 days later, Chu Yang came to the restaurant. Su Zhao secretly pulled her to the side, then gave her a red envelope. This is my little gift. There is not much. I will never forget your great kindness and virtue. If you need any help in the future, just let me know, big brother. Su Zhao patted his chest. Chu Yang did not refuse. She was short of money now. If you want to know anything in the future, you can also come to me. The price is negotiable. Su Zhao nodded. Definitely. Su Zhao said a few more words, then looked at the time and it was almost time, so the two went to work. When she returned to the dormitory at night, Chu Yang opened the red envelope Su Zhao gave her. There were a total of 10 Red Bulls. Inside, 1,000 yuan, not bad. She put the money away, and then the phone rang, and the screen it says, Dad, in 2 words. Chu Yang answered, hello? But it was a female voice on the other end, probably the mother of this body. Is it Yang Yang? The tone was somewhat humble. Chu Yang tried probing, well, Mom? The other end happily, sound, Yang Yang, our family recently made a few thousand yuan selling fruit, and we will transfer 1,000 to you tomorrow. Eat whatever you want. Remember to ask your parents if you run out of money. However, Chu Yang refused. No need, I have money, keep it for yourself. I can earn money part-time. I'm doing part-time jobs, I can earn money myself. The family was not well off, and the few thousand yuan earned was probably hard-earned money, and it was probably income obtained every few months. As soon as Chu Mom heard this, her heart ached. Her child had grown up, but her Yang Yang was actually working outside. Part-time job? That's too hard. Dad and Mom have money, just focus on your studies. Call us if you run out of money. The cost of living is high in big cities. Let Dad and Mom give you more if it's not enough. Chu Yang's parents were the most traditional parents who wouldn't shortchange themselves or their children. After thinking about it, Chu Yang still accepted the money given by Chu's parents. Okay then, just give me 500 first. I'll tell you again when I run out. Oh okay. I'll have your dad transfer the money to you tomorrow. Okay. Chu's parents were not good with words, and Chu Yang was not familiar with them and could not act like a spoiled child begging for affection from her parents, so the two were silent for a while before Chu Yang said, nothing, I'll hang up first. I'll come back if I have time. Oh, okay. Chu Yang hung up the phone. After hearing the sound of the hang-up, Chu Mom only handed the phone to Chu Dad. The middle-aged man with a weary face rubbed his hands and asked, "What did Yang say?" Chu Mom happily said, Yang has grown up. She is actually doing part-time jobs now and said she can earn money herself." Chu Dad frowned. "She's still young, part-time jobs are so hard, is she out of money? Or should I transfer more tomorrow?" Yang said she has money, let's just transfer 500 for now. No, let's transfer 1,000. After thinking about it, Chu Mom also agreed, and they finally decided to transfer 1,000. The next day, when Chu Yang received 1,000, she was puzzled for a while and then remembered that it was living expenses transferred to her by the parents of this body. Chu Yang sent a message to the number she called yesterday, received it. The other party quickly replied, "That's good. Ask your dad if you run out of money." Okay. On Chu Yang's Weibo account, she posts a Weibo about the weather in Beijing every day. After all, the country is so big that weather forecasts vary from place to place. Even in just one city, the east and west sides are often quite different. Under the Weibo Chu Yang posted yesterday, someone commented, "Blogger is so boring, posting weather forecasts every day, what for? Claiming to be a little prophetic girl? This weather forecast can be directly viewed on the mobile phone. What kind of prophecy is this?" Chu Yang ignored him and continued to post today's weather forecast prophecy. Beijing, strong winds in the northern city at noon tomorrow, rain in the west of the city at 9 p.m. tomorrow. After posting, Chu Yang ignored it. The person who had previously commented on Chu Yang's Weibo came back again and commented under Chu Yang's new Weibo. The blogger is talking nonsense again. The weather forecast clearly shows sunny tomorrow. I'm in the north of the city. If it doesn't blow hard, the blogger can go eat sh*t. On the contrary, I'll go eat sh*t. Chu Yang didn't see this sentence. When she returned to the dormitory, Jin Yang brought a bag of snacks and fruits. Yang, this is what we bought for you. We feel a little bad for asking you about the weather every day recently, so the three of us chipped in to buy you food. Zhou Kai and Qian Xian nodded in agreement next to her. Yes. Chu Yang, you must accept it. Chu Yang did not refuse. Sometimes accepting makes people feel at ease. Just follow my Weibo from now on. I post weather forecasts every day. My Weibo is called Little Prophetic Girl. Jin Yang and the other two immediately took out their phones to log into Weibo, found the account Little Prophetic Girl, and followed it directly. The Little Prophetic Girl account didn't have a single fan. Hey, we are Chu Yang's first wave of fans. Jin Yang said excitedly. Haha, if Chu Yang has a lot of fans in the future, we will be veteran-level characters. Zhou Kai liked all the Weibos Chu Yang posted one by one, and then saw someone commenting on both Chu Yang's Weibo yesterday and her new Weibo today. But Zhou Kai was unhappy when she saw the comments from this troll. This idiot. He actually doesn't believe what my Chu Yang said. Let me argue with him. After finishing speaking, she immediately replied to the troll called Beijing's #1 handsome guy, fool. If you don't believe what my baby said, you'll regret it. Jin Yang also replied to that person, I little sorceress's prophecy is the most accurate. Troll, get out of here. Qian Xian also replied, no one is stopping you from eating sh*t if you want to. On the other side, Beijing's #1 handsome guy laughed angrily when he saw the replies. They actually found 3 water armies to argue with him? He immediately picked up the keyboard and retorted, what the hell? There are actually people who say they are more accurate than the weather forecast? What, are you the god of wind and the mother of lightning? It rains when you say it rains? It blows when you say blow? You're nothing. Jin Yang and the others were done with him too. He still came back. Then the two sides argued directly for dozens of floors. If Chu Yang hadn't reminded them to go eat, they wouldn't have stopped. Okay, I'll just block him directly. Saying that, Chu Yang directly blocked Beijing's no. One handsome guy and the other side found himself blocked when replying, which made him even angrier. She actually dared to block him. Throwing the phone aside, he was getting more and more angry the more he thought about it. Finally, Beijing's #1 handsome guy directly screenshotted and posted on Moments. I met an idiot. She dared to block me when she couldn't beat me. Soon someone replied, Yen Xiao so free? Beijing's #1 handsome guy, aka Yen Su, touched his head when he saw this sentence. He was obsessed. He actually argued with a small online account like that. The account didn't even have many fans. Forget it. On this side, Jin Yang and the others were also indignant. What kind of person is this? Chu Yang picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Anyway, he will know tomorrow. The few suddenly laughed. He must be incredulous, ha ha ha. Zhou Kai picked up a chicken leg. I bet a chicken leg that he will follow my Chu Yang tomorrow. Ch5 indeed. Chapter 5. The next day, Yen Su had already forgotten about yesterday's scolding. He slept at home until noon, then lazily went out to get something to eat. He didn't drive as there were good restaurants near his home. Not long after he went out, the sky suddenly darkened. 2 minutes later, the wind started blowing and it was blowing harder and harder. With a clang, an advertising signboard was blown down and nearly hit Yen Su. The signboard fell right in front of him. If he had walked a little faster, he would have been hit. Yensu stood there in a daze until the people from the shops came out and asked if he was okay before he came to his senses. Feeling his chest and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said, I'm fine. Seeing that he was unharmed, the shop owner also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, he said, why did it suddenly get so windy? Windy. Yensu looked at the street where many things had been blown away from their original places. Some trash bags were blown high into the sky, and some sheet metal was blown around making dang sounds. Many pedestrians on the street were running to get indoors, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing so hard that it was difficult to keep your eyes open. Yensu suddenly remembered what the prophecy little witch had said yesterday, there would be wind in the North City at noon. And right now was noon. It really was windy. Yensu's eyes widened in realization. So, what that blogger said was true. As the wind grew stronger, Yensu didn't dare stay outdoors. He didn't even want to eat anymore and went straight home. As soon as he got home, Yensu logged into Weibo on his phone, then found yesterday's post from that account and read through it again. Tomorrow there will be strong winds in the North City, and starting at 9 p.m. tomorrow night it will begin raining in the West City. The North City had indeed experienced strong winds. Now to see if it would start raining in the West City at 9 o'clock tonight. Yensu wanted to comment but then remembered he had been blocked. He immediately created a small account to follow the prophecy little witch. He would continue to observe. If every prophecy from this account came true, he would definitely apologize to her. Not long after he followed her, she posted today's weather forecast. Tomorrow will be sunny in the city with clear skies. Yensu immediately liked the post with his alt account. On Chu Yang's side, she took out her crystal ball and started polishing it. She needed to find some time to look for materials and figure out around how much money she would need. She still wanted to get her crystal ball repaired as soon as possible. This was Chu Yang and the others' first time seeing Chu Yang's crystal ball. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at it, but no one reached out to touch it. Chu Yang, is this your magic treasure? Chu Yang smiled. It's not a magic treasure, just something I use to make a living. But it's having some issues right now. I'll have to wait until I can get it repaired before I can use it again. Of course they could see the cracks in the crystal ball, but the cracks didn't diminish its beauty at all. How do you repair it? Chu Yang, I need to buy materials. Shokaikai, is it because you don't have enough money? Do you want us to lend you some? No rush to pay it back. Jin Yang and Qian Xin also offered to lend money. Chu Yang shook her head. She could tell that of the 4 roommates, she was the poorest. But the other 3 weren't very wealthy either, just ordinary middle-class families. Even if they lent her all their money, it wouldn't be enough. It's fine, there's no rush. Plus the materials are hard to find and probably expensive. I can earn the money myself, you've seen what I can do. Of course Jin Yang and the others knew of Chu Yang's abilities. They just wanted to help a bit, but since Chu Yang didn't need help, the girls didn't insist. The 4 were happily chatting about other things when there was a knock at the door. Li Qinglu and Lin Shushu came in, and the other 4 immediately fell silent, smiles disappearing. Jin Yang and the others glanced at each other then returned to their seats. Chu Yang looked at Li Qinglu expressionlessly. What is it? Li Qinglu felt a little uncomfortable inside. They had been chatting so happily just now, so why did everyone go silent as soon as she arrived? But she didn't say anything, pretending not to notice, and asked Chu Yang, Yang, we're going shopping today, do you want to come with us? Of course Chu Yang directly refused. I won't go, you guys have fun. Li Qinglu wanted to say more. In the past, whenever she had come looking for her, Chu Yang would always go with her. Why was she being so? But Lin Shushu couldn't hold back any longer. I already told you there's no point asking her. If she wanted to go, she would have come looking for us already. Then she saw the crystal ball in Chu Yang's hands, so bright and beautiful, but it seemed to have some cracks. Chu Yang, is that a crystal ball in your hands? How come I've never seen it before? She started to reach out to touch it. Touch her crystal ball? Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. Clutching the crystal ball, she spun around to face Lin Shushu. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to touch other people's belongings without permission? Lin Shushu stopped short, her face ugly. Who wants to touch your stuff? But her eyes were still fixed on the crystal ball in Chu Yang's arms. Li Qinglu quickly pulled her back. I'm sorry, Shushu didn't mean anything bad. Since you don't want to go, we'll head out first. If you ever feel like going shopping with us in the future, feel free to come find us. With that, she pulled Lin Shushu out. After the 2 left Chu Yang's dorm room, Li Qinglu was still feeling down. She mumbled to herself, is it because I'm with Gu Xiao now that Yang doesn't want to hang out with me anymore? She hasn't come looking for me in so long. In the past, Chu Yang used to come find her all the time, and would even frequently help her with this and that. Lin Shushu rolled her eyes. It has nothing to do with you, Chu Yang is just petty. I told you, she just looks down on you dating Gu Xiao. Let's not bother with her, leave Chu Yang be. I'm sure she resents you. Li Qinglu sighed. She still felt like Chu Yang wasn't that kind of person, but since Chu Yang had declined to go, then forget it. Once those 2 left, Chu Yang carefully continued polishing her crystal ball. When she was done, she didn't feel reassured, so she cleared out the top shelf of her wardrobe to store the crystal ball, making sure to lock it, just in case some ill-mannered people tried to touch her crystal ball. Her roommates were still very cute. Even though they had also thought her crystal ball was beautiful earlier, not one of them had said they wanted to go touch it. Yet Lin Shushu didn't even ask before trying to reach out. On the other side, Yansu finally waited until nightfall. As soon as it passed 9 p.m., he immediately called his friend who lived in the West City. Is it raining over there? His friend sounded quite surprised. Huh? How do you know? It just suddenly started pouring, even though the morning forecast didn't say anything. They just updated saying it'll rain until midnight. Or are you over here in the North City? Yansu. No, I'm not. Just asking, I was thinking of coming over to visit but heard it was raining. Oh, I see. Come over next time and I'll host a get-together. Sounds good. After hanging up, Yansu is now 99% convinced that the blogger Prophecy Little Witch was the real deal. However, Yansu didn't apologize to Chu Yang right away. He felt he should keep observing just in case it was a coincidence, right? How could someone really be like a wind god or thunder goddess? CH6 bus incident. Chapter 6. On the weekend, Chu Yang did not go to her part-time job. She wanted to go to the antique street today to see if she could find materials to repair her crystal ball. As Chu Yang walked into the antique street, someone suddenly came up to her. Little girl, I see your hall of impression is dark. Chu Yang? I see today that you and I are fated to meet. I have excellent talismans to dispel evil here. Hey, little girl, do you want me to tell your fortune? It's free. Seeing Chu Yang about to leave, the old Taoist hurried to follow her. Chu Yang raised her eyebrows. Go ahead and tell it. The old Taoist observed Chu Yang's face for a while. Your family is poor, but you work hard enough. You should be attending a good school now. After speaking, he looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded, signaling him to continue. The old Taoist stroked his beard. You have someone you like, but... The old Taoist pinched his fingers. That person currently has no interest in you. But I have peach blossom charms here. Do you want them? Chu Yang, I see your hall of impression is dark. You're definitely going to have bad luck soon. Having said that, Chu Yang left. What the old Taoist said wasn't exactly wrong, but that was the old Chu Yang, not the current one. Old Taoist. Hey, if you don't want it then forget it. Why curse people? Let it go. I'm an old Taoist. I won't haggle with a little girl like you. As Chu Yang walked along the antique street, she could spot the fakes with one glance. Some were genuine artifacts, but they had just come from unclean places and were covered in a layer of dark energy. She couldn't take items like that or she would have terrible luck. She went into a shop that looked quite formal and finally found crystal materials, but they were too expensive when she asked the price. She couldn't afford them even if she sold herself. And the crystal materials needed to repair a crystal ball were more than just a tiny bit. She still needed to earn money first. On the other side, the old Taoist was still peddling his charms to passing dupes. But just as he was about to make a deal with two people suddenly came over. That's the Taoist. He cheated me. The old Taoist was grabbed by the collar in utter confusion. Swindler. Beat him to death. Ow. The old Taoist was flung to the ground. He suddenly remembered what that girl had said earlier, that he would have bad luck today. What a coincidence. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Now he had to run away quickly. Chu Yang didn't know what was happening over there. She was already prepared to go back. The bus back to school had arrived. As soon as Chu Yang got on the bus, she felt something was wrong. The whole bus felt off. By now the doors were closed and people were packed tightly inside. Chu Yang could easily bump into the people around her. A girl was squeezed against her left side. Chu Yang secretly released some witch power. A vision of the whole trip flashed through Chu Yang's mind. At first the bus stopped at each station smoothly, with people getting on and off. But when the bus got to the Ring Road Bridge, something went wrong. The driver's face suddenly turned sallow as he clutched his chest, clearly having some physical problem. The driver had wanted to slowly pull over, but two people on the bus suddenly started arguing loudly. One shoved the other, who bumped into the door by the driver's seat. Because the bus had slowed down, a car behind suddenly crashed into it. The driver's hand slipped, and the bus quickly spun around and another car hit the other side. The bus quickly crashed off the bridge with none of the passengers surviving. Chu Yang opened her eyes, her face now pale, but she didn't say anything. She couldn't tell them to stop the bus immediately because no one would believe her and it would attract too much attention. Chu Yang held tightly onto the handrail. She was at the rear of the bus. As people got off at the next stop, making a bit more room, Chu Yang slowly moved forward toward the front. As the bus continued on, Chu Yang lost her balance and bumped into a male student in front of her who was a head taller. But he immediately pushed her away and retreated back 2 steps. Chu Yang looked up at the male student, covering her head. His features were elegant and his skin as fair as hers. His arms were crossed and he had a disgusted look, as if she had sullied him. Chu Yang was speechless, but she didn't have time to care right now. She continued forward and so did he. Finally she made it to the front of the bus. Just as the male student was about to say, "Don't come closer," Chu Yang had already stopped and kept glancing at the driver. Seeing that she didn't continue toward him and seemed to not be looking at him, the male student's mouth moved but he didn't say anything more. The bus was about to get on the Ring Road Bridge. Chu Yang stared fixedly at the driver. He looked back pleadingly. The male student in front of her also sensed something wrong. He was still puzzled why this person wasn't trying to take advantage of him but was looking at the driver. But this driver looked 40-something and wasn't handsome either. Chi Yan also looked at the driver and immediately sensed that something was off. Chu Yang on the side also saw the driver put one hand on his chest and frown. At the same time, two people on the bus started arguing loudly. The other passengers quickly moved back to avoid getting involved. No one tried to stop it, and some even started filming it, but Chu Yang immediately turned and shouted, "What are you arguing about?" Then she turned back to the driver, "Uncle driver? What's wrong?" The driver uncle gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at Chu Yang pleadingly. Hearing Chu Yang shout, everyone else immediately stopped. When they heard something was wrong with the driver uncle, they wanted to go up front, but Chi Yan on the side quickly opened the driver's protective door. He grabbed the steering wheel in one hand, turned on the emergency blinkers with the other, and pressed the brake with his foot, slowly pulling the bus over to the side of the road. Seeing the blinking lights, the car behind that was about to crash into them immediately slowed down without hitting them. After Chi Yan stopped the bus, he immediately turned to Chu Yang, "Call 120, emergency services." Chu Yang immediately called 120 while someone else called 110, police. After that, Chi Yan carried the driver out and lay him down flat in the middle of the bus. The driver couldn't speak but pointed at a bag on the seat. Chu Yang immediately went to grab it and found a bottle of medication inside. Chi Yan also found the driver's water bottle in his seat. The two worked together to get the driver to take his medicine and drink some water. After taking the medicine, the driver's complexion was no longer so poor. A few minutes later, 120 and 110 arrived, and everyone relaxed. No one knew who started clapping first, but soon everyone was applauding. Some people gave Chu Yang and Chi Yan a thumbs up. "Well done." Chu Yang smiled, then suddenly felt weak and almost fell with her legs going soft, as she had exhausted a lot of spiritual power. Chi Yan next to her reached out to steady her. An auntie also came over. "Oh dear, you look a little pale. Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" She helped Chu Yang sit down on a nearby chair. Chu Yang shook her head. "Just low blood sugar. I'm fine. I was just really tense." Hearing it was nothing serious, everyone felt reassured. They had also felt it was a close call earlier. If the driver had been unwell and no one noticed, could there have been an accident? And they were on the bridge too. Thinking of this, many of them felt chills run down their spines. A young girl took a candy from her bag and handed it to Chu Yang. "Here, eat some sugar." Chu Yang reached out to take it with a smile at the girl. "Thanks." Seeing Chu Yang's pretty face flush red, the girl waved her hand. "Don't mention it." Stage 7 First Business. Chapter 7. Soon another driver came over and drove the bus to the next stop. Many people who were afraid got off the bus. Chu Yang did not get off the bus. There were still 2 stops to the school and she was feeling a little weak right now, so it was good to sit and rest. Next to her, Chi Yan glanced at her from time to time but did not dare to look directly. His eyes turned around and then turned back. Thinking back now, he felt very wrong. It seemed like she knew from the beginning that something would happen to the driver. Otherwise, why was she standing at the front of the bus from the beginning and staring at the driver the whole time? If she hadn't been watching the driver the whole time, he wouldn't have noticed that the driver was uncomfortable. But how did she know? Chi Yan was puzzled. Of course Chu Yang noticed Chi Yan's gaze, but she had no time to care about it. As soon as they arrived at the stop, Chu Yang got off the bus. Chi Yan behind her also got off the bus. Chi Yan was still wondering, could she be from their school? Then he realized, oh no, she's from the school next door. What Chu Yang didn't know was that this incident was filmed and uploaded online. Everyone praised Chu Yang and Chi Yan in the video. Wow, that was so dangerous. It's really fortunate there was that girl and boy there. It was really close. The people on that bus met their guardian angels. Am I the only one who noticed how handsome that boy is? Handsome guy with a good heart. 1 minute, I want that guy's info. As for Chu Yang, there was only a glimpse of her side profile in the video. For the rest of it, she had her head down or her back was turned. Most praised her for staying calm and smart. On the other side of the city, after observing for a few days, Yen Su was 100% certain that the weather forecasts made by the Weibo blogger Profit Witch were extremely accurate, predicting exactly where the wind and rain would start. Yen Su immediately private messaged the blogger, "Which girl? I apologize to you. I'm that guy who said you were not accurate, the #1 hunk in the capital city. I'll shut up now. Please don't ignore me. Please take me off your blacklist. From now on I will be your loyal fan." This side of Chu Yang didn't have time to get on Weibo. She was lying in bed resting. When she returned to her dorm room, her roommate Jin Yang saw her pale face and thought something bad happened. She just said she had low blood sugar, drank some sugar water, and then went to bed to rest. Jin Yang and the others didn't bother her. This side of Yen Su waited a long time but there was no response. Not only did he use his alt account to like and share Chu Yang's Weibo posts, but he also gifted her a year of VIP. And he kept sending stickers begging for forgiveness. The next day when Chu Yang was feeling much better and posted on Weibo again, she saw what happened. Since he realized his mistake, she decided to give him another chance. However, she didn't immediately add him back or take him off the blacklist. She waited 2 days before removing him from the blacklist. When Yen Su saw he was really taken off the blacklist, he cried with joy. He immediately screenshot and posted on his Moments, Treasure Blogger. Online recommendation. Her weather forecasts are super accurate. Screenshot. When Yen Su's friends saw this moment, they were like, "Yen bro, did your account get hacked?" Of course he didn't get hacked. Yen Su felt they just didn't understand. On Chu Yang's side, her roommate Chu Yang and friends saw that the number one hunk who previously fought with them was now Chu Yang's fan. They all burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, got smacked in the face, ha. Chu Yang and co at him. I heard you want to eat sage asterisk tea? When Yin Su saw it, kneeling and begging for mercy, ladies, I was wrong. Chu Yang and her two friends burst out laughing again. That day, Chu Yang was shopping with her good friend. She heard her friend started dating a guy recently but seemed down a lot. What's up? Didn't you start dating? Why unhappy? Her friend held Chu Yang's hand. Come on, let's go to the milk tea shop over there. I'll tell you about it. Okay. The two sat in the milk tea shop, ordered a milk tea, and sat down. Do you still remember Lin Yuan? As soon as Chu Yang heard that name, wasn't that a guy from the class next door in high school? I remember what happened. He's my boyfriend now. Chu Yang was shocked. Huh. We ended up going to the same university, remember? We got familiar over summer break, and after military training he confessed to me. I thought about it and felt he was decent, so I agreed. But not long after, I felt he changed and wasn't as passionate about me as before. Chu Yang angrily said, aren't all guys like that? All passionate at first, but it fades. Her friend shook her head. No, even if he lost passion for me, I would understand. I know the honeymoon phase can't last forever. But he often looks at his phone texting someone and ignores me when I ask. I suspect he's cheating. Chu Yang was even more furious. Definitely. Scum man. The friend said, I don't have proof though. I can't accuse him without evidence. What if I'm misunderstanding him? Then secretly check his phone when he's not looking. The friend hesitated. That doesn't seem right. Looking at someone's phone without permission just seems wrong, even if we're dating. I don't want him looking at my phone either. I'm the type who even formats the phone before I die. The two laughed at that. An idea hit Chu Yang about Chu Yang. Wait, let me ask my roommate to see if she can help. She immediately messaged Chu Yang. Chu, my friend wants to know if her boyfriend is cheating, can you help? When Chu Yang saw the message, she thought of how she crossed over into this world in the first place just by checking if someone's boyfriend was cheating. Still, she replied, I can, but it's clearly marked. Your friend gets a discount for 200 renminbi. When Chu Yang saw Chu Yang's reply, she immediately told the friend, my roommate says she can check, but it costs 200 renminbi. Do you want her to check? If Lin Yuan really is cheating, then we can end it early, right? Isn't that for the best? Her friend finally agreed, okay, but I'll pay the money. Great, I'll set it up. Ch8 First Business 02. Chapter 8. The next day, Chu Yang brought her little sister Zhou Xiu to the dormitory. Chu Yang, we're here. When Chu Yang and Zhou Xiu came over, Chu Yang was wiping her crystal ball. Even though the crystal ball was broken, she still took it out from time to time to clean it. Chu Yang saw Chu Yang bringing a girl in and immediately put the crystal ball aside and covered it with a cloth. Zhou Xiu's first glance when she came in was at Chu Yang, who was quite good-looking after all. Her second glance was at the crystal ball in her hand, which was quickly covered by a cloth. Still, she believed in Chu Yang a little more in her heart. Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian were not in the dormitory. They had gone to the library to study. Chu Yang was originally going to work, but Chu Yang was bringing her a customer, so she didn't go today. Chu Yang pulled Zhou's size stool over. Please sit down. Zhou Xiu nodded and sat down on the chair. She then explained her reason for coming. I just want to know if my boyfriend is cheating on me. Chu Yang nodded. Give me your hand. Zhou Xiu held out her hand. Chu Yang grasped it and closed her eyes. Zhou Xiu was still a little nervous. On one hand, she didn't want to be cheated on. On the other hand, she felt that if her boyfriend really had problems, she could get away in time. After about 3 minutes, Chu Yang opened her eyes and let go of Zhou Xiu's hand. She took a sip of brown sugar water first, then said seriously, your boyfriend is called Lin Yuan, right? Zhou Xiu nodded. She thought Chu Yang must have told her, so she was not surprised. But Chu Yang, who was on the side, immediately said, wow, Chu Yang, you can even know Zhou Xiu's boyfriend's name. Zhou Xiu looked at her. Didn't you tell her? Chu Yang waved her hand. I didn't. Zhou Xiu swallowed hard and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang went on, at the moment, your boyfriend is not cheating. Zhou Xiu relaxed with relief, just about to smile when Chu Yang added, but he will in the future. Zhou Xiu's smile instantly froze. How long in the future? She then felt it was laughable to ask that when he was going to cheat in the future anyway, sooner or later. Chu Yang said, 2 months later. She saw that 2 months later, the boy would meet a girl who pursued him. Moreover, that girl had a very good family background. The boy started to waver. There was no need to elaborate on what would happen afterward. Just typical scumbag behavior. Tears instantly welled up in Zhou Xiu's eyes. Chu Yang put a hand on Zhou Xiu's back to gently comfort her. Thank you. Zhou Xiu took out a red envelope with 200 yuan. Then she left the dorm with Chu Yang. After they left, Chu Yang opened the red envelope. It was her first business transaction, although Su Zhao had given her money before, but at that time she had taken the initiative. So today was truly the first time she was paid. Zhou Xiu calmed herself down, then exclaimed, oh, I forgot to ask how Lin Yuan cheated. Chu Yang was already cursing angrily. Who cares how he cheats? This man is a scumbag anyway. Sister, go back and break up with him immediately. Zhou Xiu said, didn't your roommate say Lin Yuan won't cheat until 2 months later? But he hasn't cheated now. Can I change? As soon as Chu Yang heard her wanting to change the scumbag, she interrupted, Sister. He's a scumbag. You can't change him even if you want to. There are so many decent men in this world, don't get hung up on this one. Even the one from high school was better than him. Zhou Xiu thought she had a point. Although she was still heartbroken, she was not blinded by love. I still want to know how Lin Yuan cheated. Can you ask when you go back? Chu Yang nodded, okay. I'll ask for the details. But you have to break up with that scumbag. In Chu Yang's mind, Chu Yang was definitely never wrong. Okay. When Chu Yang returned to the dorm at night, she asked Chu Yang for more details and complained that Zhou Xiu had wanted to change the future. Then she asked, can the results of a prophecy be changed? Chu Yang nodded. Yes. Like the bus incident last time, the result had been changed. But not every outcome can be altered. For example, you can never change a person's heart. Things have subjectivity and objectivity. If she knew an apple would rot in the future, but she ate that apple now, then that future with the rotten apple would disappear. However, if she knew a person would stop liking you in the future, and you wanted to change the future to make them like you, that would be difficult. After all, liking is an emotion influenced by too many factors. Chu Yang suddenly understood, right? Even if a person doesn't cheat with that particular person, maybe in the future they might cheat with someone else. We can't guarantee this person has really changed. So a scumbag is always a scumbag. His scumbag property can never change. Zhou Kai said to one side. But isn't there a saying, the prodigal son will return? Chu Yang shook her head. It's better to just find someone else rather than waiting for a prodigal son to return. What if he never comes back? Why cling on to trash? Chu Yang didn't say anything. She respected others' choices. In the past, she had made predictions for some unpleasant things to happen, but some people chose not to believe her, and even scolded her for cursing and harming people, claiming she must have used some dark arts. Chu Yang felt that such people could only vent their emotions onto others because they didn't dare to face reality. So she usually didn't say too much or give suggestions. Just in case things went badly in the end and they blamed her. After all, she was just a witch, not a god. She didn't have the ability to bring the dead back to life. On this end, Chu Yang had already called Zhou Xiu to tell her all the details. She cursed the scumbag afterward too. Future scumbags are scumbags as well. Why cling on to trash? After Zhou Xiu hung up the phone, she didn't speak for a while. Soon, Lin Yuan called her. Zhou Xiu hesitated but still answered. It turned out he had been working behind her back these days, just to buy her a gift. When they went shopping last time, she saw a dress she liked, but it was too expensive then for her to buy. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to remember and work these days just to buy her that dress. Zhou Xiu was suddenly somewhat moved. As she took the gift with her hand stretched out, Chu Yang's words flashed in her mind. Her smile froze on her face as she looked at Lin Yuan. Would such a person really cheat? What if Chu Yang's roommate's prediction was totally wrong? Zhou Xiu hesitated. Was it true that someone in this world could predict the future? Even if she stated Lin Yuan's name correctly, couldn't it be that Chu Yang had told her but now forgot about it? Maybe wait and see for now. Stage 9 Second Business. Chapter 9. On this day, Chu Yang went to the library. Lately, her teacher had assigned a homework assignment, and she was busy looking up information. After searching for a while, she finally found the book she wanted. Just as she was about to reach out and grab it, someone suddenly took the book away. Chu Yang looked at the person, not recognizing them, and wrinkled her brow, wondering if there were any others available. However, the boy caught a glimpse of her and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Li Qinglu happened to witness this scene. You. Chu Yang, she said. Chu Yang suddenly realized the male lead. I should be more cautious around him from now on. But as Chu Yang was sizing up the people, Gu Xiao became even more disgusted. He explained to Li Qinglu, this is a misunderstanding. Chu Yang nodded, indeed, it was an accident. Just my luck. She then turned around and left. Li Qinglu. Gu Xiao. The two finally noticed that Chu Yang had changed. In the past, she would have greeted them with a smile and stuck by their side. But just now, the evasive look in her eyes caught them off guard. Li Qinglu broke the silence. Ah Xiao, did you find the book? Chu Yang, just now she. Gu Xiao hugged the book and interrupted her. It's all right, don't worry about her. I found it. Let's go. He thought Chu Yang was sensible enough to know that she shouldn't disturb them now that he and Qinglu were together. Okay. As Chu Yang walked out of the library, she bumped into Lin Shushu, who was about to enter. As soon as Lin Shushu saw her, she immediately suspected, Chu Yang, what are you doing here? You didn't come here to be a third wheel for Qinglu and Gu Xiao, did you? Chu Yang didn't pay attention to her and retorted, the library doesn't need your light. With that remark, Chu Yang promptly left. Who says she came here because of those two? They spread rumors about her all the time. Today is just another bad day. Lin Shushu stomped her foot. Hey, you. Lin Shushu found Li Qinglu in the library and asked, Qinglu, did you happen to meet Chu Yang just now? Did she come to find you guys? Li Qinglu's face stiffened for a moment at the mention of Chu Yang's comment about bad luck. It was just a coincidence, she replied. Lin Shushu immediately felt vindicated. I knew she must have come to find you guys. I bumped into her at the library entrance and she actually talked back to me. Qinglu, don't hang out with her anymore. I feel like she's changed ever since she found out about you too. Now she dares to confront us. It was the same last time. She must have been pretending all along. What a two-faced girl. Li Qinglu frowned and looked at Lin Shushu. Shushu, Chu Yang isn't as terrible as you think. It really was a coincidence just now. But she has indeed changed. Why do you have such a strong dislike for her? She wouldn't have said something like bad luck in the past. Lin Shushu blinked with a guilty conscience. It's all because of you, Qinglu. You're too naive. Some girls just pretend to be innocent to seduce boys. She didn't mention her jealousy of Chu Yang's appearance. When Chu Yang went out to play with Qinglu and other guys before, those guys didn't think highly of Chu Yang because of her family background. However, secretly they admitted that Chu Yang was indeed beautiful. As for Lin Shushu, she received an ordinary evaluation. Ugh. Green tea B *TCH. Li Qinglu held Lin Shushu's hand and said, Shushu, you shouldn't say such things in front of Yang Ang. Lin Shushu replied, I know. I'm not stupid. Recently, the fanbase of the Prophecy Little Witch account has grown and it's almost reaching 100 followers. Apart from Chu Yang's daily weather forecasts, the main attraction is the fanbase for the capital city's #1 handsome guy. Every time Chu Yang posted the weather forecast for the next day, this capital city's one handsome guy would not only like, comment, and share the post, but also quickly take a screenshot and post it on his Moments, tomorrow's weather forecast. Screenshot. At first, Yin Su's friends thought he was just fooling around. However, after a few days they realized, damn, this forecast is unbelievably accurate. What's going on? How can this small account be even better than the official Meteorological Bureau's forecast? It's not that the Meteorological Bureau's forecast is inaccurate, it's just that their forecasts are more general and not as detailed. But this person not only provided accurate addresses but also precise timing. Follow immediately. Yin Xiao, do you know this blogger? Yin Xiao, can this blogger really predict the future? Yin Xiao, besides weather forecasts, what else can this blogger do? Although the weather forecast is indeed accurate, it doesn't seem that significant. Shu was one of them. He had a driving license exam tomorrow and asked, Yin Xiao, I have the written test tomorrow. Can you ask the blogger if she can predict whether I'll pass or not? He had failed once before. Yin Su replied, why are you asking me? I'm not the blogger. Just follow the blogger and ask her directly. Why are you asking me one by one? I'm not the blogger's manager. Yin Su scratched his head and suddenly thought, hey, maybe he could be the blogger's manager. He decided to approach the blogger and ask. However, as expected, Yin Su was rejected. Chu Yang refused because she could handle it on her own, and besides, she only had a small number of followers. Why would she need a manager? She couldn't afford to pay a manager. She used to do everything by herself, juggling multiple roles. After rejecting Yin Su, Chu Yang received a new message in her private chat. It was from a new fan, witchy lady. Besides predicting the weather, can you do anything else? I have the written test tomorrow and I want to know if I'll pass. Chu Yang directly replied with $200. After the previous deal with Jin Yang's friend, she realized she couldn't underprice herself. Predicting 2 months' worth of events for only $200 was too much of a loss. It also consumed a considerable amount of her witchcraft power, and her crystal ball wasn't ready yet. She needed to set a price. Normal predictions cost $200, and the longer the prediction period and the greater the significance of the predicted events, the higher the price. Shu hesitated when he saw that it would cost 200 yuan. He took a screenshot and sent it to Yin Su saying, bro, are they asking for money? Could it be a scam? Yin Su replied, don't you need to pay when you ask someone to do something for you? Shu said, but I can't help feeling like it's a scam. Yin Su said, if you think it's a scam, then don't look for the blogger. When you go to have your fortune told, don't you also have to pay? Although he had never consulted the blogger for predictions, he believed in them. After all, he had not seen the blogger make any mistakes so far. At first, Shu also wondered if the blogger was a scammer. But after following them for a while, the blogger never mentioned doing any business or actively chatted with him about paying for predictions or anything like that. After thinking for a moment, Shu decided to forget about it. He logged into Weibo and was about to tell the blogger that he didn't want it anymore, but then he saw a follow-up message from the blogger, if it's not accurate, you can get a refund. Shu thought for a moment and asked, blogger, can I see if it's accurate before paying? Chu Yang replied, sure. But don't even think about running away. I can find you wherever you are. Shu felt a chill down his spine when he saw that the blogger could find him. Could the blogger really be an expert? Okay, show me if I'll pass tomorrow. If it's accurate, I'll add another 100 yuan, Shu quickly replied. Chu Yang promptly responded, you'll pass. First attempt will fail, second attempt will succeed. Shu was delighted when he read the message. Thank you for your auspicious words. If I really pass, I'll immediately earn money for you. Shu showed the screenshot to Yin Su and said, screenshot, keep it as evidence, bro. If it's not accurate, remember to unfollow. Yin Su. CH10 changed the part-time job tutor. Chapter 10. The next day, Shu came to the exam site. The first time he went in, he thought, let's pass it in one go. However, when the results came out, it was 89 points. Shu scratched his head. He actually failed? He was quite confident just now. Not long after, he went in to take the second exam. 92 points. Passed. Shu came out with a happy face and said to the coach, passed. The coach was also happy for him. He immediately took out his phone and transferred 300 yuan to the little prophetess. Haha, I passed. It was really passed in the second exam. Awesome. Then he immediately sent a message to Yansu. Bro, I really passed. It was indeed passed in the second time. Amazing. Yansu, did you get slapped in the face? Shu, slapped. I immediately transferred 300 to the blogger. On this side, Chu Yang directly received the money. She hoped for more business in rolling wealth. After Shu told Yansu, he immediately took a screenshot and posted it on Moments. Great master, please accept my bow. Screenshot. Shu's friend? Got hacked again? The part-time job at the restaurant took up too much time. Chu Yang wanted to quit, but before resigning she had to find another job first. In the end, her roommate suggested that she try tutoring. We are the top students of the A University Literature Department. You can ask the head teacher. Some wealthy families like students from our university. Also, the hourly rate is high. Most importantly, you only need to go once or twice a week, about 2 hours each time, that's it. Chu Yang felt it made sense. She was also a graduate of a key university in her previous life, and her reading volume was absolutely abundant. So even though she was currently studying Chinese language and literature, there was no difficulty, and there was no problem with teaching either. Then I'll ask the head teacher when I have time. The head teacher, Teacher Li, also knew about Chu Yang's situation. He even said that the school also had work-study programs. If she wanted to do other things, she could apply to him. As for tutoring, she could ask him first. Chu Yang thanked him and even said before leaving, Teacher, pay attention to the ground when you go out today. Head teacher? In the afternoon, head teacher Li Daong walked out of the office to go home. While walking, he did not notice a pit on the ground and stepped into it, spraining his foot. In the end, the passing student saw him and helped him to the school infirmary. It was not a big deal, just ice it and rest for 2 or 3 days. Li Daong suddenly remembered what the student Chu Yang said. Teacher, pay attention to the ground when you go out today. What's going on? Is it a coincidence? The next day, Chu Yang knew about the head teacher's sprained foot. She shook her head. He probably didn't take her words to heart. In the dormitory, Zhou Kaikai came back with sweat all over her head. I'm exhausted. Zhou Kaikai was from the school dance team. Recently, the school was going to hold an evening party, so she had been preparing these days. Zhou Kaikai drank a sip of water and looked at her roommates being so leisurely. She said enviously, I really envy you guys. Qian Xine was playing games and replied to her while playing. What's there to envy? If your program wins an award, that would be solid credits for you. You can also get familiar with the school leaders. How nice. Zhou Kaikai waved her hand. It's not that simple. There are many hidden talents in the school. On this side, Chu Yang, who was reading, suddenly thought of a plot in the book. The female lead, Li Qinglu, also participated in this evening party. However, an accident happened midway. Her shoes disappeared before going on stage. But the female lead was awesome. She was a top student to begin with. She went on stage barefoot directly. Her halo did not affect things. On the contrary, it made the dance teacher notice her and wanted to accept her as a disciple. The shoes were eventually found in the bathroom. Then someone said they saw the female supporting character Chu Yang sneaking into the dressing room and then going to the bathroom. The female supporting character cried out asking them to bring out evidence. She said she was falsely accused. There was indeed no evidence. No one could continue to say anything. In the end, no one could find out who did it. But some people still believed it was Chu Yang who did it. Anyway, Chu Yang didn't want to get involved now. In the book, she was not the only female supporting character. Even without her help, there would be other female supporting characters to help out. A few days later, Li Daong told Chu Yang that a family nearby wanted to hire a tutor and he recommended her, giving her the contact details and address. Chu Yang thanked him profusely and then reminded him again, Teacher Li, don't be greedy these days. Li Daong. Why did I suddenly feel a chill down my back? The next day, Li Daong's relative sent him a box of crabs. Li Daong loved crabs. He had his family steam several that day and he ate 4 of them. That night, he had diarrhea. Li Daong lay weakly in bed. His wife brought him anti-diarrheal medicine. I told you not to eat so much. You're a grown-up but still can't control yourself. Li Daong felt wronged. Then he remembered what student Chu Yang said, Teacher Li, don't be greedy these days. This student of his was so mystical. What was going on? How did Chu Yang know? He had read Chu Yang's file. She was just an ordinary student with farmer parents. The next day, Chu Yang heard that Teacher Li took a leave. She shook her head again. He still didn't take her words to heart. Chu Yang quit her restaurant job. Su Zhao even sent her a message, crying hard, Chu Yang. How can I live without you? Chu Yang, live well. On the weekend, after making an appointment with the employer, Chu Yang came to a community near the school, Building B, room 1901. After Chu Yang came here, she directly pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, both were stunned. Chu Yang looked at her phone and then at the room number. She frowned and said, sorry, I think I got the wrong place. Then she turned around to call them. Chu Yang was also stunned. It's her? Chu Yang suddenly wanted to say something, hey. But Chu Yang had already walked into the elevator and left. Chu Yang scratched his head and looked at his own room number. How could she have gone to the wrong place? Clearly said Building B, room 1901. On Chu Yang's side, after making the call, the other party apologetically said, I'm sorry, I sent you the wrong room number. It's Building C, room 1901. Chu Yang said it was fine and she was on her way now. The employer was a typical housewife. She was nice and her child was well behaved, not one of those little brats. The child listened quite seriously when Chu Yang was teaching. The 2 hours passed quickly. Chu Yang received the 400 yuan the employer gave her and left happily. After she left, the employer asked her child, how's the teacher? The child nodded, the teacher's knowledge is so abundant. She teaches much better than my own teacher. The employer patted her head, that's good then. As expected of an A university student. As long as the child is happy, the money doesn't matter no matter how much it is. I want to get into a university too in the future. Then you have to study hard with teacher. Okay. On this side, just as Chu Yang was about to walk out of the gate of the compound, the male and female leads and their group of friends walked over while chatting happily and carrying things. Everyone was surprised when they saw Chu Yang. Why was Chu Yang here? Chu Yang black lines again. So never-ending meeting the male and female leads at every part-time job was really drunk. Ch 11 The Apology. Chapter 11. Chu Yang had no intention of paying any attention to Lin Shushu, but Lin Shushu walked right up to her and said sarcastically, what are you doing here, Chu Yang? Don't tell me you found out where we were going and followed us here. You really are everywhere. I won't believe you're not stalking Li Qinglu and the others. You rejected an open invitation to join us before, but now you're sneaking around like this. Chu Yang simply rolled her eyes. Bad vibes, she said, then immediately left. Lin Shushu was stunned. What did she just say? Li Qinglu and the others were also confused. Although Chu Yang had said bad vibes last time as well, Shushu thought she was just in a bad mood. She didn't expect her to say it again. Did she really not want anything more to do with them? One of the boys said, what's up with Chu Yang? Didn't she used to follow us around? Another boy replied, maybe she's got herself a new gang. But didn't she have a thing for Ah Xiao before? Maybe seeing Li Qinglu and Ah Xiao together turned her off them. Gu Zhao's eyes flashed with distaste. Let's go, he said. Yeah, let's go. We wouldn't have given her the time of day if she hadn't stuck to us before. Too right. Hearing everyone talk like this made Lin Shushu happy. Let's get out of here, she said. On Monday morning, Chu Yang noticed Teacher Li glance at her several times during class. After class he called her over. How's the home tutoring going? Is the student all right? Chu Yang nodded. Pretty good. The student is very obedient. That's good. Come to me if you have any difficulties. Thank you, teacher. Then there was silence. Suddenly Teacher Li said, is there anything else you want to say? Chu Yang shook her head in bewilderment. Li Daong waved his hand to dismiss her. As she walked out of the classroom, Chu Yang smacked her forehead. Of course, she used to always tell Teacher Li if she foresaw anything, but everything had already happened this time, so that was why he asked. Chu Yang looked again. Today's Teacher Li had no mishaps, all was well. That night, as Teacher Li was about to go to bed, he thought about how smooth the day had been and understood why Chu Yang had said nothing. No. As a teacher he shouldn't believe in feudal superstitions. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Yes, it was all just coincidence. Whether it really was just coincidence or not, perhaps only Teacher Li himself knew. At 7 p.m. on Friday the school gala was held in the auditorium. Zhou Kai, who was performing, had gone over very early and saved seats for Chu Yang. When Chu Yang, Jin Yang and Xiao Bai arrived just after 6 p.m., the auditorium was already packed and noisy. Luckily Kai saved us seats, otherwise we'd be stuck right at the back, said one of them. Their seats were pretty near the front with a decent view. The gala started bang on 7 p.m. with a sizzling hot dance routine. Chu Yang thought the atmosphere was great. It made her appreciate college life all over again. And she'd heard there was going to be a prize draw later too. Chu Yang sat sipping her milk tea and watching the performances. After the second act she suddenly needed the bathroom. She handed her drink to Jin Yang. I'm just popping to the loo, be right back. No problem. The bathroom wasn't too crowded, either people were backstage getting ready or sitting out front watching the show. Chu Yang went straight in, did her business and was out again in 2 minutes. She went back to her seat to carry on watching. Backstage, Zhou Kai was chatting with her team while they waited. Then Li Qinglu from another group suddenly said, I can't find my dance shoes, has anyone seen them? Everyone shook their heads. Haven't seen them. Li Qinglu looked close to tears. What am I going to do? Gu Xiao and Lin Shushu quickly said, don't worry, you've still got one performance before yours, we'll go look for them. The teacher also sent some other people to help search. But by the time Li Qinglu was due on stage they still hadn't found them. She gritted her teeth and said, it's fine, I'll just go on barefoot. I can do it. And she did. Just like in the book, she performed very well. The teachers in the audience kept nodding and asked the person sat next to them, what's that student's name? Which department is she from? From her seat out front, Chu Yang also thought she was great. What a female lead. Though, why was she barefoot? It definitely wasn't Chu Yang who'd thrown her shoes away or anything. When Li Qinglu came off stage and went backstage again, a girl came from the bathroom holding a pair of shoes. I saw these in the bins in the ladies' toilets. Are they yours? Li Qinglu quickly nodded. Yes, they're mine. But who threw them in the bin? Everyone realized when they heard that someone must have deliberately dumped Li Qinglu's shoes in the bathroom trash. They started whispering among themselves. Must be someone who doesn't like her getting back at her. None of our business anyway. It's our turn next, let's get up there. Everyone shook their heads. It definitely wasn't them. Lin Shushu suddenly remembered. I saw Chu Yang go to the bathroom earlier. Could it have been? She's been so weird and hostile lately. I think it's very suspicious and we know she went to the bathroom. As soon as she said this, Zhou Kaikai objected. What do you mean it's most likely Chu Yang? If you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything. Loads of people went to the bathroom, what's your point? And Chu Yang hasn't even been backstage. What evidence have you got? Lin Shushu said, the evidence is she's jealous of my Li Qinglu. Zhou Kaikai rolled her eyes. Talk about big-headed. So if you say she's jealous then she must be? I could say you're the one who's jealous of me. Lin Shushu, you dash. The others pulled Zhou Kaikai back. All right, we need to get ready, our turn's coming up soon. Zhou Kaikai just humphed and ignored them. Lin Shushu said, why don't I go and confront Chu Yang then? Li Qinglu shook her head. Forget it, I'm sure it wasn't Chu Yang. And the show's nearly over anyway. We can't just let her get away with it. Lin Shushu said angrily. You're too soft, that's why people take advantage of you. I'm going to find her. Lin Shushu had seen where Chu Yang was sitting. She marched right up to her and said, Chu Yang, come backstage for a minute. Without even looking at her, Chu Yang said, if you tell me to go then I have to go? Lin Shushu put one hand on her hip and jabbed a finger at Chu Yang with the other. Hey! You fine, if you won't go over I'll tell you here. You took Li Qinglu's shoes and dumped them in the toilet, forcing her to dance barefoot on stage, didn't you? Chu Yang, the pesky woman just won't leave me alone. I guess that's what you get for looking like a popular girl in a romance novel, huh? The annoying minor characters always crowd around you. Chu Yang stood up. You're saying I did it? Then report me to the police. But she still followed Lin Shushu backstage, conscious of the sudden attention focused on her as she entered. Chu Yang said very clearly in front of Li Qinglu, since you're alleging it was me, report me. Call the police and let them come and investigate exactly who did it. She already had her phone out to dial 110. The female lead, Li Qinglu, immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. No, I didn't say it was you. Shushu, forget it. Lin Shushu still had her arms folded. Let her do it. Whoever doesn't report it is acting suspicious. A teacher didn't want things to escalate to the point of getting police involved, which could damage the school's reputation, so they quickly said, Chu Yang, don't make that call, Miss Lin. Don't throw around unfounded allegations. Without evidence we cannot carelessly accuse people. Chu Yang, we just asked you here to understand what happened, we did not say it was you. If it wasn't you then it wasn't you. Anyway, the matter is over, let's all make some compromises. Li Qinglu nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that's right. It's no big deal, really I'm fine. Chu Yang just rolled her eyes again. Fine, then you can go ahead and apologize to me. Just now out there she was announcing it was me who did it. She held out her hand, demanding an apology. Lin Shushu said nothing. Like she was ever going to apologize. Ch12 Men and Women. Chapter 12. Chu Yang laughed. No one had ever slandered her before. She didn't know what the previous female lead had done and she wouldn't defend that previous Chu Yang, but she was herself now and she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Since you're not apologizing, then I'll go ahead and sue you. There were witnesses outside. Everyone heard what you said just now, swearing it was me without providing a shred of evidence. Just spurting claims out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Shushu felt a little nervous. Indeed, she didn't have any evidence. Then how do you explain that you went to the bathroom? Chu Yang looked at her like she was an idiot. Why would I need to explain that? Do you eat snacks when you go to the bathroom? Pfft. Someone laughed. Lin Shushu's face turned red. Li Qinglu immediately stood in front of Chu Yang and bowed. I'm sorry. This is my fault. I apologize to you. Seeing Li Qinglu act this way brought tears to Lin Shushu's eyes. Qinglu. Gu Xiao, who was also present, hugged Li Qinglu and looked towards Chu Yang. Are you satisfied now? Chu Yang, satisfied about what? Did I force her? How is it that when people falsely accuse others without evidence, they try to gain sympathy? Chu Yang didn't want to dwell on this further. Good grief, even going to the bathroom caused trouble. Chu Yang directly declared, this whole thing brings me bad luck, and left the backstage area. The front of the stage was much livelier than the backstage. Everyone was very excited. As soon as Chu Yang sat down in her seat, Jin Yang showed her his phone. That was Kai Kai Yo's performance just now that you unfortunately missed. But I recorded it. Chu Yang, then share it to the group. Okay. By the way, there was no issue when that person called you over earlier, right? She also said you stole shoes. Chu Yang took a sip of her milk tea. No issues. I've resolved the baseless accusations. Upon hearing baseless accusations, Jin Yang immediately asked, what? They falsely accused you? Yeah. But it's fine now. It's been resolved. Since Chu Yang didn't seem to want to talk more about it, Jin Yang didn't ask further and they continued watching the show. During the raffle, Xin even won a third prize of a thermos cup. Although it was just a thermos cup, it still made everyone happy. After the event, when they returned to the dorms, Zhou Kai also talked about what had happened backstage. Damn, this was the first time I realized how shameless that person is. To actually falsely accuse someone without any evidence. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang slammed the table. Truly too much bullying. They even called Chu Yang away halfway through. Zhou Kai was even angrier. What? How shameless. Was I performing on stage then? I didn't see that happening. Xin nodded. Yes, you were. Chu Yang comforted them. It's fine. At least she apologized in the end. Although it was the female lead who apologized, Chu Yang didn't care. She considered them to be accomplices. Zhou Kai was still angry. I refuted her right from the start. I didn't expect that they'd actually go find you afterwards. Don't let that person come to our dorm in the future. Jin Yang and the others echoed in agreement. Right. Too disgusting. Fortunately, she's not in our department. It would be nauseating to attend the same classes with someone like that. With this incident coming to an end, Chu Yang felt that she and the male and female leads were now completely at odds with each other. As for offending them or not, she didn't care. As long as they didn't provoke her, it was fine. But if they really did provoke her as a sorceress, she really had more than just fortune-telling skills up her sleeve. On the other side of the city at another university, a male student realized it had been a long time since Chu Yang had messaged him. Could she have forgotten? If she had forgotten, he'd remind her. Zhou Zhao immediately opened WeChat and sent Chu Yang a message. Chu Yang, where have your recent messages gone? I'm coming to a university to see you guys this weekend. Chu Yang was doing homework when her phone lit up. She glanced over briefly and saw it was from Zhou Zhao. Wasn't that the male supporting character in the original book who liked the female lead and was bent on splitting up the main couple, then replacing the male lead? He knew Chu Yang liked the male lead, so they worked together, but in the end the female supporting character disappeared while he just apologized and nothing happened to him as he continued living perfectly fine. Chu Yang directly blocked him. On the other end, Zhou Zhao had been waiting a while without seeing a reply. So he sent another message. Chu Yang, you can't be thinking of standing me up, right? Or do you want money? How much? Name your price. Right after he hit send, he saw the red dot in front of the message. Zhou Zhao? Chu Yang's gone mad? She deleted me? Zhou Zhao directly sent a message in a group without Chu Yang. Hey everyone, how are you recently? I'm coming this weekend to play with you all at a university. Lin Shu. Pretty good here. We'll wait for you this weekend. Lin Shu, not so great. There's something up with that Chu Yang recently. She actually dared to refute us and is practically stalking people all day, saying we owe her when hanging out with her is doing her a favor. Qinglu's shoes went missing at the last social event. I suspect she threw them in the bathroom, but she wouldn't admit it. Not only that, she even made our Qinglu apologize to her. Lin Shu, she really pissed me off. She's completely at odds with me now. Zhou Zhao, what? She's become that bold? No wonder she deleted me. Lin Shu, that barely covers it. Really disgusting. Anyway, don't mention her from now on. Zhou Zhao, we can talk more when I get there this weekend. After getting a grasp of the situation, Zhou Zhao dug up Chu Yang's number and immediately called her. Chu Yang was still doing homework when she saw an unfamiliar number. She was about to decline the call but figured it could be one of the original host's other friends or relatives, so she decided to answer. Hello? Hello? Chu Yang. Hearing it was a male voice, Chu Yang responded, yeah, who's this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao nearly laughed from anger. Chu Yang, who have you cozied up to? You don't even recognize me? Now that you've happily taken money in the past, you want to turn your back and deny knowing me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Gu Xiao and Qinglu about your dealings? As soon as Chu Yang heard this, she knew who it was. Oh, do as you please. Chu Yang lazily threw out this line and then directly hung up the call. On Zhou Zhao's end, he only heard beep 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 before trying to call again only to find she had blocked him. She really has changed. So arrogant? After Chu Yang hung up the phone, she brought up her WeChat contacts and filtered through them. She blocked those who needed blocking, deleted those needing deletion, and exited any groups she should leave. In the end, all that remained were some family plus the new friends she had made in teachers after transmigrating here. With this all handled, Chu Yang went back to her homework. During the weekend, Chu Yang once again went to the forest garden community to tutor. After 2 hours, she left her employer's home again amidst their warm hospitality. While walking along the neighborhood road, she encountered the male and female leads plus the male supporting character and some others, same as last time. The group of them chatted noisily as they walked, laughing merrily the whole time. After the previous encounter, Chu Yang learned that the male lead, Gu Xiao, rented a place here. So their circle would often come here to eat at his place and things like that. Seeing them carrying beer and other items, Chu Yang knew what was up. As for encountering them again, Chu Yang chalked it up entirely to the power of the plot. The other group also noticed Chu Yang. All of their smiles instantly froze and turned rigid. This time, Lin Shu didn't step forward. Zhou Zhao was here today, so she naturally didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. Upon seeing Chu Yang, Zhou Zhao walked up to her. Chu Yang, do you want to join us for dinner? CH13 Ad WeChat. Chapter 13. When Zhou Zhao said this, there was still a threat in his eyes as if Chu Yang blocking him was nothing. Chu Yang just wanted to hurry back to school. It would rain heavily later. Although she brought an umbrella, the umbrella wouldn't help much against the heavy rain. Chu Yang retorted directly, I remember I've already blocked you. Oh, I've blocked all of you. From now on, we're strangers when there's nothing going on. Oh no, even when something comes up, we're still strangers. Don't pretend to be very familiar with me. Zhou Zhao was speechless for a moment, narrowed his eyes, sized up Chu Yang. How could Chu Yang become so tough? Not only that, her spirit also seemed to have changed. In the past, she always looked weak and pale. Now her whole person was full of spirit. Her appearance didn't change much, but her temperament changed a lot. There was no longer the disgusting vanity in her eyes. You aren't Chu Yang. Could it be Chu Yang's twin sister? Chu Yang's face remained unchanged and said expressionlessly, Yes, I'm not Chu Yang. I'm your mother. Zhou Zhao. On the side, Lin Shushu couldn't stand it anymore. Chu Yang, how can you speak like that? Zhou Zhao kindly invited you, what's your attitude? If Qinglu hadn't played with you before, who would have been willing to play with you, looking all poor? Chu Yang's eyes shot over immediately. Lin Shushu suddenly felt a shock in her heart and took 2 steps back. What was going on? How could Chu Yang have such momentum? What are you guys doing? Bullying the weak with greater strength. Suddenly a male voice cut in. Qi Yan was carrying vegetables in one hand and milk in the other. When he returned to the residential area, he saw a group of people over there. He wasn't very curious, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Looking over, it was her. And it seemed like she was being bullied now. So Qi Yan immediately walked over and said those words. With his appearance, everyone looked at him immediately. They were all shocked by his looks for a moment, then looked at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was the campus belle of University A, but compared to the person in front of them now, he really couldn't match up. Gu Xiao also glanced at the newcomer, his eyes flashing for a moment. He knew him, the campus heartthrob from the neighboring University B. Gu Xiao looked at his own girlfriend. Qinglu only glanced at him once before lowering her eyes as expected of his girlfriend. On the side, Lin Shushu's eyes immediately became infatuated for a moment before she came back to her senses. And this boy's words, he knew Chu Yang? Lin Shushu looked at Chu Yang jealously. What's so good about Chu Yang except for her face? Zhou Zhao spoke up, misunderstanding. We know each other. Qi Yan looked at Chu Yang. Do you know them? Chu Yang shook her head. Don't know them. Lin Shushu. Chu Yang, don't regret it. Zhou Zhao didn't say much either. Forget it, let's not affect everyone's mood. Let's go first. Gu Xiao also said, let's go. The group finally left. Chu Yang thought about it and still said, thank you. Then she was about to leave too. Qi Yan suddenly said, since I helped you, may I add you on WeChat? Chu Yang turned and glanced at him. Qi Yan didn't know why, but his ears suddenly turned red. Can I add you on WeChat? It's fine if not. Chu Yang felt there was no harm, so she opened up her QR code. Sure, go ahead. Qi Yan hurriedly put down the things in his hands, took out his phone and scanned it, then immediately added her and asked, scratching his head, may I ask your name? I'm Qi Yan, Qi from Chuanri, Qi Yan from Chuanri Yan. Chu Yang, I'm Chu Yang, Chu from Chuguowei. Oh okay. After adding each other, Chu Yang left. Qi Yan watched her figure for a while before picking up his things and heading home. On the way back to the dorm, it started pouring on Chu Yang. If it wasn't for meeting Zhou Zhao and the others, she would have been back in her dorm already. On Gu Zhao's side, everyone was talking about her too. Chu Yang wouldn't stop hanging out with us just because she met that guy, right? After all, everyone knew she had been following them only for Gu Xiao before. Now that she met someone better, she shifted her attention. But no one dared say this out loud. Lin Shushu said to Zhou Zhao, did you see Chu Yang's attitude? She even said she blocked all of us. Forget it, who cares about her? If she wasn't shameless before. Zhou Zhao was opening a can of Coke and handed it to Qinglu. Afraid of being too obvious, he opened another can and handed it to Lin Shushu. Lin Shushu happily accepted it. Qinglu didn't say anything. She took a sip of the Coke and started preparing what to eat for the night. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing her like this, Gu Xiao thought she was affected by Chu Yang's mood, and comforted her, don't be sad, you still have us. Qinglu reacted, yes, I just feel like Chu Yang seems to have changed. She wasn't like that before. Lin Shushu chimed in, she changed long ago. Anyway, she's broken up with us now, so let's just ignore her in the future. Seeing Qinglu snuggling in Gu Zhao's arms, Zhou Zhao's eyes blinked for a moment. He comforted, Chu Yang was vain from the start. Since she cut ties with us, let's just ignore her from now on. That's right. Everyone echoed agreement. Qinglu nodded, got it, thank you all. Back home, after Qi Yan put everything away, he took out his phone and looked again and again. He really wanted to ask how she knew the driver would get in an accident when she kept staring at the driver on the bus. Otherwise, why would she stare at the driver the whole time? He edited and deleted over and over and finally deleted without sending anything. Perhaps it was the person's secret? Besides, they weren't very familiar now, it seemed inappropriate to ask like this. Finally, Qi Yan just replied, did you get back to school safely? Chu Yang replied, got back. Qi Yan, that's good then. After that, Chu Yang didn't reply anymore. Chu Yang got a new order. Ever since she gave a prediction to that Chu down on whether he would pass his driving test, he had become her loyal fan, just like capital cities know. One handsome guy. They both liked, commented and shared everything she posted on Weibo. And they often chatted with her privately. Which, you haven't posted on Weibo today? Which, I'm going out to play tomorrow, what should I bring? Which, good morning. But Chu Yang never replied. From their conversations under her Weibo posts, it could be seen that this person was friends with capital city's #1 handsome guy. Sometimes they chatted under her Weibo posts. Jin Young had commented before, if you want to chat, just chat on WeChat. One look and I can tell you guys know each other. Shu down and, none of your business. Capital city's #1 handsome guy, that's right. Jin Young. Today, the Shu down and asked her to give him another prediction, transfer $200, which, the midterm exam is coming up. Please predict for me whether I will fail math or not. Chu Yang quickly replied, if you try hard enough, maybe you won't. Shu down and, so that means I will. Kneeling on the ground bawling. Shu down and. Rolling on the ground crying. Shu down and, help. Please tell me where I'll go wrong? Profit little witch. Probably because you don't study hard enough. Shu down and. CH14 mid-term examination. Chapter 14. Finally, Chen Shu still opened calculus, then sent a message to Yen Su. Cry, the witch said I'm going to fail the midterm math exam. Yen Su. You can still pass now if you make extreme efforts to study. Chen Shu. Can the future be changed? Yen Su, you can ask the witch expert. Chen Shu hurried to send a message to Chu Yang, boss. Please tell me if your prophecy can be changed? Fortune-telling little witch, human effort can triumph over fate. Chen Shu, effort, got it. I'll start making extreme efforts now. After Chen Shu read calculus for 2 minutes, her mind started wandering. I really want to play games, Emmm. I feel like drinking milk tea, or should I play a round first? Half an hour later. Damn. Bad luck today. I actually lost points. No, I must get them back. 2 hours later, feeling hungry, let's go eat first. Right before falling asleep at night, suddenly woke up. Crap. Got too caught up playing, didn't study at all today. Tomorrow I must study tomorrow. And the cycle repeats. On Chu Yang's side, she looked at her schedule. Her midterms were also coming up, so Jin Yang and the others went to the library every day, only coming back at 10 p.m. every night. The seats in the library are being competed for madly. Jin Yang and them said when they came back at night. I'm so jealous that you can study without going to the library. I just can't do it in the dorm. I either get distracted by gossip, my phone and computer, or snacks. Going to the library and studying together with the nerds is the only way I can motivate myself. Zhou Kaikai said. Qian Xian suddenly said, Yang Yang, can you predict how we'll do on our midterms? Chu Yang nodded, I can, but I don't recommend you guys testing it out. If it's good news, wouldn't you stop trying hard? If it's bad news, wouldn't it affect you negatively? The three thought about it and agreed she had a point. Then forget it. Sometimes it's better not to know. Yeah. Let's just keep working hard. Chu Yang didn't actually only study in the dorm. The main reason she didn't go to the library was that she remembered books often had library plot lines of the male and female leads. Studying together there while also developing their romance, and she had run into some people last time she went to the library. She didn't want to run into those people again. Too annoying. Of course she wasn't scared of them, she just found it troublesome. You can study anywhere, so why the library? However, when she needed to find resources, she would still go to the library. A university had a pretty good library with lots of books and materials. Chu Yang had already borrowed quite a few. In addition to the library and dorm, some less crowded and shadier spots on campus were also pretty nice spots to study. When she got bored of the dorm, Chu Yang would also go to one of those shady spots on campus to read. On this day, she was sitting in a pavilion on campus reading a book. The gentle breeze felt quite comfortable. And there weren't many passersby, so it was nice and quiet. The trees around were tall and lush. Occasionally she could even hear birds chirping. Suddenly a caw-caw. A pitch-black crow suddenly landed on the pavilion railing, cocking its head looking at Chu Yang. Then it cawed twice again, as if saying hello. Creatures like crows weren't uncommon to witches, and they actually had quite good relationships. Chu Yang looked at the little crow, extending her hand. The crow's eyes turned as it then flew to Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang reached out and stroked its head. The crow nuzzled against her hand quite affectionately. Chu Yang searched around in her bag, only finding some fruit candy. Never mind, it couldn't eat that. Go on, I'll bring you some treats next time. It seemed as if the crow understood her. It nuzzled against her once more, cawed twice, then flew away to a tree. Only then did Chu Yang continue studying. No one else saw this scene. The weather was gradually turning cooler and Chu Yang had already put on a coat. During this time, Chu Yang had also saved up 20,000 renminbi, but it still wasn't enough. She felt like she needed to earn money faster. At this rate, who knows how long it would take to save enough to repair her crystal ball, which would cost at least 100,000 renminbi. She now had close to 200 followers, but not that many clients. Most just treated her like a weather forecaster, and she usually only predicted Kyoto's weather. Some of her followers weren't even from Kyoto. Chu Yang immediately changed the content of her Weibo posts. She felt like she needed to regularly predict some slightly abnormal event that could attract attention from a small audience. After midterms, she would need to investigate further what would be good to predict. 2 weeks later, Chu down and sent Chu Yang a message, "Boss. Crying hard, you were right, I really didn't pass. Fortune-telling little witch, human effort can triumph over fate." Implying that he didn't try hard enough. Chu down and, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have indulged in games and entertainment. I have failed you. Fortune-telling little witch, the only person you failed is yourself." Chu down and, "Oh, you're right." On Chu Yang's side, she and her roommates had no issues passing their midterms. Chu Yang even scored first place in their major. "From now on you are my father. With the gods as my witness, let this junior pay her respects. Getting 99 points on such a difficult ancient Chinese literature exam, you're just too amazing." Jin Yang bowed to Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, rise, my beloved consort." Zhou Kai and Qian Xin weren't literature majors, but getting first place in their major at a university was no easy feat. They looked at Chu Yang admiringly. Jin Yang giggled happily. "From now on I'm noble consort Yang." Zhou Kai, "Then I'm consort Zhou." Qian Xin said in an exaggerated, high-pitched voice, "I'm consort Qian, pleased to meet you sisters," and bowed. Everyone then burst out laughing. On Chu Yang's side, she did well on her midterms. And her tutoring student also earned good grades, so Chu Yang received a 2,000 renminbi bonus from the employer. In the dorm, Lin Shushu whispered to Li Qinglu, "I just heard that Chu Yang from the literature department got first place in her major." Li Qinglu paused for a beat. "All right, let's not talk about her from now on." Lin Shushu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's not mention her anymore. I just feel like she's changed. Were her grades ever that good before? Her previous grades were decent enough to get into a university, but compared to all the other elite students, she was pretty average. But somehow now she had become so exceptional?" Lin Shushu was naturally jealous. Li Qinglu also didn't know how to feel. She felt like after leaving them, Chu Yang seemed to be doing even better. There were many female students in the literature department. Now that word got out about Chu Yang placing first in their major, a lot of people recognized her. After all, ability was very important at a university. On the roads, some people would even greet her. Sometimes girls from the literature major in the neighboring dorm would come over to hang out too. More social connections meant more potential clients in the future, right? Ch 15 Predicting House Collapse. Chapter 15. There was a girl named Hee-song in the dorm room next door. She was a fangirl who was obsessed with celebrities. Whenever she came over, she would talk nonstop about how amazing her idol brother was, but she wasn't forceful about making people pay attention. She was fine. The idol she chased was some unknown 18th-tier male celebrity. None of the 4 roommates in the dorm had heard of him before looking him up on Baidu after Hee-song mentioned him. Today when Hee-song came over to chat again, she talked about her brother again. "Someone actually said my brother would be caught cheating this week? I just don't understand. My brother works hard every day, he's as innocent as can be. I've met him before, he's very gentle. How could anyone say he would cheat? I'd believe it if they said it about someone else, but my brother would absolutely never cheat." Zhou Kai, who didn't follow celebrities, said, "Nothing is absolute in this world. Didn't everyone say the same thing about that one person before? The one surnamed Yen?" Hee-song nodded. "Oh him. Shame on me for being blind." Chu Yang was just thinking about changing the prediction theme on her Weibo. But when she heard them chatting, she immediately went online to search for the celebrity Hee-song mentioned. "Let's change it up today." After Hee-song left, Chu Yang soon posted on Weibo. This week's prediction, celebrities Ji Xiao and Qi Jun will be caught cheating this week. When Jin Yang and the other side, they looked to Chu Yang and asked, "Chu Yang, Ji Xiao is really going to be caught cheating?" Ji Xiao was the celebrity Hee-song had been chasing recently. Chu Yang gave a definite yes. Jin Yang and Zhou Kai looked at each other. "Let's not tell Hee-song. She shouldn't be a blind fan anyway." Everyone agreed. When Yen Su saw the online goddess didn't predict the weather today but instead predicted cheating scandals. Ji Xiao and Qi Jun? He didn't recognize those names, but Yen Su still quickly liked and commented to show his support. When Shin Shu saw it, Ji Xiao and Qi Jun. Who are they? Cheating scandal? What does that mean? Shin Shu immediately searched online. Oh, just some small celebrities, no one got hurt. However, someone saw Chu Yang's post and reposted it. Even tiny celebrities have fans. Soon several angry fans rushed in to scold Chu Yang in the comments. "If my Qi Jun doesn't get caught cheating this week, I'm going to attack this blogger. Fake prophet. Report this feudal superstition. Sisters. Report this clout chasing. What kind of trash are you? How dare you spread rumors about my brother cheating? Scumbag. I hope you get hit by a car and die when you go outside." Chu Yang saw these comments with no reaction. The truth would come out soon anyway. But Jin Yang and the others were furious and started fighting with the fans directly. Chu Yang said not to fight back. The outcome would be revealed soon. The comments under her post blew up quickly. More people started checking out her Weibo after seeing the drama. Some even followed after seeing her past weather prediction posts were surprisingly accurate according to the comments. Some followed, some just browsed, but it became Chu Yang's most interacted Weibo post. Ji Zhao's manager pays attention to online chatter. Of course he saw Chu Yang's post and immediately called Ji Xiao. You didn't give anyone inappropriate materials, right? You're on the rise now. Ji Xiao still had a woman lying next to him and he shushed her. Bro, you know me. How could I possibly do that? The manager thought for a bit. You're right. Okay, you still have an event tomorrow. Remember that. Got it, bro. The next day, Chu Yang went back to predicting the weather. Maybe she could do a prediction of the week sometime, predicting something different. But under today's weather prediction, other than the usual comments from Yansu and the gang, there were also a few new angry comments from accounts similar to the anti-fans from yesterday. Another round of fights broke out, and Yansu directly commented, I'm waiting for you all to get slapped in the face. Ha 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 ha. Shinshu, esteemed prophet, I'll send you 100 yuan when you slap their faces. At Chu Yang. When Chu Yang saw this, you really don't have to, although she does like money. On Friday night, hashtag Ji Xiao entering and exiting with a woman hashtag trended, although only at the very end of trending topics. Who's this? Don't recognize him. Another male celeb got caught cheating. No one got hurt. I know him. He was in that TV drama Legend of Song Dynasty. I used to think he was a decent actor. Can't believe this. TSK. What's wrong with dating? Who still doesn't let celebrities date nowadays? Some fans think their idols can't date. It's like betraying the fans. Never heard of this guy, but he actually trended. After brewing for half an hour, a blogger named Xiao spoke up. She was Ji Zhao's girlfriend of 6 months, but the woman in the video was not her. Scumbag? Then the discussion under the topic turned to scolding Ji Xiao as a scumbag. Disgustingly, 2 more female bloggers spoke up claiming to also be Ji Zhao's girlfriend. Not only that, his despicable actions like not using protection and forcing the girls to take contraceptive pills were also exposed. Wow! Huge gossip. Caught dating multiple women at once. And he's just a nobody. Not even good looking. The Ji Xiao team panicked with no one picking up calls. His manager scolded him and he had to pay a penalty for contract breach. Shinshu had been following the Ji Xiao and Chi Jun incident. Seeing the news online, he immediately burst out laughing. His dorm mates wondered what was up with him. Shinshu directly at the anti-fans who had insulted Chu Yang under her prediction post. At Ji Xiao at Xiaoxingbu Duan at Ji Jiaran at Ma Chenggong L at that someone as little tiger. Can you hear the slap sounds? Ha 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 ha. Yansu, Jin Yang and the others quickly liked his comment. Then they all left laughing comments. None of the anti-fans dared to say anything. Not only that, Chu Yang really did receive 100 yuan from Shinshu. Apart from Shinshu and the gang, new followers also saw it and wondered if the blogger they followed was really that accurate. Because hashtag Ji Xiao scumbag hashtag was trending, people dug up Chu Yang's prediction post. The blogger predicted Ji Zhao's cheating a few days ago. She must have known something. Now the pressure is on the other nobody she named, Chi Jun. Don't tell me Chi Jun is also a scumbag? Do scumbags just appear in pairs? Chu Yang's prediction post quickly exceeded 500 likes and she gained a wave of new followers. Some from Beijing who had seen her old weather prediction posts were surprisingly accurate according to the comments. One girl from Beijing named Cheng Xiaoyu started following Chu Yang because of the Ji Xiao incident. When she clicked into the prophet's Weibo, she was surprised to see it was all weather predictions for Beijing. CH16 Rising Powder. Chapter 16. Although Cheng Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention to the daily weather in Beijing, she still knew roughly when it would rain and when the sun would come out brightly in recent days. This was because she had a shop herself lately, facing the entrance every day. She noticed the weather forecasts released by the blogger were quite accurate. Because of the scandal with Ji Xiao, Chu Yang gained around 400 plus new followers. As the number of followers increased, some of them said after seeing the blogger forecasting Beijing's weather all the time, "Blogger, why do you always forecast Beijing's weather? Forecast some other cities as well, take care of us followers from Jiangning." Other followers immediately echoed, and those of us from Yuezhou. Some hoped the blogger would reveal other entertainment gossips. Blogger, reveal some other gossips. I love gossips the most. After seeing the requests from the followers, Chu Yang directly forecasted the next day's weather for Jiangning City the next day. Hailstorm coming at 2:20 p.m. east of Jiangning City tomorrow. Please stay safe. The follower living in Jiangning City. No way, I live in the east of the city. But the weather does seem not so good recently. Regarding the rumor about the collapse of the villa of Zhuang Ziqi, a C-list celebrity, his studio had already issued a statement denying it. A big false was plastered in the announcement picture. It even said they would take legal measures to protect their rights against those spreading rumors. However, right after the announcement was posted at noon, someone asked Chu Yang to delete her post in case she got sued. After all, the other party had released an announcement. Of course Chu Yang wouldn't delete it. As a joke, her predictions had never gone wrong. Some others said the rumor about the collapse of Ji Zhao's villa had been circulating for some time. The blogger was just hyping it up. Though some paparazzi also privately contacted her, wanting to buy gossips from her as they thought Chu Yang had some evidence. Chu Yang just ignored them. That night, collapse of Zhuang Ziqi's villa made it to the hot search. The announcement at noon seemed like irony. The reason for the collapse of Zhuang Ziqi's villa was even more dramatic than that of Ji Zhao's. He had forced abortion, adultery while married, threatened with nude photos. Chu Yang's post was dug out again, gaining another small wave of fans. But people still thought she was a gossip blogger. However, the new fans found after checking the account profit that her posts were all weather forecasts. And each post had fans' flattering comments saying the predictions were very accurate. But her self-introduction said she was a witch who could make prophecies. The new fans were confused. Why make weather forecasts when you could just check the Meteorological Bureau? As for prophecies and stuff, nobody believed it. It was probably just like tarot card reading and such. But the blogger didn't have posts like that at all. The next day, the fan from Jiangning City replied, it really hailed, precisely at 2:20 p.m. I timed it. The blogger is awesome. Below were comments from fans, which it should be my city's turn today, Sanchuan City. I asked first, which Yuezhou? Blogger, any other gossips recently? Chu Yang posted Yuezhou's weather forecast today, Yuezhou sunny tomorrow. In a pavilion corner of the campus, Chu Yang was sitting there crumbling a small bread into breadcrumbs on the table, then a crow flew over crying caw-caw and started pecking at the breadcrumbs, occasionally rubbing its beak against Chu Yang's fingers. Chu Yang even made a cup with leaves, poured some mineral water in for the crow to drink. When Chi Yen walked past here, he saw this scene of a girl getting along so harmoniously with a crow. Chi Yen hesitated for a moment then walked up. The crow was startled and caw-cawed before flying onto a nearby tree, tilting its head looking at Chi Yen, crying at Chu Yang twice, then flew into the woods. Only then did Chu Yang notice Chi Yen. Chi Yen stopped in his tracks, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, it seems I disturbed you guys. Chu Yang shook her head. Anything? Only then did Chi Yen recall his purpose. I'm here for an exchange activity, but got lost. I want to go to Jixing building. There were quite some exchange activities between B university and a university. Sometimes they would audit each other's classes. Chu Yang thought for a bit before recalling where Jixing building was at the computer science school. But it was still quite far from here. She wondered how Chi Yen got here. Chu Yang pointed to a direction. Walk about 100 meters that way and there's a bus stop. Take the bus for around 3 stops and get off, then ask someone and you'll know. Okay, thanks. Chi Yen looked at the time. It was about time. He waved at her and left. After Chu Yang packed up, she went back with her school bag. For a few consecutive days, Chu Yang forecasted the weather for several cities where her followers lived, and they all said the predictions were very accurate, even asking Chu Yang to forecast the weather for all cities in the country once over. Of course she wouldn't do that. After a week, Chu Yang made another gossip prophecy. A celebrity with over 20 million fans will announce her relationship this week. The fans who had thought she was a prophet which all reappeared. They guessed one by one. After all, there were multiple celebrities with over 20 million fans. XJJ. I think it's TJ. Huh, what? Who are XJJ and TJ? Why can't I type their Chinese names? So the blogger is a gossip blogger? One fan said, what? My blogger is a prophet blogger. Nonsense, my blogger is clearly a weather forecaster. Nah, the blogger is the goddess of wind and thunder. Oh, the blogger turns out to be the son of the sky god. Getting more and more exaggerated. Impossible, someone can actually make prophecies. Just take it as entertainment. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed seeing this post, doubting her capabilities. Since he doubted her power, she would prove it to him. She was a little bored recently anyway. Soon Chu Yang replied to him, suggest you hurry home, your wife's going into labor. The fan? How did the blogger know my wife is pregnant? No, how did you know I'm married? Chu Yang didn't reply to him. 10 minutes later, the fan immediately got a call. Zhou Cheng, go to the hospital quick, your wife is in labor. The fan called Zhou Cheng. 2 hours later, the fan immediately replied to Chu Yang, the blogger is truly divine. My wife gave birth, ha 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 ha. Chu Yang, congrats on getting a little cotton padded jacket. Fan, fuck me. My wife did give birth to a daughter. The fans who saw this all commented, no way. The blogger can really do it? I felt the blogger was extraordinary after following her. Has to be fake, right? Paid propaganda. Seems fake, unfollowing. Chu Yang didn't care about those unfollowing. Good wine is not afraid of a deep alley. As for the celebrity announcing relationship Chu Yang mentioned, gossip lovers were all waiting for it. 2 days later, an actor called Rong Shicho publicly announced his relationship at another actress. The two actors both had over 20 million fans. Chu Yang's post was seen again and gained some more fans, close to 1,000 now. All real fans. CH17 looking for students plus Zhou Xiu verification. Chapter 17. There were also some entertainment gossip bloggers who privately messaged her saying that if there was any gossip in the future, they could sell it to them and the price was negotiable. Chu Yang didn't reply to any of them. She really wasn't an entertainment gossip blogger. Chu Yang edited a Weibo post. I'm not an entertainment gossip blogger but a prophecy blogger. I take on all kinds of prophecy events. The prices are fair. There is no deceit towards either the young or the old. It is absolutely authentic. Qinshu, Jin Yang and the others also stood up for Chu Yang, but the new fans didn't really believe them. Some even felt that Jin Yang and the others were drags, thinking about making money from the fans they just got. More than 10 unfollowed right away. The fan who was pregnant before also stood up for Chu Yang. I definitely don't know the blogger. the blogger's prophecies are definitely amazing. Not only did she know that his wife was going to give birth, she even knew the gender. This must be someone incredible. He had met a benefactor. During the weekend, Chu Yang went to the student's home as usual, but no one answered the door after she knocked for a while. Chu Yang immediately called the employer. The employer on the other side wasn't in good spirits. "I'm sorry, Teacher Chu, I forgot to tell you. Xiao Xiao had an argument with her dad and ran away from home. She hasn't come back for a day and night now. I asked her teachers and classmates and none of them knew where she was. I'm at the police station right now. Please let me know if you happen to see Xiao Xiao." Okay. After hanging up the call, Chu Yang immediately used her witch powers. After all, Xiao Xiao was her student and she was still a little worried that the girl had gone missing. Also, the employer said she had been gone for a day and night. It was very dangerous for a young girl to be out there by herself. Soon, Chu Yang saw Xiao Yao's figure appear in a park. Chu Yang knew that park. It wasn't too far from here, close to the river. When Chu Yang got there, she saw Xiao Xiao sitting by the riverbank, sitting alone on the ground and looking into the distance. Chu Yang pretended to bump into her. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? I was supposed to go give you a lesson today. Your mom said you weren't home." Xiao Xiao turned her head and saw her admirable teacher Chu Yang. She rubbed her eyes and cried out, "Teacher Chu Yang." I? The little girl was about to cry. Chu Yang squatted down and stroked her head. "It's all right, you can tell Teacher Chu Yang Lin anything." Xiao Xiao wiped her tears. "I had an argument with my dad." "Teacher Chu Yang, you probably haven't seen my dad before. He's a company boss who's rarely home. Other than giving me money, he has never taken care of me. The day before yesterday when he came back, he said I would be studying abroad in the future and take over his business by studying finance management. But I don't want to go abroad. I said I wanted to go to a university. Then my dad said the universities in China aren't good. I still have to go abroad to study well. He even said my grades can't get into a university. I got angry and said China is powerful now and the top domestic universities are world-class. How could they not be good? Also, he doesn't even believe in me. I don't even want to study finance management. I want to study something else. He actually said that if I don't study it, he would go have an illegitimate child to come and learn it instead. Can you believe he would say something like that? He didn't care about my mom at all. It was really disgusting." Chu Yang also felt that a dad like this was no good, but she couldn't judge the employer right now either, so she could only comfort Xiao Xiao. "Since your dad doesn't think you can do it, then prove it to him. I think your science scores are actually quite good and your Chinese has also improved a lot recently. Keep working hard. I think getting into a university in the future is absolutely possible for you. As for what major to study, you still have time to decide later. It won't be too late to look again after taking the college entrance exam. Remember, when you become strong, no one can hold you back. Right now, the most important thing is to study hard and become strong." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Okay, I'll remember. Teacher Chu Yang, I really admire you. You're pretty and an A university top student. You must have a lot of friends." Chu Yang smiled. "You only see the surface. Also, I don't have that many friends." "Xiao Xiao, why?" Then she suddenly realized, "Oh, I know strong people are always lonely." Chu Yang didn't refute her. In fact, whether one is strong or not has no direct correlation with how many friends they have. Making more or fewer friends is only a difference in personal lifestyle. Let's go back first. Your mom must be worried sick looking for you. I'll give her a call. Okay. When the employer mom saw her daughter, she cried. But she didn't forget to thank Chu Yang. "Thank you so much, Teacher Chu. I really can't thank you enough." "You're welcome. After all, Xiao Xiao is my student too." In the end, the employer mom still wanted to give her money but was declined. After Chu Yang left, the employer mom asked her daughter, "How did Teacher Chu find you?" "Xiao Xiao, it was a chance encounter." "Is that so?" "Aha." The next time Chu Yang came to teach, the employer mom raised her hourly rate to 200 renminbi. Chu Yang wanted to decline again, but Xiao Xiao on the side said, "Just take it, Teacher Chu Yang. My dad has a lot of money. It's because he has too much money that his brain short-circuited. Might as well give you more money." Chu Yang. On the other hand, as time drew closer, Zhou Xiu grew more nervous. She had told Jin Yang before that she would definitely break up with Lin Yuan, but because Lin Yuan treated her very well, she kept hesitating. Sometimes she thought maybe the person who told her was lying. How could her Lin Yuan cheat on her? Also, she felt like she could change him too. He really loved her a lot right now, she could feel it. As for the woman he would cheat with, she hadn't met her before either. Jin Yang called her and asked if she had broken up yet. Zhou Xiu evaded the questions, so Jin Yang thought she really did break up. However, the little sister didn't listen to her advice at all. A week later, Zhou Xiu called Jin Yang crying, "Jin Yang, Lin Yuan really showed that tendency. I saw that woman." Jin Yang was confused. Didn't you break up with him already?" Zhou Xiu mumbled, I? Jin Yang understood then. Wow, she thought Zhou Xiu had broken up with him long ago. She was so angry, cursing out that future scumbag before. Jin Yang immediately hung up the call. She couldn't control it. Half an hour later, Jin Yang called her back again. She was angry for half an hour but convinced herself in the end that it was still a prophecy after all. Maybe many people wouldn't want to believe it even if you told them their boyfriend would cheat in the future when he still seemed decent to them normally. Most would probably not believe that. Chu Yang firmly said, remember to show me evidence immediately if there is any. Don't be an idiot if you want to stay with him, and don't come looking for me in the future. Xiao wiped her tears. I understand. I'm sorry, Chu Yang. After all, they were sisters for many years. Chu Yang couldn't bear it either. You know how amazing my roommate is now, right? I told you, my roommate is a big shot. That 200 renminbi was worth it. Xiao immediately nodded. Yes. Sorry, I didn't really believe before. Anyway, go break up with that scumbag first. Scumbags aren't worth it. Oh right, my roommate's Weibo account is Young Female Witches Prophecies. Follow it in the future. You can contact her if anything comes up. Okay. On Chu Yang's side, she was receiving a new customer. She gained another diehard fan. This new customer was rich and imposing. He directly threw 1,000 renminbi over without even worrying that Chu Yang might be scamming him. Ch18 looking for a dog. Chapter 18. A new client directly gave Chu Yang a red envelope of 1,000 yuan and said, my Dian is missing. Vlogger, please help me find my Dian. Money is not an issue, consider this 1,000 as a deposit. In the end, she also sent Chu Yang a photo of her Dian. In the photo was an adorable Samoyed, wearing beautiful clothes with a dog leash encrusted with gold around its neck. It looked like the dog was living an even better life than some people. 1,000 yuan, Chu Yang quickly replied, okay, right away. On the other side, Wei Qianduo was also out of options. Her Dian had been missing for quite some days already. She had put up missing dog notices, posted on social media, gathered friends and classmates to help search, but still could not find Dian. It was one of her friends who said she had recently followed a blogger. Although the blogger claimed to be a fortune teller, she looked more like a gossip blogger, if not a weather expert. However, from the content she posted and some of the replies from her fans, there was still something believable about her. Wei Qianduo anxiously waited. On Chu Yang's side, she directly saw a dirty dog with its eyes already closed. A man was holding a shovel, digging a hole nearby, next to a pond. Surrounded by trees, there was a mountain nearby with a pavilion on it. The pavilion had the words Shoyun Pavilion written on it, and at that moment the setting sun had gone down. Chu Yang opened her eyes, looked up the three words Shoyun Pavilion, and it turned out to be on Guanyun Mountain on the outskirts of the city. Guanyun Mountain was over 1,000 meters above sea level. There was also a temple up the mountain, but it was rather secluded. Usually only on weekends would there be more people, other than that there would hardly be anyone there. Chu Yang quickly replied to the client. Guanyun Mountain, by the pond, hurry, not looking good. Seeing this message, Wei Qianduo immediately got up and called someone. Come with me quickly to Guanyun Mountain. In the car, Wei Qianduo asked the fortune-telling girl, has something happened to my Dian? Fortune-telling girl, very not looking good. Wei Qianduo was extremely anxious, while the boy next to her tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Dian will be alright. Wei Qianduo was on the verge of tears, but the blogger said it's not looking good at all. I feel like something has happened to Dian. The boy was puzzled. Blogger? What blogger? Wei Qianduo showed him her phone. The boy took one look and felt she was being scammed. Qianduo, you haven't been tricked, have you? This looks clearly like a scam. Wei Qianduo took her phone back. No, I feel like it's real. She even clearly stated the location. Anyway, we have to hurry over there. Uncle driver, please go faster. Alright. 2 hours later, the two arrived at Guanyun Mountain. Wei Qianduo jogged ahead. The blogger said it was by the pond. The boy could only run after her. Soon the two reached the area around the pond but could not find any traces of people or animals. The boy said, you must have been tricked. How could Dian possibly have run so far out here? Shoo! Wei Qianduo quieted the boy down, then her ears perked towards a certain direction. She walked over and parted some bushes and saw her Dian tied up. A man was fiercely whipping Dian with a whip. The whimpering dog was already very weak. Wei Qianduo immediately shouted loudly, Qin Hai, referring to the boy next to her. Qin Hai rushed over at once to grab hold of the man. Having heard the shout, the man also panicked. Just as Qin Hai charged at him, he threw down the whip and fled. Qin Hai quickly chased after him. Wei Qianduo cried as she rushed over to untie Dian. She shouted, Qin Hai, stop chasing, we need to go to the hospital, quick. What Dian? Seeing the man disappear into the woods and hearing Wei Qianduo's cries, Qin Hai stopped his pursuit and hurried back. The two carried the dog and made haste to leave, but on the way Dian let out a few whimpers. She barely managed to open her eyes, but soon stopped breathing. Wei Qianduo had already cried to the point she nearly fainted. What Dian? They finally found a pet hospital, but the doctor could only shake his head. Wei Qianduo cried so hard she almost passed out. In the end, Qin Hai took Dian's body back. As for that man, Qin Hai had already called the police. That abuser would definitely not get away. While Wei Qianduo went to find Dian, Jin Yang was already complaining to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, do you still remember my friend Xiao? Oh my god. She actually didn't listen to you and break up. And now her boyfriend has shown his true colors. She's only coming to cry to me now. I'm so pissed off. Chu Yang, don't be angry, just respect others. Jin Yang sighed, you're as calm as always. I'm most angry that she didn't even believe you on this point. She had already foreseen this outcome. Oh well, make your choice, bear the consequence. Whether to believe or not was up to her. Chu Yang, I will always believe in what you say. Chu Yang smiled. Don't, sometimes you still have to believe in yourself. Believing others is the most unreliable. Man can triumph over heaven. Chu Yang felt Chu Yang made sense, but she would still believe Chu Yang's words. So far, everything she had seen Chu Yang say was accurate. Dian Dian was found, but the dog had passed away. Her friends came one after another to comfort Wei Qianduo. They knew what Dian Dian meant to Wei Qianduo, that she was no longer just a pet dog but family. They just didn't expect her to be tortured to death by some psychopath. She must have suffered tremendous pain at that time. 2 days later, the police caught the man. From interrogation, it was uncovered that he had already abused many dogs, always going to Guanyun Mountain by that pond to do it. Nobody knew just how many dead dog bodies were buried by that pond. When the police dug them out, they were shocked speechless. While the law would deal with the dog abuser, Dian Dian still could not come back. Wei Qianduo had been silent for a whole week already. To distract her, Qin Hai asked, "Show me that blogger you mentioned last time, I'll go follow her account." Wei Qianduo slapped her forehead. Oh my, I forgot to pay the blogger. Wei Qianduo opened Weibo and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to the fortune-telling girl. She left a message, "Thank you blogger for finding Dian Dian, but Dian Dian has already." Still, thank you blogger. If not for the blogger, perhaps underneath that mud by the pond would be her Dian Dian, never to be discovered. She hated herself for not having discovered this blogger earlier. Perhaps then her Dian Dian would not have. But all the what-ifs were useless now. On Chu Yang's side, she had already foreseen this outcome. Back then when she saw the scars on the dog, most of them were old wounds already. She could only sigh at the situation. But she still accepted the money. From Wei Qianduo's introduction, Qin Hai followed the fortune-telling girl's Weibo account. Looking at the post the blogger had made, his heart also slowly came to believe that this blogger might be a professional. If there was anything in the future, he would definitely come looking for this blogger. CH19 Debate Competition. Chapter 19. Chu Yang, there's a debate competition in the auditorium, and the debaters are all handsome guys. Let's go grab some seats. Jin Yang rushed back from outside and grabbed Chu Yang's hand while beckoning Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xine to follow along. Hurry, 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 super handsome guys. Chu Yang was confused as she was dragged along, while Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xine excitedly followed them over. Jin Yang chattered along the way. As it turns out, today is a debate competition between B University and our school, with top experts battling it out. Most importantly, I've heard that B University's campus heartthrob is participating as the fourth debater. And besides the school belle, the others are all handsome guys too. As for our side, apart from Gu Xiao, the other three are not bad either. Zhou Kaikai, who is this Gu Xiao? Jin Yang glanced at Chu Yang before saying, it's that person. The one our school publicly claims as our school belle. Zhou Kaikai suddenly realized. Oh, senior brother Gu Xiao. Bleh. I mean student Gu Xiao. Chu Yang waved her hand. Don't mind me, I don't know them well. Jin Yang burst out laughing. That's right, not familiar at all. We're mainly here to see B University's handsome guys. Even though we're from a university, wildflowers can still smell sweet, don't you think? The group finally arrived at the auditorium, which was already filled with many people, mostly female students who were very excited. Chu Yang overheard whispers. Is it really Qi Yan? Yes, I've heard he's the fourth debater. I've finally gotten to see him. I regret going to a university now. I should have gone to B University. Don't say that. Our school belle Gu Xiao isn't bad looking either. But still. I still think Qi Yan is more handsome. And Gu Xiao already has a girlfriend. True. And it's not just Qi Yan. Yuan Ji, Chen Xihua and Zhao Qingyan are here too. What? The four big beauties of B University. So thrilling. Jin Yang excitedly joined in the discussion with the girls beside them. Chu Yang beside them didn't really understand, and isn't that Qi Yan the one she knows? Soon, the host walked up on stage and everyone quieted down. When the two sides started going up on stage, the audience clapped loudly with some even screaming woohoo. The four beauties of B University in black suits were on the left, each over 1.8 meters tall. On the right were 2 male and 2 female students from a university, one of them being Gu Xiao. The other 3 were also some student council members of the school. Gu Xiao was the fourth debater. Chu Yang had just started clapping when a person suddenly burst in through the back door, rushed over to her out of breath and asked softly, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Chu Yang shook her head. The person then waved to another male student. "Come on." The two sat down beside Chu Yang. Phew, just made it. Today our Qi Yan will definitely steal the spotlight. As his roommate, we'll be capturing his heroic debating moments on camera. Yeah. Quick, get the video camera ready. It's starting soon. Got it. Chu Yang glanced over, so they were Qi Yan's roommates. Today's debate topic was, are the pros or cons more significant when university students date? Pro position, more pros. Con position, more cons. The university took the pro position while a university took the con position. The audience also had differing views on whether there were more pros or cons. Chu Yang took a neutral stance. There would be no right answer for such debates, it depends on the individual. The first debater from B University went first. I think there are more pros for university students dating, for 3 reasons. First, a university first debater, I disagree with the opponent's view. We believe there are more cons for university students dating. Both sides went back and forth, with each side's views resonating with the audience below. Their emotions were stirred up as they kept turning their heads left and right as the debate became more intense. Suddenly Chu Yang asked Chu Yang, "Chu Yang, which side do you think will win?" Chu Yang didn't even need to see, her immediate response was the left side. No matter in terms of their aura, temperament, arguments, etc., Chu Yang felt the left side had greater odds of winning, though it wasn't absolute since this was a university's home turf. Sometimes the scoring would give consideration to that home advantage. When Chu Yang spoke, the 2 male students beside her suddenly glanced at her. "Wow, a pretty girl." Wei Feng raised a thumbs up towards Chu Yang. "Beauty, you have good eyes." He then took out a banner from his pocket and unrolled it together with the person next to him. It read in large print, "Chu Yan is the most handsome. Chu Yan is the best." As the debate grew more intense, Chu Yan sat up straight, recalling how he saw Gu Xiao leading a bunch of people earlier, bullying Chu Yang and also. After the opponent finished speaking and sat down, Chu Yan stood up, looked at Gu Xiao and said, "Since the opponent claims that there are more cons than pros for university student dating, may I ask the opponent's 4th debater, I've heard you have a girlfriend. If you think the cons outweigh the pros, does that mean you will break up with your girlfriend? She should be watching in the audience right now." Yuan Ji, Chen Shihua and Zhao Qingyan beside him instantly glanced his way, secretly giving him the thumbs up. Many in the audience also looked towards Li Qinglu. It was common knowledge she was student council president Gu Yao's girlfriend. Li Qinglu looked at Gu Xiao. She was well aware this was just a debate, but still couldn't help worrying if she affected Gu Xiao. Of course, student council president Gu Yao's capabilities were undoubtedly formidable too. He was momentarily stunned but quickly stood up to reply, "It is precisely because I understand the cons outweigh the pros that I avoid inappropriate behavior in the relationship." Chu Yan raised his brows. "In other words, you won't be breaking up then?" Clearly knew the cons outweighed the pros yet still wasn't breaking up. Gu Xiao. As Gu Xiao remained standing, the female second debater from their side stood up and said, "You claim there are more pros than cons for university students dating. Then how come all of you don't have girlfriends? As far as I know, aren't you all single?" Shin Shihua chuckled roguishly as he stood up. "It's not that we don't have girlfriends, just that we can't get them. If this student would like to be my girlfriend, I feel that I can accept." The female second debater from a university stammered, instantly turning red, not daring to say anything more as she sat down. "Oh, wolf whistles and cheers of, get together, erupted from the audience. "Everyone please quiet down." The host came out to maintain order before the noise died down. The outcome was obvious. In the end, B University side did obtain the victory. Yet all the university students had good conduct. Even a university side did not feel dissatisfied. After all, everyone found this debate quite satisfying. Aside from the handsome guys, people's remarks, temperament, language and thought process were all very enlightening. After it ended, the 2 male students next to Chu Yang rushed up immediately to take pictures with B University's team. Jin Yang pulled Chu Yang along to walk out following the crowd. When they were about to exit, Wei Feng suddenly caught sight of her. He instantly pointed at her and called out, "Beauty, you were the one who said we would definitely win. Beauty, do you want to come take a picture together? Squad leader Qi Yan, come take a photo with the beauty who supported you." Chu Yang turned around and Qi Yan happened to see her calling out, "Chu Yang. CH20 bitchy." Chapter 20. Chu Yang looked at him and nodded. Wei Feng stared with wide eyes and looked at Qi Yan. "You guys know each other? Come, let's take a photo together." Chu Yang hesitated for a moment. Jin Yang beside excitedly said, Can we take one together too?" "Sure, come on over." Jin Yang pulled Chu Yang over and called Kai Kai and Qian Xin over too. Then they stood together with Qi Yan's group and changed positions so the photo would look better, and Chu Yang was pushed next to Qi Yan, the 2 of them standing in the middle. "Photographer, come on, strike a pose. V sign." When he said to strike a pose, Chu Yang directly put up 2 fingers in a V, neatly calling out, "V sign." While they were taking photos, Li Qinglu and the others were also there on the side. Lin Shushu beside saw that Chu Yang was actually taking photos with the B University people, and they seemed so close. Li Qinglu said, "Since when did EE get to know people from B University?" Lin Shushu stared at Chu Yang. "I'll go ask her." After saying that, ignoring Li Qinglu's shouts, she went in front of Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, is it because you got to know new friends that you've abandoned your old ones?" While talking to Chu Yang, her gaze was fixed on Qi Yan's group. With her words, everyone looked towards both groups. On that side, Li Qinglu wanted to say something but stopped, not saying anything in the end. The thing with the school event already gave Zhou Kai Kai a bad impression of this Lin Shushu. Hearing what she said, Zhou Kai Kai exploded. "What, abandon? What friend of Chu Yang's are you? Our Chu Yang doesn't have a friend like you who falsely accuses others." Lin Shushu rolled her eyes. "Chu Yang hasn't said anything. What are you barking for?" "You." Zhou Kai Kai wanted to hit her. Chu Yang held her back directly. "Kai Kai, I'll handle this." Chu Yang looked at Lin Shushu, staring straight at her, staring until she felt a little creeped out inside. Lin Shushu felt a bit uncomfortable with Chu Yang's gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that what I said wasn't right? Weren't you always following our Qinglu before? To others you've always said that you and Qinglu will be friends forever. Chu Yang nodded. Probably said that before, but don't you know that friends can end friendships? Like how we've already ended our friendship. And you're jealous of me? Why? Jealous that I'm better looking than you? That my grades are better? That I have friends? Chu Yang wouldn't mistake it. She had seen the gaze Lin Shushu looked at her with flash with jealousy multiple times already. Once could be a mistake, but multiple times wouldn't be wrong. When Chu Yang said this, Wei Feng beside her suddenly let out a pfft laugh. When everyone looked at him, he embarrassedly waved his hand. Sorry, didn't mean to. Lin Shushu panicked for a second, then stubbornly said, Who's jealous of you? What's there to be jealous about? So why are you barking? Chu Yang threw the question back at her. I remember I was Li Qinglu's friend before, but I was never friends with you. What? Li Qinglu doesn't know how to talk, so you're here to talk for her. Do I need to restate this once more? We have nothing more to do with each other from now on. Don't say you know me outside, we aren't friends, just strangers. Chu Yang looked towards Li Qinglu's side. Did you get that? If you didn't remember, I can say it again. We aren't friends. Lin Shushu suddenly smiled. Oh, I get it, you got close to our Qinglu before for the sake of Senior Su Xiao. Since Senior Su Xiao is a perfect match for Qinglu, you got jealous, and that's why you said you wanted to end the friendship, right? Chu Yang looked puzzled and asked, When did I ever say I liked your Senior Su Xiao? Did I? Senior Su Xiao, please say, have I ever said I liked you before? The previous Chu Yang had never said anything like that. It was just her behavior and expressions that made it seem obvious. Gu Xiao was rendered speechless for a moment, suddenly feeling resentful that Lin Shushu went to confront Chu Yang about it. Chu Yang really hadn't ever said it outright, it was just obvious to everyone, so he shook his head. Lin Shushu glared. Anyone with eyes can see it clear as day. Chu Yang swept a glance at her and asked Jin Yang beside her, Did you see it? Jin Yang, Zhou Kai, and Qian Xian immediately shook their heads. No, Yi never talked about them in the dorms. That's right. What senior? We would never talk about Senior Gu Xiao. If we talk about anyone it would be Senior Qian since he's more handsome than Gu Xiao. That's right, Senior Gu Xiao already has a girlfriend, why would we talk about him? We only talk about fresh cucumbers, old cucumbers aren't wanted. The few of them went more and more overboard. On the other side Gu Xiao's face grew darker and darker. Beside them Qian coughed. Ahem. What to do want to laugh so much? His gaze turned to Chu Yang. So they talk about me in their dorms, huh? Meaning she talks about me. Chu Yang smiled and cut off Jin Yang and the others' words. Alright, that's enough. Then she looked at Lin Shushu again. I never provoked any of you. You can't even stand seeing me here taking photos together? If you can't stand it then endure it, don't come over making snide remarks again. Otherwise I'll just say that you actually like Gu Xiao but you can't beat Li Qinglu so you can only take it out on me. Huh? There's gossip like this? Everyone instantly looked at Lin Shushu. Lin Shushu immediately looked at Li Qinglu. Qinglu, I absolutely don't. I swear. Chu Yang. You. Just you wait. After saying that she immediately ran off. Qian suddenly said, Wasn't it that bunch of them surrounding you and trying to bully you last time? How can they still have the nerve to come find you? Hearing this, everyone looked towards Li Qinglu's group. Gu Yao's face was even darker as he said it was just a coincidence running into each other, don't talk nonsense, no bullying happened. Then he pulled Li Qinglu away. Chu Yang shrugged. She didn't know why Lin Shushu always acted so wretched when seeing her. She had felt that it would be best if everyone minded their own business peacefully. You don't like looking at me and I don't like looking at you either, so avoiding each other is good enough. Yet she always charged over not knowing why. Chu Yang called Jin Yang and the others to leave together with her. Let's go back. Emmm. Wait a moment. Right as Chu Yang was about to leave, Qian suddenly called out to stop her. Chu Yang turned back. Qian suddenly said awkwardly, Want to go eat together? Hearing this, Wei Feng, Yuanji, and the others beside him made meaningful glances at each other. Chu Yang wanted to shake her head because she didn't want to go eat with them. These few seemed to be the biggest names from the neighboring school and getting too close with them would probably bring quite a bit of trouble. I helped you last time, so you have to treat me to a meal, right? Qian suddenly came out with this. Wei Feng black lines. Bro Yan, you're that stingy? Making a girl treat you. Beside them Zhang Qing hit him. You know nothing. It's strategy. Oh, I see. Chu Yang was also a bit speechless. Jin Yang beside shook Chu Yang's arm and said, Treat him, you have to treat him. Seeing her roommates fanatically flower girling, fine, she'll treat. CH21 Dinner plus Car Accident. Chapter 21. In the private room, everyone very consciously let Chu Yang and Qian sit together. When the waiter came over with the menu, Qian placed it directly in front of Chu Yang. You order. Seeing this, Wei Feng and Zhang Qing started wiggling their eyebrows again. Chu Yang directly ordered a stir-fried vegetable, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed fish, and then handed the menu to Qian. I'm done ordering, you guys can order the rest. Qian ordered several more dishes, then the menu was passed around and everyone ordered another 2 or 3 dishes. At the table, Wei Feng gossiped. How did you two meet? Chi Yan thought for a moment. She saved me. Everyone was shocked she saved you. On Chu Yang's side, she didn't feel like anything was wrong with that. She did save someone, or rather, she saved herself and happened to save someone else. So now she has to treat them to a meal? Yuan Ji on the side said, she saved you yet you're making her foot the bill? Chi Yan, she said she'd treat me to a meal, later I'll pay. Everyone jeered, oh. Chu Yang didn't know what was so funny about that. Since she said she'd treat them, then she'd treat them. No need, I'll pay. Chi Yan didn't argue against this either. Anyway, he'd go straight to pay the bill later. So how exactly did you get to know each other? Wei Feng asked again. Chi Yan wasn't the type of person to take such initiative with someone just because they saved him. When the dishes arrived, there were also drinks. Chi Yan conveniently opened a bottle of Wang Laoji and placed it in front of Chu Yang while saying, it was that incident from before on the bus ride back to school. She noticed the driver was unwell, then stopped the passengers from arguing and fed the driver medicine. When Wei Feng and the others heard this, they understood. That bus incident had also been talked about a lot online, and they recognized Chi Yan but didn't know which girl the other one was. During that incident, it was thanks to these two that the whole bus was saved. So that incident was you two saving the entire bus of people. Everyone instantaneously held Chu Yang in reverence. Chi Yan shook his head. It was still Chu Yang who noticed it first, which made me realize the driver's situation. If it wasn't for her, the circumstances at that time could have really been bad. He had just lent a helping hand while she deserved the greatest credit. He was still puzzled by how she knew the driver would run into trouble. Jin Yang whispered by Chu Yang's ear, you saw it at that time, right? Chu Yang nodded. Catching the whisper of saw, Chi Yan was a bit confused. Saw what? But the dishes had already arrived and everyone was hungry, so they chatted about other topics while eating heartily, also celebrating today's debate competition victory. You four will definitely be chased by the school's female students again when you go back today. Wei Feng said. The four biggest male idols of B University were definitely not undeserved. In addition to being handsome, they were also excellent students and role models for everyone at school. Qin Shihua took a big bite of food. Please no, later we'll sneak back to the dorms. We absolutely can't openly return to campus. Some of the female students at school were truly mad. I'll drive you guys back to the dorms later, I came by car just now. This was from Zhao Qingyan. Alright then, remember not to drink alcohol. Got it. Everyone was eating to their heart's content. In between, Chi Yan went out for a bit and everyone assumed he went to the bathroom. Then when Chu Yang went to pay the bill after the meal, the server said it had already been paid. Chu Yang looked at Chi Yan, you paid? Chi Yan nodded. After all, you still saved me in the end. Wei Feng on the side said, bro Yan treating this time, next time little sister Chu Yang can treat us back, this back and forth, ow. Chi Yan threw a punch straight into his chest, not using much strength. Wei Feng acted exaggeratedly. Chu Yang sighed. This owing back and forth would have to be repaid at some point. She placed her hand on Chi Yan's shoulder and his entire body tensed up. What's wrong? Chu Yang didn't say anything but closed her eyes. The other boys also exchanged glances with each other while Jin Yang beside them shushed. After a while, Chu Yang opened her eyes and looked towards Zhao Qingyan. Zhao Qingyan was made nervous by her staring at him and scratched his head. What's up? Could she have taken a fancy to him? Would Chi Yan kill him? In just a couple seconds Zhao Qingyan had already thought of piles of chaotic nonsense. Chu Yang removed her hand. She looked at her watch and said, wait half an hour before going back. Otherwise there will be an accident. Or you guys can walk back to school. The boys? Jin Yang and the two other girls. Just now Chu Yang had seen these boys getting into a major car accident on the road when returning, and their car's front was completely smashed in. Chi Yan looked at Chu Yang. He felt that she didn't seem to be joking. Just like with that bus before. Will something happen? Chu Yang nodded. Right, there will be a car accident on Anding West Road. A major one. Wei Feng and the others were already dumbfounded. Why, how do you know? They were indeed planning to take Anding West Road back to school. Jin Yang on the side said, anyway, my family's Chu Yang just knows. You have to believe it for sure. We'll go to the supermarket nearby for now. Don't head back first. Yuan Ji frowned. If there really might be a car accident, shouldn't we go stop it now? Chu Yang looked at him. And how to stop it? Everyone was at a loss. Right, how to stop it? How would the accident happen? Could they say right now that there would be a car accident here later on, so don't come this way? How would they notify people? Who would believe it? Some things just cannot be stopped. For some people, their fate is just that way. Qin Shihua said, it's not, you're definitely not joking, right? Zhou Kaikai rolled her eyes at him. Who's joking with you? My family Chu Yang is. Before Kaikai could say it, Jin Yang pulled her once. Forget it, later you'll believe it anyway. If we say anything now they might not believe it. Zhou Kaikai shut up immediately. Everyone looked towards Chu Yang again. Were they about to say just now that Chu Yang and their family is able to see the future? What era are we in now? No more random spirits haunting people after the founding of the country, no one believes that. Yet somehow with one glance from Chu Yang, each of them felt a sense of dread. It was like being stripped bare. Chi Yan directly decided, let's go to the supermarket. As for why they wouldn't walk back, they weren't fools. Going back that way it'd take over an hour with how big their campus is. Okay. Everyone agreed. In truth, no one was really in the mood to browse the supermarket. As for Chu Yang, she wondered why she had to accompany them shopping when she and the other girls could have just directly gone back to their dorms. But upon seeing Jin Young happily shopping, she kept silent. Chi Yan pushed the cart. Chocolates here, potato chips there. Then candies and spicy sticks. The cart was soon filled with all kinds of snacks. Wei Feng saw him like this. Bro, why are you buying so much snacks? Don't you not eat them usually? Zheng Qing pulled him back. What's your brain thinking? You might not eat them, but aren't there people who do? He said, pointing towards Chu Yang, who was looking at things ahead. Chu Yang had put down the box of plum candy she picked up, deeming it too expensive for its small size. She had to save money, she won't eat it. Once she put it down and walked further ahead though, Chi Yan directly placed the plum candy she was looking at just now into the cart. Ch22 It's the Witch. Chapter 22. 10 minutes later, a few people were strolling around the fruit section. Jin Yang asked Chu Yang if she preferred apples or grapes. Chu Yang, who was next to him, pointed at the watermelon and said, "Let's eat watermelon. I'll buy it." After tapping the watermelon, she chose two and put them in the shopping cart Jin Yang was pulling. When the few people felt they had gotten enough, they went to check out. Just then, they heard someone saying at the supermarket entrance, "A series of accidents just happened on Hepping West Road. Don't go to Hepping West Road later. There's a traffic jam over there." That serious? A series of accidents? Yes. Several cars flipped over and some people were thrown out. Tragic. Several ambulances have gone. Didn't you hear the sound of the ambulances? The few people who were checking out were shocked and looked at Chu Yang, who was arguing with Chi Yan about paying. "I'm paying for the watermelon. Don't move. If you move, I'll block you." Chi Yan, fine. After paying, the few guys looked at Chu Yang. Wei Feng swallowed and said, "Boss." "Oh no. Goddess. How do we go back now?" Chu Yang was holding a watermelon. She said, "No problem, just a traffic jam." Hearing that, the few big guys relaxed. Chu Yang handed them the watermelon she was holding. "This is for you, to calm your shock." After all, they had just spent over 1,000 yuan on the meal. After Chu Yang freed up her hands, Chi Yan gave her a bag of snacks for you to eat. Chu Yang, ha. Chi Yan directly put the snacks in her hands, then left with the other guys. Looking at the big bag of snacks, Chu Yang fell into deep thought. This back and forth, just who owes who? The few guys sat in the car. Zhao Qingyun didn't even dare to drive. "Yan, you drive." Yuanji scorned coward. "Zhao Qingyun, then you drive." "Yuanji, no." Zhao Qingyun glared at him. In the end, Qian drove. As the car passed Hepping West Road, there was indeed a traffic jam. Driving past the scene, they could see the tragic sight. Wei Feng wiped his forehead. "Look, I'm sweating." Zheng Qing next to him was similar. "My back chilled." If we were really at that time. Everyone dared not imagine. At that time, they would have been driving past this spot. So Chu Yang had really. Was she really the boss? Wei Feng looked at Chi Yan. "Bro Yan will rely on you from now on?" Chi Yan, huh? Wei Feng, in the future when you become the boss man, cover for us younger bros too. Chi Yan? Shin Shihua patted his shoulder. "You're even considering this? Means you have ideas." Chi Yan choked. Everyone instantly stirred up. "Yan, we rely on you." Chi Yan. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they got back to school safely. Yuanji, Chi Yan, Wei Feng and Zheng Qing were roommates in one dorm. The other three guys were in another dorm. There were 8 people in the 2 dorms. One person wasn't present today. In the dorm after showering, Chi Yan lay in bed and sent Chu Yang a message on his phone, "Thank you." At this time, Chu Yang was spacing out looking at a pile of snacks, chocolate, candied fruits that she had seen before but didn't buy. This guy really? Right then, Chi Yan sent a message. Chu Yang directly replied, "Don't need to thank me. Thanks for the snacks." Chi Yan, "So you can really foresee things?" Chu Yang, "It's prophecy." Then she sent him the account, Prophecy Little Witch. If you want to consult for business, welcome to follow Prophecy Little Witch. Chi Yan clicked into Prophecy Little Witch's account, but he didn't have a Weibo account. In the end, he downloaded Weibo and followed her. After reading all her Weibo posts, Chi Yan finally believed that Chu Yang was no ordinary person. He liked all her Weibo posts, then shared her account in the group, Chu Yang's Weibo account. Everyone can consult her there for business. Wei Feng. Zheng Qing, wow. The boss is a witch who can prophesize. How does she not seem like one? Yuanji, it's just a username, not necessarily a real witch. Wei Feng, right? Maybe she's a fortune teller. Witches feel like dark creatures, wearing black robes, wrinkled faces, and there would be crows and stuff. Seeing the words crows, Chi Yan suddenly recalled Chu Yang feeding bread to the crows. So was she really a witch? Maybe because on Weibo, every weather forecast and minor event she predicted was very accurate, her fans were steadily increasing. Then Chu Yang finally started earning money steadily. Generally every week some people would consult her on questions on relationships, whether a trip would be safe on exam results. The low end would be a few hundred yuan, the high end could be a few thousand, mainly from monetary gifts. There were even people asking Chu Yang if she sold talismans for luck, fortune bags, amulets, and such. Every time Chu Yang felt speechless. She was a prophecy witch. Not some fortune teller or grandmaster of Buddhism or Taoism. She was just an ordinary prophecy witch trying to earn money to survive. She doesn't make luck talismans or fortune bags, protective amulets, or anything like that. She knows nothing, just an ordinary prophecy witch. Yes, ordinary. To avoid this happening again, Chu Yang made a Weibo post. This person is just an ordinary prophecy loser. I don't know anything else like luck charms, fortune bags, etc. Thank you everyone. Soon her fans commented. Chirp 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 chirp, if the blogger is a loser, what am I? I'm a huge loser. Crying emoji. Don't love being free and easy, so being able to prophesize makes you a small loser. Crying emoji, I can't do anything. Prophecy little which replied, don't love being free and easy, no you can eat. Don't love being free and easy, wow, the blogger replied me. And she even knows I'm a foodie. After this Weibo post, people asking her to make protective amulets finally reduced. Only newcomers would ask. Transfer $500, blogger. Are you there? I beg you, can you help me find my son? My son is missing. No matter how much money I can give. When Chu Yang saw this message, it was already late into the night. She had gone to the library to find books today. By the time she returned to her dorm when they were closing up, which was 11 p.m., she went back to shower, blow dry her hair and tidy things up. It was late into the night. Before sleeping, she checked her messages and saw this message. CH23 Trafficking. Chapter 23. Chu Yang quickly replied, can you send me a photo of your son? About 10 minutes later, a photo was sent to her from the other side. Sitting on the bed, Chu Yang closed her eyes and slowly frowned. She saw quite a few children locked in a room, all of them were so dirty that she could barely make out their features. It was almost early morning, extremely cold at this time, but the children did not have many blankets to cover themselves and were shivering. Abduction. Chu Yang continued to watch. This was a bungalow with a bonfire burning outside. A man was sitting there sleeping. Surrounding the house were cornfields. This was obviously a small city in the north. She could not make out exactly where it was. The man wearing a hat sitting there sleeping, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Anyang City, Lan Province. The man answered the phone. Chu Yang could not hear what he was saying. When the sun rose, a bread van arrived. Its license plate read in K23602. Chu Yang quickly opened her eyes and lay down. To see more accurately, too much magic power had been released and she had to get the crystal ball repaired as soon as possible. Chu Yang quickly replied to the netizen. Bread van in K23602, Anyang City, Lan Province, bungalow, surrounding cornfields, abduction. Seeing Chu Yang's reply, the person on the other side was indeed from Anyang City. She just did not know what to do. She wanted to go online to see if there really were psychics. She also knew that she might be cheated, but her son had been missing for many days. The police had been looking for him but could not find him either. She had nightmares every night when she went to bed, sometimes dreaming that her son was dead, sometimes that her son was sold somewhere and suffering. She did not expect to find such a blogger. The other side quickly gave information. Although she was still unsure if it was true or not, this mother immediately took the information to find her husband. Husband, come and see quickly. Her husband had also looked haggard these days with more and more white hair sprouting. What's the matter? Liu ran in from the living room. Ju Haixin showed him her phone. Look at what this blogger said. I only sent her my son's photo, but she actually knew we were from Anyang City and even gave this license plate number. Husband, I think what the blogger said must be true, bungalow and cornfield. My son was abducted. Liu calmed her down. Don't get excited. There are bungalows and cornfields everywhere in the countryside. As for this license plate number, let's go to the police first. Okay. Let's go over immediately. According to the license plate number provided by the parents, the police discovered something wrong. It was already 4 a.m. now. The owner of this car is a convicted criminal released a month ago. And recently this car has been going to the suburbs. Where did this car go recently? Yesterday at 8 p.m. it went east of the city, then came back and went west of the city. Around 5 a.m. the police suddenly noticed. Captain Lee, we found that the car went east of the city to the suburbs. Thinking of the cornfields in the eastern suburbs, Liu immediately stood up and said, the cornfields in the east of the city. The policeman said, there is indeed a cornfield in the eastern suburb. What's wrong? Ju Haixin was about to say something when Liu grabbed her hand. No. I just suspect that someone may have abducted my son and is now hiding in the cornfield in the east of the city because that place is remote with few people around. And the reason they would not leave the city was probably because not only their son was missing recently. The checks to exit the city were very strict. Those people were probably waiting. The police of course also had analytical abilities and immediately asked someone to follow the car. Have someone follow that car carefully without letting them notice. Yes. On the road before dawn at 5 a.m., a bread van was driving on the ring road. Music was playing in the bread van, the driver wore a black t-shirt and shorts, humming along to the song. He picked up his phone and made a call. Lao Hu, I'm coming over soon, keep an eye out, okay? Watching them, bring me something to eat. Brought it. Hanging up the phone, the traffic light in front turned red ahead and the bread van stopped to wait. Soon a small car followed behind the bread van. The bread van driver glanced back but did not pay much attention. When the green light came on, the bread van zoomed away swiftly. The small car behind followed while maintaining a not too near or far distance. After leaving the city center and going towards the suburbs, the small car was afraid of being discovered, so it followed from much further behind. Sometimes it could not even see the bread van, but there was only this small road to the suburbs, so there was absolutely no way it would lose track of the bread van. In Jing City, Chu Yang was still sleeping. Having released too much magic power yesterday, she was exhausted. At this moment her complexion was still somewhat pale, with her brows furrowed, not looking very comfortable. There were still classes early in the morning. Around 6+ in the morning, amidst her roommates washing up quietly, Chu Yang woke up too. She was still feeling a little uncomfortable, but going to class was not a big problem. When Chu Yang got out of bed, Xian was startled by her pale complexion. Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? Why is your complexion so white? Is it your period? Although it seemed quite fair initially, it seemed to become more rosy afterwards. But today it was pale again. Jin Yang, whose face was full of pimples, immediately ran over. Seeing that it was indeed the case, did you use your powers again last night? Chu Yang nodded. I'm fine, just looking pale. Zhou Kai immediately poured her a cup of hot water with a little brown sugar and placed it on her table. Drink a little later. Thanks. Chu Yang washed up and drank a sip of the sweet drink. The warmth made her feel her roommates were all little sweethearts. Seeing that her complexion was indeed much paler, Chu Yang took out her previous makeup and applied some lipstick. Seeing her lips become red and lush, she then headed out. During her class on the eastern outskirts of Anyang City, a large group of police surrounded the bungalow. 2 gang members were pinned to the ground. In the room, all the children huddled together. Seeing the police uncles, they cried one by one. Uncle Police. Daddy. Mommy, I want mommy. Seeing this scene, all the policemen were furious. If not for discipline, these 2 would have been beaten to a pulp. Li Yu and Zhu Haixin hugged their son tightly and finally broke down crying. Zhu Haixin stroked her son's forehead. Husband, our son has a fever, let's hurry to the hospital. Okay. Let's go over immediately. The ending was good. On this side, Chu Yang was a little low in spirits. The teacher still asked her to stand up and answer a question and she almost could not answer it. Jin Yang had to give her a reminder. CH24 The Crow. Chapter 24. Finally, school was over. Jin Yang said she would bring food for Chu Yang and Chu Yang wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. When she got back to the dormitory and opened her phone, she discovered that the person looking for her son last night had transferred 30,000 yuan to her, and also said many thanks and said she not only saved her son, but also several other children. Anyway, she treated her like some kind of saint. After Chu Yang received the money, she did not reply anymore. They had settled their transaction. On the other side, Zhu Haixin, after seeing that the blogger had finally taken the money, relaxed, but she was still a little worried. Dear, isn't 30,000 yuan too little? Li Yuqing comforted her. It's okay, if it was too little the blogger would have said something. Since she didn't say anything, it must have been enough. I've heard that these saints like doing good deeds and don't care too much about money and possessions. In the future when we do good deeds we should pitch in too. Okay. The weather was getting colder and colder. Chu Yang was already wearing a padded jacket. Other than going to tutor, she rarely went out now. It was too cold outside. Plus there were constant rumors it might snow soon, however Chu Yang looked and didn't see any snow coming this week. She had almost saved up enough money, just a little bit more. Her fans would often ask under her Weibo posts when it would snow. You could see everyone was looking forward to the first snow this year. Chu Yang hated the cold. She wasn't looking forward to the snow. Recently she hadn't gone to feed the crows, they came looking for her. Bang bang bang, they pecked at the window, scaring Xian half to death. Fuck. There's a crow. Pecking at the window. Jin Yang rolled out of bed in a tumble. Where? Xian pointed at the window, the crow cawed twice and then, bang bang bang, some more. Jin Yang's eyes were wide. Is it trying to get in? Xian was a little afraid. No way, aren't crows ominous? If it comes in our dorm, will something happen? As she said this, she rubbed her arms. She had goosebumps. Chu Yang, who had just come back upstairs with hot water, what's up? Jin Yang pointed at the window. There's a crow. Chu Yang took one look. Oh, it's that one, she immediately told her roommates. Sorry, it's probably looking for me. Jin Yang and Xian? Chu Yang put down the kettle in her hands, then went to the window. Before opening it, she asked again. Do you mind if I let it in? If you do, I can go outside. No problem. Jin Yang and Xian shook their heads. No problem. Since it's familiar with you, we won't be scared. Yeah. No problem. When Chu Yang heard this, she felt relieved. It doesn't peck people. Don't worry. If it acts up, I'll just cook it. As soon as Chu Yang said this, the crow outside immediately stopped, then frantically flapped its wings, as if to say, I won't act up. Chu Yang opened the window and held out her palm. The crow immediately landed in her palm, then started preening its feathers with its beak. Chu Yang put a napkin on her desk, then placed the crow on the napkin and stroked its head. Be good. The crow nodded. Beside them, Chu Yang and Qian Xian were stunned. Chu Yang's hands were twitching. Chu Yang, can I touch it? Chu Yang didn't care. Go ahead, it likes to eat French bread rolls. Feed it some and it'll listen to anything you say. Hearing this, Qian Xian immediately opened her drawer and took out a pack of rolls. I have some. I want to touch it too. Any thoughts of it being ominous or scary were gone. Chu Yang and Qian Xian played with the crow, chattering away. Let's make it some clothes. Look how cold it is. Buy it a nest so it can live with us. Take out the clothes I don't wear and make it a blanket. What does it eat besides bread? Rice. We can feed it some of our lunch when we buy it later. Beside them, Chu Yang said. Crows are homeothermic, they don't feel cold. Plus if it cawed loudly at night, I'm afraid it would scare you. Best not to let the dorm supervisor auntie find out, that would be trouble. Just feed it full and let it go. Chu Yang and Qian Xian were disappointed. Okay. When Zhou Kai got back to the dorm, she saw Chu Yang and Qian Xian playing with a crow. Wow. What's that? Chu Yang quickly explained, it's Chu Yang's crow. You know crows are a witch's helpful minions, so this one came looking for Chu Yang. Wow, so amazing. Zhou Kai looked at Chu Yang in admiration, so the books were true. After saying this, she also ran over to gawk at the crow. The three of them started chattering again. This crow is clearly not ordinary. Can it breathe fire? Wow. Crows can really breathe fire? Cool. Maybe it knows dark magic too, then it can turn into a hot guy. Wow. Beside them, Chu Yang said, you're imagining things. It's just an ordinary crow. It doesn't breathe fire or turn into hot guys. It just came by because it wanted some bread. The three were disappointed. The fully fed crow was let out by Chu Yang. It cawed twice happily and flew away satisfied. In the last tutoring session of the semester, when Chu Yang left the employer's home, she counted her savings. Almost enough. She was going to buy materials to finally repair her crystal ball. With money in hand, Chu Yang went back to the antique market. She made a beeline for her destination and bought the crystal materials. Spent all her money down to the last cent. With this finally settled, she happily went back to campus. Just after she got on the bus, Chu Yang ran into Qi Yin, who was already on the bus. As soon as Chu Yang got on, Qi Yin sitting in the back saw her. He immediately waved. Chu Yang saw him too. She went directly over and sat down in the spot Qi Yin had just vacated for her. Right now there weren't many passengers on the bus, so there were empty seats. Qi Yin knew why people got on at this stop, so he asked directly, you came to buy stuff, right? Let me know if you need me to take a look. Some things here scam people who don't know better. Chu Yang shook her head. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Considering Chu Yang's identity, Qi Yin thought that made sense. Chu Yang also asked him, how come you're on this bus? She knew Qi Yin lived in the same complex as her employer. Completely the opposite direction of here. Come to think of it, the 2 times she had come to the antique market and taken the bus back she had run into him. What were the odds? Qi Yin explained, I went home yesterday. Today I'm going back to campus. My family home is near the last stop on this bus line. The place near campus was just a house my parents got for me to make it convenient when I have classes. I'm local. Chu Yang suddenly understood. He was from a rich family after all. She just didn't know why he always took the bus instead of driving. Must be rich people keeping a low profile. After this explanation, they fell silent for a moment. Chu Yang was thinking about repairing her crystal ball when she got back. Qi Yin thought about what Yuan Ji had said before about repaying a life debt with marriage and glanced at Chu Yang's exquisite side profile, his ears getting redder and redder. CH25 Mending the Crystal Ball. Chapter 25. Suddenly the bus slammed on the brakes. Qi Yan's first reaction was to immediately put his arms around Chu Yang next to him and hold her in his embrace. There was also someone standing at the back of the bus who rushed to the front and nearly fell over until someone in front grabbed them to steady them. Everyone on the bus was terrified. At that moment, however, Qi Yan's mind was only on the girl in his arms. He caught a scent of sweet fragrance. The bus driver uncle yelled out the window several times, looking to die. Get farther away. Can't you drive? Everyone then realized that a car had cut in front of the bus at high speed. If the bus driver hadn't slammed on the brakes, they would have crashed. On this side, Chu Yang was firmly pressed against Qi Yan's chest by him protecting her. Her nose hit his stiff chest and her eyes immediately turned red. Chu Yang patted Qi Yan's chest, signaling him to let go. Only then did Qi Yan come back to his senses and released her. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he became nervous and anxiously asked, what's wrong? Chu Yang rubbed her nose. Nothing. Your chest is just too hard. My nose got hurt when it hit. Qi Yan's face immediately turned red. Sorry. Chu Yang waved her hand. It's okay. Thank you. Although it really wasn't necessary, why are you acting like a virtuous gentleman who got violated? She didn't take advantage of him either. It wasn't initiated by her. Chu Yang thought again of their first meeting and how this guy had acted all weird, seeming afraid she would violate him. The two fell silent again. Chu Yang wondered why every time she took this bus route something would happen. She placed her hand on Qi Yan's arm. Looking ahead, nothing else happened for the rest of the trip. She felt relieved. Qi Yan, with Chu Yang's hand on his arm, stiffened up again. His eyes darted around, deliberately not looking at her. When she removed her hand, he felt a tinge of loss. What's with him? Chu Yang didn't bother figuring out what he was thinking about. Repairing the crystal ball was the priority. When they arrived at the stop, Chu Yang immediately said bye and rushed off the bus. Chi Yen. Back in the dorm room, Chu Yang said not to disturb her. Then she took the crystal ball and ran to her bed. Her roommates assumed she had work to do again, so they also didn't disturb her and moved about quietly. Chu Yang closed the curtains, then used a cloth to wipe the crystal ball clean. She took out all the materials, intending to use her magic to grind them into dust to mix together. She would then fill the cracks in the crystal ball with it, and use her power to fuse the materials into the crystal ball. Jin Yang and the others could only see flashes of light coming from the gaps in Chu Yang's curtains, going dark and then lighting up again. It was the first time they had witnessed such a magical scene. They huddled together, shivering a little. Nothing will happen, right? Zhou Kaikai whispered. I don't think so. Jin Yang also wasn't certain. Xian Xin said, Chu Yang is so capable, nothing will happen. Trust Chu Yang. After more than half an hour, it still wasn't done. The three looked at each other. Isn't it taking too long? Maybe it's related to a major event in the prophecy. They continued huddling together, staring fixedly at Chu Yang's bed, though they couldn't see anything. After a while, laughter came from Chu Yang's bed. The three shuddered in fright. Is everything really okay? Jin Yang called out softly, Chu Yang? You're okay, right? Chu Yang drew back the curtains in one motion. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, making her lips look extremely red against her pale complexion. But her spirit seemed quite good, and she was still holding a crystal ball in her hand. She looked just like a vampire, especially with Chu Yang also laughing and baring her full mouth of red teeth at Jin Yang and the others. The three let out a scream in shock. Chu Yang tilted her head in confusion. What are you doing? It was Chu Yang's normal voice. Finally relieved, Zhou Kaikai held up a mirror for Chu Yang. Chu Yang, look at yourself. You scared us to death. Jin Yang chimed in. Right, what happened to you? Did you vomit blood? Your face is super pale. But she looked full of energy. Chu Yang smiled, eyes curving. Nothing much. I repaired the crystal ball. As she spoke, she held up the crystal ball. Seeing the dazzling, shimmering crystal ball, the three gasped in admiration. Wow! So beautiful! Chu Yang carefully stroked the crystal ball. This is what I use to make a living. They all congratulated her happily. After celebrating for a while, Chu Yang finally couldn't keep it up and collapsed limply on the bed. She had overexerted her magic power and was exhausted. The three roommates became busy taking care of her again. For several consecutive days, Chu Yang remained weak. Final exams were also that week. Because she needed to recuperate these days, she also hadn't updated her blog. Her fans didn't have much reaction, just asking when she'd update again. Some clients also asked, but Chu Yang declined, saying to wait a few days. Chu Yang felt it didn't impact things though. Her body was a little weak, but her mind was fine. Right after exams ended, roommates Jin Yang and Zhou Kaikai packed up and went home that very night. Chu Yang was also packing up. She was going back too. Although she didn't have her memories, she could find out from her ID where her home was in the countryside of the neighboring Jiazhou city. Xian Xion's home was farther away. Her flight was the next afternoon. Chu Yang just packed 2 sets of clothes, thinking of her parents at home and a younger brother. She also bought each of them a set of clothes and some fruit. The next morning she left campus, first taking a train for over an hour, then transferring to a bus, and finally needing to take a 3-wheeled vehicle to get to her village. At her home, Chu's mom's left eye had been twitching. With the recent cold weather, there were no crops left in the fields. Chu's dad went to town each day for odd jobs. Chu's mom did housework at home, sometimes bringing back handicrafts to work on. Chu Yang's younger brother was named Chu Luo. He was still in middle school in town with another week before vacation. Do you think Chu Yang is on break yet? I heard university students get out earlier. Chu's dad thought that made sense. Why don't we call Chu Yang? Let's wait until evening. What if she's still taking exams? You're right, we'll wait until evening. I hope she has enough money. Although they sent money to her every month, she never asked for money over there, always saying she received it. I'll transfer another 1,000 to her tomorrow. She'll need money for the ticket home if she's on break. Okay. The two sat at the door. Chu's mom was picking vegetables while Chu's dad repaired a stool. Suddenly someone pulling a suitcase came down the small road. Chu's mom glanced over, then did a double take. She stood up. Dear, isn't that Chu Yang? Oh my, it's Chu Yang. Chu's mom immediately tossed down the vegetables in her hand and hurried over. Chu's dad also put down what he was working on and rushed over. Chu Yang was pulling her suitcase down the road. Thanks to great government policies, even the small village roads were paved with cement, so pulling her suitcase didn't feel tiring to Chu Yang at all. CH26 Go Home. Chapter 26. A rural woman suddenly ran over from the front. She was wearing an ordinary black overcoat and a straw hat on her head. She looked like a very ordinary rural woman, but from her eyebrows and eyes, one could also see that she had a similar appearance to her external looks. For example, the double eyelids, the nose, and Chu Yang all looked quite similar. It seemed that she was also a pretty girl when she was young. Yang, you're back. Why didn't you call to have your dad pick you up? Chu's mom took over Chu Yang's suitcase. Chu Yang opened her mouth and finally shouted, "Mom." Oh. Chu's mom looked her over and saw that everything was fine, so she felt relieved. A man wearing a somewhat old military coat rushed over behind them. The man took over the suitcase in one go. Yang is back. This time, Chu Yang called out quite normally, "Dad." "Oh, let's go back quickly. I'll have your mom make you something delicious." Chu's mom also helped carry her bag. "Come on, let's go back quickly." Chu Yang followed lightly behind them. Chu's mom chatted on. "We thought you hadn't gotten off school yet. Who would have thought you'd get off so early? How long is your vacation?" Chu Yang, "Over a month, probably not going back until after the 15th. "That's good. Your brother still hasn't gotten off school. I heard he's not getting off until next week. We didn't know you were coming back today. There's not much food at home. Dear, later take the car into town and buy some food to bring back." "Okay." When they got back home, the suitcase was taken to Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang took a look at this simple 4 bedrooms in 1 living room. Her parents had 1 room, her brother had 1 room, she had 1 room, and there was also a utility room. As for the kitchen, there was a simple shed set up outside in the yard. The furniture in the house was all wooden styles that looked quite dated. There was also a TV in the house, but it was also very old-fashioned. In her room there was a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. High school books were placed on the desk. Chu's mom helped make her bed. "I didn't know you were coming back. The quilt hasn't been dried yet. I'll put on a clean quilt cover for you and take it out tomorrow to dry in the sun." "Okay." Chu Yang opened her suitcase and took out clothes. "Mom, I brought you clothes." When Chu's mom saw that her daughter had actually bought her clothes, Chu Yang took out 3 sets of clothes. "This set is for Dad and my brother, and this set is for you." The clothes Chu Yang bought were all black, easy to match and dirt-resistant. Chu's mom happily touched the fabric. "It was good material. How much were they?" "Do you have any money left? Mom will give you some." Chu Yang shook her head. "No need, I have money. You can take the clothes back first." Chu's mom happily took the clothes, afraid of dirtying them, and quickly took them back carefully. Chu Yang also took fruit and candy from her bag and put them in the living room. After tidying everything up, Chu Yang began to take a detailed look at this house. At first glance, it was clear this was not an affluent family, just an ordinary family. The house was only 1 story. It would probably be very hot in the summer. And the house was also somewhat dated, with the bricks on the walls all blackened. Chu Yang's dad rode his moped to the town's vegetable market. "Brotherly, do you still have fresh pig's feet?" Butcherly shook his head. "No more, it's this late already, no more pig's feet. There's pork ribs, do you want some pork ribs?" "Okay then." Butcherly weighed him out a slab of ribs. Seeing him buy large and small bags, "Why are you buying so much stuff today?" Chu's dad said happily, "My daughter came back home." "Oh, that daughter of yours who got into a university, a top university." At the time when Chu Yang was admitted to a university, everyone was so envious. A phoenix had emerged from this ravine. Chu's dad nodded happily. Butcherly chopped up the ribs for him, then gave him a piece of meat. "This meat is for your niece." Chu's dad was not polite with him either. "Thanks, brotherly." He paid the money and happily went back home. Chu Yang was wandering around the house, then went out to take a look, familiarizing herself with the roads nearby. She didn't go far, just walking around nearby. The rural air was still very nice, it was just too cold today. The air exhaled was like fumes. After a round of walking, Chu Yang returned home. Her mom Chu was making a fire and called to her when she saw her. "Come quickly to warm yourself by the fire so you don't catch a cold." Chu Yang went over and put her hands by the fire. Warmth came over and Chu Yang felt much better. Chu's mom was picking vegetables beside her. Chu Yang also went to help out, but Chu's mom took the vegetables from her hands. "You just pinch them, Mom will handle them. You young people like to play on your phones, right? Warm yourself by the fire while playing on your phone." Chu Yang. These parents spoiled her too much, which isn't good for the child. However, Chu's mom reminding her about her phone made Chu Yang think that she seemed to not have posted on Weibo for many days. She hurried back to her room. "I'll go back to my room for a bit." Chu's mom let her be. Chu Yang went into the room, took out the crystal ball and started divining the weather in Beijing tomorrow. It was actually going to snow. In Jiazhou, another cold wave is coming tomorrow afternoon with rain turning into sleet. Chu Yang posted on Weibo, posting about Beijing's weather. "Beijing's weather tomorrow, cold, snow at 7 p.m. tonight." Fans commented quickly. "Beijing's first snow this year. Luckily I haven't left school yet. Going to watch the first snow outdoors tomorrow." When Jin Yan saw this Weibo post, he forwarded and liked it, then opened his phone. Their chat was still stuck back in the very beginning. Jin Yan sent her a message. "Are you on vacation?" Chu Yang, "Yes." Jin Yan, "Do you want to go to the Imperial Palace to see the first snow tomorrow?" Chu Yang, "I'm already home. Not in Beijing." Jin Yan felt disappointed, so she had gone back home. Zhan Yan, "Then I'll send you pictures of Beijing's first snow tomorrow." Chu Yang, "Okay." Chu Yang suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten Blackie. At school, Blackie looked at the empty dorm room, cawed sadly twice, and flew away. She had left without even telling it. Bad person. Soon after, Chu's dad came back, having bought fish and meat. "Let's make fish tonight in ribs and sauce." Chu's mom took the ingredients, got it. Then said, "Come with me." The two went into the bedroom, and Chu's mom picked up a set of clothes. Look, this is what your daughter bought you in Beijing. Try it on. Chu's dad happily took them. Really? Let me go wash my hands first so I don't dirty the clothes, he said, and went out to wash his hands with soap. Then he took off his jacket and changed into the new clothes. The new clothes were a size too big, but that was fine since it was the dead of winter. He could just wear more layers underneath. Chu's dad was very happy. It fits. Chu's mom wiped a tear from her eye emotionally. Our daughter's all grown up. I thought. She choked up a bit. Chu's dad hugged her. It's all right. Our daughter goes to a university after all. She's a good kid. You're right. When Chu Yang had left home to go to college, she had said, I won't be coming back again. Her parents thought she really wouldn't be coming back. Turns out those were just angry words. And she had even bought them clothes. Chu Yang's parents both felt very happy. Ch 27, the younger brother. Chapter 27. Chu Yang was oblivious to whatever her parents were talking about in the house as she was attending to a client. Blogger, my parents introduced me to a girl and I'd like to know more about her, said the client. Little witch who foretells, I'm not a fortune teller. But you do make prophecies, don't you? So could you foresee if I'm fated to be with this girl? Asked the client. Little witch who foretells, the further into the future I predict, the more it costs. She said this to deter people from asking her to predict their whole life. That would be beyond her capabilities, as a person's life has too many variables for even all her psychic powers to cover. I see. Then how about just 1 week? Little witch who foretells, $500. Show me a photo of her. Sure. Transferring 500. Photo attached. Chu Yang soon recovered. Indeed, everything became quick and smooth again after her crystal ball was fixed. Little witch who foretells, no chance of success. Big trouble up ahead instead. The client was shocked. What big trouble? Little witch who foretells, gotta pay extra for that. The client quickly transferred another $1,000. Little witch who foretells, it's a trap. The girl is not clean. The client was stunned. He said, I'll go investigate. If what you said is true, blogger, I'll tip you for this. Then he went offline. Chu Yang was not in a hurry either. Earning $1,500 for this job was not bad. When Chu Yang finished, it was already dark outside with the wind fiercely howling. Chu's mom was preparing dinner and Chu's dad was helping out. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Chu's dad promptly called her over. Go warm yourself by the fireplace in the living room. Don't catch a cold. Chu Yang did not decline but went over to the fire with a book in her hand. In about an hour, Chu's mom finished cooking the dishes and brought them out to the living room. Due to the cold, she also brought a hot pot. Let's eat, or the food will get cold. All right. Chu Yang put down her book and walked over to the dining table. The food looked and smelled appetizing with both meat and fish. This family really spoils their child. The family of 3 were having dinner when suddenly someone knocked on the door from outside. Is Chu Ji, older brother, home? Chu's dad immediately opened the door. Who is it? Brother Zhang, it's you. Have you eaten yet? What brings you here? The man did not come in. He said, Chu Ji, my car broke down. My son will be arriving in town soon and I need to pick him up. Can I borrow your car? Sure. Let me get you the key. Then Chu's dad asked, would you like to come in and sit first? It's fine. All right, let me get the keys for you. Chu's dad handed the car keys to the man outside and came back in after he left. He said to the others at the dining table, that's Zhang Chuanjia's son coming back. His car broke down so I lent him my car. Chu's mom asked, his son Shiji who went to university in the southwest? Yes, that's him. Chu's mom turned to Chu Yang and said, do you still remember? Zhang Chuanjia's son Zhang Shiji. Of course Chu Yang wouldn't remember anything, but she couldn't act like she didn't recognize that name either. Oh, I know of him, but we weren't close. I heard he was just a few marks shy of going to a university. Is that so? Chu Yang figured that the original Chu Yang wouldn't have cared about such an irrelevant character, and he wasn't mentioned in the novel too. He's probably an unimportant side character. Yup. That boy looks pretty decent. Then Chu's mom said, we even talked about arranging a childhood betrothal between you two back then. Chu Yang's dad retorted, why mention this to our daughter? People value free love nowadays. Quickly eat, or the food will turn cold. You have a point. Go on and eat, Chu Yang. As Chu Yang was eating, the first snow of winter fell in Jing City and soon made its way to the hot search topics. All the folks in Jing City were abuzz. The moment the snow started falling, Chi Yin took a video and photos to send to Chu Yang, but she hadn't replied him at all. Maybe she was busy. It was after dinner that Chu Yang saw the snowy pictures Chi Yin sent. She replied, thank you. It's beautiful. Chi Yin was elated and sent over a few more pictures. All of Jing City will be covered in white tomorrow. I'll send you more tomorrow. Chu Yang, okay, thank you. Chi Yin, no worries, we are friends after all. Chu Yang saved all the pictures. Since there wasn't anything to do late at night and today's hustle had worn her out, she washed up and went to lie in bed to rest after dinner. She slept through till 7 a.m. the next day and was reluctant to get out from under the covers because it was too cold. After lingering in bed a while more, Chu Yang finally sat up, got dressed and headed out still wrapped in her coat. Chu Yang was surprised to see her out of bed. You're up already? It's the holidays, why aren't you sleeping more? Chu Yang then recalled that kids who have just returned home for the holidays are supposed to sleep in and laze around as they please. Though she wondered if that would change after a while. Looking at how Chu Yang's parents behave, it seems unlike those network parents. Chu Yang, I've gotten enough sleep. Chu's mom said, there are still hot buns in the pot. Let me bring them out for you. If you don't want buns, let me know what you'd like to eat and mom will make it for you. Chu Yang shook her head. It's fine, buns are good enough. After washing up, Chu Yang ate 2 big buns and was full. Since there was nothing to do, she wandered around the house peeking here and there. She even turned on the TV for a bit before losing interest and heading back to her room for a siesta. When she woke up from her nap, she saw the photos Xi Yan sent of Jing City blanketed in white snow and plum blossoms covered with snow. Chu Yang replied, very beautiful. Xi Yan, these are from the corner of my home, pride emoji. But Chu Yang did not reply him anymore. She saw Chu's mom return with a bunch of handicraft materials, preparing to do handicrafts. So Chu Yang went to lend a hand. Chu's mom did not wish for her to work. She asked Chu Yang to go watch TV or play outside instead since it's the holidays, but Chu Yang said she wasn't interested in watching TV and it was too cold outside. Hence, she tagged along to learn handicrafts from Chu's mom. They were making clips for laundry lines that sold for only a penny each, probably able to make a few hundred a day for tens of dollars of income. After slacking for a few days, Chu Yang was watching TV in the living room this day when she heard the sound of a motorcycle outside and knew it was Chu's dad returning. But why was he back so early today? When the door opened, a boy about 1.7 meters tall walked in. His facial features resembled Chu Yang's. Pulling a luggage behind him, he let out a humph upon seeing Chu Yang, then headed straight to his room. Seeing this, Chu's mom immediately spoke up, Xiao Luo, didn't you see your sister? Why didn't you greet her? All she got in response was the sound of his door slamming shut. This child. Chu Yang did not feel there was anything wrong. The relationship between the sister and younger brother probably isn't good. Recalling Chu Yang's past behavior, there must have been some conflict between them. That night the family of 4 had dinner together, but Chu Luo did not utter a single word to Chu Yang, and of course she would not bother with him either. In her eyes, he was just a rebellious early teen, albeit slightly taller than her and eating more than her. At least she noticed he consumed 2 big steamed buns and 2 bowls of rice. Seeing him eat so voraciously, Chu's mom remarked, are you not eating well in school? Is your allowance not enough? Mother can give you more next semester. Chu Luo put down his bowl with a clatter, wiped his mouth and said, no need, it's enough. You can give the money to someone else instead. Everyone knew who this someone else referred to. Chu Yang merely glanced at him without a word and continued eating her dinner. Ch 28 Overboard. Chapter 28. Chu Luo saw that Chu Yang's face did not change at all while eating, and he wondered for a moment, but he did not feel that his sister would change. He finished eating and then went to watch TV on the sofa. After Chu Yang finished eating, she cleaned up and prepared to wash the dishes. Chu's mom hurriedly stopped her, let me do it. Chu Yang also felt bad for just sitting at home and eating without doing much, so she helped clean up. Chu's dad on the side said, you two don't move. Chu Luo, you have grown up, you should also share in the housework. You wash the dishes tonight. Chu Luo, who was watching TV, pointed at himself. I wash the dishes? Chu's dad, yes. The boys in our family can't just eat. On such a cold day, do you have the heart to let your mother and sister use cold water? Chu's mom, there is hot water. Chu's dad, go, your mother and sister have been doing handicrafts all day today. Chu Luo hesitated for a moment but still stood up and grabbed the bowl from Chu Yang's hand, give it to me. Chu Yang on the side, so he's not that spoiled, at least he educates his son to wash dishes. The next day when Chu Yang got up, she saw Chu Luo holding a broom and sweeping the yard. Chu Luo also ignored her and went about his business. Both Chu's parents were not at home. Chu Yang went to the kitchen by herself and saw that there was breakfast kept warm in the pot. After breakfast, Chu Luo took a look around, then took the lighter and some coal from home to start a fire. It was quite pleasant to roast by the fire and read books in the cold winter. She had been there for a long time, but it just kept smoking without catching on fire. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Yang was choked with tears in her eyes. Chu Luo came in to take a look, immediately rushed over. You can't even start a fire. Then he grabbed her lighter. Let me do it. Chu Yang was choked and walked out of the room. After her eyes felt better, she poked her head in from the doorway to take a peek. Chu Luo placed a handful of straw on the coal, then lit it, fanned it continuously with a book, and blew on it with his mouth occasionally. The coal was quickly ignited. It was done in no time. Chu Yang hurried back in and held out her hand. You are more capable after all. Chu Luo scorned, it's because you are incompetent. After speaking, he picked up the broom again and started cleaning the living room. Unexpectedly, this kid was quite hardworking. Chu Yang sat there roasting by the fire while reading a book. After Chu Luo finished cleaning over there, he went back to his room and did not know what he was doing. At noon, Chu Yang's parents had not returned home. Chu Yang was about to go cook when Chu Luo stopped her. What are you doing? Chu Yang held up the rice cooker and said, cooking. Chu Luo took it over. Don't make a mess, I'll do it. Also, didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Why did you come back? As soon as Chu Yang heard this, she knew that the child had been upset about something. And that sentence was definitely not what she said. It must have been what the previous Chu Yang said. So Chu Yang pretended not to know anything. What are you talking about? Have I ever said that? No. Chu Luo was speechless for a moment, feeling like he didn't recognize his sister. Since when did she become so shameless? Anyway, you go roast by the fire and don't come mess things up. After speaking, he took the rice cooker and went to rinse and cook rice. It turned out that today Chu Yang's parents had something to do at noon and would not be coming home, so only the sister and brother were home for lunch. Chu Luo cooked very skillfully, stir-fried some greens and made a potato stewed meat. The two of them just ate casually. After the meal, it was still Chu Luo who washed the dishes. It made Chu Yang feel like a useless person. After eating, Chu Yang went back to her room to take a nap. When she woke up and came out, she happened to see Chu Luo standing at the door talking to someone. Then he quickly returned to his room. When he came out, he glanced at Chu Yang and said, "I'm going out to play, I'll be back tonight." After speaking, he followed the person at the door and left together. Chu Yang didn't care. She nodded her head and walked to the courtyard to look out. She saw a boy walking shoulder to shoulder with Chu Luo on the country trail. Something's not right. Chu Yang looked closely. That boy would get into trouble. Chu Yang immediately went back to the room, took out the crystal ball, put both hands on it, and started viewing. On the frozen river, several children were playing there, including Chu Luo. A few people were skating when the ice under a boy suddenly cracked open and the boy fell in. Everyone rushed over, but the surrounding ice blocks cracked instantly and several of them fell into the cold water, including Chu Luo. Chu Yang immediately opened her eyes, put on her slippers, and ran outside. But she forgot that she didn't know the way. After running for a while, the cold wind blew her a little dizzy. A woman walked towards her. "Oh? Aren't you the young lady from the Chu family? You went to college and came back? Why did you come out in slippers?" Chu Yang had no time to bother with her and asked directly, "Yes, auntie, hello. Please ask, is there a pond or lake nearby?" The woman pointed in one direction. "Over there? Did you forget? There's a lake over there." Chu Yang thanked her and hurried in that direction. The woman wondered, why is she so flustered? Didn't they say that the young lady from the Chu family was admitted to a university in the capital? She doesn't look like it at all. Chu Yang ran to the lakeside quickly and indeed saw several boys skating there, laughing and talking, including Chu Luo. Chu Yang ran over, panting. "Get up quickly." Hearing the shout from that side, "Chu Luo, isn't that your sister?" Chu Luo was just telling his buddies that they would go to the woods to catch birds later. Hearing the shout, he looked towards the shore and saw Chu Yang bending over and panting, calling them. Chu Luo slipped over and asked when he got to the shore, "Why aren't you home roasting by the fire? What are you doing here?" Chu Yang was very serious. "Get up here immediately, it's very dangerous." Chu Luo was about to say there was no danger when someone in the middle of the lake suddenly shouted, "Ah!" The two looked over and the little buddy who had come to find Chu Luo just fell into the cracked lake. Chu Luo immediately wanted to rush over but was shouted at by Chu Yang, "Don't move. All of you don't move." Hearing this lion's roar, those who were about to rescue stopped immediately. Chu Yang pushed Chu Luo ashore. "Go up and quickly go find people, hurry." Chu Luo immediately went ashore and ran quickly to find people. Chu Yang shouted, "Walk slowly to the shore one by one." Everyone looked at each other, then one looked down at his feet and said in horror, "The ice cracked open." Chu Yang calmed them, "Don't panic, slowly, slowly." By this time, Chu Luo had already reached the little buddy who had fallen in. He was still floundering. Chu Yang took off her coat and shoes, took a deep breath, and immediately jumped in, grabbing the drowning person. She warned, "Don't move." But the person was still struggling. Chu Yang slapped him directly. "Don't move." The person finally settled down, clutching Chu Yang tightly with both hands. Chu Yang slowly swam to the side, and a boy came to help pull the person up. On Chu Luo's side, people had arrived. At first glance, they saw his sister was actually in the icy water. Sis. CH29 Fever Plus Spring Festival Shopping. Chapter 29. Everyone quickly pulled Chu Yang up to prevent the lake surface from splitting further. Everyone quickly returned to the shore. Fortunately, the young man was not as tall or big as Chu Luo, otherwise Chu Yang would definitely not have been able to save him. The young man had already been taken to the village hospital. His lips were completely purple. He had choked on water, but he was still conscious and did not seem to be seriously injured. Chu Yang also felt the cold. "Take me back quickly." Chu Luo immediately squatted down and then carried Chu Yang back home. Chu Yang was so cold that her body was shaking. Her shoes were gone and her bare feet were exposed to the air. People followed them back. Back at home, Chu Yang first changed her clothes, then got into the bathroom to take a hot bath. After all the commotion, she was exhausted. She lay in bed, covered with a thick quilt, and fell asleep. On the other side, Chu Yang's parents rushed back. As soon as Chu's mom got home, she slapped Chu Luo's back twice. "I told you not to go to dangerous places to play." Slap slap, two loud sounds. Chu Luo's eyes turned red, but he also knew he was wrong. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry." Chu's dad quickly said, all right, the child is fine, that's the main thing. Go make some ginger soup to take to Yang Yang. She's weak. I'm afraid she'll get a fever tonight." "Okay." Chu's mom immediately sprang into action. Chu Yang was lying in bed when she heard a knock at the door. Chu Yang called out, "Come in." Then Chu's dad walked in, with Chu Luo following behind, his head lowered. Are you alright? Chu's dad tucked the quilt corners for her. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Chu Luo was not used to this kind of situation. She lost her loved ones early and had never experienced such caring concern from family. I'm sorry, Chu Luo said softly. Chu Yang stretched out her hand and waved it. It's okay. Thanks to you for finding someone. And it wasn't just you who went to play. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Soon, Chu's mom came over carrying a bowl. I made ginger soup, drink some. Chu Yang did not stand on ceremony. She sat up and took a couple sips. Her whole body warmed up. She laid down again. It's nothing. I just need to rest and I'll be fine. I'm just weak right now. Chu's mom wiped her face. Should we still go to the hospital? Your health is weak to begin with. Falling into ice water in the winter, I'm afraid you'll get a fever tonight. Chu Yang did not think there was anything wrong with her, and her health was not actually weak either. She had been pretending before. I'm much better now. I'm fine. Let's not make a fuss. Unable to persuade her, everyone left to let her rest properly. In the living room, Chu Yang's parents were asking Chu Luo about the specific situation at the time. Chu Luo told them everything. Xiao Hai came to play with me and said the lake had frozen over and De Xiong and the others were skating there too. He asked me to go with him. I thought it was no big deal, so I went. Then my sister ran over and told me to come back. I went to the shore and asked her how she got there. Then I don't know what Xiao Hai did, but the ice under his feet cracked and he fell straight into the lake. My sister told me to go find people, and when I brought people back, I saw my sister push Xiao Hai up. Xiao Hai was already taken to the hospital. I carried my sister back. It was all our fault, we were too playful. As he spoke, Chu Luo's eyes turned red again. Chu's mom slapped his back twice more. I told you not to be so playful. I told you not to be so playful. Chu Luo did not resist. He also knew he was wrong. Chu's dad sighed, all right. Be more careful from now on. How's Xiao Hai? Chu Luo shook his head. I don't know. He was taken to the hospital. Chu Yang thought she would be fine, but she developed a fever in the early morning hours. There was a loud slap sound. Fortunately, Chu's mom came to check on her in the middle of the night, and the whole family hurriedly took her to the hospital. After N4 and medication, she finally recovered. Then she lay in bed for another 2 days before she regained some energy. While Chu Yang was lying in bed, Xiao Hai's parents even came to express their gratitude. They almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Oh my. No. Xiao Hai's mom, don't kneel whatever you do. My Chu Yang can't take that. It'll shorten her life. Chu's mom pulled the woman up. When Xiao Hai's mom heard this, she quickly got up. Thank you. I really can't thank you enough. I've already punished my Xiao Hai. As soon as he gets better, I'll have him come over personally to thank you. Because Chu Yang was resting, Xiao Hai's parents thanked Chu Yang's family face to face in the living room. They also left a box of milk, a bag of fruit, and a box of egg custard tarts. They wanted to give money at first too, but Chu Yang's parents refused. Because she was sick, she didn't post on Weibo for several days in a row. Her fans even asked if something had happened to her. Not only her fans, but her roommate An Qian had also messaged her. Chu Yang didn't mention that she was sick. She just said there was something going on at home, and that the New Year atmosphere was getting stronger. After she recovered, she started helping Chu's mom prepare New Year's goods for the house. The whole family went out to buy New Year's goods, but there was only one moped at home. So Chu's dad first took Chu's mom and Chu Yang to town, then went back home to pick up his son. They split up into 2 groups. Chu's mom and Chu Yang went to buy daily necessities, while Chu's dad and Chu Luo went to buy food. The town was very lively, with people coming and going to buy New Year's goods. It was exceptionally noisy, and the smell of food kept wafting by. Chu Yang swallowed. Chu's mom neatly bought a baked pancake and handed it to Chu Yang. Eat this first, then we'll go shopping after you finish eating. Chu Yang broke off half and handed it to Chu's mom. You eat too. Chu's mom refused at first, but Chu Yang said she couldn't eat that much. Chu's mom then took it with a smile and ate the pancake, feeling like her daughter had grown up. After eating, Chu Yang followed closely behind Chu's mom, watching her chat with vendors, haggle prices, and decisively buy things. Chu Yang helped carry some bags, but Chu's mom carried more. When they met up with Chu's dad, everyone had big and small bags in hand. Obviously, Chu's dad couldn't take everything back on the moped. So they finally decided that Chu's dad would take some things back first, while the other 3 took a 3-wheeled car back. They got home late. Chu Yang's parents hurried to make dinner while Chu Yang and Chu Luo sorted things out. They put things they didn't know where to put aside for Chu's mom to take care of later. They did a big cleanup the next day. All kinds of stuff had to be dug out and washed, airing it all out in the sun. On the 27th day of the lunar calendar, it snowed in Jiazhou. Early in the morning when Chu Yang got up, she saw everything outside covered in white. It must have started snowing last night. Chu Luo and Chu's dad were sweeping snow in the yard while Chu's mom was making breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing her come out, she immediately told her to go back so she wouldn't catch a cold since her health was poor. Chu Yang had no choice but to go back to the living room to sit by the fire. She watched TV while thinking that Qian had sent her a photo of the snow before too. She should send him one back. Chu Yang stood by the window facing outside and took a photo of the scenery. Snow weighed down the branches, everything was white as far as the eye could see, with sparse houses dotted here and there amidst the snow. It was a typical village snow scene. CH30 Chinese New Year. Chapter 30. When Chi Yan saw the picture Chu Yang sent, he directly clicked save and replied, "It's very beautiful." After Chu Yang sent it to him, she didn't look at her phone anymore. She first went to eat breakfast, then the family continued to prepare for the new year. For example, Chu Luo and Chu's dad cleaned up the yard even cleaner, and the place to put firewood had to be cleaned up completely. Chu's mom also washed everything in the kitchen again and cleaned the house and washed things. This is something they have been doing these past few days. For Chu Yang, it was quite novel. In her previous life, she was alone and didn't have so many rituals. During the new year, it was just a meal, not much different than normal. As for cleaning the house, she would clean it anytime. Unlike now, all the pots, pans and containers had to be taken out and washed, and every corner had to be swept clean. The weeds in the corners were all pulled out and shoveled away. Chu's dad even went downtown to buy 2 potted plants and put them in the yard. As Chu Yang fed the chickens the vegetable leaves and leftover rice from last night, someone knocked on the door of their house. Chu Luo went to open the door, then said to Chu Yang, "Sis, someone is looking for you." Then he said to the person outside, "Come in first." Chu Yang? Who was looking for her? A tall, thin boy walked in, and then Chu's dad said, "It's the Zhang family's kid, Shiji." When Chu Yang heard this, she immediately knew. It was the son of the uncle who had come to borrow a car from Chu's dad before. He went to the same high school as the previous Chu Yang and was from the same village. They were even in the same class in 10th grade, but got split into different classes later. Chu Yang put everything in her hands away, washed her hands, and said to Zhang Shiji, "Let's go to the living room." Seeing that Chu Yang's parents were still in the yard outside, Zhang Shiji thought that he shouldn't let her parents hear what he was going to say either. So he followed Chu Yang into the living room. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang poured him a cup of hot water after entering the living room. Zhang Shiji scratched his head. He felt that Chu Yang seemed to have changed a bit, not her appearance, but her temperament. But this was just a fleeting thought. "It was your high school class monitor, Xingyan, who asked me. He asked if you were going to the class reunion. He couldn't contact you, so he came looking for me and asked me to ask you. He also said that you seem to have deleted the contact information of your former classmates." Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, I did delete them. After all, we weren't very good friends." "Oh," said Zhang Shiji. He didn't know what else to say, since he didn't know why Chu Yang had deleted everyone either. Chu Yang continued, "Just tell him directly that I won't go. And don't need to look for me again in the future either. I won't go. Nothing good to go for." She remembered that Li Qinglu, the female protagonist in her high school class, was the darling of the class. As for her, she had turned hostile with Li Qinglu, so naturally the others would take Li Qinglu's side if she went. What's more, she didn't even know these people. What if her secret was exposed? A high school reunion was nothing more than eating, drinking, and listening to people brag anyway. Nothing worth going for. Should I really say it like that? Zhang Shiji felt it seemed a bit hostile. But Chu Yang didn't care. "Yes, just say it directly. Say I said it." "Okay," said Zhang Shiji. Chu Yang took a sip of water. "Anything else?" Zhang Shiji shook his head. "No more." "Oh yes, I heard that you saved Hai last time. It was really thanks to you. I heard about it. It was truly dangerous at that time." Chu Yang handed him an apple. "No need to entertain you if there's nothing else. Here's an apple for you. As for the thing with Hai, it was no big deal. We're from the same village after all." With the apple in hand, Zhang Shiji walked out of Chu's house gate. After walking some distance, he looked at the apple and murmured, how could Chu Yang not ask about Senior Gu Xiao? And wasn't she very close with Li Qinglu? Unable to make sense of it, Zhang Shiji directly passed on Chu Yang's words to Xingyan. Xingyan also felt it was very strange. How could Chu Yang not attend the class reunion? Could the rumors be true that she didn't dare show up because Li Qinglu was with Senior Gu Xiao? Chu Yang didn't care about this at all. After all, according to the book, the previous Chu Yang had been so close with Li Qinglu, and their social circles overlapped greatly. Now that the two were hostile with the female lead's halo, the others would naturally take Li Qinglu's side. If she went, there certainly wouldn't be anything good waiting for her. A class reunion was nothing more than eating, drinking, and listening to bragging. Nothing worth going for. Early morning on New Year's Eve, the family started getting busy. Chu's mom and Chu Yang were making dumplings. Chu's dad went to kill chickens and fish, while Chu Luo helped out on the side. They also had to put up spring festival couplets, worship their ancestors. In short, there were a ton of things to do. Chu Yang didn't know how to wrap dumplings, so she learned by following Chu's mom, and after wrapping for a while she got the hang of it. From time to time there would be the crackling sound of firecrackers going off outside. The atmosphere was festive everywhere. That night Chu's dad did the cooking, making over a dozen dishes. The family of 4 had a wonderful New Year's Eve dinner. Chu Yang also received red envelope money from Chu's parents that night, 1,000 yuan each. Chu's dad had also bought fireworks. Some neighborhood kids came over to their house to watch Chu Luo set off fireworks. Everyone was very happy. Chu Yang also felt extremely happy. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a pure, lively joy and happiness. She hadn't expected that transmigrating into a book would give her such a wonderful family. She would definitely be very filial to Chu's parents from now on. In the early morning hours, Chu Yang received New Year's greetings from Chu Yang and Chi Yen on Weibo. Her Weibo was also filled with lively celebrations, with Chu Yang posting a New Year's Eve microblog that garnered New Year's blessings from dozens of fans in the comments. Not only that, Chu Yang had also received red envelope money from previous customers. She earned a small sum over the New Year holiday. When Chu Yang woke up on New Year's Day, she saw that her family members were all wearing the new clothes she had bought them. Chu's mom even admonished Chu's dad, "You mustn't get your clothes dirty." Chu's dad was very happy. I know. The clothes Chu Luo wore were a little small, making it inconvenient to wear a sweater inside, so he wore an undershirt and then a jacket over it. Chu Yang felt them and said, "It's a little small. I'll buy you a bigger size in a couple days." Chu Luo patted his clothes. "It fits just right now. No need to buy more." But Chu Yang still felt she should buy him more, so she asked for his height and weight. Although Chu Luo kept saying there was no need to buy any, he still told Chu Yang his measurements. On New Year's Day, they stayed home waiting for people to come pay New Year visits. On the second day, they went visiting relatives, with Chu's dad taking Chu's mom to visit grandma's place, but not bringing Chu Yang and the others. Chu Luo also didn't want to go. "Every time we go over, Aunt looks at us with disgust, as if suspecting we only went to beg. Who cares?" And Lin Sheng, with his shifty eyes, he has no manners at all. Lin Sheng was their cousin, a real brat. Only now did Chu Yang realize they didn't have a good relationship with grandma's family, probably because they looked down on Chu's family for being poor. Chu's mom still went mainly for grandma's sake. The previous Chu Yang and Chu Luo had gone too, but were probably mistreated. So later on, Chu Yang and Chu Luo rarely went to grandma's place anymore. It was mainly just Chu's parents going over, but they would always come back the same night, never staying over. CH31 Window Shopping. Chapter 31. Chu's dad and Chu's mom were not at home. Chu Yang was bored at home and noticed Chu Luo only had a couple sets of clothes. So she suggested, "Let's go shopping in the city and buy you some clothes. Also, let's get you a study guide. You're in 8th grade, right? Which high school do you want to apply to?" When Chu Luo heard buying clothes, he didn't want to go but a study guide. "Then let's go." The two got dressed and headed out. First they took a 3-wheeled car to town, then transferred to a bus from town to the city, quite the hassle. Chu Yang thought to herself that in the future they'd have to earn money to buy a car, one with 4 wheels for the whole family. That way they wouldn't have to deal with so much hassle when going shopping or traveling. They really needed to earn money. After a little over an hour, the two finally arrived in the city. After getting off the bus, it was about noon. Chu Yang took Chu Luo straight to a restaurant to eat lunch together. Before entering, Chu Luo looked at the fancy restaurant and said, "Let's just eat at a roadside food stand. This place looks really expensive." Chu Yang walked right in. "I want to eat here." Chu Luo, "Okay then." After ordering, Chu Luo looked at the menu. 20 yuan for a vegetable dish, a few dozen yuan for a meat dish, and a seat charge of 5 yuan per person. The seat charge alone could buy him a meal at school. Chu Yang didn't expect him to order one look, and you could tell this was a kid who rarely came to the city. Indeed, Chu Luo very rarely came to the city. Usually he only came for school competitions, exams, etc. During his time off he was mostly home studying or helping around the house, an altogether filial and hardworking kid. Though it was strange the book never mentioned Chu Yang having a little brother. Chu Yang ordered a vegetable dish, pineapple sweet and sour pork, a fish with pickled cabbage dish, rice, and more. As soon as the dishes came out, Chu Yang started eating, then urged Chu Luo, "Hurry up and eat more, this stuff is so expensive." Chu Luo muttered, "You're the one who ordered the expensive stuff." But he didn't dare say it out loud. Chu Luo had formidable eating prowess. Chu Yang ate 1 bowl of rice and was full, but Chu Luo ate 2 huge bowls of rice and finished all the side dishes, eating up every last pickled cabbage. He drank a whole pot of tea. Drinking so much tea of course meant that Chu Luo soon had to go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Chu Yang went to settle the bill, which totaled 152 yuan. After eating, Chu Yang took Chu Luo to the city shopping center. They walked and stopped along the way while Chu Yang showed Chu Luo various clothes. Each time Chu Yang picked out some clothes and asked Chu Luo, he would say, "They don't look good." So then Chu Yang just started grabbing clothes for him to try on without asking. Seeing Chu Luo come out in well-fitted clothes, Chu Yang thought that her family's looks were truly stunning. Dressed up, Chu Luo could totally be his class's campus hunk. "Looks great, let's get it." With his shopping desire piqued, they bought Chu Luo 2 new outfits, a pair of brand name shoes and a fitted jacket. Chu Yang also wanted to take Chu Luo to a watch shop to buy him a watch, but Chu Luo hurriedly stopped her. "That's good enough, I already have a watch. We spent so much money today already." Chu Yang said, "But I have money." She had an income now after all. Chu Luo said, "Still, that's enough. We still need to buy books too." Chu Yang then remembered, "Oh right, I almost forgot." The two then made for the bookstore. Chu Yang asked directly, "Which subjects are you weakest at? Tell me your final exam scores for each subject." Chu Luo scratched his head. 80 for Chinese, 118 for math, 117 for English, 96 for biology. Chu Luo, "Wow, not bad in everything besides Chinese." Why is your Chinese only 80 points? Chu Yang was very serious. Chu Luo's sister studied Chinese literature at a university, yet his Chinese was only 80 points. Chu Luo said, I'm bad at writing essays and reading comprehension. Chu Yang had an incredulous look on her face. What? Why can't you write essays? Isn't writing just something you do with your hands? Can't you just write an 800-character essay in half an hour, speedily cranking them out? Chu Luo, that's just you. In their class, everyone preparing an essay takes at least an hour, including reviewing reading materials and planning out ideas. But Chu Luo didn't dare say this out loud. Chu Yang then said, forget it. I'll tutor you on it when we get back. For now, let me grab a few books for you to check out. You'll also need to read more books and texts in the future for more knowledge and insights. Without that, you can't write good essays. Let's get you a book of model essays. You can imitate what others have written. You'll also need to look at prose and poetry selections and cite and reference more from them. I'll subscribe you to a newspaper and some magazines, which you'll need to start reading regularly going forward. Chu Yang chattered on and on. Her brother only getting 70 points in Chinese? Failing score. Absolutely unacceptable. Chu Luo didn't dare say anything. On the other hand, Chu's mom and dad were sitting awkwardly in the living room listening to someone talk. In the living room sat Wang uncle, Wang auntie, and some other relatives. Chu's mom's maiden name was Wang Yijiao. Everyone in the living room was chatting away, while Chu's parents couldn't get a word in. Suddenly Wang auntie asked Yijiao, how come your Chu Yang and Chu Luo didn't come? Chu's mom smiled, the kids went out to play. Wang auntie grinned and said, they really went out to play? Or could it be they don't like coming over? Though I guess so, you guys live in the village. Forget I mentioned it. By the way, didn't your Chu Yang get admitted to a university? I say, what's the point of girls studying so much? You should have her find a rich boyfriend on campus. Then have the boyfriend give you guys some money to renovate your house and make it a little nicer. Or hey, someday he could buy you all a place in Jing City. That would be great, right? Oh yes, I heard big bosses these days don't really like female college grads. In my opinion, your Chu Yang could also find an old boss to be a little honey to. She could still support your Lin Xing well in the future. Chu's mom was so angry her hands shook. She stood up, pointed at Wang auntie and yelled, what nonsense are you spewing? Honey, let's go. Then stormed out. Chu's dad was also very angry but followed her out. Wang auntie was also angry and said to Wang uncle, see how your little sister is acting? She came over with just a small gift then flies off the handle at a few words. Was I wrong? Girls shouldn't study so much to begin with. Better to marry early, at least then she could get bride money for your Chu Luo, right? Wang uncle nodded. You're right, forget them. Wang auntie then quickly said to the others. Sorry for that, my little sister is so hot-tempered. Anyway, let's get back to our conversation from earlier. Chu's mom sat behind her husband on the motorbike, now feeling a bit regretful for losing her temper. But she had been so furious. Do you think the kids will ask why we went back so early? Asked Chu's mom. Chu's dad was also super angry, but what could they do? I'm sorry, dear, it's still because I haven't amounted to much. Chu's mom hugged him tight. It's not your fault at all, it was clearly my sister-in-law who, forget it. Let's try not to go over much in the future. We'll just send some money, after all my mom always favored boys over girls. The two were worried about how to explain it when they got home, but when they arrived the two kids were not home. CH32 come across. Chapter 32. Chu Yang held 2 large bags of clothes in both hands, then Chu Luo held a bunch of books in both hands. Chu Yang thought for a while, why don't we take a taxi? Chu Luo strongly opposed. No, I have the strength. Taking a taxi back will cost 200 yuan. Absolutely not. I've spent a lot of money today. Seeing Chu Luo like this, Chu Yang gave up. Okay, let's take the bus first. The two walked out of the bookstore and were about to walk to the station to take the bus. Then a group of people walked out of the next building. Xingyan, who had just walked out, saw Chu Yang at a glance. Chu Yang. Where? Chu Yang is here? Isn't she not coming? Xingyan pointed to the person in front and everyone looked over. It was Chu Yang. Today's Chu Yang was wearing a white jacket and a red scarf wrapped around her neck. Her hair was tied into a braid, which looked quite different from her high school days, and she looked much more beautiful. Unlike her naive look in high school, the present Chu Yang looked healthier, and her lips were relatively more rosy. Someone suddenly said, I didn't know Chu Yang was so beautiful. A boy next to him interjected, no matter how beautiful she is, she won't look up to you. She likes. The boy didn't say it, but everyone knew who he was talking about, and many people's eyes were on Gu Xiao next to Li Qinglu. Although today was a high school reunion, family members could be brought along. So Li Qinglu brought Gu Xiao along. Not only her, but some boys also brought their girlfriends or other girls brought their boyfriends. They were originally going to karaoke, but when they came out they saw Chu Yang, they had to say what a coincidence. At this moment, Xingyan had already walked up Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked over at the sound and saw an unfamiliar boy. When Zhang Shiji came to find her before, she took out all the original owner's things and looked through them, including graduation photos. Matching the photos, Chu Yang knew who this person was. Plus the group of people behind him, so she ran into a high school reunion today? Chu Yang didn't want to pay attention to this. She was in a hurry to go home. Hello. Xingyan asked her, Chu Yang, do you want to join our reunion today? Chu Yang shook her head. No, I'm in a hurry to go home. Didn't I say before not to call me for future reunions? She had already made it clear to Zhang Shiji to tell him. Xingyan was speechless for a moment. I thought you were just joking. Chu Yang expressionlessly. No joking, don't look for me anymore. I have to go first. Chu Yang gestured to Chu Luo to leave quickly. Chu Luo followed behind her. Hey, Chu Yang, why did you leave? Could it be that you don't dare to come because Qinglu and Senior Gu Xiao are together? Suddenly a girl cut in. The others also came over. Chu Yang looked at the girl who spoke. You are. The girl looked incredulous. Chu Yang, don't you remember me? Chu Luo next to him suddenly said, you don't look memorable at all. Why should I remember you? Sis, let's go quickly. My hands are tired. He saw clearly that these people didn't look like they were reminiscing, but rather looking for trouble. Chu Yang glanced at him. Don't talk to a girl like that. Then she looked at the girl. But you do lack any memorable features. It meant that she was just an ordinary person, nothing special to be remembered. The girl pointed at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, how did you become like this? Chu Yang felt quite strange. What does she mean by her becoming like this? Everyone speaks as if they were very familiar with the original Chu Yang, but from her reading, she only knew that the original Chu Yang was a little familiar with Li Qinglu, and didn't care about the others. The original Chu Yang was quite arrogant too. After all, she looked good and her grades were not bad. It was just that she met such a male lead, and then she was vain, following Li Qinglu only because Li Qinglu could bring her closer to others. Chu Yang didn't want to argue with them here either. Alright, I have to go now. Good dog, don't block my way, I have to go home. Others, who's blocking you? Chu Yang didn't care and left straight away. The male and female leads were really haunting, but Li Qinglu didn't say anything today, probably because Lin Shushu was not here, so there was no one to pave the way. After Chu Yang left, someone asked Li Qinglu, Qinglu, why didn't you say hi to Chu Yang just now? Weren't you very close with her? Is it because of Senior Gu Zhao's matter? And then she. Li Qinglu lowered her head. I don't know. Chu Yang cut ties with us. Cut ties. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Chu Yang, who used to follow Li Qinglu, to cut ties with her. What happened? Li Qinglu held Gu Zhao's hand and shook her head. I don't know. Maybe Chu Yang made new friends. As for the various things that happened at school, Li Qinglu didn't mention any of them. Everyone thought of the past and unanimously felt that it was Chu Yang's fault. It must be her fault. I always felt that she was quite vain before. Maybe she met some new rich people? Is Senior Gu Zhao's family rich? I don't know. Gu Zhao's family is quite rich in Jiazhou City. But I don't know about Beijing. I also feel that. Don't be sad. Anyway, Qinglu, you have so many friends, it doesn't matter if you miss her. She must be jealous of you. Alright, let's not talk about her. Let's go karaoke. Don't let irrelevant people affect your mood. Everyone chatted and walked towards their destination. On Chu Yang's side, after taking the bus to town, it was already after 5 p.m. She called a tricycle and got home around 6 p.m. When the two of them brought things back home, Chu Dad and Chu Mom hurried out to help carry things. Why so many things? Your dad and I didn't see you when we came back and thought you went out to play. Chu Yang handed the things to Chu Mom, bought some clothes for Chu Luo. His clothes are all short now. Bought him some books. His Chinese grades are too poor. As soon as Chu Mom heard Chu Yang say about grades, she immediately agreed. Xiao Luo's Chinese is really not good. Then she said to Chu Luo, you have to learn from your sister. Your sister was the top of her grade in Chinese. Look at you, ask your sister more at home. Chu Luo, I know. Anyway, he didn't have much status at home. Chu Mom took the clothes out and touched the fabric. The fabric is really good. How much money? Xiao Luo grows so fast, I don't really need to buy so many. I can just add some cloth when I'm free. Did you not buy any for yourself? Do you have any money left? Let your dad give you some. Chu Dad next to her nodded, right? Chu Luo, what do you mean add some cloth? Chu Yang diverted their attention. Not much money left. I'm hungry. Chu Mom, let me hurry and make dinner. The next day, Chu Yang made a study plan for Chu Luo. From now on, write a short essay every week and send it to me to review. I will assign topics periodically. Chu Luo, the carefree days were gone forever. What's more terrifying is that no one at home dared to object. Ch 33 Back to School. Chapter 33. The days at home are always short. After the Lantern Festival, it was almost time to go back to school. Perhaps because she was eating and sleeping well at home, Chu Yang had gained 2 jin. Her face was ruddy and plump, no longer pale and delicate. Chu's dad and Chu's mom sent her to the train station. Chu Luo stayed home alone to watch the house. But before leaving, Chu Yang reminded him, remember to write a short essay every week. Chu Luo, yeah, I know. When Chu Yang returned to school, Jin Yang and the others hadn't arrived yet. Chu Yang cleaned up the dormitory first. While she was cleaning, there was a dong-dong sound at the window. Chu Yang looked and saw a crow. Chu Yang quickly let it in and said, little guy, how did you know I was back? The crow cawed twice as if saying it just knew. Chu Yang looked in her bag, no breadcrumbs. Never mind, I'm hungry too. Let's go, I'll take you to get some food. She put the crow in her pocket, don't move around. As Chu Yang walked around campus, the weather was still very cold, but it was clearer today. Chu Yang went to the school cafeteria, bought a meal, then sat in the corner. She took the crow out and put it on the table, then took out a paper towel, spooned some rice with sauce on it, and placed it in front of the crow. Eat up. The girl and crow ate together. This scene was inadvertently photographed by someone, titled Girl and Crow, and posted directly on the school forum. In the photo, the girl's side profile was delicate, her fair complexion contrasting sharply with the crow's black form. It immediately attracted much discussion. At the start of school, everyone was quite excited, thinking about what activities there would be. 1 minute, I want info on this girl. Why have I never heard of such a pretty girl at our school? Chu Yang, first-year literature major, ranked first in her department last semester. I want to know what kind of bird that is. Didn't the title say it's a crow? A crow? Isn't that unlucky? Someone is keeping a crow? Heavens! What IQ is this? Not from our school, right, to actually believe crows are unlucky that much? Crows are just a species of bird. And there are tons of crows on our campus, over by the bamboo grove. Just not seen often in winter. Hey, didn't the OP violate her right of portrait? Did you ask her? Right. It had to be said, most the university students were normal. Jin Yang saw the post on the car ride over and immediately called Chu Yang. Chu Yang contacted the forum right away to have it deleted. They apologized to her then immediately deleted it. Chu Yang did not make a big deal of it, but from then on, many people knew there was a crow girl in the literature department. When Chu Yang heard the title, Crow Girl, what the heck is this? Crow Girl didn't really affect Chu Yang's life. A few days after school started, Su Zhao messaged her, Yo boss. Help. Chu Yang? Su Zhao, I suspect there's a ghost in the women's dormitory public restroom. Chu Yang, I'm not that kind of master. Chu Yang was very helpless. Some followers on Weibo thought she was a gossip blogger, some thought she was a fortune teller, some thought she was the kind who could catch ghosts. Su Zhao. Wah, the girls in our dorm all say they often hear crying in the bathroom. Chu Yang, did you tell the dorm manager auntie? Su Zhao, I did. But she didn't find anything wrong. Everyone says there was a senior girl who blah blah blah, one of those often spread rumors like committing suicide by jumping off the building in red shoes or something. Chu Yang, believe in science. You can call the police. Su Zhao, the school won't allow calling the police, they don't think there's anything. Boss, please do a reading for me. I've pulled 1,000 renminbi, is that enough? We haven't slept well in so long. Everyone is really scared. Chu Yang, that's enough, don't you live off campus? Su Zhao, isn't it unsafe? So I moved back into the dorm this semester. Chu Yang, fine. Send the money first. Su Zhao, sending 1,000 renminbi. After Su Zhao transferred the money to Chu Yang, she immediately told the classmates crowded around her, the money's been sent, just wait a bit. Her roommate, will it really work? You're sure she's not a scammer? Su Zhao swore, absolutely not. Trust me. Remember the creep last semester? If not for the boss, I might have. Su Zhao made a throat-slitting gesture. Roommate, if we get scammed, we're reporting her. Right. Su Zhao, you know her, take us to see her. Su Zhao sighed, you'll see soon enough. On Chu Yang's end as she moved the crystal ball, Jin Yang and the others were like discovering a new continent. Since this was their first time openly watching Chu Yang use the crystal ball. Seeing the crystal ball emit light, everyone was thrilled. The crystal ball suddenly filled with swirling mist, but Jin Yang and the others couldn't see anything. Chu Yang saw in it a girl hiding and crying in the girls' dorm bathroom. In a flash, the girl was suddenly standing on the top level. Chu Yang messaged Su Zhao, girl, mole by left eye, crying in bathroom, suicidal thoughts. Su Zhao? Okay, boss. Su Zhao hurriedly asked her roommates, do we have a girl with a mole by her left eye in our dorm? Roommate 1 thought about it, don't think so? Who do we know like that? Roommate 2, I know, Wu Wan from the dance department. It's her? What happened with her? Su Zhao frowned, do you know anything about Wu Wan? Roommates nodded, we know her. Seems like her roommates isolated her. She's quite capable, right? Teachers seem to favor her a lot. Everyone says she got there through the back door, that she must have slept with the teacher and stuff, spread as fact even though just rumors. Su Zhao, just jealous gossip, right? Aren't people in the dance department quite like that? Roommates shook their heads, don't know, we don't know them well. Su Zhao, the boss said it's a girl crying in there. She didn't mention the suicidal thoughts. Roommates, huh? Real or fake? No way, Wu Wan usually looks quite arrogant with a don't care about anyone attitude, very proud. No one dares get close to her. Right, extremely aloof. Though lots of guys seem to like her. Us girls don't really like her. Su Zhao suggested, let's go take a look tonight. Their room was closest to the bathroom, most affected. Roommates kept shaking their heads. No. Su Zhao, look at you all, dark eye circles from lack of sleep these days. The boss said it's just a girl crying in there. We'll go take a look, get the girls from next door too. Fine. It's Wu Wan. Su Zhao shrugged, don't know, just said a girl with a mole. In the middle of the night, the sound came again. Su Zhao looked at everyone. Goosebumps rose on everyone, hesitant and scared. The girls from next door were also very frightened, all hiding behind Su Zhao. CH34 The Toilet Incident. Chapter 34. Su Zhao was quite scared in her heart, but she still believed in what the master said. The group slowly walked to the entrance of the girls' bathroom and then heard crying sounds of woo 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 coming from inside. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, those behind hugged each other tightly. Suddenly a voice came from behind, "What are you guys doing?" "Ahi!" A bunch of people screamed. Everyone looked back. It was a girl from the same class. "Shui Shui, you scared us to death." "Shui Shui," the girl called Shui Shui shrugged. "What exactly are you guys doing?" Su Zhao pointed to the bathroom. "Didn't you hear someone crying in there?" Shui Shui listened carefully. "No." Then everyone realized the crying had stopped. Only the sound of water dripping from the faucet could be heard. Drip drip drip. Everyone became even more scared. Shui Shui asked again, "What are you guys doing?" Su Zhao, "We're trying to find out who that crying girl is. She scared us to death." Shui Shui didn't care. "Then just go in." After saying that, she walked right in, and Su Zhao and the others followed behind her. Each stall was opened. No one was inside. Finally, it was the last stall. It wouldn't open. Shui Shui knocked on the door directly. "Is anyone in there?" No one answered. Su Zhao and the others were very scared. Someone whispered, "Why don't we just leave? I'm so scared." Shui Shui knocked, but no one answered, so she went to the stall next door, then stood on the toilet and peered over. Everyone looked at her actions. Is Shui Shui really that brave? Suddenly Shui Shui said, "Hey, open the door." "As who?" A scream came from the toilet. "As who?" Su Zhao and the others outside screamed too. Damn. That was Shui Shui. The girl inside finally came out. "What are you guys doing?" Peeping at people using the toilet. It was Wu Wan. Shui Shui got down from the toilet and came out. "Were you really using the toilet in there?" Su Zhao took one look. Sure enough, it was Wu Wan. She was no longer afraid. She put her hands on her hips, then stood on the moral high ground and said, "I knew it was you. What are you doing crying here so late at night? You scared us to death. Look at the dark circles under our eyes. If you want to cry, then do it at home, otherwise cry in your dorm." After saying this, Su Zhao suddenly remembered hearing that Wu Wan was isolated by her roommates. "No, wait, you're not from our floor. Wu Wan was from the floor above." Wu Wan denied it. "I wasn't crying, I came to use the toilet." "Shui Shui, you can take a look in the mirror. Your eyes are all swollen." "Wu Wan." Suddenly a voice came, "What are you guys doing not sleeping so late?" Everyone turned to look. It was the dorm supervisor. Then they told her everything. The supervisor also basically understood the situation, but it was so late she couldn't deal with it now either. All right, I know, everyone go back to your dorms and sleep. I'll explain this tomorrow." So everyone went back to sleep. In the dorm room, Su Zhao's roommates remembered what she said. Damn. Su Zhao introduced that master to us too. "Su Zhao, I have her Weibo, you guys can follow her." Okay. Send it to me." Me too. Finally can sleep well, so tired." Go to sleep. At this moment the sleeping Chu Yang had no idea she just gained a few more fans. The next day Su Zhao told Chu Yang about the situation. Because Wu Wan was up crying late at night affecting others, she had to write a self-criticism and apologize to those whose dorms were impacted. Su Zhao and her roommates weren't unreasonable people, they all forgave her. Su Zhao suddenly remembered what Chu Yang said about jumping off a building, and as Wu Wan was leaving she said to her, "If there's anything you can't figure out, you can look for this blogger." Su Zhao showed Wu Wan Chu Yang's Weibo handle. Wu Wan took a look and left. A few days later, Wu Wan received a message. "Come to Yuehua Hotel." Wu Wan held her phone tightly, conflicted inside. She suddenly remembered what that classmate had said. If there's anything you can't figure out, look for that blogger. Wu Wan opened Weibo and found that blogger called Prophecy Little Witch, then sent her a message. Someone said if I can't figure something out to look for you? 10 minutes later, Prophecy Little Witch? Prophecy Little Witch, what do you want me to prophesy? Wu Wan, I'm going somewhere now. I want to know what the outcome will be. Prophecy Little Witch, name or photo, 200 yuan. When Wu Wan saw it required money, could it be a scammer? But she looked at the blogger's Weibo again. The comments under each post seemed normal and the fans were all very reverent of the blogger. 200 yuan, then 200 yuan. Wu Wan directly transferred it over. Wu Wan, just tell me good or bad. 5 minutes later. Prophecy Little Witch, not good. Also suggest calling the police to handle it. Wu Wan was shocked. Call the police? Why call the police? Prophecy Little Witch, you probably shouldn't call the police. I'll call for you. Wu Wan. Wu Wan hesitated for a moment, then headed to Yuehua Hotel, but when she arrived outside Yuehua Hotel, she saw the police had already cordoned off the area. Wu Wan heard people on the side say, I heard they caught drug users, disgusting. Serves them right. Wu Wan looked towards the entrance and then saw familiar people being taken away by the police into the police cars. Wu Wan suddenly remembered what the blogger had said. I'll call the police for you. Wu Wan returned to school and found Su Zhao, this blogger. Su Zhao was puzzled, but when she mentioned the prophecy little which she immediately understood, you asked her. The blogger is super accurate, right? Last time when you were crying in the bathroom I asked her, she prophesied it right away. Cost us 1,000 yuan. Speaking of which, we never asked you for the money back. Wu Wan also remembered this. Sorry, I'll give you guys the money in a bit. This blogger can really prophesy. Su Zhao reverently said, of course. Chu Yang is the best. Chu Yang. Wu Wan remembered the name. Thank you. Woo-won returned to her dorm. Her roommates ignored her when they saw her, but Woo-won didn't care. She transferred 500 yuan to Prophecy Little Witch, then remembered Su Zhao saying that 1,000 yuan, so transferred another 500. Thank you. Woo-won felt suddenly relieved. She loved dancing. Her dream was to become a dancer, but her family fell on hard times. Her ex-fiancé side not only called off the engagement, he actually started seeing her good friend too. She was isolated at school, so that's why she went to cry in the bathroom late at night. Not only that, someone introduced her to a man, saying he could help her family get through the hard times. She didn't want to go, but as long as her family could be alright, she felt it was a ray of hope. She had been hesitating. She didn't expect that after asking a blogger everything became like this. She suspected someone was trying to harm her. CH 35 playing basketball. Chapter 35. Chu Yang reported to the police and then ignored it. She just received a customer payment afterwards, which was not bad. After school started, Chu Yang continued to work as a tutor. Her student got good grades last semester, so the employer gave her a raise this semester. Near the residential area was an elementary school that Chu Yang often passed by. She usually came here for classes on weekends, and when she was about to go back to school after finishing teaching, she ran into Chi Yin again in the residential area. He was wearing sportswear inside, with a coat outside, and holding a basketball. When he saw Chu Yang's back, he smiled and ran over to pat her on the shoulder. Happy New Year. Chu Yang saw it was him, and also greeted him. Happy New Year. Chi Yin walked beside her and asked, "Are you going back to school now?" Chu Yang nodded, yes. "Are you going to play basketball?" Chi Yin dribbled the ball as he walked. Yeah. Going back to school to play ball. Do you want to watch? Chu Yang let out an ah and said, "Go to be university?" Chi Yin nodded, yeah, you haven't been to our school yet, although it's next door. The food in our school cafeteria is pretty good. Do you want to come? I'll treat you to a meal. When Chu Yang heard him say he would treat her, she thought of the snacks he had given her. She had taken a whole month to finish them. Moreover, she had shared some of them with others. As Chi Yin walked with her towards the exit of the residential area, they passed the road at the entrance of the elementary school. There were no classes on Saturday, so the elementary school was quite quiet. As they walked to the entrance of the elementary school, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and looked inside with a frown. Something was very wrong. Chu Yang looked again and again. Chi Yin beside asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yang thought she would take another look when she got back to the dormitory. "Nothing, I'll go first." "Oh, okay. Do you want to watch me play basketball?" Chi Yin looked at her expectantly. Chu Yang was lost in thought. "No, I have something to do at school." "Oh, okay." Chi Yin was a little disappointed inside, thinking he would ask her again at the school basketball game next time. The two got on the bus. There were quite a lot of students on the bus, most of whom were on their way back to school. As soon as Chi Yin got on the bus, he attracted the attention of many people. It could be said that Chi Yin was quite famous in the entire university town, but Chu Yang did not know about this. "Yo, it's Chi Yin. Wow. So handsome. Full of youthful spirit. He's going to play basketball today. Do we want to follow along and watch?" Let's go, let's go. We must go." "Who's that girl next to him?" "Don't know." "Damn, Chi Yin is actually being chatted up by a girl from a university." The two gossiping girls whispered at the back of the bus. Chu Yang and Chi Yin standing at the front did not hear them. After getting on the bus, Chi Yin took a look around and found no seats, so he stood holding onto the handrail. Chu Yang stood next to him with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Chi Yin took out his wrist guards from his pocket, then handed the basketball to Chu Yang. "Help me hold this for a bit. I need to put on my guards." Chu Yang took it very naturally, even cushioning the basketball a little. If they weren't on the bus, she would have patted it. "How are you at playing basketball?" Chu Yang asked. This question caught Chi Yin off guard. No one had asked him this before. People who saw him usually said he must be very good at basketball, and he was indeed very good. It was a little embarrassing to boast about himself, so after putting on his guards, Chi Yin hugged the basketball at his waist and said, "People say I'm pretty good." Chu Yang nodded. "I'll go watch next time. I have something to do today." Hearing her say this already made Chi Yin very happy. "Okay, next time I play basketball I'll invite you." "Okay." Suddenly the bus slammed on the brakes. Afraid that Chu Yang might fall, Chi Yin put a hand on her shoulder to steady her. Chu Yang also wanted to grab the handrail, but she was too short and stretching for it felt uncomfortable. Chi Yin said, "Why don't you just hold onto my coat?" Chu Yang thought that could work, so she held onto the sleeve of his coat with one hand. The two gossiping girls behind widened their eyes. Who is that girl? Could she be Chi Yan's girlfriend? Definitely not. They're not holding hands. They seem very familiar with each other. Didn't they say Chi Yan doesn't care for girls? That he has average interest in females? That he doesn't have female friends? When they arrived at the stop, the two gossiping girls followed Chi Yin and Chu Yang off the bus, then trailed behind them as they walked. When they finally parted ways at the gate of B University, and Chu Yang entered the neighboring A University, the girls exclaimed, "Our school Hunk from B University got picked up by a girl from a university. Damn." When Chu Yang returned to her dorm room, she immediately went to her bed with the crystal ball, drew the curtains, and started scrying. To avoid anyone suddenly coming in, she had decided to do all her fortune-telling with the crystal ball on her dorm bed from now on. After a momentary ripple in the crystal ball, Chu Yang opened her eyes, put away the crystal ball, and kept frowning. She had just seen that something big and outrageous would happen at the elementary school this coming Monday. She saw a deranged man walking in there with a knife. But stopping this would be tricky. Chu Yang thought about it all night but couldn't figure out how. The next morning, she was still thinking about it while playing with her raven, and even considered asking the raven for help. Then she thought of Chu Yang. He lived nearby, plus he knew of her abilities. She decided to ask him for help. In the afternoon, Chu Yang sent Chu Yang a message. Are you busy? I have something I want to ask you about. Chu Yang was just about to go play basketball with his roommates. They had a basketball tournament coming up, so they were training a lot recently. He immediately replied, No, I'm not. What's up? His roommate Wei Feng was already rushing him. Bro Yan, let's go. With his phone in hand, Chu Yang grabbed a bottle of water and headed out. Chu Yang. I'll come find you in a bit. Chu Yang hurried back to the dorm again, then checked himself in the mirror. His roommate Wei Feng said, Bro Yan, what are you doing? You're handsome enough already. A bunch of girls come watch you play basketball every day. What, still not confident enough? Chu Yang ruffled his hair coming. Chu Yang and Wei Feng went to the basketball court on campus. Then he sent Chu Yang his location. I'm at the East Court playing ball. Just come directly over. Got it. Chu Yang grabbed a small bag and headed out. She had never been to the neighboring B University before, so she navigated her way there. The East Court at B University wasn't too far. Chu Yang just rode over on a shared bike. Half an hour later, Chu Yang arrived at the East Court at B University. Before she even got off the bike, she saw a group of girls crowded over there, unable to see what was inside. Chu Yang only glanced over briefly. After parking her bike, Chu Yang looked around. There were several basketball courts, all with people playing, but she didn't see Chu Yang anywhere. Finally, she decided to just head towards the bigger crowd. As she got close, she could hear, "Ah, so handsome. Oh my god. Did you see that? His abs. Ah. Explosion of masculinity. Chu Yang, so crazy. Can't be here, right?" Chu Yang went to a less crowded spot and peered inside. Indeed, Chu Yang had just scored a three-pointer. The girls outside shrieked again. Chu Yang plugged her ears, feeling like she had come at a bad time. Maybe she should just slip away. CH 36 Elementary School Incident. Chapter 36. Chu Yang was thinking it would be better to come a little later, so she was about to slip away. Chu Yang happened to glance around just then and saw a familiar figure, so he immediately made a pause gesture and ran over. Chu Yang, you came. Everyone around immediately looked over. Chu Yang, too late to slip away now. Chu Yang pretended to be calm on the surface and greeted him, hi. Wei Feng and the others also saw it was her and gathered around. Big, hello Chu. Did Chu come to find Yan? Chu Yang greeted them, yeah, I have something to discuss, sorry to interrupt you all. Yuan Ji waved his hand, no problem, don't worry about it. Why don't you sit on the sidelines and watch us play basketball for a bit, Chu? We'll finish up soon and then we can all go eat together. B University has pretty good food. We'll have Yan treat you. Yeah. They chatted very amicably. The girls watching around were gossiping amongst themselves. Who's that girl? Yan and Ji are both talking to her. She seems really familiar with Yan and the others. Do we have someone like her at our school? That girl is from a university next door. The girl speaking was the one who had seen Chu Yan and Chu Yang together on the bus before. What? Someone from another school poaching our guys. She's not even that pretty. This was from a jealous girl. Although, she's prettier than you. Another girl rolled her eyes. I know we're not thrilled when guys we like have a girl around, but let's not trash talk her. She was just as pretty as their school belle after all. Over with Chu Yang, she ended up sitting in a chair at the edge of the basketball court with Chu Yan's jacket and water bottle next to her. The basketball court soon livened up again. As Chu Yang watched, she had to admit it was quite a feast for the eyes to watch the energetic, testosterone-filled hunks play basketball. After about half an hour, practice ended. Chu Yan came over and sat next to Chu Yang. He took a drink of water first, then used a towel to wipe off some sweat. Picking up his jacket, he said to Chu Yang, let's go eat. Chu Yang. She just wanted to ask Chu Yan about something from elementary school. But she didn't want to ruin everyone's mood, so she went along to eat with them. The school cafeteria had private rooms. Chu Yang followed them into one, then realized she was the only girl at the table. But they were very considerate of her, letting her order first. Chu Yang randomly picked 2 dishes, then the rest ordered a ton more. The appetite of a group of male college students who had just exercised could be imagined. They chatted while eating, all tactfully not talking too much with Chu Yang. After all, it seemed like she had come to find Chu Yan. Only Chu Yan chatted with her occasionally, sometimes even using his chopsticks to put food in her bowl. After eating their fill, it was already evening. They all tactfully left, except for Chu Yan and Chu Yang. Yuan Ji and Wei Feng made meaningful eye contact with Chu Yan before leaving, silently saying tempting beauty with their eyes. Chu Yan, who understood. It was cold in the evening. Chu Yan put on his jacket and was also holding a basketball. He walked alongside Chu Yang. That's right. Did you come find me today for something important? Chu Yang had been wondering how to bring it up to him. With him asking, she quickly said, yes, something very important. Chu Yang's expression became serious. Yesterday when I passed by the kindergarten near your residential area, I felt something was off. So when I got back to my dorm, I looked and saw that tomorrow or maybe the day after, a man will rush into the elementary school with a knife. They could all imagine what would happen if someone rushed into a school with a knife. Chi Yan also instantly became serious. What? But I don't know how to prevent this. That's why I was looking for you to ask your opinion. Since it's a school near your residential area, a lot of the students are probably from your complex, right? Chu Yang analyzed. Chi Yan nodded. Right, a lot of the kids from the complex go to school there. Chu Yang looked at Chi Yan. It's urgent, but I have no way to handle it. I can't just rush over and say a bad person will come tomorrow. Or directly call the police saying someone's planning to attack XX elementary school. If I did that, I'd probably be the prime suspect arrested. Chi Yan understood. I know, I'll think of something. Leave it to me. I'll resolve it. Don't worry. In just those 2 minutes, Chi Yan had already thought of several plans. To put Chu Yang at ease, Chi Yan said, I'll stand guard at the school entrance tomorrow. Chu Yang looked at him. Although she could tell from his muscular outline when he played basketball that he was pretty fit still. Won't that be dangerous? Chi Yan shook his head. It's fine. I'll find people to come with me. Anyway, leave this to me. I promise I'll handle it properly. Seeing Chi Yan's sincere gaze, Chu Yang decided to trust him. All right. Thank you. Chi Yan, no need for thanks. Maintaining social order is a responsibility for ordinary citizens too. When Chu Yang heard him say that, she found it quite funny and laughed. Didn't expect you to be so civic-minded. Seeing her laugh put Chi Yan at ease too. During dinner earlier, seeing she wasn't in high spirits, he had felt somewhat bad thinking maybe he had been too forceful, making her come eat with them. Fortunately that wasn't the case. Chu Yang saw it was getting late. I'll head back first then. Chi Yan immediately said, wait, let me take you back. It's not safe for a girl out alone this late. I'll find a little sheep to take you. Chu Yang looked around and didn't see any shared bikes nearby, so she agreed. Then she followed Chi Yan and walked to the bottom of the male dorm building, to the little grove at the base of the building. There were many couples there, and Chi Yan suddenly felt a bit awkward. But Chu Yang didn't think anything of it, pretty normal in her opinion. Same as when she was in college in her past life. Chi Yan quickly rode over on a little sheep. He was wearing a blue helmet and also handed Chu Yang a blue one. Chu Yang sat directly behind him and Chi Yan rode her through B University streets. He introduced some of B University sites as they went. Over there is Qinglong Lake. Legend says a blue dragon used to live there. The trees lining the paths here are cherry blossoms. It's really beautiful during cherry blossom season. I'll take you to see it next time. Chu Yang made occasional sounds of acknowledgement. Chi Yan chatted on and on. He didn't even know he could say so much. Leaving B University, they entered a university. Following Chu Yang's directions, they arrived at her destination. Chi Yan had been to a university no less than 10 times, and while he wasn't super familiar, he did know some of the famous spots. But he still said, I don't think I've ever properly toured a university before. Could you show me around next time I come over? Considering Chi Yan was helping her out, Chu Yang of course didn't mind doing this little thing for him. CH37 Elementary School Incident 02. Chapter 37. After sending Chu Yang back to her dormitory, Chi Yan remembered the route. Chu Yang bid him farewell before going upstairs, and Chi Yan rode the little electric scooter back to University B. Back in the dormitory, Wei Feng came over, flung an arm around his shoulder and asked, how is it? Did the beauty seduce our big bro? Jing Qing said, she must have. Didn't you see him play basketball today like a peacock fanning its tail extremely fierce? What did you guys do after eating? And you even borrowed my little scooter. Chi Yan returned the key to Zhang Qing. I sent her back. Zhang Qing felt it a pity and suggested, why don't you buy a little scooter? Get a couple's helmet or something. Girls really like pink helmets. Hearing this, Chi Yan felt that buying a little scooter seemed alright. Wei Feng on the side didn't understand. Why a little scooter? Doesn't Yen bro have a car? Girls prefer 4 wheels more, right? Zhang Qing rolled his eyes at him. What do you know? Girls at this stage are the most innocent. 2 wheels or 4 wheels is not important. Of course 4 wheels is good too, but you see, the little scooter allows front and back. Hugging, you can cling tightly together, and 4 wheels go fast. You won't even get a few words in before reaching the destination. Wei Feng, then isn't a bicycle good too? Zhang Qing, it works too, but going uphill and downhill can get tiring after long rides. You need to maintain your most perfect image. How can you get tired? Wei Feng gave him a thumbs up. You really are an expert. Zhang Qing was smug. What expert? I'm just someone who's been in a relationship before. Unlike them 3, forever alone. On Chi Yan's side, he was no longer listening to their chat. He made a phone call home. Uncle, borrow me some men tomorrow. The other side readily agreed. Thanks, Uncle. First thing tomorrow morning. Okay. After hanging up, Chi Yan first went to wash up. Before going to bed, he still sent Chu Yang a message. I've found people already. Definitely nothing will happen tomorrow. Chu Yang replied, thanks. Chi Yan, then treat me to a meal after it's over. Chu Yang, sure. The next morning at 6 a.m. sharp, Chi Yan got up. then had someone notify his absence from class. He hurried over to the neighborhood. The men his uncle had sent were already there. When Chu Yan arrived, several men in black came out of the car. Young Master Yan. Chu Yan nodded, his bearing very different from his usual campus self, an aloof and unapproachable aura. He met and said, "Guard the school entrance, stop any suspicious people, especially those with weapons." Yes. Though they felt it odd, the bodyguards still obeyed. Listening to the employer was necessary. Then Chu Yan went to the small shop at the elementary school entrance and bought a bottle of water, sitting there. The shop owner saw such a handsome guy sitting at his door and felt quite curious, couldn't help glancing again and again. Around 8 o'clock, parents steadily brought their kids over. Some parents were busier, dropping the kids off before riding to work. Some brought the kids to the teachers at the school entrance before leaving. Some students came themselves, bouncing along with school bags on their backs. The school entrance soon became lively. Chu Yan suddenly thought of something and sent Chu Yang a message. "Did you see roughly what time it was?" Chu Yang quickly replied, "In the morning." Chu Yan instantly became alert, observing his surroundings, but didn't find any suspicious figures. But he didn't let his guard down since he had promised something he had to see it through. The 4 bodyguards sat in the black car at the school entrance, keeping eyes and ears open. They were veterans after all, quite adept at surveillance. Suddenly a bodyguard said, "That man is suspicious." In an instant the 4 pinned the man down, but still kept watch on their surroundings, hands on doors ready to rush out at any moment. They saw a man emerge from a small alley across the street. The man looked haggard, like he hadn't bathed in days. Stubble all over his face, his coat was filthy. His hand was inside his coat, unclear if he held anything. The man suddenly stared fixedly at the students entering the school gate, a flash of madness in his eyes. Then suddenly he strode over from across the street, pulling out a cleaver from his coat. People around were already screaming. Then amidst everyone's horror, the man reached the middle of the road when 4 men in black suddenly rushed out. One kicked the cleaver from the man's hand, one knocked the man to the ground, then the other 2 instantly pinned him down. It happened swiftly and neatly. Everyone's highly strung hearts instantly settled. Many reacted and started applauding. The teachers hurried the students in, "Everyone come in quick." The school security uncle quickly called the police, then came over with protective gear, also wiping sweat from his brow. "Really, thank you." Chu Yan also saw the scene. He walked over, the bodyguards restraining the man saw him and greeted, "Young Master Yan." Chu Yan nodded, eyes narrowed, "Call the police." He saw it very clearly. If not for calling people, there could have been a bloody scene at the school entrance. Thank goodness. The police arrived swiftly and took the man away, also giving Chu Yan thanks. "On behalf of the public, thank you." Chu Yan shook his hand. "No need to thank, maintaining societal safety is every citizen's duty." Hearing this, the policemen even saluted him. The policemen also noticed those men in black, clearly veterans yet bodyguards to this handsome young man, though he didn't ponder too much about the young man's identity. He took the perpetrator away. Chu Yan also dismissed his men. He buried his merits and returned to school. This scene was recorded and uploaded online. Hashtag 4 men in black subdue man with cleaver at elementary school entrance. Hashtag. Wow, awesome. So cool. Trained. Definitely trained. My God, so dangerous. Really lucky. The school entrance really needs to strengthen safety measures, so extremely dangerous. If no one came out to stop him, what would have happened? The school entrance would have. Not just elementary schools, but kindergartens, middle schools, even universities, etc. The flowers of our motherland. Those 4 men were so cool. I heard those 4 men were bodyguards sent by someone, just don't know which family. Must be some bosses. Anyway, super cool. Deservedly earning money. The video didn't expose Chu Yan's face, just a silhouette probably. Everyone's attention was on how the bodyguards took down the villain. After the bodyguards left as instructed, they felt quite puzzled. One whispered, "Why do I feel like young Master Yan seemed to know a villain would appear?" The lead bodyguard glanced at him. "Watch your words. We just need to do our job well." Anything else was not for them to question. Ch 38, please eat. Chapter 38. Chu Yan returned to school and sent a message to Chu Yang. "It's done." Chu Yang was in class at the time, but he had been worrying about this matter in his heart the whole time. Seeing Chu Yan's message, his heart immediately relaxed. After sending a reply to Chu Yan's message, Chu Yang started to pay attention in class seriously. At lunch when school ended, Chu Yang and Jin Yang walked out of the classroom, discussing Dream of the Red Chamber, which the teacher had talked about today, while heading towards the bus station. After getting on the bus, the 2 got off at the stop for the school cafeteria. They entered the cafeteria to eat. While eating, Chu Yang and Jin Yang chatted. Suddenly, a male student sat down next to Chu Yang. Jin Yang and Chu Yang looked over as the male student said to Chu Yang, "Hello classmate, may I sit here?" "You've already sat down before even asking?" But since no one was sitting there originally, Chu Yang nodded indifferently and continued eating. Then a phone was extended towards them, showing a QR code on the screen. Chu Yang and Jin Yang looked over again. The male student smiled and said, "Classmate, can I add your WeChat?" Chu Yang shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have WeChat." Most people would understand he meant he didn't want to give his WeChat when hearing this excuse. But this person seemed unable to understand, laughing and saying, how could anyone not have WeChat? Why don't you open an account now? I'll help you open one. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock next to them. She had never seen anyone so shameless. Chu Yang was speechless for a moment. Sorry, I don't want to add you. The male student nodded, not bothered by the refusal. Alright, so when do you want to add me? Chu Yang. I never want to. The male student asked in surprise. Am I very ugly? Chu Yang looked him over. You look normal. The male student breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought I was very ugly. Since that's the case, let me introduce myself. I am called Shi Jiajing from the business school. When you want to add me someday, ask me again. Having said that, the male student left their side. Chu Yang and Jin Yang. Jin Yang said, he must be trying to pursue you. Chu Yang shrugged, calm and collected. Whatever. She was currently wholeheartedly focused on making money and studying. She studied to make money too, for example. Last semester she got several $1,000s in scholarships for being first in her major. Chu Yang quickly forgot about this interlude. When she returned to the dorm and opened Weibo, she saw a video. The video of the 4 men in black restraining the knife-wielding robbers with knives at the entrance of an elementary school. This incident did not make it to the hot search trends, only the local hot events. Chu Yang easily realized this was what had happened that morning. Those 4 men should be the ones Chi Yan called, and since it was taken care of now, Chu Yang felt assured. After Chi Yan returned to school, he sent Chu Yang a message. How about eating dinner tonight? Only then did Chu Yang remember what Chi Yan had said yesterday about treating her to a meal after finishing this matter. She just didn't expect it to be done so soon. But she was free, so she readily agreed. The restaurant they picked was the same one they had gone to eat at after the last debate tournament. Chi Yan, I get off school early in the afternoon. I'll come find you. Chu Yang's classes in the afternoon went until around 5 o'clock. Literature Building of University A. Chi Yan, okay. After school in the afternoon, Chu Yang told Jin Yang that she wouldn't be going to the cafeteria for dinner with her tonight because she was treating someone to a meal. Jin Yang understood. As the two walked out of the classroom building, they saw Chi Yan wearing a helmet and sitting on a little lamb scooter, holding a phone and sending messages. Chu Yang's phone buzzed soon after. Jin Yang looked at Chi Yan, then back at Chu Yang. Are you treating him to dinner? Jin Yang hadn't seen Chi Yan's face. Chu Yang nodded. Yeah, he helped me with something. I'm going over now. Okay. Jin Yang watched as Chu Yang walked over to greet Chi Yan. Chi Yan then smilingly handed her a pink helmet that matched the black one he was wearing. Chu Yang put on the helmet and got on the back of the little lamb scooter. The two left together, looking just like an ordinary couple. A girl suddenly walked up behind Jin Yang. Hey, Jin Yang. Jin Yang saw it was Lin Zhaozhao from their class, who also lived in the dorm next door. Lin Zhaozhao also looked towards Chu Yang's departing figure. Was that Chu Yang just now? She has a boyfriend? Lin Zhaozhao hadn't seen Chi Yan's face. Jin Yang blinked. Shouldn't be. Just friends. Lin Zhaozhao was puzzled. Huh? I thought it was her boyfriend. It looks pretty blissful to have your boyfriend pick you up after school. Still, she continued, but why didn't you go with them? Jin Yang, what would I go for? To be a light bulb? Lin Zhaozhao, didn't you say he wasn't her boyfriend? Then she seemed to have a sudden realization. Oh, I get it. They must be in the ambiguous predating phase. Jin Yang, she didn't say anything like that at all. And she doesn't even know Chu Yang's attitude, it doesn't seem that way. Forget it, let's go eat. Just so happens we're both alone. Sigh the life of single dogs. Jin Yang, that hit me right in the feels. The little lamb scooter that Zhang Qing had mentioned last time was quickly bought by Chi Yan. He had even prepared 2 matching helmets thoughtfully, one black and one pink. Sitting on the vehicle, Chu Yang asked, did you change cars? Chi Yan, no, this one is mine. The one last time was my roommate's. Oh, Chu Yang had just asked casually. The little lamb scooter wove through the crowds of people leaving school after class. Once they were out the school gate, they arrived at the restaurant. Chi Yan locked up the scooter first, then he and Chu Yang walked into the restaurant. There were no private rooms available, but the two didn't mind and just sat in the main hall. The two couldn't eat too much. Chu Yang ordered a vegetable dish, while Chi Yan ordered the rest since she was treating him. After all, he had gotten to know her tastes from their previous meal together, and ordered a pork rib dish, a fish dish, and a soup, making 3 dishes in one soup, just the right amount. While they waited, Chi Yan told Chu Yang about what had happened that morning. I called over some people from my uncle's side, then went and sat at the small shop outside the elementary school early this morning. I hadn't even noticed yet when my uncle's men had already restrained them. It really was fortunate that you gave me the heads up, otherwise the kids would have certainly. Chi Yan didn't finish his sentence, but Chu Yang understood what he meant to say. Chu Yang shook her head. I just happened to see it, that's all. I'm not omnipotent either. When I see something I have to put a stop to it. As for things I don't see, there's nothing I can do. Chi Yan's voice was very gentle. It was already great what you did. In my family, I have relatives who have seen those so-called grandmasters before. They all look like they're above worldly affairs, and what they say most is not to interfere too much. Chu Yang knew who he was talking about. I'm not the same as them. I cultivate differently. Witches didn't have anything like retribution to speak of. Of course, meddling with truly major events was indeed not advisable. Chu Yang also understood that. He wanted to ask in more detail, but there were too many people around here with prying eyes, so it wasn't convenient to say more. Therefore, he didn't inquire further. When the dishes came up, the two started eating. Chu Yang brought up the basketball tournament then. CH39 basketball game. Chapter 39. I have a basketball game next week, do you want to come watch? I'll get you tickets. Chu Yang said. Sure, can I bring my roommate too? Chu Yang thought she could go, she didn't have much going on anyway. Okay, I'll get you tickets if I have time. Emmm. The two were eating when 5 people came in. Chu Yang accidentally saw that it was the male and female leads, Lin Shushu and 2 other girls. Chu Yang glanced at them then looked away, but unexpectedly they happened to pass by their table when coming in. As soon as Lin Shushu saw Chu Yang, she rolled her eyes, but she had learned her lesson and didn't come up to Chu Yang to mock her. If it was before, she would have come up to ridicule her already. But she still whispered in Li Qinglu's ear, how unlucky, ran into Chu Yang again, she's like a vengeful ghost. Li Qinglu shook her hand, signaling her not to speak recklessly, and glanced at them before looking away too. If she didn't see wrongly, the boy eating with Chu Yang was the same one who had spoken up for Chu Yang last time, and was also the campus heartthrob from the neighboring B University. Thinking about how people said that Chu Yang had found someone better, which was why she distanced herself, Li Qinglu felt this reason seemed quite credible. Chu Yan of course saw the people and said to Chu Yang, did they bully you again after that? Because it seemed like every time he ran into them he felt Chu Yang was being bullied by those people. And he had also heard Chu Yang really liked that Gu Xiao before, in his opinion that Gu Xiao was just average. Chu Yang shook her head, no, they didn't bully me, I'm not someone that can be bullied by just anyone. In her view, verbal sparring did not count as bullying and she did not feel bullied. That's good then. That Gu Xiao, just average. Chu Yan looked at Chu Yang, then said with lowered eyebrows. Chu Yang felt there was nothing wrong with this statement and agreed, just average. He was still quite good compared to ordinary people, after all he was the male lead. But he was probably just average in Chu Yan's eyes. As for her, she was indifferent to Gu Xiao, but it was quite annoying how he looked at her like trash every time. Hearing her say this, Chu Yan let out a breath of relief. After eating their fill, this time Chu Yan did not take the initiative to pay, and let Chu Yang foot the bill. There should be give and take for a good relationship. The two walked out of the restaurant. Chu Yan skillfully handed Chu Yang a helmet and put one on himself too. They then got on the little lambretta and left. Inside the restaurant, Lin Shushu had been watching them the whole time. Seeing them leave on the little lambretta, she couldn't help letting out a mocking laugh. Look at Chu Yang and that guy riding a little lambretta? Ha ha ha. One of the girls, Feng Wenwen, was puzzled and asked, what's wrong with a little lambretta? Lin Shushu said arrogantly, nothing much, just feels like with Chu Yang finding a guy like that, he doesn't look like much. Not like Qinglu and Gu Xiao who both have cars, his is just a little lambretta. A poor loser really doesn't deserve to date. Feng Wenwen looked at Lin Shushu but didn't say anything. She didn't agree with her viewpoint, but it wasn't good to start an argument either. One look and you could tell Lin Shushu and that girl were not on good terms. The other girl, Zhao Xing'er, directly said, huh? But that guy just now was Chu Yan. If Chu Yan took me for a ride on his bike I'd be overjoyed. Lin Shushu, is Chu Yan that amazing? He's just a guy from the neighboring B University who looks decent. He doesn't look rich either, just ordinary. Of course she said this partly out of her own motives. That guy had spoken up for Chu Yang last time and said they were bullying Chu Yang, ganging up on her. Zhao Xing'er's eyes widened. What? Amazing? You really don't know? His parents are famous professors, intellectual elites. I heard his family has government officials too, not sure about the rest, but his family background is impressive. Lin Shushu was stunned. That great? But he looks so ordinary in how he dresses, none of it branded. Zhao Xing'er rolled her eyes. Don't you know the richer people are the more low-key they are? He doesn't care about stuff like that at all. And how do you know his stuff isn't all custom-made? Lin Shushu. Zhao Xing'er, don't offend him, okay? If you offend him don't say you know me in the future. Lin Shushu laughed in exasperation. Come on, can one person really have that much power? Zhao Xing'er, no, I just feel people with such narrow perspectives should be avoided. Lin Shushu, you. Li Qinglu quickly smoothed things over. Xing'er, sorry, we were originally friends with Chuang, just had a falling out and we don't really know Chu Yan either, just that he knows Chuang. We didn't offend him. Zhao Xing'er wiped her mouth. Then that's fine. Hurry up and eat, I still have things to do. Zhao Xing'er and Feng Wenwen had only become roommates with Li Qinglu this semester. Today Li Qinglu's boyfriend Gu Xiao treated their whole dorm to a meal. Li Qinglu and Lin Shushu were closer, while Zhao Xing'er and Feng Wenwen didn't want to turn down the free meal despite not knowing them well. After the meal, they felt it would be better in the future not to get too close with these soon-to-be roommates. After splitting up, Lin Shushu said to Li Qinglu, didn't expect the guy Chu Yang knows to be so powerful. How did she get to know such an influential figure? Do you know Qinglu? Li Qinglu shook her head, she definitely didn't know. Lin Shushu went on, it's also because she knows such an influential figure that she wouldn't tell you, she was afraid you'd steal him away. I think she must have seduced him with her looks. Definitely. Li Qinglu was preoccupied. Maybe so. Lin Shushu asserted. Definitely. Isn't that how she wormed her way to your side? Acting pitiful and trying to get those guys' attention on her. Qinglu, you have to be careful of girls like her. Those green tea bitches are all pretenders. They love to steal other girls' men the most. Chu Yan dropped Chu Yang off at her dorm building. Chu Yang returned the helmet to him. Bye-bye. Chu Yan also bid farewell and the two parted ways. Returning to school, Chu Yan asked Yuanji, are there still tickets left for next week's basketball game? Yuanji, what, you want to give them to someone? How many? Chu Yan thought for a bit. 4 for Chu Yang and her 3 roommates. Hearing this, Wei Feng hurried over and cut in. Oh, so what happened? Did the beauty seduce you? Where did you go today? You were absent this morning and disappeared after school and left on the new little Lambretta. And you were carrying 2 helmets. Did you go play with the beauty? Chu Yan pushed away his nosy head. I had something this morning. Are there tickets? Yuanji nodded. There are. But it'll have to wait until tomorrow. They're at the student union office. Okay. Wei Feng said on the side. He definitely went on a date with the beauty just now. Sitting at his desk, Chu Yan said, no date, just ate a meal. Wei Feng, that's still a date. Chu Yan ignored him and sent Chu Yang a message. Are you free tomorrow? I'll bring the tickets over tonight. Chu Yang replied with a thumbs up emoji. Ch 40 Thief Pervert. Chapter 40. Chu Yang had just returned to the dormitory when her 3 roommates looked at her eagerly, waiting to gossip. Chu Yang asked, what's up? I just saw a boy dropping you off on a little lamb scooter, said Qian Xin. Chu Yang nodded. Yeah, so? Zhou Caicai's eyes lit up. Is he your boyfriend? Jin Yang retorted, definitely not. That's Chu Yan from the nearby school. Chu Yang must have gone to eat with him today since he helped her with something. Chu Yang didn't argue. That's right. So what? He did help me out a bit, so I treated him to a meal. Zhou Caicai asked, nothing else happened between you two? Chu Yang thought for a moment. What else could there be? Zhou Caicai tapped her fingers together suggestively. Oh, you know. Chu Yang gave her a look. You're imagining things. However, she recalled Chu Yan inviting her to a ball game and added, oh right, Chu Yan invited us to go watch his school's ball game next week. Do you guys want to go? The 3 girls nodded eagerly. Let's go, let's go. Hot guys. Who wouldn't want to go? It's a chance to flirt with cute boys. Yeah, we definitely have to go and chat up those hotties. Great then, he'll bring the tickets by tomorrow, said Chu Yang as she gathered her toiletries to shower. Zhou Caicai asked, so, will you be treating Chu Yan to another meal tomorrow then? Since he got you ball game tickets and all. Chu Yang hesitated. They really had been eating out too often. We'll see, she replied simply before hitting the showers. Just then a girl from next door popped in. Hey, has anyone in your dorm lost anything? No, why do you ask? The girl pointed at their clothes hanging on the balcony. I'm talking about those things. They're definitely all still there. Jin Yang shook her head in confusion. Yeah, nothing missing. What's up? The visitor explained, apparently multiple dorms are reporting missing bras and panties that they had hung out to dry. At first people figured they must have blown away in the wind and didn't think much of it. But when we started chatting, a bunch of us realized items were stolen from our laundry. Can you believe it? Our school has some perverted panty thief. The 3 roommates reacted in shock. No way. There's really some creep stealing girls' underwear here? Did you report it to the dorm manager? She should check the surveillance footage, suggested Jin Yang. Yeah, it's already been reported and they're investigating. No incidents on the higher floors yet, just the lower level dorms. Zhou Caicai asked incredulously, but how? We're on the 3rd floor. That's so high up. The creep probably used a stick or grabber tool or something. I don't really know the details, just wanted you guys to be aware. It's not a huge deal to have some underwear stolen, just feels super disgusting and violating, said the visitor with a shudder. Qian Xin already looked nauseated. Ugh, gross. Chu Yang had just finished her shower and caught the tail end of the conversation. What's going on? She asked. Jin Yang quickly filled her in on the dorm's panty thief. Chu Yang took a glance at their balcony clothesline. Let's hang our delicates downstairs from now on instead of on the balcony. We can buy a drying rack tomorrow too. The other girls readily agreed that was a good idea. Yeah, our dorm should pick up a drying rack as well and do the same, added the visitor. That night as they got ready for bed, the underwear thief was still the hot gossip topic. Who do you think the nasty perv is? There's no way it could be one of those boys from the dorm across ours, right? This is supposed to be a prestigious institution of higher learning. I can't believe there are students that disgusting here, said Qian Xin. Morals and education level are separate things. There are messed up people everywhere in this world, Zhou Caicai chimed in. Get this, back in my hometown, everyone thought this guy was a stand-up dude, always helping out neighbors in need. Turns out he was actually an escaped fugitive. You honestly never know. Jin Yang added, I hope campus security catches the creep soon. Probably isn't even a student, could be some rando off the streets. Our school security isn't that tight. Good point, definitely could be some outsider. Zhou Caicai agreed. In any case, we're on the 3rd floor so should be fine. Let's just get some rest and hopefully they'll have caught him by tomorrow. Ugh, just the thought of that creep makes me want to hurl. Please catch him quick. The next day, the girls from next door popped in again. So get this, apparently underwear's been stolen from another dorm building too. Are you freaking kidding me? What a complete psycho. When will they finally arrest this perv? They need to call the cops ASAP. Seriously. As they headed to class, the boys had caught wind of the situation too. Hey, we heard you girls got some sicko panty snatcher over there? The girls unanimously made disgusted faces. You. It better not be one of you guys, someone accused. The boy held up his hands defensively. Don't look at me. That's nasty, man. Any dude who does something that messed up makes the rest of us men look bad. Xian Xian gave him a thumbs up. Good answer. They continued dissecting the scandal all the way to class. That afternoon when Chu Yang arrived to pick up Chu Yang, he overheard the girls outside her dorm gossiping. After she came downstairs and handed him the tickets, he asked about the dorm pervert he'd heard about. As Chu Yang passed him an apple instead of offering to treat him to dinner, she replied, yeah, some creep stealing underwear. Super gross. Chu Yang pocketed the apple and hesitated before asking carefully, has it affected your dorm at all? Chu Yang shook her head. We're fine on the 3rd floor. She didn't bother using her powers to predict when the thief might show up or get caught either. The dorm manager had assured it would resolve within 2 days. Hearing Chu Yang's dorm was safe, Chu Yang felt relieved. Okay, I better head back. See you next week. See ya. Chu Yang returned upstairs and distributed the tickets to her eager roommates. Jin Yang immediately started rifling through her closet. I need to pick out an outfit for the game right now. Oh, good idea, me too, exclaimed Zhou Kai Kai. As the girls obsessed over what to wear, Chu Yang understood their excitement over eye candy, even if she found it a bit silly herself. Crushes were par for the course at their age after all. 2 hours later though, Jin Yang sighed in defeat. On second thought, I have nothing to wear. Let's go shopping one of these days to pick up some new clothes. Xian Xian's hand shot up in agreement. Yeah, great idea. How about the day after tomorrow? We're free in the afternoon. Everyone concurred on the shopping date. Chu Yang eyed the piles of clothes her roommates had tossed around and thought to herself wryly, so this is what they consider having nothing to wear. Still, she didn't object and had to admit her own wardrobe was pretty sparse, wearing the same few outfits on rotation. When Chu Yang got back to his dorm room, his buddies Wei Feng and Yuan Ji asked curiously, you're back so early? No dinner today? Chu Yang pulled out the apple Chu Yang had given him. Nope, just dropped off the tickets and came right back. She hadn't mentioned getting food either, probably because of that underwear thief business going down in the girls' dorms. Seeing the lone apple, Wei Feng consoled, well, the apple's still a nice gesture at least. Chu Yang didn't actually feel too bothered about it as he put the fruit away. Yeah, seems they've got some dorm perverts stealing girls' panties over there. Wei Feng and Yuan Ji reacted in surprise. Whoa, what? Stealing underwear to do what with though? Wear them? Is the dude that broke he can't afford his own clothes? Wei Feng scratched his head in confusion. Yuan Ji stroked his chin thoughtfully. I assume it was a certain type of intimate clothing? Chu Yang nodded. Presumably. Ch 41 Thief Affair 02. Chapter 41. Wei Feng on the side was very puzzled. No, what clothes are you guys talking about? Isn't it just clothes? Zhengqing. You deserve not having a girlfriend. Wei Feng was not having it, hey? Why the personal attack? You guys talk as if you have girlfriends. He suddenly caught sight of his own underwear. No way, stealing girls' little clothes? F***K. What a pervert. Disgusting. If I run into this kind of person, I'm going to beat him to death. It can't be senior's clothes, right? Chu Yang shook his head, no. On a university's forum, many were talking about perverted things. Everyone hoped the school would catch the person soon. Some even said they would call the police directly if he wasn't caught, and some said they wouldn't sleep at night to see just which disgusting guy it was. Chu Yang went to bed on time as usual, not knowing when, in her half-awake state, she suddenly heard an ah sound. Her whole body sat straight up. Jin Yang and the others were also the same. They got out of bed quickly. The sound came from next door. Everyone rushed out and went next door to knock. What's going on? What's going on? There's a pervert. As soon as the door opened, everyone rushed to the balcony to look. They saw a silhouette about to escape. Many dorms had their lights turned on. The boys' dorms not far across also had their lights on. Some people took out their phones to record it. Some were about to make calls. Some scolded angrily. Then after about 2 minutes of the pervert walking into the woods, everyone thought he had escaped. But then they saw the school security staff come out with someone in custody. Then everyone laughed. Damn. If not for the dorm door being shut, I would have come out and spat at him. Can't see what he looks like. Must have been taken to the police station. Of course, a pervert like this won't come to a good end. Everyone discussed for a long time, then went back to bed at the urging of the dorm auntie. By then it was already 4 o'clock. Chu Yang yawned and went back to sleep. Lying down shortly, she dozed off. The next day while going to class, she heard everyone say the pervert was the school janitor. Luckily, he was not a student from our school, or it would damage the school's reputation. Boys cannot leave their dorms late at night, right? There can also be those living nearby that come in at night. I heard he is an old guy in his 50s. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Right, the news said many little clothes were found where he lived. Oh, everyone was peeking at their phones elderly style. This matter had spread around nearby. Chu Yang was listening to people talking about it while in class too. I heard the panty thief pervert from next door at university was caught. Yes, it was around 3 a.m. last night. There's even circulating videos. The whole girls' dorm building lights were on. I heard the pervert was using a stick to access clothes on the 3rd floor, then was discovered by the bathroom person from that dorm room. She screamed and everyone woke up. Damn. He even got to the 3rd floor. Since there was a known pervert before, 1st and 2nd floor had already put away their clothes, he could only steal from the 3rd floor. Upon hearing 3rd floor, Chu Yang remembered Chu Yang said she lived on the 3rd floor, couldn't be her dorm, right? After school in the afternoon, Chu Yang rode Little Cotton Sheep to the next door a university girls' dorm building. Upon getting there, he suddenly thought he hadn't told her yet, so he opened his phone and messaged Chu Yang. I'm at your dorm building downstairs. Chu Yang? I'm at the literature building right now. Chu Yang, I'll come find you. When Chu Yang got there, he saw Chu Yang standing with a male student talking on the steps. He didn't know what they were discussing. Chu Yang called out Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked over, then said bye to the male student and walked over to Chu Yang. Chu Yang habitually handed her his helmet. Chu Yang, where are we going? No, why did you come over? Chu Yang paused. I heard that pervert who stole clothes from the 3rd floor last night got caught, right? It wasn't your dorm, right? Chu Yang looked at her face. Chu Yang shook her head. No. It was the dorm next door. I was woken up by the scream. I went over and just caught a glimpse. Chu Yang, as long as it wasn't you, it's fine. Chu Yang found it strange. You came over just to ask about this? You could have asked me over WeChat. No need to make a special trip. Chu Yang blinked. Guess you're right. Whatever, since you came over, let me treat you to the cafeteria. Chu Yang took his helmet from him and sat behind. Okay. Chu Yang waited for her to sit properly. Which cafeteria? The one near your dorm. Chu Yang pointed the other way. I need to grab some material from the library after eating. Let's go to the one by the library. Sure. Little Cotton Sheep headed towards the library. Chu Yang suddenly recalled the male student from earlier. He hesitated but didn't ask out loud in the end. Little Cotton Sheep stopped by the cafeteria entrance. The two headed in. After buying food, they sat at a table. Chu Yang told her about things happening at his school, ever since last incident, during class. Changeover times there would be cop cars parked over there. Also the school hired 2 young and strong army veteran security guards. The school also conducted some emergency drills. Chu Yang appraised. Very good. Every school should be like this. You're right. The two chatted while a person suddenly sat beside Chu Yang and said to her, what a coincidence. Chu Yang was puzzled. Who's this? Chu Yang also looked over at the newcomer, gave him a once-over. Not as good looking as him, that's for sure. Also doesn't seem as tall, The newcomer asked again. Don't you want to add me anymore? Chu Yang's mind flashed. Oh right, sorry. Shi Jiajing sighed. Is it because you have a boyfriend? Shi Jiajing looked at Chu Yang. This guy looks really handsome, great temperament. He's no match. Shi Jiajing felt depressed. He rarely took interest in a girl who would have thought she's already taken. Chu Yang looked at Chu Yang. No. Shi Jiajing shook his head. Forget it. Excuse me. Chu Yang didn't even get to say no before this guy gave up. Shi Jiajing walked 2 steps then suddenly turned and said, if you guys break up I'll come back. Chu Yang, we won't break up. Chu Yang? Chu Yang blinked at her. After Shi Jiajing left, Chu Yang gave Chu Yang a chicken drumstick. Thanks for going along. Sorry to trouble you. Chu Yang, huh? No trouble. Then he took a big bite of the drumstick. After eating, Chu Yang had to go to the library. Chu Yang followed along. I haven't heard your school's library yet. Chu Yang, don't you have class in the afternoon? Chu Yang checked his watch. Class at 3 p.m. Only 1 p.m. now. No hurry. Then okay. Chu Yang brought Chu Yang inside. Chu Yang was headed to the 6th floor. She needed to find an ancient tome. The library was quite quiet. Chu Yang followed behind Chu Yang without a word. They took the elevator to the 5th floor, then needed to walk through rows of shelves to the stairwell leading up to the 6th floor. The two walked one front one back. Chu Yang had great hearing. She suddenly caught some odd sounds. CH-42 going to a basketball game. Chapter 42. Chu Yang felt a little strange. At this time, there were few people in the library. The whole 5th floor didn't see anyone. Most people had either gone to eat or went back to the dormitory to take a nap. Moreover, it was not yet the exam week. Passing through several bookshelves, Chu Yang suddenly looked towards the corner. She was blind. She saw the male lead pressing the female lead against the bookshelf and kissing her. Li Qinglu felt the sight and looked over to meet Chu Yang's eyes directly. Li Qinglu widened her eyes and then pushed the man in front of her. Gu Xiaokai let her go, panting, what's wrong? Li Qinglu covered her mouth. Someone's here. Gu Xiaokai looked over but didn't see anyone. Li Qinglu looked again, but Chu Yang had disappeared. In fact, the moment Li Qinglu saw Chu Yang, Chu Yan, who was behind Chu Yang, also saw the two of them. He quickly covered Chu Yang's eyes and dragged her away. Chu Yang felt her eyes go dark, and then there was Chu Yan's firm chest behind her. Chu Yan dragged Chu Yang to the bottom floor before letting her go and said, I was afraid you would be traumatized. Chu Yang pointed at herself, I'm an adult. Chu Yang rubbed his head awkwardly, laughed, haha, weren't we going to the 6th floor? Let's go. Chu Yang didn't say anything more and went upstairs with him. When they reached the 6th floor, Chu Yang started looking at the books. Chu Yan asked, what book are you looking for? Chu Yang told him the name. Well, it's an ancient book called Shangzhou. I've been looking for it for a long time. I asked the teacher and he said it should be on the 6th floor. But I didn't find this book in the library's electronic system. Chu Yan looked at the books and said, let me help you find it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Okay, don't go out of your way to look for it. Take your time. If you can't find it, then forget it. And thank you. The two wandered between bookshelves. Chu Yang would also flip through and take a look at interesting books. If she wanted to read them, she would hold them under her armpit, intending to borrow them back to read. After more than an hour, neither of them found the book. Chu Yang looked at the time and said to Chu Yan, don't you have class at 3 p.m.? You should go back first. Chu Yan looked at the time and it was almost time indeed. Moreover, it would take him half an hour to get back. Okay, I'll go first then. Yeah, bye. Chu Yan thought that there seemed to be quite a lot of books at his home. Next time he went back, he would check to see if there was the book Chu Yang mentioned and then lend it to her. When Chu Yang returned to the dormitory, she passed the 5th floor again. This time she saw the male and female leads. However, they weren't doing anything out of line, just Li Qinglu felt a little embarrassed when she saw her. Chu Yang glanced at them and left. Soon it was next Friday, the day the basketball game would start. Chu Yang and Jin Yang only had one class on Friday afternoon and got off school after 3 p.m. However, Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian didn't get off school until after 4 p.m. So they decided that Chu Yang and Jin Yang would go first while Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian would come over right after school. Everyone agreed. Chu Yang and Jin Yang went to the supermarket to buy water. Oh, do we need to buy some for them too? Jin Yang asked. Chu Yang was holding 4 bottles of water, For Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian? Jin Yang tilted his chin up, for those playing basketball. Didn't the school Prince Chu Yang give us tickets? Chu Yang thought so too. They probably don't lack drinking water. But let's get some energy drinks. Jin Yang trotted off to get some sports drinks, then they bought some snacks too. With so much water, it was quite heavy. Fortunately, Jin Yang rode his little lamb to give Chu Yang a ride. After putting water on the bike, they headed over around 4 p.m. since the basketball game would start at 5 p.m. The weather had warmed up quite a lot during the day. Chu Yang wore a t-shirt inside today with a jacket on the outside. The two went towards the gymnasium of neighboring a university. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the stadium. Quite a few cars were parked outside the gymnasium, and there were people lining up to enter the venue too. After parking the bike, Chu Yang and Jin Yang each carried a bag of water inside. There were quite a lot of spectators, both men and women. Moreover, there were many beautiful women. Jin Yang whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "The university has so many beautiful girls." Chu Yang thought about it. There are quite a few in our university too. Jin Yang shook his head. The beauty is different. The university's girls look gentler. Chu Yang didn't see where the difference was. She thought they looked the same. The two looked at the tickets in their hands. The seats were quite close to the front row. They walked over and sat down, then put the water on the ground. After walking the stretch, their hands were tired from carrying the heavy load. Chu Yang rubbed her hands and looked into the court. Both sides were already warming up. Chu Yang immediately spotted Qi Yan wearing a blue basketball uniform with the number 11 on the back. He wore a headband and wristbands. Holding a basketball, he was warming up with shots. Many girls around had their eyes fixed on him. Suddenly he glanced over with his eyes and smiled, running over to Chu Yang. "You came." Chu Yang handed him a bottle of water. "Go for it." Qi Yan took it. "Thanks. Have you eaten?" Chu Yang shook her head. "No, the timing of your game isn't great for meals." Qi Yan thought about it too. "Then, let's eat together after it ends." Before Chu Yang could refuse, someone called Qi Yan back. "Sorry, I have to go back for now." After saying that, Qi Yan left. In the stands, many people's sights followed Qi Yan, seeing Qi Yan chatting casually with a girl and even accepting water from her. Many people were asking, who exactly is that girl? What's her relationship with Qi Yan? Isn't that the girl from last time? I heard she's from neighboring a university. Could she be his girlfriend? No way, no way. Jin Yang whispered in Chu Yang's ear again. "I see many people looking at you. They must be gossiping about you." Chu Yang was puzzled. "Why?" Jin Yang said matter-of-factly. "Because of the school Prince Qi Yan." Hearing this, Chu Yang suddenly realized. She knew Qi Yan was popular. It was evident from when she went looking for him last time. She met the gazes looking her way one by one before withdrawing her attention to focus it back on the court. By now the referee had blown the whistle and the game had started. Soon after the start, Qi Yan scored a three-pointer and screams could be heard from the stands. But the opponent was no pushover either, keeping the scores very close. Chu Yang watched the game attentively, her head turning as the ball moved. She would clap her hands from time to time. But her neighbor Jin Yang was different, yelling loudly with the players, "Go, go. Wow, so handsome. Wow, so many hot guys, all with long legs. Damn, Chu Yang, look at number 7, 8 abs. Wow, number 5 too." Chu Yang felt her arm getting pulled by the excited girl. Chu Yang felt her mental age was a little higher. Although she was also very excited in her heart, she couldn't go wild. She looked where Chu Yang pointed. Indeed, 8 abs. She turned to look at Chien, who happened to lift his shirt to wipe sweat at this moment. His abs were also 8 blocks. Perhaps noticing Chu Yang's gaze, Chien even smiled at her. Stage 43 going to a basketball game 02. Chapter 43. His smile triggered another round of shrieks from the crowd. Chu Yang suddenly felt her face grow hot. She told herself internally that it must be because of all those handsome guys sweating it out that's getting her worked up. Just then, Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian finally showed up. We didn't arrive too late, did we? Jin Yang patted the empty spots beside her. No, have a seat and watch. It's so intense and they're all hotties. Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian quickly sat down to watch the match. At first it was just Jin Yang shrieking, but soon there were 3 Jin Yangs screaming. Not only that, Qian Xian had also brought a camera and kept snapping away, occasionally exclaiming, "Oh my god. So hot. Aha. I'm drooling. Chu Yang." The whistle sounded, signifying the end of the first half. Qian's team was currently leading by 7 points. As the players headed off court to rehydrate, a girl suddenly went up to Qian. Her face flushed as she offered him a bottle of water. Qian declined with a shake of his head. "It's okay, I've got water." He then took a huge swig from the bottle Chu Yang had given him earlier. He drank too quickly and some water dribbled down from the corner of his mouth to his neck and torso, the sight oozing sensuality. Many of the girls around them instantly whipped out their phones. The girl who had offered water looked slightly crestfallen as she handed it to another player instead. After downing half the bottle, Qian used his towel to wipe off the sweat on his body before taking a seat beside Yuanji and discussing tactics and such, too far for Chu Yang to make out clearly. During halftime, the cheerleading squad took to the court and music started playing. A group of girls in short skirts came out dancing, livening up the atmosphere again. "Ah, so many hotties. Xin keeps snapping. So many babes," squealed Qian Xian ecstatically. The other 3 with her continued fawning as well, occasionally letting slip vulgar words like, "Wow, her rack is huge. Easily bigger than mine by a whole cup size. Check out those legs, damn. Sis, you're killer. Holy crap, her waist is tiny, definitely less than 24 inches. Really wish I were a guy right now." The 10-minute break was soon over. At the start of the second half, Qian's team seemed to be struggling more, their initial lead of 45:38 quickly diminishing to 53:50. Then some altercation appeared to have taken place, nearly turning physical before everyone abruptly fell silent, uncertain of what had transpired. The referee penalized Qian's teammate and awarded the opposing team free throws. Chu Yang overheard whispers behind her. "WTF ref. I clearly saw the other team antagonizing them. Yeah, it was obviously number 6 who started it. This is bull, they have no sportsmanship at all." While Chu Yang had been watching the game intently, her eyes tended to follow the ball so she missed what exactly went down. With players moving quickly across court and occasional visual obstructions, she simply didn't catch what happened. In any case, Qian's team got penalized and the other team scored 2 consecutive shots, instantly narrowing the gap to 53-52. Everyone grew tense. Chu Yang then witnessed Qian discussing something with Yuanji and Wei Feng briefly before Yuanji sank a 3-pointer. Meanwhile, Wei Feng got knocked out of bounds and the opponent received a foul. Fortunately, Wei Feng was fine. The team then coordinated seamlessly, comfortably clinching the championship in the end. Qian sealed their win with a stunning 3-pointer in the last second. He leapt into the air near center court and launched the ball straight into the hoop without even touching the rim. The crowd erupted in raucous cheers. Qian also grinned as he exchanged high-fives with the others. Off court, Chu Yang and her friends were clapping vigorously as well. So awesome. Especially that last shot. Holy crap, to score from that distance? Freaking unbelievable, man. Amazing, just amazing. After the match ended, people started streaming out of the stadium. As Chu Yang got up to leave, Jin Yang said, "Didn't the campus hottie Qian ask you to join them for a celebratory dinner?" Chu Yang responded, "Why would I, a girl, crash their victory party when I'm not even from their school or team? Let's go." Jin Yang nodded and followed her out with the water bottles in hand. Meanwhile, Qian had toweled himself dry and slipped on a jacket after the game. He glanced towards where Chu Yang was seated earlier but found it empty. His gaze swept across the entire court before spotting Chu Yang queuing to exit with her dorm mates. "Chu Yang," Qian called out while jogging over. Chu Yang seemed to have heard someone calling her name but dismissed it as impossible, continuing to shuffle along with the crowd. Suddenly, she felt her wrist seized by someone. She turned her head to see a panting Qian who repeated, "Chu Yang." Chu Yang peered down at her captive wrist. As if scalded, Qian swiftly released his hold. "Sorry about that. I meant to ask, didn't we agree to have dinner together?" Chu Yang stared blankly back. "We didn't though." She had been about to turn him down earlier. "Huh?" Qian blinked in confusion as he scratched his head. "We didn't." Just then, Wei Feng draped an arm over Qian's shoulder, having come over as well. "Hello ladies. Let's grab dinner together, our treat." Yuanji and Zhang Qing tagged along too. "Come on, the more the merrier." Jin Yang and her two friends also gestured eagerly at Chu Yang. Chi Yen gazed expectantly at Chu Yang too. Faced with so many hopeful stares, Chu Yang conceded with a nod, not wanting to seem unappreciative. Wei Feng and Zhang Qing high-fived, whooping in delight. The other guys had met Chu Yang previously, so they greeted her as well. Chi Yen requested for them to wait as the boys needed time to freshen up after the game. Sure. Later, the boys emerged with backpacks over their jackets. Let's go. We booked a private room at the hotel restaurant near school. As the group walked out of the library, a blast of cold air hit them. Chu Yang shivered slightly and hugged herself tighter, only now remembering the unopened water bottles in her grasp. She passed them around so her hands would be freed up. It was quite a distance from the stadium to the hotel on foot. Chu Yang noticed the guys heading towards their cars and Chi Yen holding the door open for her. Chu Yang pointed at her moped. We'll take that over. There was space for 10 people across both cars, but 12 of them altogether. The same problem dawned on Chi Yen as well. Wei Feng gave Chi Yen a little shove in Chu Yang's direction, snatching the car keys from Jin Yang as he declared, Boss Chi, why don't you ride that moped with the esteemed Miss Chu over there? We'll drive ahead first. Jin Yang tossed me the keys, thanks bro. It took a beat for Jin Yang to react before he fumbled the keys out for Wei Feng. At the same time, he shot Chu Yang a significant look. The rest clambered into the two cars instantly, leaving Chi Yen and Chu Yang behind. Chu Yang. Chi Yen. Only after the cars departed did Chi Yen clear his throat. He accepted Chu Yang's keys, simply stating, let's go, as they headed towards the moped. CH-44 on fire. Chapter 44. The four-wheeled car quickly left the two-wheeled vehicle behind. It probably took the four-wheeled car about 10 minutes to arrive, while it would take Chu Yang and the others about 20 minutes. I always feel like every time we meet, we end up going out to eat in the end, Chu Yang said. Chi Yen laughed. That's true. And every time when Chi Yen treated them to a meal, he would take them to a fancy restaurant. Chu Yang was thinking that she should give them another prophecy. Let me give you a free prophecy? Chu Yang suddenly said. Although I don't have my crystal ball with me here, let me just take a quick look. Chi Yen. Sure. Chu Yang then put her hand on Chi Yen's shoulder. Chi Yen suddenly stiffened and the car swerved slightly. Chu Yang got a fright and put both hands on his shoulders. What's wrong? Chi Yen, nothing. I just suddenly saw a mouse. Chu Yang didn't think much of it. She closed her eyes and started releasing her psychic powers. Just 2 seconds later, Chu Yang saw flames. She instantly opened her eyes and her grip on Chi Yen's shoulders tightened. Chi Yen could feel it and asked, what's wrong? Chu Yang asked, what's the name of the restaurant we're going to eat at later? Chi Yen, Jingyuan Hotel. Chu Yang's face darkened. Let's hurry over there. I saw fire. Chi Yen instantly stepped on the gas. Fire? A fire. Chu Yang was very certain, yes. So let's hurry. I'm afraid Jin Yang and the others are already there. Okay. Chu Yang took out her phone and called Jin Yang on WeChat. Jin Yang and the others had just arrived at the hotel and were getting out of the car to go into the hotel. Hello. Jin Yang wondered why Chu Yang was calling her. Did something happen to their car? Don't go in, Chu Yang said seriously. Jin Yang saw that Wei Feng and Yuanji had already gone inside. She hurried to catch up to them. What's going on? Don't go in? You mean don't go into the hotel? Jin Yang hurriedly pulled Wei Feng's hand. Chu Yang said we shouldn't go in. Chu Yang, don't go in. There will be a fire. Just wait outside the entrance for now. Ah. Jin Yang quickly relayed Chu Yang's words to Wei Feng. Wei Feng immediately called for everyone to stop. Let's go back out for now. We'll wait outside for Brother Yen. A few who didn't know about Chu Yang's abilities were puzzled. Why? Can't we go in and order first? I'm starving. They were all rubbing their stomachs. Yeah, my stomach is growling already. Brother Yen will be here very soon. Go back outside first, Yuanji said firmly. With Yuanji speaking, no one objected anymore. They curiously filed back out of the hotel entrance. Yuanji asked Jin Yang, Boss Chu, did Miss Chu say anything else? Jin Yang shook her head. Just to wait outside the entrance for them. All right, let's wait here. They should arrive in about 5 minutes. Yuanji checked his watch and then sat inside the car to wait. The others also sat in the cars or squatted on the ground playing on their phones. 5 minutes later, they saw the little lamb, Chi Yan's car, arrive. As soon as the car stopped, everyone crowded around excitedly. You've arrived. Chu Yang took off her helmet and Chi Yan helped to hold it. Chu Yang tidied her hair and looked at everyone. You didn't go in, right? Yuanji walked over from the car. No, we didn't. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Good. She then looked at the hotel in front of them, a 6-story building, with dining areas on the first 2 floors and guest rooms above. You'll probably have to find another place to eat tonight. Should we go now or wait a bit? Chu Yang asked Chi Yan. The puzzled Wu Huarong asked, what's going on? Why do we need to change locations? Wei Feng put an arm around him. Don't ask for now. Listen to Miss Chu first, I'll explain to you later. He then looked to Chi Yan, Brother Yen, what do you think? Chi Yan glanced at Chu Yang. Let's wait for a bit. Chu Yang didn't object. Okay, I'll go sit in the car first then. Wei Feng hurriedly opened the car door. Miss Chu, have a seat. I'll turn on the AC for you. Chu Yang got into the passenger seat, while Chi Yen went to the driver's seat. The rest either sat in the cars or squatted on the ground. 10 minutes went by quickly. Chu Yang said to Jin Yang, call 119. Got it. Jin Yang dialed 119 directly. Hello? Mr. Firefighter? I'm outside Jinyuan Hotel near the east gate of B University. I see Jinyuan Hotel is on fire. Yes, that's right. Okay, thanks. Right after Jin Yang finished speaking, they saw smoke rising from the second floor of the hotel. Chu Yang added, yell for people to come out, see if there's a fire alarm at the entrance. Everyone sprang into action. Wei Feng went inside and told the front desk, there's a fire upstairs. Then he shouted loudly, fire. Get out quick. The front desk staff panicked, seemingly hesitant at first. Then someone from the second floor came running down shouting fire. The front desk immediately sounded the fire alarm. A loud alarm instantly rang through the entire hotel. Chu Yang and the others couldn't see inside from where they were, but the fire on the second floor suddenly grew bigger, with thick smoke billowing out. Many people came rushing out, but this was a 6-story hotel and the fire started on the second floor. People from surrounding shops also came out. Some were making calls, others came out with fire extinguishers, and some turned on water pipes to prepare to fight the blaze. Chi Yen and Wei Feng also went to help. 5 minutes later, the fire brigade arrived. After that, it was no longer any of Chu Yang and their business. It's got nothing to do with us now. Let's go to Ping'an Hotel. I've had them prepare everything, Chi Yen said. No one disagreed. Afraid that Chu Yang would catch a cold, this time she remained sitting in the car on the way to Ping'an Hotel. As for the little lamb, Wei Feng and Yuan Ji took it. While leaving, Chu Yang suddenly spotted a familiar couple in the rearview mirror. The male and female leads were stumbling out looking haggard, wearing only bathrobes which had been blackened. Ping'an Hotel was 5 kilometers away. They soon arrived. Back at Jinyuan Hotel, after the fire was extinguished, the boss still wanted to thank the young men who helped initially, only to realize they had vanished without a trace. During dinner, Wu Huarong sidled up to Wei Feng and whispered, how did you guys know there was going to be a fire? Wei Feng shushed him and showed a Weibo account, giving him a thumbs-up sign. Wu Huarong saw that the account name was Prophet Girl Wizard. He instantly covered his mouth in silent excitement. Really? Wei Feng gave double thumbs up. Wu Huarong looked at Chu Yang with newfound admiration in his gaze. He quickly took out his phone to follow her account, giving an okay sign. Then he turned around in a circle excitedly. Chu Yang suddenly gained a few more fans. CH45 reward. Chapter 45. Because they had eaten dinner late, around 10 o'clock when everyone had just finished eating, Wei Feng looked forward to Chi Yen. Brother, Yen, we don't want to go back tonight. I want to enjoy myself. Yen threw him a VIP card of the hotel. Wei Feng shouted loudly, Yen, brother bless you. Who wants to go together? I do. I do. Me too. Everyone followed Wei Feng. Chi Yen looked at Chu Yang. I'll take you back. Chu Yang and the others were tired. Okay. When they returned to the dormitory, it was almost 11 o'clock. After Chu Yang took a shower, she went to sleep. Before falling asleep, she saw the essay her brother, Chu Luo, sent her. She decided to read it tomorrow. The next morning when Chu Yang got up, while eating breakfast, she read Chu Luo's little essay. Under the sunshine, the wheat ears shone with golden light. Uncle Farmer walked over with a hoe. After a period of training, Chu Luo's essays had improved a lot. At least he would describe things more carefully now. But Chu Yang felt it was not good enough. Chu Yang quickly wrote down several comments and assigned new tasks. At noon, Chi Yen sent her a message. It turned out that the owner of the hotel that caught fire last night had found them and gave Chi Yen and the others a flag for brave righteousness. Not only that, but each of them was also given a VIP card and told that they would get a 50% discount at the hotel restaurant in the future. But everyone knew that the biggest credit was actually Chu Yang. They were going to bring the VIP cards to her and the brave righteousness flag too. Chu Yang didn't want such a big fuss. Just give me 2 cards, that's enough. I don't need the flag. 2 cards would be enough for the 4 people in their dormitory. Okay, I'll come find you this afternoon. Good. In the afternoon after school, Chi Yen rode his little lamb to the literature building again and handed Chu Yang 2 cards. Then he asked her, you're off from school, right? Do you want to go out for dinner? Chu Yang. Where to eat? Why is it eating every time? Chi Yen thought for a while. There's a pretty good one. I'll take you there. Then he handed Chu Yang a helmet. He had become quite skilled at this. Chu Yang, okay. Chu Yang took the helmet and sat behind him. At this moment, the class teacher, Li Daong, happened to come out from the teaching building. Seeing Chu Yang, he called out, Student Chu Yang? Chu Yang was still fiddling with the helmet. She looked over at Teacher Li. Li Daong glanced at Chi Yen and was surprised. This male student looked really good. Then he asked, your boyfriend? Chu Yang. Just a friend. Li Daong didn't care too much either. Think about the competition I talked to you about today, okay? Chu Yang nodded. Okay. I will definitely consider it. Li Daong waved his hand. You go ahead first. Chu Yang bid him goodbye, then sized him up and said, Teacher, Li, take a different route home today. Bye-bye. Chu Yang patted Chu Yan's shoulder, signaling him to drive. Chu Yan understood, then the little lamb quickly drove away, leaving Li Daong completely puzzled. He hadn't forgotten what student Chu Yang had told him a long time ago. He was originally going to go to Mingda building and then go home from there. Now Chu Yang was telling him to take a different route? He shook his head. As a teacher of the people, how could he believe in superstition? Materialism, 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 he chanted it 3 times to himself. Teacher, Li Daong turned and walked in another direction. He just wanted to buy something. On Chu Yang's side, Chu Yan asked, are you going to participate in a competition? That was Professor Li just now, right? I've read the prose he wrote before. Yeah, that's Professor Li Daong. He recommended me to participate in a Chinese knowledge competition. He also introduced me to my part-time job. He's a great teacher. Chu Yang explained. So are you going? I'm considering it. Chu Yan didn't ask too much either. He suddenly remembered the book Chu Yang had wanted to find last time. By the way, last time you wanted to find that book Commercial Joe Dialogues. I found that book at my house. Can I bring it to you tomorrow afternoon? Chu Yang thought for a moment. I have my part-time job tomorrow afternoon, so I won't have time. That's right. Chu Yang seemed to be tutoring at his complex. You're going to tutor, right? In my complex. Chu Yang nodded. Yeah. Chu Yan smiled. That works out great then. I'll go find you to give you the book after you finish tutoring tomorrow. I'll be around the complex anyway since I'm going back there tonight and we'll stay there tomorrow. Chu Yang thought it was feasible. Okay. It's settled then. Chu Yan took Chu Yang to a small shop in a small alley. If you didn't know about it, you wouldn't know there was a shop here. After parking, Chu Yan said, this shop is run by an aunt I know. Her home cooking is pretty good. Then he took Chu Yang inside. Oh, little Yan is here? The shop owner saw Chu Yan and came up to greet them. What would you like to eat today? Chu Yan shook her hand with a smile. Aunt, nice to see you. I brought a classmate today to see what she wants to eat. Only then did the boss notice Chu Yang. She smiled and said, your classmate, ah. Okay, little classmate, take a look at the menu and see what you want to eat. She handed Chu Yang a menu. Chu Yang was also very generous. I'll have the steamed base, sweet and sour pork ribs. Chu Yan, you can order the rest. Chu Yan ordered 2 more dishes. The dishes came up quickly. After eating 2 bites, Chu Yan looked at her. How is it? Chu Yang nodded while eating. Very good. It really was very good with a home-cooked taste. Then let's come back another time, Chu Yan said. Chu Yang glanced at him but didn't speak. After eating their fill, Chu Yan sent her back to the dormitory then left. The next day, while Chu Yang was at her tutoring job, Professor Li Daong, who had some business at the school, heard the security guard say, Professor Li, don't take the Mingda building route today. They're doing work over there. Professor Li remembered what Chu Yang had told him yesterday and asked, what's going on over there? Security guard. Yesterday a tree branch over there suddenly fell down and hit 2 students. Fortunately, they only had minor injuries. So today the school required all the branches of the trees over there to be trimmed. Afterwards, they might check the other trees to see if they all need trimming. Professor Li asked again, when did this happen? Security guard, yesterday afternoon around dinner time when school had just ended, I think. Professor Li Daong. No wonder student Ng told him to take another route. But how did student Ng? If this was just a coincidence before, but this time it was verified. As a professor who had seen a lot, student Chu Yang not only had good grades, but was also good-natured. She really lives up to being his student. On the other side, Chu Yan got up early in the morning. First he cleaned the whole house, then the fridge was empty so he went to buy a whole bunch of groceries. Then he took out the book Commercial Joe Dialogues and left it out, waiting for Chu Yang to finish work. CH 46 Missing Events 01. Chapter 46. You need to connect the context here, for example this paragraph. Chu Yang was explaining test papers to students in a room. About 2 hours later, Chu Yang finished teaching, bid farewell to the employer and students, then walked to another building, intending to take the elevator up. Just then the elevator came down. As soon as the door opened, Chu Yan was inside. Chu Yan was also stunned for a moment then smiled. I guessed you must be finishing so I wanted to come down to pick you up. The book is upstairs. Chu Yang walked into the elevator and Chu Yan pressed the upstairs floor number again. I still remember when you first came to the wrong unit and just happened to find my home. Chu Yan thought of this incident. Chu Yang also remembered. It was because the employer wrote it down wrong. I felt it was off as soon as I saw it. Chu Yan laughed. Haha, we're pretty faded. The elevator quickly arrived. Chu Yan opened the door to welcome Chu Yang into the house, took out a pair of slippers. Have a seat first. Would you like something to drink? Chu Yang changed into the shoes and sat down on the sofa. Anything is fine. Chu Yan went into the kitchen and poured a glass of orange juice. Chu Yang saw the Spring and Autumn Annals book on the desk. She picked it up and flipped through it. It was the right one. Chu Yan came out with the orange juice. How about it? Is this the book? Chu Yang nodded. Yes, thanks. You're welcome. Chu Yan looked at the time. After 4 p.m., why not stay for dinner later? I bought groceries. Chu Yang felt quite embarrassed to take his book and then get treated to dinner. No need. Now that I have the book I should head back first. Chu Yang drank down the orange juice in one gulp. Thanks for the orange juice. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. That fast? Chu Yang nodded. Yes, I still have things to do at school. Alright, I'll go back with you then, I need to go to school anyway. Wait a moment, I'll go change clothes. Chu Yang didn't mind waiting. After a while the two went back to school and parted ways at the school gate. In fact, Chu Yang didn't have anything to do. She just felt awkward eating alone at Chu Yan's house. It was different than normal meals out. Eating at his home felt strange. Chu Yang decided to take Professor Li's advice and sign up for the Chinese knowledge competition. She first needed to register online and pay a few $dozen. Registration would be open for a month. The competition wouldn't start until next month, so there was no hurry. As the weather grew warmer, Chu Yang bought clothes online for Chu Luo and her parents back home and mailed them over. At Shangyuan Middle School, Chu Luo came to class wearing his new clothes. His classmates found it a bit strange. Chu Luo, why do you have so many new clothes? Weren't the new clothes you wore at the start of school enough? On the surface Chu Luo was calm, but the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't hide how happy he truly felt inside. My sister bought them for me. You have a sister? How old is she? Does she work? They didn't know Chu Luo actually had an older sister. My sister goes to university. Where does your sister go to university? Undergrad. Chu Luo held his head high proudly. A university. Whoa! Your sister goes to a university. Next, everyone in the class knew Chu Luo's sister was a student at a university. Your sister is really amazing. No wonder your grades are so good. Does your sister tutor you? Your Chinese seems a lot better recently. Did your sister teach you? Do you have any tips you can share? Does your sister have any notes? Can you share them? Chu Luo. No notes or tutoring. She just has me read more books and write an essay every week. Why do you all want to write an extra essay every week too? His classmates hurriedly shook their heads. Never mind. Dear Prophet, I'm going on a trip soon. Please predict if my travels will be safe and smooth. Young Witch Prophet, it will be safe and smooth. Great, thank you Prophet. Transfer $30. Witch Goddess, I'm working on a big project recently, but the competition is intense. Can you predict if I'll beat them? Young Witch Prophet, you can. Really, thanks Witch Goddess. Transfer $30. Chu Yang was handling some customer inquiries. They were small issues, but making money still made her feel extremely happy. Witch Goddess, how come you haven't been predicting celebrity scandals recently? I want to see a scandal prediction. Young Witch Prophet, $75 fee. Never mind. Witch Goddess, I recently went to a fortune teller. He said the baby I'm currently pregnant with is a boy. Is that true? If it's a girl, I won't keep it. Chu Yang ignored this one. She wanted no part in son preference. Witch Goddess, there's been a severe drought around my city lately. When will it rain? I don't have much money, is $10 okay? Young Witch Prophet, there will be cloud seeding rain next week. Thanks Witch Goddess. Transfer $10. Chu Yang was still engrossed in her book while the satisfied crow napped next to her. A small towel draped over its body made by Jin Yang and the others. Witch Goddess, are you there? Emergency. Witch Goddess. What, Witch Goddess, do you remember me? I asked you to help find my lost dog before. My classmate went missing. Can you help predict what happened? Here's a photo of my classmate. Photo. Transfer $750. Witch Goddess, please help. My classmate has been missing for 2 weeks already. The police still can't find her. Chu Yang was still absorbed in her book and hadn't seen the messages. Her fans had been steadily growing, most referred by previous customers. Some followed to see gossip predictions. The Young Witch Prophet account now had over 15,000 followers. Sure enough, her occasional gossip predictions besides the weather forecasts were the right choice. At least she was steadily earning money now. Some had even contacted her about promoting lucky charms and bracelets to attract romance. Chu Yang rejected them all. Such things were often scams. Even if they worked, it was still questionable. If ineffective or unsafe, then they harm people. On the other side, Wei Qian Duo was still waiting for the blogger to come online, but she hadn't appeared even though it was half an hour since she was last active. Next to her, Qin Hai said, "Will it really help? Wei Qian Duo. Have you forgotten about Dian Dian?" She teared up remembering Dian Dian. Qin Hai quickly comforted her, "I haven't forgotten. But it's been 2 weeks already, I fear that." Wei Qian Duo hurriedly covered his mouth. "Don't jinx it. Even if something happened, we still need to find her. Haven't you seen Aunt Sun's hair turning white from grief? Her classmate Sun Yu said she was going home but never returned. Teachers realized something was wrong when she didn't come back and contacted her parents, but no one could find her. With no other option, they called the police. Not only did the police mobilize, but all of Sun Yu's friends, classmates, and acquaintances searched for her to no avail. Sun Yu's parents came to school after their daughter went missing. Seeing the old couple's apprehension, Wei Qian Duo took pity on them and remembered the Witch Goddess. So she urgently went to ask what happened. CH 47 Missing Events 02. Chapter 47. At the police station. Captain Lee, here are the missing person reports from the past 2 months. There are 5 in total. all young female university students. We investigated all of them. They were law-abiding students without boyfriends who were nice to others and did not have conflicts with anyone. Just very average students with mediocre grades and looks. Each had 2 or 3 friends. These 5 students were not from the same schools. 1 was a freshman, 2 were sophomores, and 2 were juniors. Their majors were all different too, no discernible pattern. Captain Lee listened intently and observed, what about their parents? Did the parents have any enemies? No, all very average farmers or workers, all migrants. 2 sets of parents had ordinary quarrels with others, but nothing serious enough to kill someone over. Another guess is human trafficking. Everyone listened feeling perplexed without a clue where to start. But they all felt there must be a connection between the 5 missing girls. Captain Lee? Someone suddenly rushed in from outside. A corpse has been discovered in a lake in West City. Let's head over right away. When it was time to rest for the evening, Chu Yang had just seen the message Wei Qianduo sent her. The customer was quite generous, so despite it being bedtime, Chu Yang still brought out her crystal ball onto her bed. Soon Chu Yang's bed lit up. Jin Yang and the others were all used to it by now. They had learned to ignore it and just kept playing on their phones or doing their own thing. About 10 minutes later, Chu Yang's face turned, and she got up to open the curtains and went into the bathroom to throw up several times. When she came out, her face was pale white. Jin Yang and the other 2 roommates looked at each other. Yang, what's wrong? Chu Yang sat down, poured herself a cup of hot water and took a sip before she felt a bit better. It's fine, just a scare. Jin Yang carefully asked, is it because of a bad prophecy? Chu Yang was silent. It was worse than just bad, it was horrifying. She saw someone wrapped up completely butchering a corpse into pieces and plating it. Ugh. No, just the thought made her want to hurl again. Chu Yang opened Weibo, unsure of how to respond to her customer. She had not even finished the prophecy yet. As soon as she saw that scene, she immediately closed it. Unbeknownst to her, in another city earlier that afternoon a corpse had been dredged up from a lake. But parts of that corpse were missing and the body was bloated from being in water so long that the features were unrecognizable. Many of the police officers who saw it threw up. It was too disgusting. On the other end, Wei Qianduo saw that Chu Yang was online and started messaging again. How is it going? If not enough money I can add more. Whatever the result we can accept it. Seeing the reply, Wei Qianduo's face turned pale. She screenshotted it and sent it to Qin Hai. What do you think the witch means? It was a long time before Qin Hai replied, so Wei Qianduo called him directly. Hey Qin Hai, take a look at what I sent you. On the other end, Qin Hai sounded like he had been woken up. Miss, it's the middle of the night. But Wei Qianduo did not care. It's only midnight. Why are you sleeping so early? Hurry and take a look at the message. All right. After reading it, Qin Hai replied, I heard something this afternoon. Wei Qianduo, what is it? What's the relation? I'm asking what the witch meant. Qin Hai went on, the police found a corpse in a lake in West City this afternoon. As for the Lingxi reservoir the witch mentioned, you know. Wei Qianduo's face went even paler and her eyes reddened. Then, what should we do? Qin Hai, report it to the police. The witch said tomorrow at Lingxi reservoir, right? Wei Qianduo, okay. I'll call the police right away. Hello, officer? I'm a classmate of Sun Yu who went missing. I have a clue, Lingxi reservoir. The officer registered it and asked, may I ask where you got this clue from? Wei Qianduo stumbled over her words. I found fortune teller blogs online that said it. Officer, miss, please refrain from interfering with police investigations. Wei Qianduo, the blog is really accurate. What they say must be true. Please go check it out. Officer, all right, if there are more clues we will look into it. Thank you for the information. Anything else? No. Please send someone to keep watch over Lingxi reservoir. Got it. Click. After hanging up, the officer complained to his colleague. With those missing person cases lately, someone actually went online looking for fortune tellers and prophets for clues, and mentioned Lingxi reservoir. Lingxi reservoir? That remote place? Who would go there? Right. Other than the perpetrator, who would be at such a desolate location. Captain Lee had just returned to the station and overheard. What are you guys talking about? What's this Lingxi reservoir? The officer who took the call quickly stood at attention when he saw him. Captain Lee, you're back. How's that corpse from the lake today? Captain Lee, the coroner is examining it. I just took a call. After thinking for a bit, Captain Lee ordered. Lingxi reservoir? Send someone there to stake it out right away. Officer, What do you mean, Hurry up. Yes, sir. Because of last night's prophecy work, Chu Yang had no energy at all the next morning. While going to breakfast with Jin Yang asked her, Yang, do you want century egg congee and lean meat porridge? Chu Yang, ugh. Jin Yang. Chu Yang waved her hand, I'll just have rice porridge. Jin Yang, sure. He was dying of curiosity about what exactly happened last night, but seeing Chu Yang's pale little face, Jin Yang did not dare ask. In the morning, Chu Yang had a bowl of plain rice porridge and a vegetable bun. During class, the teacher was lecturing. In the Shang dynasty, one type of ritual sacrifice involved human sacrifices. As you can see in the PPT, they would hack off the limbs and then. Ugh. Chu Yang blurted out and everyone looked over. Chu Yang, sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Chu Yang, you're not pregnant, are you? Everyone. CH48, do you like me? Chapter 48. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Yang just has a weak stomach, can't you see how thin she is? Jin Yang stood up and said, what are you trying to do spreading rumors in public like this? I was just asking a question. If there's nothing then there's nothing, why are you overreacting so much? Could it be true? Jin Yang was furious. You eternal second place, are you trying to get my Chu Yang sick so you can overtake her? My Chu Yang doesn't even have a boyfriend. You. Humph. I won't argue with you. Then she muttered, who said you have to have a boyfriend to get pregnant? Teacher, alright, Jin Yang, if Chu Yang isn't feeling well, you go with her to the infirmary. As for trouble comes from the mouth. Don't you know what you should and shouldn't say? Careless words can turn into rumors and even hurt people's feelings. Everyone, think before you speak from now on. Studying well is the right path. Jin Yang accompanied Chu Yang out of the classroom and the teacher continued the lesson. Rolled her eyes and whispered to the person next to her. The teacher is obviously biased. Her friend, come on, what you said wasn't nice either. And Chu Yang's face today is as pale as a ghost. Anyone can see she's not feeling well. Embarrassed. I just blurted it out without thinking, okay? Besides, aren't there rumors that she's dating Chi Yan from the nearby B University? Chi Yan? Who said that? My sister goes to B University, she said she saw them. Chi Yan is very close with a girl. My sister even took pictures, I've seen them, isn't that Chu Yang? Maybe they're just friends. Chi Yan has female friends? Shua, stop talking, the teacher is looking over here. That is really something, she must be unhappy that you always score higher than her on exams. Jin Yang grumbled angrily. Chu Yang didn't want to talk, let's go back to the dorm, I won't go to the infirmary. What made her nauseous earlier was because the teacher's photo reminded her of what she saw last night. Are you really okay? I'm fine. I saw something disgusting last night. Alright, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll bring it for you. Chu Yang thought for a moment, vegetable noodles, no meat at all. Oh right, it'll rain at noon, remember to bring an umbrella. Got it. After sending Chu Yang back to her dorm, Jin Yang went to class. There were still classes left and she'd asked for leave on Chu Yang's behalf. In Chu Yang's fan group, Wei Feng at Golden Sun Jin Yang, Chu Yang didn't post today's weather forecast. Jin Yang, it'll rain at noon, remember your umbrella. Wei Feng, got it. Wei Feng, does the psychic have any other predictions? Hopeful emoji. Jin Yang. No, Chu Yang isn't feeling well today, don't disturb her. Wei Feng, worried emoji. What happened to the psychic? Jin Yang. Just not feeling well physically. Don't ask anymore. Wei Feng, oh. This fan group was created by Wei Feng. Last time they had a meal together, he added Jin Yang and the other two's contacts, then created this group to keep in friendly touch. Aside from Jin Yang's trio, there were also the nice brothers from the basketball game, Yuan Ji, Qin Shiwan, Zhao Qingyan, Wu Warong, and around a dozen others. But Chu Yang and Chi Yan weren't in this group. On the other side, after Wei Feng found out Chu Yang wasn't feeling well, he poked Chi Yan, who was sitting in front listening to class attentively. Bro, Chi Yan, Chu Yang isn't well today, want to go show your concern? Chi Yan immediately turned around, how do you know? Wei Feng's eyes shifted around, didn't I add her roommate on WeChat? She told me. It's little Jin Yang. Chi Yan frowned. Do you know what's wrong with her? Wei Feng, no idea, Jin Yang wouldn't let me ask either. Maybe it's a girl thing, aren't they uncomfortable for a few days every month? Chi Yan turned back around without replying, but was thinking he'd go buy some things to visit her later. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned back again. Give me Jin Yang's WeChat ID. Wei Feng gave him an okay gesture. On this end, after Chi Yan received the message from Wei Feng, he added Jin Yang on WeChat. Jin Yang was shocked when the message came in during class and her phone nearly fell to the ground. WTF? The campus heartthrob wants to add her on WeChat? Jin Yang taps accept, then cautiously asks, hello campus heartthrob Chi Yan, may I ask if something's the matter? Chi Yan, I heard Chu Yang isn't feeling well today. How's she doing? Jin Yang immediately guessed it must have been that big mouth Wei Feng and gave a proper reply. Last night while Chu Yang was working, she saw something and threw up badly in the bathroom several times. This morning she also had poor appetite and looked a bit pale. But Chu Yang said it's nothing serious and took the day off to rest. Chi Yan, I see, thanks. Now that he knew the reason, as soon as school ended, Chi Yan went to the supermarket to buy some fruit and milk, then headed to the place he took Chu Yang to eat last time. Aunt Wen, can I get a red bean and peanut porridge to go please? Sure. Later, carrying a bunch of things, Chi Yan rode his little sheep to the female dorms of a university after 1 p.m. He would chat Chu Yang. Chu Yang wondered why he was calling her. Hello. Chi Yan, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Chu Yang? Chu Yang went downstairs and saw Chi Yan sitting on his little sheep, wearing a helmet with things on his bike. Girls walking by would glance at him but he remained aloof. Seeing her come out, he waved her over and handed her the packaged red bean porridge when she approached. This is the red bean porridge I got Aunt Wen to pack. It nourishes the blood. It's still hot. I heard you weren't feeling well so I came to see you. I also bought fruit and milk. Chu Yang took the porridge, gave him a look. He seemed to have come in a hurry, slightly sweaty, but it didn't diminish his looks. Chu Yang suddenly asked, "Do you like me?" Chu Yan was caught completely off guard by her abrupt and direct question. He froze up instantly. Chu Yang could actually sense it. She'd never seen Chu Yan get close with any girl other than her. Even with Jin Yang and the others, he would keep a certain distance in normal interactions. Chu Yan was stunned for a few seconds, his entire body stiff and rigid. Then, starting from his neck, his whole face gradually turned red. Although he had a helmet on, Chu Yang could see clearly. She raised a brow. Well? Having trouble answering. No. Chu Yan handed her the fruit. Chu Yang tilted her head. Chu Yan felt himself start sweating as he blinked his long eyelashes like two little brushes. I like you. Chu Yang took the fruit and milk from him. I'll think about it. You go back first. With a wave of her hand, Chu Yang turned and walked into the dorm building, leaving Chu Yan standing there alone, utterly at a loss as he watched her back. CH-49 Serial Killer 01. Chapter 49. Chu Yan was stunned for several minutes, then rode away on his little lamb, absent-mindedly back to the dorm. Wei Feng, who had just come out of the bathroom, suddenly shouted, "Damn. Bro Yen, what's up with you?" Zhang Qing, who was still playing with his figurines, and Yuan Ji, who was about to go out, also looked at Chu Yan in shock. "What's up with you, Chu Yan? Why is your face so red? Your ears are red too. And you're sweating on your forehead. Are you sick?" Chu Yan looked in the mirror next to him. His hair was slightly damp. He picked up a towel and clothes. "I'm fine." Then he went into the bathroom to take a shower. The other three looked at each other in dismay. Wei Feng suddenly thought, Bro Yen went to see Senior Chu Yang. Did Senior Chu Yang do this and that to torment him? Yuan Ji knocked him on the head. "You're thinking too much. Maybe he was just in a hurry. Didn't you say Chu Yang wasn't feeling well?" Wei Feng stroked his head. "Oh right, maybe Bro Yen was just too anxious." Without further discussion, everyone went about their business. Yuan Ji had to go to the library to study. Zhang Qing was still working on his figurines, and Wei Feng also had something to do outside, so he packed up first. When Chu Yan came out of the bathroom, only Zhang Qing was left in the dorm. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then realized he seemed to have forgotten to ask her why she was unwell. At the Lingxi Reservoir at the other end of the city, the police fished a bag out of the reservoir. When they opened the bag, everyone around went yu. The identity of the corpse still needed to be verified by the coroner. Captain Li asked Baozhen, who had been on watch last night, "Baozhen, did you notice anything unusual last night?" "Baozhen, I kept watch all night, and indeed didn't see anyone. It's a reservoir here, so there's a lot of water noise. Then around dawn, I heard something fall in. I went over to take a look but didn't find anything. I waited another 2 hours, then went over to the other side to poke around with a stick. That's when I poked the bag. It was hard to get it out here, so I called you guys. You know the rest." A young cop on the side murmured, "So the tip was real." On the way back, the young cop said to an older cop, the one who provided the tip said they got it from some online master. "Master, do such people really exist?" The cop next to him lit a cigarette. "You're still young. When you've been in the job long enough, you'll find all kinds of people exist." The young cop was very excited. "Really? Then can we get her to help with cases?" "Ouch." The young cop was flicked on the forehead by the older cop. "What's up, master?" "Old cop, do you think you can afford her price? Got to be realistic. How can you rely on others? As a cop, you've got to use your own eyes to observe and take action to solve cases, not rely on some master or fortune teller. You know about believing in science, right? Otherwise, what use would we cops be? You think to serve the people is just lip service." Young cop. "But." The old cop gave him a sideways glance. The young cop immediately shut up. "I get it, master." In the end, the body was confirmed to be Sun Yu's. Her family collapsed in sobs. Wei Qianduo couldn't bear to watch either. She didn't expect the outcome to be like this. "Do you think I did wrong? If Sun Yu had remained missing, her parents might have kept believing she was alive. I shouldn't have looked for Witch Big. Qin Hai comforted her. "You did nothing wrong. If we couldn't find Sun Yu, how could we find the murderer and get justice for her?" Wei Qianduo regained her spirit. "You're right." Finally, the police determined this was a serial murder case. When it was made public, some citizens became very concerned. Higher-ups also demanded the case be cracked and the murderer captured quickly. Some people let it go in one ear and out the other. At first, some ordinary folks would be afraid, but by the next day it was business as usual. Everyone figured this probably wouldn't happen to them since they didn't seem to have offended anyone, plus they didn't go to unsafe places. Chu Yang vomited for 2 days before finally recovering. She tried not to think about it, but when she saw the notice about the serial murder case, Chu Yang narrowed her eyes. She hadn't seen what the murderer looked like, only that he had a scar on the tiger's mouth area of his hand. Walking into the classroom, Chen Cece looked at her. "Chu Yang, you're better now? You're really not pregnant." Chu Yang glanced at her. "You've been unlucky lately, watch out." She said unlucky because she saw Chen Cece had some black energy, nothing serious. Chen Cece stood up. "Chu Yang, you cursed me." Chu Yang ignored her. Seeing the teacher come in, she said, "Teacher's here." Chen Cece didn't dare say any more. She humphed and sat down, then still unsatisfied turned and said, I know about that someone from the university you're with. Chu Yang knew who she was talking about, but it seemed they weren't together yet. Oh right, she said she'd consider it. Still considering. And the person she was considering hadn't slept well for 2 days, tossing and turning every night, picking up his phone to ask then putting it down again, looking at her profile pic, flipping through her moments. Oh, it seems she had never posted anything. Bro Yen, what's up with you? Look at your eye bags. You're still that perfect, flawless campus heartthrob. Wei Feng poked at Chi Yen. Chi Yen. Wei Feng continued, if senior saw you like this she wouldn't be able to bear looking at you. Zheng Qing on the side rolled his eyes. Wei, even with eye bags Chi Yen would still have girls flocking all over wanting him. Don't believe me? Look around you at all the stolen glances. Wei Feng, senior is no ordinary person. Bro Yen, want me to give you an eye bag face mask? Yuanji, Wei, you use face masks too? Wei Feng, hehe, I just started recently. A blogger I follow says men should learn to take care of themselves too so we have common topics with girls. Yuanji. Zhang Qing, haven't seen any girls looking for you. Wei Feng, that hit home. Chi Yen touched under his eyes, put some on for me when we get back. Wei Feng beamed, you got it. Zhang Qing. I want some too. Wei Feng, weren't you just scorning it earlier? Zhang Qing, I believe in Bro Yen. Wei Feng. Recently Chen Cece felt she really was unlucky. First she tripped and fell at school with everyone watching. Then at lunch the last sweet and sour pork ribs were bought by the person in front of her. She took the wrong bus and missed her stop. The clothes she ordered online turned out to be trash. That's it, Chu Yang's curse was working. No way was she going to believe it. That weekend, Chen Cece went to a temple outside the city and got herself a protective charm. This time she definitely wouldn't have bad luck. After 2 days, Chen Cece felt life was going very smoothly. The charm must be working. Chu Yang's curse was defeated. CH 50 Serial 02. Chapter 50. On Monday, when Chu Yang walked into the classroom, she noticed that the black mist around Chen Cece had grown darker. Chu Yang frowned slightly, but soon resumed her normal expression. This bit of darkness isn't enough to kill anyone. On the other side, at the police station, it can be deduced that the perpetrator is an adult male. His methods are decisive and efficient, likely a butcher or possibly a doctor, but not certain. He is around 176 centimeters tall and his appearance is probably average, the kind of person you wouldn't normally notice in a crowd. Chi Yen was somewhat distracted here because he hadn't been in contact with Chu Yang for a while. Suddenly Wei Feng next to him said, haven't you heard about that recent serial murder case in the city? I heard they found 5 female university students either in a lake or a reservoir. It's really frightening. Why are you scared? You're a guy. I'm worried on behalf of all the ladies. And since he targets women, how do you know he won't change his mind and go after men too? Chi Yen took out his phone and sent Chu Yang a message. Have you heard about the recent serial killings? Be careful and stay safe. Chu Yang replied with a 1. Chi Yen looked at the single 1 reply over and over, wondering what it meant. He asked Wei Feng next to him. What does 1 stand for? Wei Feng was puzzled. What 1? 1 tree? 1 flower? Chi Yen. Just the number 1. Wei Feng, let me see. Chi Yen didn't show him. Wei Feng, well, 1 is a number word, but nowadays many people use it casually to mean I know, okay, agree, and so on. Chi Yen nodded in understanding. 1. Wei Feng, bro Chi Yen is being weird lately. The main reason Chu Yang gave such a simple reply to Chi Yen was because she was doing listening exercises on her phone when his message suddenly popped up. She quickly replied with a 1. Of course she knew about the serial killings, but that wasn't any of her business. She believed in minding her own matters. The next day, when Chu Yang entered the classroom, she noticed the black mist around Chen Cece had grown even thicker, comparable to Su Zhao previously. Chu Yang's expression was solemn. Although Chen Cece was sometimes sarcastic towards her, she was definitely not a bad person. She was just jealous of Chu Yang for always placing second after her. Apparently Chen Cece studied very hard for every exam, always vowing to beat Chu Yang's scores, but she never managed to. Chen Cece was quite popular in class. She often did work for the class and cared a lot about collective honors. Whenever their class won Best Class Awards, it was partly due to Chen Cece's contributions. It's just that there were many excellent students, but only 1 could be the most excellent. Academically, Chu Yang was still the best, so of course Chen Cece felt imbalanced inside. But there was no solution to her imbalance. She could only occasionally make snide remarks out of impulse. Every class had quotas for students from poor families, but actually many students in their class came from well-off families. By comparison, Chu Yang's family was considered poor, but she didn't apply for the quota since she could earn money herself. To the wealthy students or middle-class families, she was seen as impoverished. Chu Yang didn't apply for the quota, but some wanted it. Who doesn't like extra money? Back then, Chen Cece said, "And Hui, your family drives a BMW. Why are you applying as an impoverished student? Is your family poorer than Chu Yang's? Look at your shoes and look at hers." At the time, Chu Yang thought, what's wrong with 50 yuan shoes? And Hui, but there's a quota and Chu Yang's not applying anyway. Chen Cece, I'll make her apply right now, but you can't. Your family is so rich yet you still covet this few thousand yuan, aren't you shameless? And we? Fine, fine. Who doesn't want more money? I won't apply then, give it to Chu Yang. In the end, Chu Yang was forced to apply and now had a monthly subsidy in her meal card. So although Chen Cece was sometimes sarcastic to her, Chu Yang didn't take it to heart. Compared to Lin Shu Shu, Chen Cece was still better. Chu Yang observed Chen Cece for a while before deciding to talk to her after school. During break time, Chu Yang overheard Chen Cece saying she was going shopping tomorrow, then karaoke with friends at night, and might come back to school late. Chu Yang suddenly interjected, I suggest you don't go. Chen Cece was startled and turned around to see Chu Yang. You're cursing me again? Humph, I'll have you know I have a protective charm, I'm not afraid. Chen Cece took out a charm from her pocket and waved it at Chu Yang. Jin Yang knew when Chu Yang said such things it usually meant something serious would happen. She quickly added, I suggest you don't go either. Listen to my Chu Yang. Chen Cece rolled her eyes. Jin Yang, you're just Chu Yang's lapdog. You agree with everything she says. Jin Yang didn't feel unhappy at all. That's because everything my Chu Yang says is true, so of course I listen. Chen Cece, I'm going no matter what. It's none of your business where I go. I'm going. Chu Yang was very serious. Even if it costs you your life? Chen Cece looked into Chu Yang's pitch-black pupils and felt somewhat uneasy inside. What, lose my life? I'm just going out with friends to play. Chu Yang, why are you being so mystical? Are you a fortune teller? Seeing she was determined to go, Chu Yang said, forget it, just be careful. Don't go into any alleys. There was no point advising someone who wouldn't listen. Jin Yang, be extra careful, don't stay out too late. Avoid alleys. Chen Cece felt strange. Why are you two suddenly concerned about me? Weirdos. Although she found it odd, it didn't stop Chen Cece from wanting to go out and play. What danger could there be in broad daylight? They must be teasing her. That night, Chi Yang called Chi Yin on WeChat. Upon seeing the incoming call, Chi Yin almost dropped his phone. It slipped from his hand which he barely blocked, and it bounced twice before he grabbed it again. Wei Feng beside him was stunned by the sequence of events. Bro Chi, nice reflexes. Chi Yin ignored him and tapped accept. Hello? It's me. Chu Yang, can you help me with something? Chi Yin, tell me. Chu Yang explained the situation. I suspect tomorrow night that person will be the serial killer. Chi Yin was very serious. I see. I'll handle it, leave it to me. You don't need to worry. Chu Yang. Thanks, I'm counting on you. Chi Yin, Emmm. Then silence. Chu Yang was about to hang up when Chi Yin suddenly spoke again. Have you considered it yet? This. Chu Yang felt a bit guilty. She actually hadn't thought much about it recently, being busy with studies and preparing for a competition that Professor Lee told her about. Chu Yang, I'll give you my answer after resolving this incident. Okay. Chi Yan's heart thumped rapidly. Since she didn't reject him outright, there was still hope. After hanging up, Chu Yang sighed. She definitely wasn't leading him on, but when she first transmigrated, her mindset was that chasing men couldn't compare to chasing money. CH 51 Serial 03. Chapter 51. That night at the KTV in the city center, Chen Cece was singing with her friends, bellowing for 2 hours. Seeing that it was almost time, she bid her friends goodbye. I have to head back first. The dorm closes at 11. Let's sing a bit more, we're pulling an all-nighter. Chen Cece declined. No way. We have classes tomorrow. Another friend said, forget it, let her go back. She's a study overlord. Hasn't someone in class been scoring higher than her recently, making her drop to second place? Let's not disturb this test queen. Chen Cece packed up her things and waved them goodbye. I'm off. Stepping out of the KTV, Chen Cece looked at the nearby bus stop, which was still over 300 meters away. Following her navigation app, Chen Cece walked along when a meow sound caught her attention. Over in the small alley was a little kitten. She loved these furry creatures. Just as she wanted to approach it, she suddenly recalled Chu Yang's words, don't go into small alleys. Chen Cece paused in her tracks, then shook her head. Why should she listen to Chu Yang? She had a protective amulet anyway. Entering the small alley, Chen Cece turned on her phone's flashlight, soon spotting a kitten curled up to one side, looking extremely pitiful. Chen Cece took out a sausage from her bag. Kitty kitty, come eat. The kitten let out 2 meows, then started eating the sausage Chen Cece held out. Suddenly, the kitten stood up, its fur puffing out as it let out a sharp meow. Chen Cece, what's wrong? Did you choke? Chen Cece wanted to take out some water from her bag when she suddenly noticed a tall shadow next to her, its hand reaching out towards her. Chen Cece was so frightened she wanted to scream, but her mouth was covered. She was also drugged and soon lost consciousness. As she fainted, Chu Yang's words echoed in her mind. Even if it costs your life, you'd still go? Soon, only the sounds of meowing echoed in the alley. The man was about to stuff the woman into a bag when several people rushed out from both sides. Don't move. Police! Put your hands up. The man raised his hands. Taking advantage when the police were distracted, he charged out, only to hear a bang as the man crashed to the ground. Nearby residents who heard the gunshot were shocked. Soon, a crowd gathered, unsure of what had transpired, only knowing that there had been a gunshot before the police arrived. Chin Cece's dormmates realized she had been gone for too long even though the dorm had already closed for the night. What's going on? Wasn't Cece supposed to be back tonight? Why isn't she back yet? Right, let's give her a call. Do. She didn't pick up. You don't think something happened, right? Shouldn't be BA. The three girls looked at one another uneasily. Feeling anxious, the three of them rested. However, in the early morning, the dorm advisor made a sudden call. Something happened to Chin Cece. I'll come get you guys to keep her company. Her parents will only arrive tomorrow. The three girls. On Lee's side, he received a late-night call. The perpetrator has been caught. Lee. Chin Cece felt like she had been running endlessly, with someone behind her chasing her while holding a knife. She ran for a very long time until her pursuer almost caught her. Chin Cece woke up with a fright. Opening her eyes, she saw her three dormmates looking at her. Chin Cece instantly sat up. I've been saved. Zhang Xing quickly patted her back. Yes, you were saved. But they don't actually know what happened either. Chin Cece, who saved me? Zhang Xing, the police uncle. That's who we saw when we came. Chin Cece relaxed. Police uncle. It must have been Chu Yang. Zhang Xing didn't understand. Chu Yang? Who's that? Chin Cece shook her head. Never mind, it's nothing. Let me rest a bit more. Sure. Early next morning, Chu Yan texted Chu Yang, the perpetrator has been caught. Chu Yang, that's good then. Thanks. Chu Yan, you're welcome. Just serving the people. But someone else was looking for Chu Yan too. Little Yan, how did you know where the perpetrator was? Uncle Chin, I have a friend who divines things. Fortune-telling was still more believable than saying he predicts the future. He was afraid claiming prophecy would draw too much attention. Since when did you get to know someone like this? Oh well, thank you and your friend. Uncle Chin will treat you to a meal next time. An esteemed family like the Cheese would know all sorts of people, so it wasn't surprising. Tian. No need. Just serving the people. Haha, good kid. I'll be off first to handle some things. I'll bring you gifts next time I visit. Sure, Uncle Chan. You go ahead first. After hanging up, Chi-Yen heaved a sigh of relief. After staying in the hospital overnight for observation, Chen Cece was discharged to return to school. She immediately went looking for Chu Yang at his dorm after she got back. Where's Chu Yang? The only one in the dorm, Zhou Kai replied with a simple sentence. He went out. Without lingering, Chen Cece promptly left. When Chu Yang returned to the dorm, Zhou Kai informed him, a student was here looking for you just now, but she left after I said you weren't in. Chu Yang nodded to indicate he understood. I see. No need to think further, it must have been Chen Cece. That night, Chen Cece came by again, awkwardly placing down a bag of food. Thanks. Chu Yang accepted it as a matter of course. It's good that you're fine. Listen to people more next time. In the past, Chen Cece would have argued back, but at this moment she nodded earnestly. Got it. Anything else you need? Chen Cece shook her head. Chu Yang, then take care going back. Chen Cece paused before swiftly turning to leave in large strides, but not before saying once more thanks. However, she tripped and fell flat on her way out. Chen Cece recalled Chu Yang telling her to take care. She had been wrong. She thought that was merely a polite phrase. But in truth, Chu Yang really was just being polite. This fall was merely coincidental, but Chen Cece pondered each of Chu Yang's words carefully thereafter. She used to call Jin Yang Chu Yang's bootlicker. It looked like she herself was becoming a bootlicker too. In a private room of a restaurant near campus, Chu Yang awaited company as she had arranged to meet Chi Yen for dinner. Without his little Lamborghini today, Chi Yen arrived in a Mercedes-Benz, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, looking very youthful and vibrant. He had even styled his hair with gel and sprayed on cologne. Not only that, he had also deliberately bathed before coming and placed a bouquet in the passenger seat. Since everything was already laid bare, he might as well be bold. When Chi Yen entered the private room holding the bouquet, Chu Yang's expression twitched slightly. As he drew near, she waved her fan and said, Achoo. You sprayed on perfume? Chi Yen stood awkwardly frozen on the spot. Yeah. Sorry. Seeing how he had dressed up, Chu Yang suddenly laughed. Why are you so cute? Are the flowers for me? Bring them over. Chi Yen immediately stepped forward. For you. Thank you. CH 52 The Boyfriend. Chapter 52. What do you want to eat? Chu Yang passed the menu to Chi Yen. Chi Yen ordered 2 dishes, then ordered 2 more dishes for Chu Yang. Not afraid they wouldn't be able to finish since Chi Yen always ate a lot. After the two finished eating, as Chu Yang followed Chi Yen out of the restaurant, she saw him walk over to a Mercedes and open the door for her. Chu Yang asked, why isn't little lamb being driven today? Then she suddenly remembered Chi Yen's outfit today and laughed. She understood, the peacock was spreading its tail. Chi Yen, ahem, I'm letting little lamb rest for a bit. Chu Yang got into the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt. Chi Yen also got into the driver's seat. Where do you want to go play? Chu Yang hadn't actually gone out much in Jing City. But today she wasn't prepared to go out and play, so she directly asked Chi Yen to take her back to her dorm. Chi Yen was a little disappointed but still drove towards the A University women's dorm. In about 15 minutes they arrived. Chu Yang unbuckled her seatbelt, flowers in one hand, said bye to Chi Yen and then walked into the women's dorm. After Chi Yen could no longer see Chu Yang's back, he He let out a sigh of relief, leaning back into the driver's seat. He was about to drive back to his apartment complex when his phone showed Chu Yang had sent him a message. Chu Yan opened WeChat on his phone and saw, "Thanks my boyfriend for the flowers today." Chu Yan. As who? Chu Yan excitedly clenched his fists to his chest and whispered, "Yes." Then his fingers quickly replied, shy smile, spinning. Chu Yan, "I'll come over tomorrow night to eat with you, is that okay?" Chu Yang, "Okay." The smile never left Chu Yan's face. When he came back to school the next day, he still had a grinning expression. Wei Feng and Zheng Qing, who were next to him, felt goosebumps rise up. Wei Feng used his elbow to nudge Zheng Qing, whispering to him, "What good thing happened to Brother Yan?" That smile, it's creepy. Mainly because they had never seen Chu Yan smile like this. Zheng Qing, how would I know? Maybe he got a girlfriend? Wei Feng, but if he got a girlfriend, shouldn't he look cooler? Could it be? Wei Feng suddenly widened his eyes, then grabbed Zheng Qing's shoulders and started shaking. Oh, could it be he successfully used his status to get a wife? Zheng Qing pushed his hand away. Why are you so excited? You shook my head, dizzy. If it's true, that would be great, successfully relying on connections. Zheng Qing gave a thumbs up. Wei Feng poked Yuanji next to him, leaning in to ask, "Do you think Brother Yan really succeeded?" Yuanji didn't want to bother with this idiot. He flicked his forehead. "Ask Yan yourself, don't disturb my studies." Wei Feng swallowed. "I'm a little scared of Brother Yan like this." But in the end, curiosity defeated fear. Wei Feng sat next to Chu Yan. "Brother Yan, did you win the lottery? If you did, don't forget about me, your little brother." Chu Yan glanced at him. He was happy today, so he took a piece of candy out of his pocket. "Here, eat it." Wei Feng took the candy and immediately unwrapped it. "Fuck. Brother, did you really win the lottery?" Chu Yan took out a few more pieces, giving one to each person, then proudly announced, "This is candy celebrating me no longer being single." Wei Feng and Zheng Qing. Yuanji had already guessed. Yesterday he had seen Chu Yan driving the Mercedes with a bouquet of flowers. It was obvious who he had gone to see. Wei Feng was so shocked he immediately swallowed the candy. "Fuck. Brother, you're my brother. I can't believe you succeeded in using your status for a wife." Zheng Qing grabbed Chu Yan's hand. "You're also my brother. Remember to cover for me in the future." Wei Feng pushed him away. "Get lost, I'm second brother." Zheng Qing, you second senior brother. Wei Feng and Zheng Qing started noisily shoving at each other. Yuanji took out an apple and put it in front of Chu Yan and me. Chu Yan. The competition was quickly approaching. Chu Yang was desperately studying. She didn't even reply to Chu Yan's messages when he came over, only answering his call to remember they were supposed to eat together today. "Chu Yang, give me 10 minutes. Chu Yan was very gentle. "Okay, no rush, take your time." He knew it took girls a while to get ready. It really was 10 minutes. Chu Yang quickly came downstairs dressed in a t-shirt, hair casually tied in a ponytail, just some lipstick on. With her innate beauty and youth, she still looked great. Chu Yan had ridden over on Little Lamb today. Chu Yang quickly put on a helmet and sat behind him. "Let's go eat at cafeteria number 5 today." Okay. After eating, Chu Yan suggested going to the supermarket. Chu Yang thought he wanted to buy something, so she agreed. In the end, Chu Yan came out carrying a bag of snacks for her. "Chu Yang, I haven't finished what you gave me last time." "Chu Yan, it's fine, you can give it to your roommates to eat." They put the snacks on the bike. Chu Yan asked again, "Do you want to go for a walk?" Chu Yang was still thinking about studying. "I'm preparing for a competition recently, let's just go back." When Chu Yan heard she didn't want to disrupt his girlfriend's studies. "Okay, I'll take you back. We'll go out and play after my competition ends." Okay. Soon, the language and literature competition was about to start. First was the preliminary written exam, with 1,000 total questions including multiple choice, fill in the blank, short answer, and a short essay. 2 hours definitely wouldn't be enough to complete 1,000 questions. You could only answer as many as possible, with most people doing the higher point value questions first. They would rank the scores from highest to lowest, taking the top 100 to advance to the semifinals. Then the top 10 would advance to the finals. Not only Chinese language and literature majors could sign up for this competition, other majors could too. But the teacher said, "I don't recommend everyone sign up. Don't waste your time and money if you don't have confidence. If you're interested, you can take a look at previous year's competition questions to get an idea." Those who originally wanted to sign up immediately went to take a look then. "Forget it, I give up. I don't even know the first question." Smile. "I thought that after high school I was knowledgeable about everything under the heavens, but now after seeing this, I was wrong. How many wives did Emperor Wu of Han have? What kind of question is this? Is it meaningful? Is this language or history? Language includes history, history includes language. And how does it not have meaning? Researching ancient harems is also an area of study, isn't it?" Ch 53 The Game. Chapter 53. People were discussing everywhere. There was even a top student live streaming as he wrote down questions from previous entrance exams. In the end, he only got 30 points. The glory of the genius instantly collapsed. More and more people gave up. "Forget it, I'm afraid I'll lose all face because of this. I heard the scores will be publicly humiliated nationwide. Every ranking will be on record. I'm afraid that I, a provincial champion on the Gaokao college entrance exam, won't even dare to say I was a Gaokao champion because of this competition. Even Zhou Jinyuan failed. I definitely can't do this. Zhou Jinyuan was the genius live streaming his exam question writing. The top prize for this competition was 50,000 renminbi, second place was 30,000, and third place was 10,000. Some people thought maybe they'd get lucky, so they signed up. At first, Chu Yang didn't plan on participating. She didn't want to bother with some competition, but Professor Lee recommended she go, telling her of the many benefits of winning, like course credits, prize money, and even direct admission to a master's program. Chu Yang thought it didn't sound bad. She probably wouldn't win prizes, but it seemed feasible. The preliminary exam was on Saturday. Chu Yang realized the male and female leads had also signed up. What was going on? She didn't remember this part in the book. But maybe it was just a different plot not included in the novel. Oh well, whatever, as long as they didn't bother her. The preliminaries were held right at their university. They were given a booklet of test questions about as thick as a notebook, and the answer sheet was similarly notebook-sized. Chu Yang briefly looked over the types of questions then started answering. Time waits for no one. While Chu Yang was taking the test, Chi Yin sat under a big tree outside the exam hall waiting for her. He had texted her that morning that he would wait outside for her after she finished, but he didn't know if she had seen it. From time to time people walked by, looking his way. Some boldly came up to ask for his WeChat, but were rejected. Whenever someone asked for his WeChat, Chi Yin would say, I have a girlfriend. Some were undeterred and said, we can just be friends. Chi Yin directly rejected them, I don't want any friends, especially not you. They fled in embarrassment. Soon, everyone knew the handsome guy under the tree outside Mingqing building was taken. Don't bother asking him for his WeChat, he has a girlfriend already. I knew the good-looking ones are always taken. Isn't that Chi Yin from the nearby B University? He has a girlfriend now? My god. Which girl managed to snag him? And she's from our university too, ha 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 ha. The girls at B University must be crying. Their school Hunk was captured by a girl from a university. So who exactly got him in the end? No one could find the answer, and those who knew didn't speak up. Xian Xin frequented the school forums and immediately knew who they were talking about when she saw the post. She shared it with Jin Yang and Kai Kai and said, it's gotta be Yang Yang, right? Jin Yang and Kai Kai looked it over. Definitely. Xian Xin raised her hand to ask, so, when did this happen? Kai Kai looked to Jin Yang, yeah, when did this happen? Jin Yang was also confused, I don't know. I just know Qian has come to take Yang Yang out to eat several times. Xian Xin was puzzled, you don't go with them? Jin Yang gave her an exasperated look, I don't dare be a third wheel. Hasn't Yang Yang been busy preparing for that competition lately? I see her studying until 11 p.m., so I haven't disturbed her. I haven't eaten with her in a long time. The three girls sighed together, let's just ask Yang Yang when she gets back. Okay. Actually, it's pretty good too. Chi Yin seems decent, and he often brings Yang Yang food even without any reason to, just dropping by frequently. It's so obvious. And a lot of Yang Yang's snacks seem to have entered our mouths, ha ha ha. I thought it would at least take a long chase. Jin Yang sighed. Yang Yang has always been decisive in her actions. That's true. 2 hours passed quickly. As people kept writing, many gave up. They didn't know how to answer the fill-in-the-blank questions, so they just did multiple choice. At least there was a 25% chance. Chu Yang stayed calm, answering what she could and simply skipping questions she didn't know. After handing in her test paper, a classmate next to Chu Yang suddenly asked, hey, you seem to breeze through that. What's your major? Chu Yang, Chinese language and literature. The student gave her a thumbs up, no wonder. I think you've definitely got this. Chu Yang. I hope so. Then she left with her stationery. Another student walked up to the one who had spoken to Chu Yang and said, you don't recognize her? The student shook his head. The other student said, she's the top student of the Chinese literature department. Oh, no wonder. I saw her flipping pages so fast, scribbling down each page of the answer sheet in an instant. It made me nervous. Aha, to each their own expertise. We're just here to play around anyway, let's go. Chu Yang followed the crowds out of the classroom building, immediately seeing Chi Yin sitting under a tree, holding a milk tea in hand. Seeing her, he smiled and waved her over, attracting the eyes of girls around them. When Chu Yang reached him, she asked, why did you come? Chi Yin said, huh? I texted you this morning. Only then did Chu Yang open her phone and see Chi Yin's message that he would come wait outside the exam hall for her. Sorry, I didn't check my phone this morning. No problem. Chi Yin handed her the milk tea. Here, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Okay. Chu Yang took the milk tea and drank a sip, then put her phone in her bag and directly grabbed Chi Yin's hand with her other hand. Chi Yin hadn't expected this extra benefit and almost tripped in surprise. Slowly he held her hand in return, enveloping her small hand in his big one. Behind them, Li Qinglu kept staring at the couple ahead. She hadn't expected. Noticing her gaze, Gu Xiao asked, what's wrong? Li Qinglu shook her head. Nothing, I just saw Chu Yang up ahead. Gu Xiao glanced ahead and clearly saw Chu Yang next to Chi Yin. He hadn't thought Chi Yin would be interested in a girl like that. Compared to his Qinglu, Gu Xiao felt he had one. They went to the cafeteria nearby and ate first. Chu Yang felt like he had been frequently coming to a university to eat and said, "Why don't I get a meal card from your school? Can I?" Chu Yang didn't know if he could apply for one and handed him her card. "You don't need to get one, just use mine." Chu Yang thought for a bit. "Then let me add money to it." Chu Yang didn't care. The school supplemented her card with money every month anyway. The second round would be sometime the following week. Since they were free tomorrow, Chu Yang suggested, "Let's go out and play tomorrow since we're both free." Chu Yang was very happy to hear that. "Sure. I'll check where we can go. Or do you have somewhere in mind?" Chu Yang thought for a moment. The Forbidden City? The Summer Palace. Chu Yang, "Okay, let's go to the Forbidden City in the morning and the Summer Palace in the afternoon." "Sounds good." Ch 54 Play. Chapter 54. After eating, Chu Yang was going to teach as a tutor in the afternoon, and Chu Yang sent her there, which happened to be on the way back home. He would wait until Chu Yang finished tutoring and then they would eat dinner together again in the evening. Chu Yang felt this arrangement was great. In the evening, Chu Yang came back to the dorm with a bunch of food. As soon as she entered, she saw the burning gazes of her 3 roommates. "What's up?" Chu Yang put the food down and split it up between the 4 of them. Jin Yang asked. This was Senpai Chu Yang, the school's heartthrob, right? Chu Yang. "Yeah. He's my boyfriend now." The 3 roommates. "So it's true. When did you get together? How could we not notice?" Although they had guessed, hearing Chu Yang say it outright was still shocking. "A few days ago," Chu Yang said, feeling a bit embarrassed for going back on her previous denials. "Oh right, next time we're all free I'll treat you to a meal." Treating friends was pretty standard after starting a new relationship. Her roommates didn't care too much, since Chu Yang had treated them many times before and they'd gotten more than enough snacks too. There's a saying, a fed man has a soft heart. "Oh right. How were the exam papers from today's competition? Were they really super difficult?" Jin Yang asked. She had intended to participate too but gave up as soon as she saw the problems. It wasn't worth wasting that time and money. Chu Yang thought for a moment. "They were pretty hard. But I wrote down everything I could. We'll just have to see what happens." Her roommates were confident in her abilities though. "You'll definitely do great. Or can you give a prediction for yourself?" Chu Yang, "I can, but I don't need to." She generally avoided predicting things related to herself. She would just go with the flow of fate, as long as she tried her best. The next morning, Chu Yang got up early while her roommates were still lazily lying in bed. It was the weekend after all, so most people would sleep in if they had no other plans. Chu Yang carefully washed up and got ready. Next to her, a sleepy-eyed Jin Yang murmured, "Chu, are you getting up so early to go line up at the library?" Chu Yang, "No, I have a date." That woke Jin Yang right up. After Chu Yang finished dressing up nicely, she headed out. Downstairs, Chu Yang was already waiting by his car. Today he had driven his 4-wheeled vehicle. Once she got in the car, Chu Yang first passed her breakfast. "Have you eaten yet?" Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang, "Yup." "We're going to the Forbidden City now?" "Yup." About 40 minutes later, they arrived near the Forbidden City. Chu Yang first parked the car, having already bought their tickets yesterday. Even though it was Sunday, there were still quite a lot of tourists in tour groups visiting the Forbidden City. Chu Yang held Chu Yang's hand as they followed the crowds inside. Today, Chu Yang had also brought a camera. At the entrance, he took a photo of Chu Yang, then asked someone to help them take a couple selfie together. In the photo, Chu Yang stood next to Chu Yang with his hand on her shoulder. Chu Yang leaned her head slightly as they both smiled at the camera. After that, they slowly wandered around, looking at some of the famous sites. Chu Yang even went online to search up some history and stories behind things that were mentioned in her exam questions yesterday that she hadn't known how to answer. The pair would walk for a while, then stop to rest every now and then. There were also shops inside the Forbidden City, and Chu Yang wandered in to browse, while Chu Yang wanted to buy her things, but Chu Yang directly refused. The stuff being sold was too expensive and really not worth it. Other than a few restricted areas, they covered most of the palace grounds and halls before deciding to go get lunch nearby earlier since it would likely be very crowded at noon. After they finished eating, Chu Yang went to the bathroom while Chu Yang settled the bill and waited at the table for her. But when Chu Yang came back from the bathroom, she immediately spotted another girl with her back turned to Chu Yang, saying something to Chu Yang while holding out her phone to him. Chu Yang saw Chu Yang shake his head to refuse before the girl reluctantly pulled her phone back. As Chu Yang approached, she overheard the girl say, "If you come with me, sister can easily give you 100k a month." Chu Yang suddenly laughed. The other two probably heard her because Chu Yang instantly got up and came over to wrap his arm around Chu Yang. "I'm not short on money, thanks." The girl gave Chu Yang a look before seeming to realize how awkward this was and left. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and told Chu Yang, "I didn't give her my contact details." Chu Yang squeezed his arm. "I know. Let's get going." "Okay." In the afternoon they went to the Summer Palace, doing more or less the same thing as the morning, walking around and stopping to rest periodically. However, they went to dinner later at around 7 p.m., eating Peking duck. At 9 p.m. Chu Yang sent Chu Yang back to her school dorm and their full-day date came to an end. The exhausted Chu Yang didn't even want to talk after getting back. They had done way too much walking today. Her gossipy roommates eagerly asked, "Where do you go today?" Chu Yang, the Forbidden City and Summer Palace. We were walking all day so I'm beat. Chu Yang and the others had gone last semester too. It really is tiring but still fun. Chu Yang agreed, pretty nice overall. I'll go check out some other places next time when I'm free. It definitely gives you an appreciation for historical stuff described in books. While books contained descriptions, seeing the magnificent sights in person was on another level. After resting for a bit, Chu Yang dealt with some customer inquiries on Weibo before noticing Chi Yen had sent her a ton of messages, all photos from their date today. Meanwhile, the excited Chi Yen had returned to his own dorm room where his roommates were eyeing him gossipingly. Ignoring them, he first transferred the photos from his camera to his computer, then sent them to Chu Yang before picking out a few shots to post on Moments. The photos he chose to highlight were mostly their couple selfies, like at the Forbidden City entrance, on the city wall, in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, on a bridge in the Summer Palace. Seeing the updates, Wei Feng almost fell out of his bed and quickly double-tapped to like and comment. Bro is just too handsome, the babe is too gorgeous. Perfect match. Soon, Chi Yen's Moments post had dozens of likes. Many were shocked reactions. Whoa, Chi Yen is actually off the market now? Damn, I thought you'd stay single forever, bro. Which girl landed you? Where'd you find this one, Chi Yen? Congrats on leaving the single dog ranks. Treat us to a meal to celebrate. In Chi Yen's high school group chat, the news spread instantly once someone shared that Chi Yen had a girlfriend. Everyone discussed animatedly. Wow, I thought Chi Yen would end up working for a big company after graduation then have an arranged political marriage or something like that. We've only just started sophomore year of college. He always seemed like the type who wouldn't catch feelings for anyone yet now. I guess I should have tried chasing him. Didn't think I was that bad looking. So who's the girl anyway? Unlike her roommates, Chu Yang rarely checked Moments. She was unaware of Chi Yen's post and simply saved the photos he sent before going to bed, exhausted. On the other hand, Chu Yang and Wei Feng were both still scrolling through Moments when they saw Chi Yen's update and almost fell off their beds. Whoa! Zhou Kai, what? Seeing that Chu Yang was already asleep, Chu Yang shushed them and screenshotted the post to send to their dorm group chat instead. With her phone now on silent, the sleepy Chu Yang didn't notice the flurry of messages flying as Zhou Kai and Qian Xian both had to muffle surprised shouts. The three of them animatedly gestured at each other, taking advantage of Chu Yang being passed out to continue gossiping. Page 55 Gao Miao. Chapter 55. It wasn't long before people who knew Chi Yen dug up Chu Yang's information, a student in the literature department at a university, first in her class, receiving financial aid due to poverty, from the countryside of Jiazhou. When this information came out, many people felt that Chu Yang was undeserving. It's not discrimination against rural people, but shouldn't you at least find someone from a better family? What would they have in common to talk about? Don't tell me she has a little brother named Voldemort at home. Other than good grades, she doesn't seem to have any other special traits. But she's pretty. She's just alright. There are plenty of beauties. Maybe he's just playing around with her? Sleep with her, give her some money, smooth everything over. How dirty. Not to mention Chi Yen isn't that kind of person, but as for the girl, how do you know she doesn't have other good qualities? At least she's a top student at a university. Don't think just anyone can get into a university. And she's first in her class. Getting first place at a university, do you think that's something an average person can do? Who she dates is none of your business. Sour grapes. What a joke, who would I be jealous of? Jealous of the girl, of course. She can date the campus heartthrob Chi Yen. He. While you, campus heartthrob Chi Yen, doesn't even know who you are. At this time, Chu Yang sneezed several times. Who was speaking ill of her? The discussion about Chu Yang was eventually leaked to Lin Shushu at B University. Looking at her phone, she laughed continuously. As soon as Li Qinglu came back, she went up to her and said, Qinglu, I think Chu Yang's boyfriend is just playing around with her. It makes sense, who would take interest in someone like Chu Yang? Many people are saying she doesn't deserve him. Not like you and Senior Gu, you two really match well, destined to be together forever. Li Qinglu took a look at the comments, and for some reason suddenly felt a hint of happiness inside. She always felt like Chu Yang was out of her control. Chu Yang shouldn't stand out so much. How could she find a boyfriend like that? If Chu Yang got dumped, she'd go comfort her. Chu Yang didn't see any of this because it came from a forum at B University and got deleted shortly after. Chu Yang was completely unaffected, eating, drinking, and studying as usual. Because she and Chi Yen attended different schools, they actually didn't meet up much when classes were in session, also being far away from each other. Chu Yang was too embarrassed to always ask Chi Yen to come see her either. In reality though, Chi Yen didn't mind at all. What made him happiest was riding his little lamb motorcycle to go eat with her every time. But since his girlfriend put it that way, he had no choice but to agree. On Wednesday the initial round scores came out. As expected, Chu Yang advanced to the retest, placing first from a university. The full national rankings of all participants' test scores could be viewed on the official website. Chu Yang's score ranked 7th nationally, earning 578 points. First place had 597. Over 20,000 people nationwide participated in the competition, with only the top 100 entering the retest final round. Seeing her score, Chu Yang let out a breath of relief. Not bad. Jin Yang and the others were overjoyed though. Wow, Chu Yang, you're so amazing. We must celebrate. Let's go out to eat tonight. Barbecue? The three were especially excited as if they had been the ones to pass the test. Chu Yang also went online to check the scores. Seeing Chu Yang ranked 7th, he happily called her. You did exceptionally well. Want to go out to eat tonight? Chu Yang, I'm going with my roommates. Chu Yang, can I join? Chu Yang looked to Jin Yang and the others. They didn't mind, so after thinking for a bit, Chu Yang said, in that case, why don't you bring your roommates too? Weren't we going to treat everyone to a celebratory dinner anyway? Chu Yang had no objections. He asked his roommates Wei Feng and they were naturally very willing and eager to go. That afternoon after class, the group went to an off-campus restaurant. They were all familiar with each other already and weren't reserved at all. First Chu Yang ordered 2 dishes, then they took turns ordering. Since they still had class tomorrow, they didn't drink alcohol, only juice and soda to toast with. Wei Feng was a chatterbox and started blabbing as soon as he sat down. I heard the test was super difficult. Boss, you were actually able to score so high. That's really amazing. One of my buddies also took it. Guess how many points he got? He scored 148 on the college entrance language exam. Currently studying mechanical engineering. Zhou Kai guessed. Over 500 points? Wei Feng shook his head. Jin Yang said, couldn't be below 100 right. I remember someone named Zhou Jinyuan live-streamed attempting the questions before and only got 30 points. Wei Feng shook his head again. 148 points, ranked around 13,000th place. So you see, the competition really isn't about your language scores. It covers all sorts of knowledge, bizarre stuff even. That's why boss, you're seriously awesome. Chu Yang laughed and said thanks. She had actually looked at past initial and final round questions before. The initial round was truly relatively simple already. The upcoming final round retest would be even more difficult. The group was eating, drinking and chatting lively enough when a voice suddenly cut in. Oh, having fun? Everyone looked up to see several unfamiliar guys, but Chu Yang recognized them. The buzz-cut guy in the middle glanced at Chu Yang, then at Chu Yang next to Chu Yang, saying, Chu Yang, I heard you got yourself a girlfriend? This is her? Doesn't look like much. Chu Yang stood up, wiped his mouth and casually remarked, Go Dan, it's you huh? Wei Feng burst out laughing immediately. Ha 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 ha, is this guy really named Go Dan, egg dog? The buzz-cut guy's face instantly darkened. Chu Yang, I told you my name isn't Go Dan, it's Gao Miao. Chu Yang. Sure, Go Dan. Chu Yang laughed from the side too. You. The buzz-cut clenched his fist, on the verge of charging over. Wei Feng and the others also stood up. What, you want to fight? The buzz-cut seemed to think better of it and unclenched his fist, leaving them with a threat. Chu Yang, just you wait. Then he left, his lackeys following behind. Everyone sat back down after they were gone, but the mood wasn't as cheerful anymore. That buzz-cut really ruined things. Chu Yang held Chu Yang's hand. Sorry about that. Chu Yang shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. Wei Feng still curiously asked though, Bro Chu Yang, who is that guy? You actually have enemies? Chu Yang refilled Chu Yang's empty cup as he explained, we used to live in the same housing block. He probably resents me for being adopted. Wei Feng coughed, nearly choking. If you want to boast about yourself, just say so straight out. Chu Yang shrugged. Nothing he could do if the other didn't believe him. Ch56 Man and Woman Fighting. Chapter 56. After eating, everyone tactfully left, walking on the small paths of the school. Chu Yang explained to Chu Yang. What I said before was not wrong either. In addition, Gao Miao often led a group of people to bully others when he was at the Grand Academy. Once he just happened to bully my relatives, so I beat him up and we became enemies. But I've never lost to him in a fight. Chu Yang was still very confident in his fighting skills. Are you still proud? Chu Yang shook his hand. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. No, I'm a guy. After all, he had not only learned boxing since he was a child, but also boxing. It seemed that he had not gone boxing recently. Maybe he should pick it up again. Chu Yang didn't dwell on this either. That person was not worth letting others spend too much time and energy on him. Because after passing the preliminary exam, they had to prepare for the review exam questions next. The types of questions in the review exam were the same as some in the preliminary exam, but would be more difficult. There were people who started live streaming trying review exam questions again, and got 19 points, which were just points from randomly guessing multiple choice questions. The bullet screens were all ha-ha, laughing hard, but everyone took it as a kind of entertainment and didn't take it seriously, to say the blogger was too stupid, because these questions were really difficult, and all the academic gods and top students nationwide felt they were difficult. Even some failing students said, I can recognize the words, but I really can't understand them when they are put together. Some people went online to look for answers, but the scores obtained were not much better either. That day, Chu Yang and Chu Yan were studying in the library, because Chu Yan had always come to a university, and then Chu Yang thought that he should also go to B University a few times, so they were in the B University library. The B University library was also good, and she didn't want to meet the male and female leads being intimate in the library again. She had been to the library many times before and had encountered it 2 or 3 times. She didn't know what evil fate tied them. Chu Yang and Chu Yan sat in a corner near the window. Chu Yang was writing an essay with textbooks next to her, while Chu Yang was holding a laptop next to him, also with some books for his own courses, giving a feeling of peaceful times. "What are you doing?" A noise came, scaring Chu Yang, who was immersed in her studies. It was usually very quiet in the library. Suddenly someone yelling loudly had that kind of echo. Chu Yang felt her heart skip a beat. Chu Yan beside her instantly grabbed her hand. "It's okay." Chu Yang looked over to the quarrel. It was a girl and a boy. "I already told you we broke up. What are you doing?" the girl said. "Baby, let's not break up, okay? Tell me what's wrong with me and I'll change, okay? Don't break up." The boy suddenly knelt down and begged the girl. The girl frowned. "Can you act like a man? Can't you be more decisive? I already told you I don't like you anymore. Let's leave each other in peace, okay? Look at yourself." Then the library teacher came over. "What are you doing? This is the library. What's with the clamor? If you have any issues, take it outside. You're disturbing everyone's studies. Which department are you from?" The girl quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I'll go out right away. Sorry for the disturbance, everyone." The girl bowed to everyone a few times, then took her bag and left. The boy also stood up, walked out in despair, and everyone went back to studying calmly. Chu Yang also lowered her head to continue writing her essay. Her eyes were a little tired, so she looked out the window and happened to see the quarreling boy and girl from earlier. The boy kept kneeling to the girl and even started slapping himself, saying something. But the girl ignored him and left directly. The boy knelt on the ground. Chu Yang instantly saw a dense black fog around the girl, but the girl quickly disappeared from sight. Chu Yang immediately grabbed Chu Yan's hand next to her and said, "That girl is in danger." "Chu Yan, huh? Which one?" Chu Yang looked out the window. The man was still kneeling there motionless, the girl who was just quarreling in the library. "That man is very dangerous." Chu Yan also didn't know what to do. "I didn't remember her face. And I don't know her." Chu Yang described the girl's appearance again, then described the man again. "It would be best to have someone ask around. If not, then forget it." There were over 30,000 students at B University. It wasn't easy to find someone. She also couldn't prevent all the accidents that could happen in this world. "Okay, Wei Feng knows a lot of people. I'll ask him." "Okay." The two continued their studies. Around dinner time, Chu Yan took Chu Yang to the cafeteria to eat. While they were sitting down to eat, Chu Yang noticed people looking over from time to time. Some because of the previous post, some were just curious about the school Hunk's girlfriend. Chu Yang still wondered, why do people keep looking over? "Chu Yan, it's all my fault." He admitted guilt first anyway. Chu Yang thought of Chu Yan's fame at B University. "Okay, it is indeed your fault." The two quickly finished eating, then went back to the library to continue studying. Halfway, when the two were tired of studying, they watched a short drama together. Chu Yan suddenly realized that he hadn't taken Chu Yang to watch a movie yet. "Want to watch a movie this weekend? Let me see if there are any good movies playing recently." "Sure." Chu Yang was fine with it. Chu Yan opened the app. "How about this sci-fi movie? It's from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Just in time to go back to school before curfew. And it has good reviews. But we'll go eat dinner early." "Okay." Chu Yan quickly booked 2 tickets, then dropped Chu Yang off downstairs of her dorm building at 9:30 p.m. before heading back to school. Riding his little sheep, Chu Yan thought it took a bit more time now. If he drove a car instead, he could drop Chu Yang off after 10 p.m., then still make it back, and even if he couldn't make it back, he could return to his home. He decided that next time he would take the car with 4 wheels. When Chu Yan returned to the dormitory, he didn't forget what Chu Yang had said that afternoon. He asked Wei Feng directly and described the girl's appearance again according to Chu Yang's description. Wei Feng asked him doubtfully, "Bro Yan, don't tell me you have moved on?" "Ouch." Wei Feng was punched. "Chu Yan, don't talk nonsense." Chu Yang said she might be in danger. "Forget it if we can't find her." At least they tried. When Wei Feng heard it was from Chu Yang, he immediately became serious. "Bro Yan, I don't know the girl you described. How would I be able to recognize girls, man?" "Chu Yan, there was also a man." Chu Yan described the man again. But purely describing appearances made it very difficult to find people. Chu Yan then talked about the couple arguing and breaking up in the library, asking if Wei Feng's friends happened to have been in the library that afternoon too, or if anyone took photos at the scene. "Got it." Chu Yan handed him an apple. "Here, eat this." Ch 57 Fighting Man and Woman 02. Chapter 57. In the evening, Wei Feng said to Chu Yan, "Brother Yan, my friend said he knows that guy, and Wei from the biochemistry department." "His girlfriend? Oh no, ex-girlfriend is Zhang Qiangyu from the French department." Chu Yan thought for a moment. Find a chance to subtly warn that girl, or have someone keep an eye on that guy. Okay. Wei Feng went through a lot of trouble and finally got the girl's contact information. Then he reminded her, "Sister, your life is in danger, pay attention to safety." The other side quickly replied, "Psycho." Then she blocked Wei Feng. "Wei Feng?" Wei Feng showed the messages to everyone and they were all speechless. "Zhang Qing, no wonder you don't have any girls chasing you. No wonder you don't have any female friends. How could you say that right off the bat? She probably thought you cursed her." Wei Feng rolled his eyes. "How else should I say it? Should I ease into it even for such an urgent matter?" "Zhang Qing, give me her contact, I'll do it." Wei Feng, "Okay." Zhang Qing quickly added her, and first introduced himself. Hi, I'm Zhang from the computer science department. I added you because I want to remind you of something. What is it? She replied. I happened to see you arguing with your ex-boyfriend before, and your ex-boyfriend seemed very wrong. I hope you pay attention to your ex-boyfriend. Zhang Qiangyu didn't expect someone to send her this. And Wei's personality had indeed become more aggressive after she broke up with him. She half believed this classmate's reminder. But she thought that she was always at school and not seeing Wei anymore since they broke up, so it should be fine. This person was just giving her a reminder after all. Thank you for the heads up, I will. Zhang Qing, I hope you really listen or you'll regret it. Zhang Qiangyu. Okay, thanks. Zhang Qing showed Wei Feng and said, see, done. Wei Feng gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. Should we say it's a reminder from the boss? Otherwise she's just saying she'll be careful, but may not really think that way, right? Zhang Qing, she doesn't know who the boss is either, nor does she know him. Telling her that would make her think we want her money instead. Good point. Chu Yang sent Chu Yang a message about finding the girl and reminding her. Chu Yang replied with an okay to indicate he knew. The next day, nothing major happened. Chu Yang was in class all day or else studying. It was about the same for Chu Yan, and the two only chatted a few sentences on WeChat. On the third day, Chu Yang came to be university again to study with Chu Yan at the library. She rode over on her electric bike and also brought food for Chu Yan. Usually it was Chu Yan who went to a university to bring her food, so she wanted to bring him food when coming to be university from now on. Hello? I'm downstairs at your dorm building, Chu Yang called when she arrived. Okay, I'll come right down. Chu Yan quickly looked in the mirror, ruffled his hair a couple of times, grabbed some cologne and was about to spray it, but remembered Chu Yang sneezing last time and put it back down. He put on his backpack and rushed out, nearly running into Yuanji and Wei Feng who were about to come in the door. Chu Yan took a step back and went around them, then started jogging. Wei Feng, why is brother Yan in such a hurry? Yuanji shrugged. Maybe his girlfriend is here. Wei Feng immediately got excited and said, really? The boss is here? Let me see. He ran to the balcony to look down and saw Chu Yang handing Chu Yan a cup of milk tea and some food. Chu Yan smiled as he took them, putting the food in his backpack. Then he put on a helmet, got on the back of the electric bike, put one hand on her shoulder, and held the milk tea in the other hand drinking it. Chu Yang quickly started up the electric bike and the two headed towards the library. Wei Feng enviously shook his head. Having a girlfriend is so nice. I want a girlfriend too. I also want a girlfriend to pick me up in a car. Yuanji poured cold water on him. Get realistic, just don't think about it. Focus on your studies. Wei Feng. Chu Yang rode the electric bike taking Chu Yan to the library. Along the way, some people saw Chu Yan for the first time letting a girl ride him around, and he even had a cup of milk tea? What's with this little wife style? The busybodies immediately took a photo and posted it in the group. Photo, look who this is? It's Chu Yan. That's his girlfriend, right? The point isn't that, where's Chu Yan's boss aura? That's how it is when you have a girlfriend. His girlfriend treats him so well. After all, he's handsome, many girls fawn over him. What temperament, they look quite loving. What fawning? A girlfriend bringing her boyfriend milk tea and a boyfriend bringing his girlfriend milk tea, what's the difference? For a moment I don't know whether to envy the girl or envy Chu Yan. They're just dating, why are you guys talking about them all the time? Have you finished your homework? What's your exam score? You're drunk. Chu Yang and Chu Yan quickly arrived at the library. After parking, they walked towards the library entrance. Suddenly screams could be heard from afar. Ah! Murder! Chu Yan immediately grabbed Chu Yang's hand, ready to run with her if there was danger. They both looked over there. About 100 meters away, a guy was holding a knife with blood already staining the blade. He had a dazed smile on his face, mumbling something. A girl was on the ground clutching her stomach, with quite a bit of blood pooling on the ground. Chu Yang very clearly saw that it was the arguing couple from before. Trouble had arisen after all. Chu Yan said to Chu Yang, call the police. Go farther away. Then he conveniently picked up a stick from under a nearby tree and rushed over. I'm going to help. Chu Yang was very worried, it's dangerous. And he has a knife. But Chu Yan had already run over. Chu Yang immediately took out her phone and called 120 and 110. She then worriedly looked over. Chu Yan had trained before and was quite skilled. Plus the guy didn't notice Chu Yan behind him. Chu Yan swung the stick and hit his wrist, making the guy drop the knife. Chu Yan immediately pushed him to the ground. Some other guys nearby also rushed over after seeing this. They kicked the knife away and helped Chu Yan hold the guy down. Some girls came over, took off their jackets and pressed them to Zhang Qiangyu's wound to stop the bleeding. Everyone came to help. Seeing the situation under control, Chu Yang also hurried over to assist. The school security guards and library staff rushed over, calling for ambulances and the police. 10 minutes later, the ambulances and police arrived. The police took the guy away, while the girl was taken away in an ambulance. In half an hour, the news had spread throughout the school. In 2 hours, the whole university town knew about it. The most viewed post on every school's forum was, B University male student tries to kill girl after failed courtship. And a video was also attached. Ch 58 teach basketball. Chapter 58. My goodness. How scary. I was at the scene, I was almost scared to tears. There was so much blood. I don't know if everyone is safe. So why did he have to go to such extremes? Didn't they say it was because she rejected his love? I don't know what he was thinking, love really isn't that important, and they're so young. There must have been something wrong with the guy's personality to begin with. I heard that the girl broke up with him. Chu Yang didn't want to break up. He tried everything like kneeling to get her to stay, but the girl was firm about the breakup, and in the end, the wise stay away from love and devote themselves to the country. Am I the only one who noticed how good-looking the other guy was later on? He was so decisive and efficient. Wah, he saved the beauty. If it were me, I'd marry him. Marry him? One look and you can tell he's the campus heartthrob, and he has a girlfriend already. Even if you offered yourself to him, he wouldn't want you. Oh, disappointed. He really is so handsome. At first no one dared to go over. It was Chu Yang who went over to knock the knife out of that guy's hand before everyone else jumped on him. And the girls who went to stop the bleeding, they were all so brave. I suggest the school gives them a medal for bravery. Applause. That guy looked like he was about to stab her again. If not for Chu Yang, I'm afraid she wouldn't have made it until the ambulance arrived. I heard Chu Yang was just about to go to the library with his girlfriend when this happened. Because of this incident, Chu Yang and Chu Yang were both too shaken to study at the library. Chu Yang got blood on her hands that took a long time to wash off in the bathroom. Chu Yang had only drank half his milk tea before he threw the rest away. He kept muttering what a waste. Chu Yang, I'll buy you another one tomorrow. Chu Yang smiled at last, but don't you have classes all day tomorrow? Chu Yang, I'll get you one next time I come over then. Okay. Since they weren't going to the library anymore, Chu Yang asked Chu Yang, how about we go work out for a bit? To liven ourselves up. His girlfriend looked rather frail, more exercise would be good for her health. I'll teach you to play basketball, okay? Don't you have a basketball shooting test in PE? She did have that test coming up, so Chu Yang agreed. Then I'll go back to my dorm to grab a ball. Okay. Chu Yang took Chu Yang to wait below the male dorm building, then he went upstairs. As soon as he stepped into the dorm room, Zhang Qing and Wei Feng came up to him with their phones. So you really ran into a stabbing? It's all over the news. Chu Yang nodded. Yeah. So I came back. He put his bag down and went to change into workout clothes first. Wei Feng chattered on crazy stuff. We warned her already, didn't we? You see, kind words are lost on the foolish. Zhang Qing was rather upset too. Let it go. It was her fate. Chu Yang came out fully changed and picked up a basketball ready to head out. Wei Feng saw him and said, Yo Chu Yang, playing ball? I'll join. Chu Yang rejected him outright. No. Then he walked out of the dorm. He was going to teach his girlfriend, why would he want a light bulb around? Wei Feng followed him out. Come on, I've got nothing to do this afternoon. Chu Yang threw him a look. I'm going with my girlfriend. Wei Feng stopped in his tracks. Oh, never mind then. He turned around and went back into the dorm. Once inside, he complained to Zhang Qing that Chu Yang was neglecting his buddies ever since he started dating. Zhang Qing retorted, if I had a girlfriend I wouldn't be bringing you around either. You light bulb. It wasn't long before Chu Yang met up with Chu Yang downstairs again. She held the ball while he gave her a ride to the basketball court. They took up half a court. Chu Yang stood behind the three-point line while Chu Yang taught her form. Spread your legs a bit, crouch down, then jump. Hold the ball with both hands like this. He demonstrated a fluid shot that went cleanly in. Then he passed Chu Yang the ball to give it a try. Chu Yang felt like she understood it visually, but her body didn't seem to get it. Out of 5 attempts, none went in. Chu Yang patiently guided her again and Chu Yang finally started getting the hang of it. At least she could make 2 or 3 out of 5 now. Don't rush yourself. We'll take it slow. Here, let me teach you ball handling. As Chu Yang coached Chu Yang on one side of the court, a group of male university students on break happened to spot them from the other side. One called his buddies over at once. Check them out. Good move. Yet another trick to get a girl's attention. Man, I wish I had a girlfriend to play ball with too. One of them joked, you losers can only look on enviously while others enjoy themselves. Hey, he looks kind of familiar, doesn't he? Of course he's familiar, that's Chu Yang. You're Chu Yang bro, power forward of the basketball team, killer player. Oh right, let's ask Yan bro to play with us. You go ask then, don't you see he's with his girl? Yeah, just leave them be. Alright, break's over guys, let's get back to it. After an hour of playing ball together and some breaks in between, Chu Yang said she wanted to head back early. So after eating, Chu Yang sent her back to campus. Since they had agreed to go out to a movie on Saturday night and Chu Yang had to tutor in the afternoon, Chu Yang returned to the small district near his family house to wait. Once Chu Yang finished with tutoring, they would meet in the city center directly. Chu Yang drove while Chu Yang went to buy tickets on one side when they arrived at the theater. Chu Yang queued on the other side for drinks and popcorn. Somewhere in the middle, another girl asked Chu Yang for his WeChat. He turned her down, but Chu Yang got asked by someone else at the same time over on her side. Before she could decline, Chu Yang appeared and said, sorry, my girlfriend's taken. He came over to Chu Yang's side and handed her a soda. Seeing Chu Yang, the hopeful guy immediately left to commiserate with his own friends instead. They witnessed the whole exchange and could only pat his shoulder in consolation. After about 10 minutes the movie was starting, so they lined up to enter the theater. Chu Yang vaguely heard the couple behind them commenting, "What a matching pair in front. The girl and guy are both so good looking." The screening wasn't sold out, but it also wasn't empty. No one sat next to Chu Yang though. They grabbed seats in the back row. The movie soon began playing. While Chu Yang watched attentively, Chi Yen was not as focused. Next to them was another couple. At first nothing was happening, but soon they started kissing and murmuring sweet nothings audibly. Awkward. Chi Yen glanced at Chu Yang. She seemed oblivious, sitting there nonchalantly. Chi Yen reached over to take her hand. Chu Yang turned to look at him questioningly. Wah. Then she noticed the amorous couple next to them. Wow, no shame. Chu Yang's first reaction was to cover Chi Yen's eyes with her other hand. Chi Yen? After a beat Chu Yang said sorry. She scooted over so Chi Yen could take her seat. She straightened his head to face the screen. Watch the movie properly. Chi Yen, oh. Ch 59 very happy. Chapter 59. About an hour later the movie finally ended and Chi Yen didn't even dare to glance around. After the movie ended, the two walked out of the theater and there was a game arcade right next to the movie theater. Chi Yen looked at the time and it was still early, so he pulled Chu Yang to the game arcade next door and said, "Let's play some games, they have basketball shooting here, good for practice." Chi Yen went to exchange some game coins, then brought Chu Yang to a basketball shooting game, put in coins and it started. Chu Yang was still a little nervous. She picked up a basketball and started shooting, sometimes making it, sometimes missing. She lost quickly. Chi Yen comforted her, "Let's play another round, I'll help you." Then he put in another coin and with several quick swishes, Chi Yen scored several in a row without missing a single shot. People around were all looking over. Chu Yang was also very excited. Come on, you're so good. Go, go, go. They kept playing for almost 10 minutes before stopping, having gotten bored of it. Then Chi Yen took Chu Yang to play racing games, shooting games, whack-a-mole and more. Finally they played the claw machine again. Chi Yen stood behind Chu Yang, holding her small hand in his big one. "Which one do you want?" Chu Yang pointed at a little dinosaur doll on the side. "That one." "Okay." Chi Yen held Chu Yang's hand and slowly operated the machine. Chu Yang slowed her breathing, staring intently. This was harder than fortune-telling. She had never succeeded in catching anything before after trying many times. The little dinosaur was grabbed, slowly moved, released, dropped into the chute, got stuck for a moment, then dropped down. "I got it." Chu Yang bent down and took out the little dinosaur, then turned around and gave Chi Yen a hug. "Haha, you're so good at this." Chi Yen just smiled, one arm around her waist, the other hand on her shoulder. Lowering his head, he could smell the scent of her hair. By now, Chu Yang was holding a big stuffed toy bear in one hand, and two little stuffed animals in the other, all spoils of their gaming victory. Chi Yen helped carry one of the big stuffed toy bears as the two walked hand in hand towards the parking lot. Though reluctant, it was getting late. As they walked, suddenly someone behind them yelled, "Robbery!" Chu Yang stopped and looked back to see a man in a duckbill cap and face mask charging towards them. He slammed into Chu Yang's shoulder. "Ow!" Chu Yang cried out as one of the little stuffed animals in her hand dropped to the ground. Her body spun around and she almost fell over, but Chi Yen quickly put his arms around her to hold her steady. By the time she regained her balance, the robber had already run far away. Chu Yang could only blame her bad luck. Her shoulder hurt a bit. Chi Yen asked worriedly as he helped pick up her stuffed animal, "Are you okay? Does your shoulder hurt a lot?" Chu Yang rubbed it. "It's fine. Let's just go." The robber would be punished by the police uncle anyway. Nothing else happened and Chi Yen soon dropped Chu Yang off at her dorm. As Chu Yang undid her seatbelt to get out of the car, Chi Yen suddenly grabbed her hand. "Chu Yang?" Chi Yen's head moved forward suddenly, and all Chu Yang felt was a soft touch on her forehead before he let go of her hands. "Good night." Chu Yang dazedly replied, "Good night." Then she got out holding the big stuffed bear toy and one small stuffed animal, leaving the other with Chi Yen. After walking a few steps, she turned around. Chi Yen was still watching her. She called out, "I had a great time today, thank you." Then she finally entered the girls' dorm building. After Chu Yang's figure disappeared from sight, Chi Yen drove away smiling. Meanwhile, Lin Shushu, who lived upstairs, happened to see Chu Yang getting out of the Mercedes and immediately took a photo, posting it on her own Weibo account with the caption, "It's because our school has people like this who love vanity and ruin the atmosphere of the entire school." Lin Shushu crafted her Weibo persona as a talented female student of the prestigious A University. She liked to post about school life, photos of the A University Student Council office, videos of studying in the A University library, eating in the cafeteria, and so on. The comments were full of, "Wow, what a cool girl, she's actually a student at a university. Is the girl a member of the A University Student Council? So awesome, I heard only elites get in. The A University cafeteria looks so yummy and cheap. The girl is so hardworking despite getting into such a good university, she's still so diligent." Every time, Lin Shushu would humbly reply, "Oh, stop it, just alright. Haha, nothing special. No, just love learning a bit more." But when Lin Shushu posted this photo, someone soon commented, "The girl in the photo is so pretty." Lin Shushu immediately replied, "But her conduct is questionable." Other fans commented, She's getting out of a Mercedes. Could it be she's being supported as a mistress? Clearly. Some university students will do this for money. The car probably had some beer-bellied disgusting old man inside. Just thinking about it makes me want to puke. Every school has people like this, but the girl is right. People like this really ruin a university's reputation. Just a vain girl. I wonder how much she charges per night? One of my brothers said he wants to sleep with her. Seeing these comments, Lin Shushu was very happy. When Li Qinglu returned to their dorm room, she immediately told her, I just saw Chu Yang getting out of a Mercedes. Could she be? Li Qinglu looked disbelief. No way. Lin Shushu said firmly, why not? Wasn't she like this before? Li Qinglu hesitated. Maybe it was her boyfriend? I mean Qian. Lin Shushu waved her hand in dismissal. Impossible. Her boyfriend is always riding that little sheep scooter. How could he possibly drive a Mercedes worth over 1 million yuan? Li Qinglu sighed. If that's the case, I think we should still let Qian know. Thinking of Qian's looks, Lin Shushu blushed a little. I'll go tell him. Li Qinglu thought that was good. The next morning, Chu Yang rode her little sheep scooter to the library at the university again with Qian to study. In the afternoon, Qian sent her to the residential district to tutor. Then they returned to school that evening. That night as Qian walked Chu Yang back to her dorm holding her hand, his phone suddenly popped up a WeChat request to add a new friend. The person said they had compromising materials on his girlfriend. Qian could immediately tell it was a scammer, so he ignored it without responding. Soon, the person sent another request saying, I saw your girlfriend together with a man last night. I have photos. Qian thought last night his girlfriend was with him the whole time, clearly just trying to scam him. He wanted to see what photos the person had. After accepting the request, Qian directly asked, what photos? The person immediately sent the photo of Chu Yang getting out of a Mercedes. Qian. He quickly screenshot the messages and the scammer's WeChat ID and other information. Then he immediately blocked them. What the hell? 260 Take care of Lin Shushu. Chapter 60. After blocking the person, Qian immediately showed Chu Yang a screenshot and proudly said, I've blocked the person already. Chu Yang looked at him approvingly, then carefully looked at Qian's screenshot. She knew who it was from the pinyin WeChat ID. Send me the screenshot. Okay. Chu Yang saved all the evidence. I already know who it is. But how did she get your contact information? One look at this message and you know it's trying to sow discord. What is Lin Shushu trying to do? Qian scratched his head. Who is it? I haven't given my contact info to anyone recently, but my info is probably known by quite a few people, so someone else probably gave it to her. Don't worry, I don't add strangers. There were even people online originally selling his information. Later he almost sued them before they stopped being so brazen, but privately quite a few people knew his information. Chu Yang grabbed his hand and shook her head. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Okay. After saying goodbye to Qian downstairs at the dorm building, Chu Yang immediately went back to her dorm. She didn't immediately go settle scores with anyone. Instead, she took out her crystal ball to do some fortune-telling first. With one look into the future, she saw Lin Shushu lying in bed scrolling Weibo and replying to fans. Then on the screen was exactly the Weibo post with the photo taken of her. No need to think further to know what she was doing. Chu Yang remembered her Weibo handle. Opening her eyes, she immediately went online to Weibo and found Lin Shushu's account. The most recent post on that account was exactly the photo of her getting out of the Benz, and it made snide insinuations that she was a kept woman. Most of the comments below were simply outrageous. Chu Yang's expression was severe. She felt she was quite gentle by nature, of course, as long as she didn't run into an idiot. After washing up and going to bed tomorrow, she was going to go take care of that idiot. The next morning, Chu Yang woke up very early. After washing up and getting dressed, she told Jin Yang she had something to do and left. Early in the morning, many students in the dorms were still dragging their feet. Some dorms were even completely silent with everyone still asleep. On campus, birds were chirping noisily. The sun had risen and the whole school was in the process of waking up. Chu Yang soon arrived at Lin Shushu's dorm and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered, so Chu Yang knocked twice more. A girl with sleepy eyes came to open the door. Who is it? When she opened the door and saw the stern-looking Chu Yang, she said, hello? Chu Yang nodded. Is Lin Shushu here? She's here. The girl nodded, then opened the door wider for Chu Yang to come in, calling inside. Lin Shushu, someone's here for you. Okay. Lin Shushu's voice came from the bathroom area. The girl said to Chu Yang, please come in and sit first. She's in the bathroom. Chu Yang thanked her, then went inside. Li Qinglu, who was sitting on her bed playing on her phone, suddenly looked over in surprise. Chu Yang? Why are you here? Chu Yang glanced at her. I've come to find Lin Shushu. Although confused, Li Qinglu still replied, Shushu's in the bathroom. Do you have something to discuss? Chu Yang didn't speak. An awkward expression flitted across Li Qinglu's face, and she tried to make small talk, but Lin Shushu finally emerged from the bathroom. Who's looking for me? Lin Shushu washed her hands, then looked over and yelled in surprise, how come it's you, Chu Yang? Chu Yang stood straight and looked at her silently. Lin Shushu rolled her eyes. You came to find me? What's the matter? I thought we'd broken off ties. Right after Lin Shushu finished speaking, Chu Yang stepped forward and immediately grabbed her twin-tail hairdo and started pulling. Ah! Chu Yang, what are you doing? Lin Shushu's face twisted in pain as she grabbed Chu Yang's hands with her own. Zhao Xing'er, who had still been sleeping in the dorm, was frightened awake by Lin Shushu's shriek. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the scene. Good gracious! Who's being so fierce? Lin Shushu's nails were a bit long. Her hands scratching Chu Yang's were a bit painful, so Chu Yang swiftly twisted hers free, then pushed Lin Shushu and kicked her. Ah! Lin Shushu cried out again. Li Qinglu, Zhao Xing'er, and Feng Wuwen were instantly shocked back to their senses. Mainly because Chu Yang was just too fierce, catching them completely unprepared. Stop fighting! Stop! Chu Yang, what are you doing? Li Qinglu hurriedly rolled out of bed to block Chu Yang, who was about to step forward again. Lin Shushu's eyes were red from the pain as she pointed at Chu Yang. Just what are you doing, Chu Yang? I'm reporting you to the school. This commotion attracted the people from several nearby dorms over too. Some still had face masks on, some had messy hair and were wearing pajamas. They crowded around the dorm room entrance to watch the breaking news. Chu Yang had her arms crossed as she smiled coldly. Go ahead. Go quickly and let the school authorities all know what kind of person you, Lin Shushu, are. What, you took my photo and uploaded it online to spread rumors that I was corrupting the school's moral standards? You also guided others to say I was someone's mistress? Oh right, you specifically added my boyfriend on WeChat to tell her I was with another man. Lin Shushu's eyes flickered slightly and she looked a bit guilty but still denied firmly. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about what you said. It wasn't me. Chu Yang, anything done will leave behind evidence. Should I tell everyone your Weibo handle? Shushu, with 2 shus from your name Shushu, and the last 2 shus being from the word book. Am I right? Chu Yang's gaze was icy. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll sue you for infringement of my right of portrait and right of reputation. Maybe then you'll confess. Oh, and your latest Weibo post was exactly the photo of me getting out of my boyfriend's car, right? Among the onlookers, some busybody immediately went onto Weibo to search for the handle Chu Yang mentioned, then took a look. You guys see, it's really there. Oh my god, just from one photo she actually spread rumors about someone. Let me see. How nasty. I think people like her are the ones corrupting our school's moral standards. Geez, I've gotten out of the family bends before too, but no one took my picture to spread rumors. Hearing these whispered discussions, Lin Shushu's face turned pale. Li Qinglu also understood what had happened upon hearing everything. She hurriedly closed the dorm room door. Sorry everyone, this is an issue within our dorm. Sorry to disturb you all. Then she shut the door, blocking their view. Although the door was closed, everyone already knew what they needed to. They dispersed, but some who wanted to see more drama plastered themselves to the door, trying to overhear what would happen next. Some were even live streaming to their small group chats. After closing the door, Li Qinglu apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know Shushu did something like this. I apologize to you on her behalf. Chu Yang glanced at her. If you want to play nice, then help compensate me for emotional damages. Otherwise I'll post the photo I have of you kissing someone in the library and snidely say you sell yourself. Li Qinglu instantly turned red from anger. Chu Yang, how could you become like this? Chu Yang raised her brows. Oh? Become like what? CH61 apologized to me. Chapter 61. On one side, Feng Wuwen and Zhao Xing'er didn't dare to speak. Zhao Xing'er even glanced aside with widened eyes. She had felt all along that Lin Shushu was no good, and indeed she was no good. No good. She really didn't want to live together with them. She would ask next time if she could apply for a change of dormitory. With such a person, who knows if she would post mocking photos of her changing clothes in the dormitory online. Chu Yang's arrogant manner made Lin Shushu and Li Qinglu feel aggrieved. Lin Shushu asked, what do you want? Chu Yang, apologize to me and post on Weibo admitting that you were spreading rumors. If I don't see the Weibo post tonight, I'll let everyone know everything rotten you did. Oh right, you also secretly added my boyfriend wanting to spread rumors about me. What, were you trying to take my place? Chu Yang tilted her head and stared at Lin Shushu. Lin Shushu felt her heart had been completely exposed. Her face grew even paler. Okay, I'm sorry. Chu Yang lifted her chin. Louder. I can't hear you. Lin Shushu felt humiliated. She closed her eyes and said loudly again, I'm sorry. Chu Yang nodded, then turned around. Take care of it yourself. I won't always be so nice. After speaking, Chu Yang opened the dormitory door and left. The dormitory suddenly became quiet. Lin Shushu lay crying over the desk while Li Qinglu comforted her. This matter spread only to a small circle, but Jin Yang and the others found out about it. When Chu Yang returned to the dormitory at noon, the other 3 immediately looked at her eagerly, dying for gossip. Yang, you should have taken us with you. We could have gone to help you fix up that rotten person. She's really disgusting. I always felt she had bad character before, but didn't expect her to be so rotten. I heard you made her cry. Haha, awesome. Too bad we weren't there to see it. If we were there, we definitely would have applauded you. I could also have gone to give her a kick. Haha, people like her are just asking to be taught a lesson. She deserved a beating. That's right, that's right. Chu Yang tossed her hair. Okay, girls shouldn't be violent. We're gentle girls. When she said this, the three on one side nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, gentle, gentle, ha ha ha. The few of them chatted and laughed happily. Then Chu Yang called, are you still going tutoring this afternoon? I'll come pick you up. Chu Yang, I'm not going today. The student has an activity. I plan to go to the library. Chu Yang, then I'll come find you and we can go together. Okay. After about half an hour, Chu Yang arrived. Chu Yang told the dorm mate she was leaving and then left with him. Jin Yang looked down from the balcony and sighed, ever since Yang Yang got a boyfriend, we haven't been able to play together for a long time. Zhou Kai Gai, that's easy to fix. You just need to find one too. Jin Yang thought about it. You make a good point. There were quite a lot of people in the library today. Maybe because the weather was getting hotter, everyone came to the library to enjoy the air conditioning. Chu Yang and Chi Yan walked from the first floor to the fifth before finding two seats. Chu Yang was reading while Chi Yan wrote math beside her. Both were studying diligently. They didn't know when the person opposite them was replaced. When they looked up, they found themselves facing a beauty. The male student instantly felt love was in the air. Then he quickly wrote a note, hello, can I add your WeChat? He slid it in front of Chu Yang. Chi Yan, who was keeping an eye on his girlfriend, immediately noticed. Before Chu Yang could even move, Chi Yan reached out and picked up the note. He glanced at it and replied, no. Only then did the male student across notice the handsome guy beside the beauty. Awkward. The male student whispered, sorry brother. Then he packed up his things and left. Trying to hook up with someone's girlfriend right in front of her boyfriend, too awkward. Alas, pretty girls all belong to someone else. Chu Yang was confused the whole time. Chi Yan patted her head. It's nothing. Keep studying. Okay. She went back to studying hard. At night after finishing studying, Chu Yang finally remembered what happened that morning. She opened Weibo, found Lin Shushu's page, and clicked in. The latest Weibo was an apology post. But she had deleted her previous posts and also set it so no one could comment. But it was fine. Chu Yang had already screenshotted and saved the evidence. After screenshotting this Weibo post and saving it, she told Chi Yan, I taught that person a good lesson this morning. She not only sent it to you but also spread rumors about me online. Look, this is evidence of her apology. Chu Yang showed Chi Yan the screenshots. Chi Yan looked at them, frowning as he put his arm around her shoulders. Next time we can't let a person like this off so easily. Online violence could sometimes ruin a person. Spreading rumors is easy as opening your mouth, but dispelling them takes endless effort. Chu Yang's eyes darted around. I didn't let her off easily. I beat her up, pulled her hair, and kicked her. Chi Yan paused, then laughed, his whole chest shaking. He put a fist by his mouth. Cough, does your hand hurt? It doesn't hurt. She probably won't dare do it again. Anyway, I have the evidence saved. Good. The literature competition semifinals were held this Saturday. The number of competitors in this round had fallen sharply. The entire semifinal venue only had a few people. The semifinals were truly much more difficult. Even though Chu Yang was well-read, there were some questions she truly could not understand. But she wrote down everything she could. Now she could only leave it up to fate. She comforted herself that it was difficult for everyone. Because her mind had been tense and focused the whole morning, when it ended, Chu Yang felt thoroughly drained, as if her whole being had been emptied out. She shuffled out of the exam venue numbly and listlessly like a zombie. The others who took the semifinal all looked much the same, walking out of the venue dazed and numb after it ended. Chi Yan was still waiting for her under the tree. Seeing his girlfriend's pale face, he quickly handed her food and drink, not asking how the exam went. No matter what, his girlfriend was the best. Chu Yang didn't even want to talk. Chi Yan took her to get a meal. After the meal, Chu Yang was drowsy. I want to sleep. Chi Yan said. Do you want to sleep at my place? I don't mean anything else. It's just quieter at my place, and there's air conditioning comfortable. Chu Yang thought about it. The dormitory really wasn't quiet enough during the day. People would walk through the hallway from time to time, and sometimes others would horse around noisily too. So she nodded okay. Let me go pack some things first. She believed Chi Yan definitely wouldn't try anything improper. Chi Yan drove her back to the residential compound. The security guards there recognized the two of them. After all, such a good-looking couple was rare in their compound. Once again entering Chi Yan's home, Chi Yan took out new pink slippers. I bought them recently. Chu Yang didn't pay attention to that. She changed shoes and followed Chi Yan inside. Chi Yan led her into the bedroom, turned on the AC, made the bed, set up a humidifier, then closed the curtains. His curtains were very effective at blocking light. Once the curtains were closed, it was about the same as nighttime if the lights weren't turned on. Ch 62 to the late banquet to nap. Chapter 62. Chu Yang looked at Chi Yan fidgeting around and felt that this guy had quite the potential to be a good husband. After Chi Yan was done tidying up, he saw Chu Yang leaning against the doorframe watching him. She looked extremely well behaved that he wanted to go over and pinch her cheeks, but didn't dare to. Done? Chi Yan said. Emmm. After Chi Yan left, Chu Yang lied on the big bed to sleep. Big beds are indeed more comfortable. Chu Yang fell asleep very quickly. Chu Yang was sleeping in the room while Chi Yan had nothing to do outside, so he took out his unassembled model kit to continue assembling it. About 2 hours later, Chu Yang finally woke up. As she opened the door, she saw Chi Yan sitting carefully on the carpet assembling his aircraft carrier model kit. Hearing the noise, Chi Yan looked up to see Chu Yang standing at the door in a daze with some strands of hair sticking out. Perhaps in a lover's eyes there are beauties everywhere. Chi Yan clenched his fists. His girlfriend was just too adorable. Chi Yan quickly went to find a fresh, clean towel and toothbrush and such to give to her. The bathroom is this way. Okay. After Chu Yang washed her face, she finally became much more spirited. Chi Yan took out some cherry tomatoes again and poured her a cup of warm water before turning on the TV. Indeed, having a boyfriend was different. Being served felt really delightful and comfortable. Chi Yan sat down next to Chu Yang. Do you want to go back to school? Chu Yang shook her head and glanced outside at the blazing sun. Nah, let's wait until the sun isn't so harsh first. Alright. Of course Chi Yan didn't want to go back to school so quickly. Once they were back at school, his girlfriend wouldn't be by his side anymore. After eating her fill, Chu Yang opened Weibo to check if there were any customers today, then also routinely posted the daily weather forecast. When Chu Yang took out her crystal ball, this was Chi Yan's first time seeing the tool Chu Yang used to earn meals. Can I touch it? Sure. Chu Yang placed the crystal ball in Chi Yan's hand. Go ahead and feel it. Chi Yan held it very carefully, somewhat afraid that he might accidentally break it. He placed it on the soft couch. I'll just touch it a bit. In fact, the texture was similar to ordinary crystal balls. It was just that mentally he felt this was no ordinary crystal ball, so the psychological experience was different. Chu Yang picked up the crystal ball again and took out a stand to place it on. She should forecast tomorrow's weather first. Seeing that Chu Yang was about to work, Chi Yan hurriedly turned off the TV to keep the environment quiet. Chu Yang placed her hands on the crystal ball, closed her eyes, and the crystal ball lit up for a moment before she quickly opened her eyes again. As she posted the microblog update of the weather forecast, she also told Chi Yan, tomorrow there will be heavy rains, huge massive ones that might trigger mudslides in the suburbs, and there will be more typhoon weather ahead. So remember to always bring an umbrella when going out, okay? Seeing the crystal ball light up in that moment, Chi Yan felt his worldview had been shocked. Although he knew about his girlfriend's abilities, seeing it happen still made him feel astonished mentally. Not hearing a response from Chi Yan, Chu Yang looked over at him and saw him staring blankly at her crystal ball. Chu Yang waved her hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong? Chi Yan regained awareness. Nothing. I'm just too shocked. Chi Yan scratched his head, embarrassed. Chu Yang smiled. You'll get used to it later. Just get accustomed to it. But isn't it unsafe to do this in school? Chi Yan thought about Chu Yang doing this in public at school. Wouldn't it allow others to find out about her abilities? Then wouldn't that lead to police reports, getting sent to research institutes to be dissected for study and whatnot? Within 2 seconds, Chi Yan had thought of a bunch of fearful possibilities. Seeing his expression, Chu Yang already knew what he was thinking. No, I just do it behind closed curtains in the dorms. Only my dorm mates know about it. Also, our country actually has quite a number of gifted talents. Most people like me get recruited by the state, and even if recruitment fails, we won't get dissected for research. Anyway, in her past life, she didn't experience that fate, and the book setting was similar to modern society, so Chu Yang wasn't worried. Chi Yan thought about some of the gifted talents his family had interacted with before, right? His girlfriend didn't have any extra arms or legs or anything like that. Emmm. Chu Yang continued looking at her Weibo private messages. Today there were 2 customers. One customer was going overseas for a week soon but kept feeling restless, so he wanted to ask if the trip would go smoothly. After all, the world wasn't that peaceful, and instability or regime changes could happen anytime in foreign countries. Just so happened the country he was visiting tended to have frequent government overthrows. Chu Yang quickly operated with the crystal ball again. This time it took slightly longer. Chi Yan watched for a while before continuing to observe his girlfriend's complexion, still remembering how pale she had looked after the bus incident when they first met. After about 5 minutes, Chi Yan didn't even dare to make any sound or move, only watching fixedly. Finally, Chu Yang opened her eyes with an extremely solemn expression as she messaged the client with her phone. I advise you not to go. I saw war. She saw war. The customer quickly sent the payment over with a thank you. Seeing that Chu Yang's face didn't look good, Chi Yan asked softly, what's wrong? Chu Yang drank some water before explaining. Just now a customer asked if his upcoming trip to country N would go smoothly. I saw war, very cruel war. Country N. Chi Yan's expression changed. Chu Yang noticed. What is it? Chi Yan explained. I think my cousin is about to go to country N for business. His family just acquired a mine there. Chu Yang was very serious. Don't go recently. Absolutely don't go. Chi Yan, then I'll go call him. Chi Yan went to the balcony area to make the call while Chu Yang continued looking at the other customer's request. That one was simpler. The customer wanted to ask if meeting his online friend would go smoothly. Chu Yang quickly replied, smoothly. Then the payment came in. Her business for the day was settled. Chu Yang stretched lazily before noticing the fitness equipment placed to the side. She should exercise a bit. On Chi Yan's end, bro, didn't you say you were going to country N recently? What's up? Since when do you care so much about my schedule? Short on money lately? Bro will transfer you some later. Heard you got yourself a girlfriend? Can't lack money, remember to buy your girlfriend lots of food. Bring her to meet bro when you're free, bro will size up your taste in girls. Before Chu Yang could say anything, Chu Yang had already rattled off a bunch. Chu Yang interrupted him, bro, don't go to country inn recently. Chu Yang, what's up? Did something happen with country inn? I haven't heard any news about it. Did your uncles-in-laws leak you some inside news? Chi Jin's maternal grandparents were in the diplomatic field. Ch 63 skateboard. Chapter 63. Chu Yang, no, it's not that. A friend of mine said that in-country might have civil unrest recently, so don't go there for now, just listen to me. Which friend of yours has such well-informed news? I didn't see anything but peace on the news. Also, my company has employees there and I already booked my plane ticket. Chu Yang, first, ask them to come back immediately. Second, be prepared if they don't come back. Anyway, just trust me. Okay. But which friend of yours? Introduce me sometime when you have the chance. Chu Yang, when the time comes. That's all for now. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang turned around and saw his girlfriend, huffing and puffing on his treadmill. Chu Yang walked over and saw her flushed red face. How is it going? Did it go well? He asked. I didn't do any warm-up exercises, she replied. She just wanted to try it out but then couldn't stop running. Remember to warm up properly next time, otherwise you could easily get injured. Okay. Chu Yang's phone buzzed, notifying him that 100,000 yuan had been transferred to his account by his cousin. Chu Yang promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang got off the treadmill and saw it, she said, why'd you give me so much money? Let me transfer it back. She tried to transfer it back. Chu Yang grabbed her hand to stop her. No, consider it a gift from my cousin. He's dumb but rich, just take it. Chu Yang, this is the first time I've seen someone call their own cousin dumb yet rich. Fine, but don't give me money again in the future. Aha. Although Chu Yang agreed, he kept secretly giving her more and more money over time. On the other side, after Chu Yang hung up the phone, he immediately had his plane ticket cancelled. Then he called the person in charge in in-country, Wang Yin. Wang Yin, have you noticed anything off lately in in-country? What aspect do you mean, boss? Work has been normal for everyone. No, I mean the country itself. Check the news to see if there's anything wrong. Or if there could be civil unrest recently. How's the public security been? Hearing this from his boss overseas, Wang Yin immediately became alert. Nothing was more frightening than chaos when living abroad. He promptly turned on the TV where they happened to be reporting on a shooting incident in a certain region of in-country. Wang Yin suddenly recalled some recent happenings. Boss, public security does seem to be getting worse lately and I have noticed more armed officers on the streets. Chu Yang sternly commanded, quickly settle all matters, then arrange charter flights for all Hua country people to return. You focus only on that first. You have 2 days max to arrange it, the sooner the better. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Wang Yin immediately called a meeting and contacted the embassy to ask if they knew of any news. However, the embassy didn't seem to have any definite information either, only saying that things had seemed chaotic lately and to pay attention to safety measures. They said to call the embassy if anything happened or go there directly for help. Wang Yin decisively made arrangements for charter planes, and although some employees found it odd, the company's arrangements had to be followed. News spread quickly within the local Chinese community, and when some people asked Wang Yin about it, he leaked some details. It's what my boss demanded. I'm just following orders, but I suggest you also prepare quickly just in case. Back in Hua country, Chu Yang was with Chu Yan working on his aircraft carrier model. She realized he had quite broad interests, all kinds of sports equipment in the corner like rollerblades and a skateboard, plus basketball and soccer balls, and a whole wall of anime figurines along with some military models like tanks and weapons. The study also had piles of books, wall hangings of oil paintings he painted himself, musical instruments like a guitar and French horn. Chu Yan said there was a piano at his other home that didn't fit this slightly smaller house. Chu Yang felt his understanding of slightly smaller was skewed if he considered this 500 plus sq feet 3-bed, 1 living room apartment small. She thought for the first time that he must be a rich young master. Your family is super rich, huh? Chu Yang casually asked. Chu Yan immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Just a bit better off than normal people. My parents are teachers, just an ordinary family. But my grandfather was a businessman. He pondered how best to phrase it. Chu Yang waved her hand dismissively. Rich is rich. One look and I can tell you're a foo or die. Don't worry, I don't discriminate against the wealthy. Chu Yan, that money isn't even mine anyway. I've never earned money before, I'm just as poor as you. Chu Yang chuckled. No, we're not the same. I can support myself with my income now. Chu Yan smiled and felt relieved. You're much more capable than me. I'll have to rely on you in the future. He leaned his head on her shoulder as he said it. Chu Yang stroked his head. Don't worry, as long as I have food I won't let you starve. They both laughed. Then Chu Yang pointed at the skateboard and said, I don't think I've ever seen you skateboard before. Want to try it out tonight? Chu Yan got up to grab the skateboard. I played before 12th grade but not much after. But if you want to watch, I'll perform for you tonight. Yup. Around dinner time, Chu Yang took the skateboard back to campus with Chu Yang and they ate outside the school gates first. After the meal they went to the campus square, where people often played sports at night like skating, diabolos, etc. Chu Yang did some warm-up stretches before starting to practice. Let me show you some tricks, he said to Chu Yang. Go sit over there and watch me. Okay. Chu Yang sat atop a high nearby wall to spectate as Chu Yang went up a staircase railing and slid down from it, even flying up and doing a spin at one point before landing cleanly. Bystanders cheered at the slick move. He slid right up to Chu Yang, shifted his back foot to break the board which he then picked up in his hand. The full sequence looked incredibly cool and handsome. Truly outstanding, people shine brightly, Chu Yang thought. Chu Yang stood beaming before her, board in hand, eagerly awaiting praise. What did you think? Chu Yang gave him a big thumbs up. Awesome. His smile grew even wider. Setting the board down, he asked, want me to teach you, and reached out to help her down from the wall. Chu Yang leapt straight into his arms, inhaling the youthful scent unique to boys his age. Please do. Ish 64 in country. Chapter 64. In the square, Chu Yang was seen standing on a skateboard, her hands grasping Chu Yan's shoulders, saying, slow down, slow down. Chu Yang slowly moved forward, carrying Chu Yang with his arms circled around her waist, afraid that she might fall off. After practicing for a good while, Chu Yang felt that she was slowly getting the hang of it. Go stand to the side and watch me, I want to try it myself. Chu Yang stood to the side watching her, but his heart was still racing as he stood ready to dash forward and catch her at any moment. As Chu Yang slid forward on the skateboard, he followed along beside her. After playing for a long time, Chu Yang got tired and went to sit at the side. Chu Yang went to show off some more tricks, and Chu Yang saw some skateboarder guys come up to ask Chu Yang for tips. She then saw Chu Yang patiently talking and teaching the people who came to ask him questions. Later, she saw Chu Yang performing tricks together with several of the skateboarder guys, while the onlooking crowd cheered and applauded. Chu Yang also clapped her hands. He was truly impressive. She truly witnessed Chu Yang's charm. Then another girl came over holding a skateboard, said something to Chu Yang, and he pointed in Chu Yang's direction. The girl walked away looking disappointed while Chu Yang went back to playing with the guys. After playing until exhaustion, Chu Yang came and sat next to Chu Yang. What do you think? Was I cool just now? Chu Yang handed him a bottle of water. Super cool. Chu Yang saw some people roller skating to the side. I can roller skate too. I'll teach you next time. Sure. The two of them stayed until past 9 p.m. Then Chu Yang went back to her dorm and Chu Yang went back to B University after sending her back. 2 days later, the country's embassy released a travel advisory, stating that recently it was not advisable to travel to country N for tourism. The embassy stationed in country N also released a danger signal. In recent days, some areas of country N have seen outbreaks of violent protests. Please closely monitor local conditions and pay attention to announcements from the police regarding. If you encounter an emergency, you can call the following numbers. Country N was a small nation with little presence in the world. Other than some special individuals or people who did business in country N, not many people paid attention to it. Juan Xin was an ethnic Hua businessman who did business in country N. Yesterday he noticed an acquaintance, also an ethnic Hua who worked in country N, say that all ethnic Hua staff in their company would be leaving country N to return to their homeland today, with no notice of when they might come back. Today, after the embassy released this new announcement, Juan Xin figured he should also go back. He hadn't returned home for almost a year now, so it would be good to visit family. He quickly decided to buy a flight ticket home for tomorrow. The situation in country N deteriorated rapidly. Within a single morning, the whole of country N fell into chaos. Smashing, robbing, looting, and arson were commonplace, while some even marched down streets spraying bullets, instantly taking the lives of many innocent civilians. The turmoil in country N instantly shot up to trending topic on the internet. In a household in Hua country, the lady of the house came out from her room. Dear country N is in turmoil. Thankfully you didn't go. The man immediately stood up. Where? The lady quickly showed him the trending news on her phone. Take a look. The man swiftly read through it, even seeing videos sent back from abroad showing chaotic streets and people collapsed on the ground. The man wiped his brow. Thankfully I felt uneasy before I considered traveling to country N, so I went to ask an influencer. The lady said, what influencer? The man immediately recounted the story. The lady felt it was unbelievable. Dear, you really encountered a benefactor. How much did you give at the time? The man, 500 renminbi. The lady put her palms together and immediately said, just 500, quick, give me 10,000 more. This is truly our ancestors blessing us. Then Chu Yang received a transfer of 10,000 renminbi from the client, as well as piles of words of thanks and gained another fan, the client's wife. The wife even made a blog post editing and recounting the event, originally only wanting to write it down as a record. She didn't expect that within a day her post became a top trending topic, with many people commenting below that her husband was blessed by his ancestors and had great luck, while others asked which influencer was so accurate and wondered if the story was fabricated for internet fame. The wife immediately replied, if there is one false detail in what I said, may I be struck by lightning. The influencer is that profit girl witch. It's this influencer. Whether you believe it or not, I will always be her hardcore fan from now on. Within the trending topic about country ends turmoil, some also discussed, I was working in country inn just days ago. Later the company urgently said all ethnic Hwa staff must return home within 2 days with no clear reasons given. But we all still obeyed the local country inn executive's orders and quickly prepared to return home. Just days after getting back, early morning today I see the news about country inn's turmoil. I'm truly so grateful to the company. Many commented below. Bro, I guess we are from the same company. I'm from that company too. Thank the boss. Thank the company, thank the boss. Today my whole family said we're going to bring fruits from our home to give the boss. Ha ha ha. Your company really had great foresight. As long as you're safe, that's good. Our ancestors really protected you guys, meeting such a good company and executive. Although one batch had returned, there was still another batch who had not come back. Wang Yin, who previously had contact with them, had made preparations after getting the heads up, so they were not caught unprepared. Chu Yang was still in class. Xiao Yang kept calling him, so Chu Yang quickly declined the call and messaged, Bro, I'm in class right now. Xiao Yang, oh my bad, I forgot. Contact me again when you're free at noon. After school at noon, Xiao Yang called again. As soon as Chu Yang picked up, Xiao Yang rambled on. I truly have to thank your friend. Now everyone is calling me wise and brilliant. Some employees even brought gifts to my office. What does your friend lack? Should I treat him to a meal? I'm truly so thankful. This wasn't just saving me but saving so many employees too. Chi Yan, he doesn't lack anything. If he had to say something, then lacking money, I guess. As for anything else, he would buy for her himself. Xiao Yang, alright, I'll transfer the money to you, help me pass it on to your friend. Very quickly, Xiao Yang directly transferred 100,000 over and then asked again, you short on cash too, bro? Big bro will sponsor you some more. A man your age should always have money on hand, especially right now. After saying this, he transferred another 50,000 to Chi Yan for personal expenses. On the other side, Chu Yang, who was eating, received Chi Yan's transfer of 100,000 renminbi. Chu Yang? Chi Yan, my cousin said this is to thank you for saving him and his company's employees. Chu Yang, wasn't I given money last time already? Chi Yan, that was the deposit. Then Chi Yan sent screenshots of his conversation with his cousin to prove this was definitely for her. Chi Yan, see, it's truly for you. I can't embezzle it for sure. After some hesitation, Chu Yang still accepted it. We'll have dinner tonight, it's my treat. She wanted to buy him a gift. Chi Yan, yes sir. CH65 Hot Search. Chapter 65. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang immediately packed up her things, then went to the shops on the street. She walked into a men's clothing store and picked out 2 sets of clothes for Chi Yan. 1 set of casual clothes and 1 set of pajamas. Then she thought that there were 2 other men at home, so she also bought 1 set for her dad and 1 for her brother. Since her dad and brother had gifts, her mom should have 1 too. She went to the jewelry store and bought a gold bracelet to have it shipped directly back home. The clothes were also shipped. When Chi Yan came over to see Chu Yang that night, Chu Yang handed him a bag, here, a gift. Chi Yan took it puzzlingly, why are you giving me a gift? Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, it's normal for a girlfriend to buy gifts for her boyfriend when she makes money, right? Chi Yan was very happy. Can I open it now? Chu Yang nodded, you can, but I think it would be better if you waited until you get back. They're clothes I got you. Let's go eat first. Okay. Chi Yan put the clothes in the back seat of his car since he drove over today. The two went to a relatively upscale hotel restaurant nearby. Chu Yang waved her hand grandly, order whatever you want. Big sister is making money now and you contributed. Chi Yan suddenly moved closer to her ear. Big sister is so nice. Then he leaned on her shoulder, hugging her arm like a big bird relying on a person. His breath was blowing right into Chu Yang's ear, making her ear feel a little hot. Hurry up, Chu Yang said, stroking her ear, her face flushing slightly. Chi Yan ordered 2 dishes and Chu Yang also ordered 2. It was a big hotel after all, so the food was pretty good, just more expensive. When Chi Yan got back to his dorm at night, he immediately opened the bag and took out the clothes, a set of pajamas and a casual set. The tags were still on. Chi Yan went straight into the bathroom to try them on, then stood in front of the mirror looking himself over. Seeing him like this, Wei Feng said, Yo, brother Yan, new clothes? Not bad. But you seem to have been standing in front of the mirror for a long time. I know you're handsome, but don't be so narcissistic. Chi Yan took out his phone to take pictures of himself in the mirror, capturing his whole body, then proudly said, My girlfriend bought them for me. Wei Feng slapped his own mouth. Why do you have to open your big mouth? See, you've subjected yourself to their lovey-dovey nonsense again. Chi Yan changed into the other set, then tried on the pajamas again, standing in front of the mirror for a long time again. Then he sent the full body shots to Chu Yang, fits perfectly. Chu Yang replied, as long as it fits well. If not, we can exchange it. That night, Chi Yan washed the clothes. The weather was hot and he figured they might be dry by next morning. If they were dry, he could wear the casual set tomorrow morning. Chu Yang opened Weibo right after getting back to her dorm and discovered that her number of followers had increased by 99+. What was going on? She immediately looked into it and found that it was because the family member of that client in country N had mentioned her on Weibo because of what happened there. She also gained a lot more private messages, people asking if she really could predict things, some asking her to demonstrate by predicting something. Chu Yang didn't reply to any of them. After taking care of one client's issue, she simply washed up and went to bed. But unknown to her, in a corner of a certain city, someone was studying her Weibo intently. He studied it all night, cross-checking various times and events, and finally discovered that everything this account owner posted actually came true. Not to mention the weather forecast which could be seen on the meteorological website, but everything this blogger said about certain celebrities succumbing to scandals came true without exception. Not only that, he even found the Weibo accounts of her fans who praised her accuracy. Some of them had screenshots of the blogger's predictions coming true. Sometimes she would reply to fans or passersby in the comments, and soon after there would be exclamations of "Holy crap! What the blogger predicted really happened." After a whole night, this person immediately realized that this prophesying little witch blogger really could predict things. He published all his analysis online, also tagging it with the country in turmoil, then finally relaxed and went to sleep. In the morning, Chu Yang was still fast asleep while Jin Yang across from her was already awake in bed scrolling through Weibo. Suddenly at the tail end of trending topics he saw, prophesying little witch. Jin Yang clicked into read, then immediately bounced up from his bed. Chu Yang, you're trending. Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian also sat up, but neither of them heard clearly. Jin Yang, what are you yelling about so early? Jin Yang repeated, Chu Yang's trending. The prophesying little witch account. The two instantly became alert, grabbing their phones and clicking into Weibo's trending topics. Chu Yang also woke up, her voice still groggy from sleep. What's going on? The three repeated, Chu Yang, you're trending. Chu Yang opened her eyes and checked her phone. She really was trending. It turned out someone had thoroughly analyzed her account, concluding that the prophesying little witch blogger's predictions were highly accurate. Paired with the country in turmoil hashtag, a lot of people took notice, driving up engagement and making her trend. Some people felt it was manufactured for the sake of attracting followers, but still many people thought the analysis was amazing and that the blogger behind prophesying little witch was incredible. There were all kinds of fortune-telling masters and tarot readers online already, and people figured this prophesying little witch was probably similar. In any case, she attracted a lot of attention. There were also comments from Chu Yang's existing fans. I started following this blogger because I thought she was a gossip blogger, crying from laughter. Haha, I thought she was a weather forecast account. Proud I believed from the start that my treasured blogger had this ability, didn't expect my hidden gem to finally be discovered by others. Hope she doesn't get too famous, or I'm afraid that with more business, my blogger will stop paying attention to small fries like us. I don't think she will. Seems like whether people have money or not, my blogger treats everyone equally. This blogger is truly so nice, she's a good person. Good things happen to good people. Hope my blogger makes big money. Chu Yang gained a lot more fans, of course some antis too, saying she was scheming and deceitful. Chu Yang didn't bother with them at all. Qian quickly called about the matter, also asking if she wanted help getting off the trending topics. Chu Yang declined, no need, bigger news will come along soon to knock me off. She had just checked, some other huge headline would draw attention soon and she'd stop trending very quickly. Gaining more fans wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. But then, a thought suddenly occurred to Chu Yang. How much does it cost to get taken off trending? For you I think probably tens of thousands, Qian said. He didn't have experience but knew the prices were high. Never mind then, tens of thousands can buy a lot of meals. And it's not some damaging rumor anyway, just gave me more fans. Okay, then can I come see you after school in the afternoon? I'll come to you at the library. Sure. CH66 A Little Accident. Chapter 66. The results of the re-examination came out. Chu Yang was ranked 5th nationwide, which was better than she had expected. Chu Yang felt quite lucky. That evening, Qian came to see her and gave her a gift to celebrate her entering the finals, a bracelet. Help me put it on, Chu Yang held out her hand. Qian took out the bracelet and put it on her. After putting it on, he even kissed her hand. I hope my girlfriend wins an award in the finals too. Chu Yang smiled very happily. I'll try my best. Qian said, of course no matter what the result is, you're the best. He didn't want to pressure her and his girlfriend was indeed excellent enough. The finals would be broadcasted live nationwide, and there would also be on-site quick response questions, etc. The top 3 winners would be selected from the 10 finalists, who were the most outstanding talents nationwide. Professor Li Daong had not expected Chu Yang to enter the finals. Although he had high expectations of her, the competition was extremely difficult, and the finals selected the top 10 nationwide. He had not imagined Chu Yang would be even more outstanding than he had anticipated. She was really worthy of being his student. Recently, Li Daong felt very proud to have such an excellent student. Chu Yang, do you want me to give you some targeted guidance? Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Teacher, would guidance be useful? She felt the competition questions had no direction. Li Daong also fell silent for a moment. It seems useless, ha ha ha. Li Daong patted her shoulder. Do your best. You're already very outstanding, so don't stress yourself too much. Okay. Lee Daeong was about to leave but paused and asked, "There's no problem with me taking this road today, right?" He pointed to the science road beside them. Chu Yang said, "No problem." Lee Daeong felt relieved. "That's good then. Contact me if anything comes up, I'm leaving first." "All right, thanks teacher." The finals would take place in a month, around the time of final exams and start of the holidays. Ever since she had that afternoon nap at Chi Yan's place, she would often go over. Sometimes on Saturdays and Sundays the two of them would study together at Chi Yan's place. For this, Chi Yan had specially prepared desks like those in the library in his study room. Moreover, it was quite near to the place Chu Yang tutored students, which was convenient. That wasn't all. When she was tired from studying, she could go straight to the guest room next door to rest. One day, Chu Yang met a customer. "Since you're a witch, surely you can do more than just fortune-telling?" "Fortune teller witch, what services does the customer require?" "Yan, the host is female, right? Since you're female, you must really hate mistresses star. Does the host have any ways to deal with mistresses? Like some vicious voodoo dolls, curses, or nightmares?" Asterisk mistress as an extramarital affair. "Fortune teller witch, sorry, I only provide fortune-telling services." "Yen, I have money, is 100k enough?" Fortune teller witch, sorry, I only provide fortune-telling services. "Yen, 200k. Fortune teller witch, sorry. Being strong yourself is the best way to deal with enemies. Don't be superstitious, believe in science." "Thank you." "Yun. You're a fortune teller witch asking people to believe in science?" Chu Yang ignored her and turned away, but unexpectedly that person screenshotted what she said and posted it online. Original post: "A fortune teller host actually told me not to be superstitious and to believe in science. This is the acclaimed accurate fortune teller witch?" Screenshot. When this post came out, it instantly attracted a huge viewership on a certain forum. Everyone found it hilarious. "Ha ha ha, this host must be a comedian, right? Although, I feel she's not wrong, eh? Crying laughing emoji. Host: "Although I can tell fortunes, I still believe in science doge." Isn't this that super trending host from before? No more supernatural events since the founding of the nation, nothing wrong with believing in science. Doge. The endpoint of science is theology, no problem. The person who made this post had originally expected people to question the credibility of fortune teller witch, but unexpectedly everyone felt there was no issue and even discussed it as a joke post. This post was also reposted, with everyone treating it as a laughing stock. There were fans who screenshotted it to show Chu Yang, and even expressed stronger faith in the host. Chu Yang knew at one look who it was. To her, real ability was the effective method to retain fans, hence she did not mind such things. Her customer flow remained steady. On Saturday morning, as usual, Chi Yan drove Chu Yang back to her apartment. Just as they entered the estate, the security guard said, "Yesterday at Block D, a delivery man entered a resident's home and saw the woman home alone. He almost assaulted her. Thankfully, the woman had an alarm installed at home and we also rushed over in time, which is why nothing happened to that household. The man has also been taken away by the police. I heard it wasn't his first offense. I just wanted to remind all of you, especially girls, to never let strangers into your home. As for delivery men, we can't exactly stop them outside or the residents would complain about us too. We do make the delivery men confirm with the residents before letting them in. Brother, you have to protect your girlfriend well too. Especially since your girlfriend is so pretty, sometimes there are weird stalkers around." Chi Yan nodded and held Chu Yang's hand. "Thank you." Back home, Chi Yan said, "If I'm not around and someone knocks on the door, never open it, then call me or the police. Also for deliveries, tell them to hang it outside. Some will wait outside, so be wary if that person has left." Chu Yang listened attentively. "I see. They taught this in school too." Emmm. Unexpectedly, soon after this conversation, something happened that very afternoon. At 2 p.m. as usual, Chu Yang went to a student's home for tutoring. While waiting for the lift, she encountered a deliveryman. Recalling the security guard's words that morning about the deliveryman incident, Chu Yang specifically took a look. She entered the lift and pressed her floor number. The deliveryman also pressed a floor above hers. "Hey beauty, you live here?" That man suddenly spoke to her. Chu Yang ignored him. "Beauty, don't be so cold." The security guard who witnessed the earlier incident was watching the CCTV monitor and saw in the lift feed that the handsome guy's girlfriend from that morning was being spoken to by a deliveryman. The guard immediately called Chi Yan. "Bro, I'm the guard. I saw your girlfriend in the lift at Block C on the monitor. Someone's hitting on her. F***K, he's trying to touch her. 7th floor. Hurry to Block C, something's happening." The guard called for another patrolling guard on the walkie-talkie. Received. Chi Yan had already rushed out. "Beauty, you're so gorgeous, do you have a boyfriend? Let's exchange contacts." That man suddenly tried to grab Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang dodged to the corner. "Don't move, there's a camera up there." Chu Yang pointed at the CCTV camera above. The man froze for a bit but did not give up. "I didn't do anything, just want to make friends." CH 67 watched the night scene. Chapter 67. The elevator arrived very quickly. Chu Yang flashed out, wanting to walk out, but the man reached out and stopped her. "Let's add each other on social media, okay? I didn't do anything wrong, right? You said there were security cameras yourself. Would you dare expose anything if something happened?" Chu Yang looked at him coldly, watching as the elevator door was about to close. Suddenly Chu Yang shouted, "Chi Yan." The man turned his head around. Chu Yang immediately gave him a kick to the groin. The man instantly kneeled down in pain. Chu Yang immediately ran out. After running out while the man was still in too much pain to react, the elevator door closed. At this moment the student opened the door. "Teacher, I knew you would definitely arrive soon. I didn't expect that as soon as I opened the door, you'd be here already." Afraid that the man would come back, Chu Yang immediately pulled her inside and locked the door. "Don't go out." The student looked at the teacher in confusion for a moment. What happened? The female employer who was bringing over some fruit also came over. What happened? Chu Yang recounted what the security guard had said this morning as well as what just happened. "Your husband isn't home, so you have to be extra careful about safety. If a stranger knocks on the door, don't open it, okay? Teacher Chu, are you alright? Let me call security right away," the female employer said as she went to grab her phone. This is truly frightening. Knock knock knock, the door suddenly sounded at this moment, startling all three women who instantly huddled together. Yang, are you there?" It was Chi Yan's voice outside. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine, that's my boyfriend." Chu Yang opened the door and saw a sweaty, worried Chi Yan outside. The security guard was behind him too. Seeing her, Chi Yan immediately pulled her into his arms. "I'm glad you're okay." His voice still trembled a little. Chu Yang patted his back. "I'm fine." The security guard also apologized. "I'm sorry, it was our oversight. We thought it was fine after checking his ID, didn't expect the person to be so bold. We'll be stricter about checking strangers from now on and won't let them in." Chu Yang asked, "Where's that man?" "We've caught him, but we can probably just give him a warning." Because there were no substantial actions, the man had just said he wanted to add her on social media. And he was the one who got kicked yet still wanted to sue. But after some threats from security, the man admitted wrongdoing. Chu Yang understood that was all they could do. "Alright, thank you." The security guard exhorted the female employer some more, then left because he was busy. Because of what happened, the female employer said, "Teacher Chu, go back and rest first. You were frightened too. My child won't have class today." They were rather alarmed too. "Okay, then I'll head back first. Thanks for the trouble, Teacher Chu." Then Chu Yang left with Chi Yan, vaguely hearing the student say, "Teacher Chu's boyfriend is so handsome." Chi Yan held Chu Yang's hand tightly on the way back. His hands were sweaty and Chu Yang could feel it. As soon as they got back, Chu Yang was pulled tightly into his embrace. "I was so scared." He liked her more than he had imagined. Chu Yang was actually scared too, comforting him. "I'm fine. Don't be scared. And I'm a witch, I can protect myself, so don't worry." Emmm. After holding her for a long time, Chi Yan finally let her go. His hands held her shoulders, his forehead against hers. The two were very close. Chi Yan suddenly said, "I want to kiss you." Chu Yang closed her eyes, her trembling lashes hinting at the nervousness in her heart. Then she felt her lips grow soft for a moment before it was gone. A light kiss. He kissed her and then held her again. "Next time I'll take you directly to the student's home and pick you up when you're done." Okay. Chu Yang felt that was fine. The two buildings weren't that far apart anyway. Chu Yang patted his back and suddenly thought of something. "Your back is soaked. Go take a shower first, don't catch a cold." Emmm. Chi Yan let her go. He had run too hurriedly earlier. By the time Chi Yan came out of the shower refreshed and dry, Chu Yang was already asleep on the couch. Chi Yan quickly picked her up and carried her back to the bedroom, tucking her in properly under a thin blanket. Chu Yang hazily woke up for a bit, patted the space beside her. "Let's take a nap together." Then she fell back asleep. Chi Yan. In the end, he hesitantly lay down carefully beside his girlfriend after much deliberation, lying on his side watching her for a long time before finally closing his eyes and falling asleep as well. After 3 p.m., nearing 4 p.m., Chu Yang woke up. She was currently lying with her back facing Chi Yan, nestled in his embrace, one of Chi Yan's arms around her waist. Chu Yang removed his hand and sat up, feeling a little dizzy after sleeping too much. She looked at the time and saw it was still alright. She picked up her phone and lay back down again, started scrolling through social media to check for business inquiries, asking if Chu Luo had returned home since it was Saturday, and asking about things at home. "Chu Luo, the fruit at home just ripened. Dad said he's going to ship some over to you. It should arrive tomorrow." Chu Yang, "Okay. How are things at home?" Chu Luo, "Still fine. Lately Dad and Mom go out every day to sell fruit." Chu Yang, "You haven't sent me your essay for this week yet." Chu Luo, "We have exams coming up." Chu Yang, "That's even more reason not to slack off." Chu Luo, "Alright, I'll send it to you tonight." Chu Yang, "You received the things I mailed back, right?" Chu Luo, "Ages ago. Mom and Dad even said you're wasting money, but they seemed quite happy." They chatted a little more, then Chu Yang told him to go write his essay. Chi Yan beside her had also woken up. He immediately snuggled over, hugging her in his arms, his head buried in the crook of her neck. "Any plans tonight? Going to the library to study or something?" Chu Yang, "No plans." Chi Yan suggested, "Want to go see the night view then?" Chu Yang, "Sure, where to?" It was Saturday after all. Chi Yan, "North-looking mountain there. I'll make arrangements." "Okay." Since they had decided to go out and have fun, Chu Yang got up quickly. There's a hotel at the peak of north-looking mountain. We can stay there if we come back late. Alright. Oh right, my family mailed me some fruit recently. I'll grab some for you when it arrives. Great. Since they were hiking, Chu Yang also got ready quickly. Not knowing if they'd return to campus tonight, she also brought a set of clothes. Luckily she had often come to Chu Yan's place before, so she had clothes here, no need to go back to campus for them. She brought some necessities and other items and put on light makeup. Then the two headed out. Today Chu Yang had tied up her hair, looking fresh and pretty. Chu Yan saw she had pierced ears and thought he'd buy her some earrings or ear hooks next time. At 5 p.m. sharp the two set off, arriving at north-looking mountain after a little over 40 minutes. But they still had to hike up. They could also take the cable car up, but that wasn't as fun. The two decided to walk up. It would probably take about an hour. Stage 68 Night View 02. Chapter 68. Chu Yan and Chu Yang walked up hand in hand. There weren't many people around. At that moment, the setting sun cast a golden glow over the land, and their side profiles were bathed in the interplay of light and shadow. Chu Yan snapped a picture of Chu Yang's beautiful side profile with the sunset in the background, and immediately set it as his phone wallpaper. They continued walking forward. As the sky grew darker, they could hear frogs croaking and birds chirping as they returned to their nests. When they were nearing the top of the mountain, Chu Yang was out of breath. Chu Yan gave her a piggyback ride the rest of the way up. When they reached the summit, there were more people. Many came here on weekends to enjoy the night view. Chu Yan brought Chu Yang to the hotel restaurant where he had made reservations for dinner. Their table offered an excellent view of the nightscape of the entire city. They ordered Western food, steak and pasta. Since Chu Yang didn't drink, they didn't order any wine. There was someone playing the piano in the middle of the restaurant. As Chu Yang listened to the music quietly, she felt her heart become tranquil. Chu Yan suddenly asked, "Would you like to hear me play the piano?" Chu Yang looked at him expectantly. "Can I make a request?" "Sure." After thinking for a bit, Chu Yang said, "Koibito Tachi no Basho, can you play that?" Koibito Tachi no Basho is the Japanese title for the song Love Without End, Amen. No problem. Chu Yan got up and went over to the piano player. After a brief exchange, the pianist vacated the seat for Chu Yan. Sitting down at the piano, Chu Yan looked over at Chu Yang, who had her chin propped up in her hands as she watched him softly. His heart melted a little at the sight. Chu Yan straightened up on the piano bench and placed his hands over the keys. Soon, the restaurant was filled with the melody of Love Without End, Amen. Some of the other patrons glanced over at the handsome young man at the piano. As he played, Chu Yan would occasionally lift his eyes to look at Chu Yang. It was obvious they were a couple. On the second floor, a man suddenly said to his companion in a suit, "Hey, isn't that your cousin Chi Jin?" Chi Jin looked down and indeed saw his cousin. "Oh? Who's he looking at? Is that girl his girlfriend? Your cousin's got a girlfriend now." After observing for a bit, Chi Jin realized it seemed to be true. It looked like Chu Yan was playing the piano to charm that girl. When Chu Yan finished playing and went over to the table where the girl was sitting, it seemed like he asked her, "How was it?" The girl gave him 2 thumbs up and even leaned over to peck him on the chin. Chu Yan looked extremely happy. Then he sat down across from her. The two of them enjoyed the night view outside for a bit before Chu Yan took out his phone to take pictures of her. That was his cousin? Chi Jin could hardly believe it. He got up, intending to head downstairs, and his companion followed along. Chu Yan was just sitting next to Chu Yang, wanting to take a selfie of them both, when several people suddenly appeared beside their table. Chu Yan and Chu Yang looked up. Chu Yan immediately stood up and called out, "Bro, you're here too?" "Chu Yang?" Chu Yang also stood up. "Nice to meet you, brother." Chu Yan held Chu Yang's hand. "Bro, this is my girlfriend Chu Yang." Chi Jin looked Chu Yang over. She was rather decent looking and her gaze was honest. "I see. Nice to meet you," he said before asking Chu Yan, "How have your studies been lately?" In his mind, Chu Yan thought, "Since when does my brother care about my grades?" But he replied, "They're fine, steady." Chi Jin nodded. "Good. At least his studies weren't suffering." He beckoned a waiter over. "Put their meal on my tab tonight." "Yes, Master Chi." Tian Yuan, the man accompanying Chi Jin, also greeted Chi Yan. "Little brother Chi Yan is a college freshman, right?" "Yes, hello brother Tian Yuan." Chi Jin asked Chi Yan a few more questions about his recent life, then left with the others. Soon after, Chi Yan received a bank transfer from Chi Jin. It was his way of saying one needed money when dating and shouldn't be too miserly. Chi Yan thought, "They all think I'm poor? Your brother looks a bit like you." "He seems rather stately," Chu Yang remarked after the others had gone. Chi Yan nodded. "He's my cousin. We both take after our grandfather. He works in the government." Originally, their grandfather had wanted to groom Chi Jin to inherit the family business, but unexpectedly, Chi Jin had inherited talents from his mother's side of the family and now held an office in the government. Hearing this, Chu Yang felt Chi Yan's background seemed even more impressive. Without lingering on the subject, Chi Yan took Chu Yang outside the hotel to the lookout deck, which had telescopes and even a place for stargazing. He showed her how to use them to take in the sights. That one series, the largest asteroid discovered so far. Chi Yan pointed things out for Chu Yang. "Look, you can see Andromeda over there." Chu Yang found it. It's so beautiful. Seeing all these planets and constellations, it really makes you feel how tiny humans are, she remarked. That's right, we're just a speck in the ocean. So when you run into difficulties or worries, thinking about stuff like this helps put things in perspective, Chu Yang agreed. Chu Yang turned to face him. Oh? And what worries could you have? Worried about being too handsome. She laughed merrily. Chu Yang laughed too as he put his arm around her. That's right. I look in the mirror every morning and lament how handsome I am and think about how lucky I am to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Chu Yang laughed so hard her eyes were reduced to slits. Chu Yang went on, people inevitably have worries. For example, I sometimes fret over whether the girl called Chu Yang really likes me that much, if we'll stay together forever, or if one day she'll find me tiresome. Chu Yang instantly stopped laughing. She placed a hand on his cheek. That girl called Chu Yang says she really likes you. As for being together forever, we can't know for sure. That will take time to prove. What she can say for certain is that right now she truly has feelings for you. Chu Yang lowered his head. Emmm, he murmured, then kissed her forehead and took her into his embrace. After that tender moment, they realized how late it had gotten, nearly 10 p.m. Clearly they wouldn't make it back to campus tonight. Chu Yang led Chu Yang down from the observatory, intending to get a room at the hotel. On the path back, they passed through a grove of tall trees. Bathed in moonlight, the trees took on an air of mystery that was strangely alluring. But then a peculiar sound reached their ears. Chu Yang glanced at Chu Yang. What's the? She was cut off as Chu Yang hastily covered her mouth. Chu Yang gave him a questioning look. Chu Yang pulled her along at a quicker pace, whispering 4 words in her ear, Mandarin ducks frolicking. Chu Yang instantly understood, her face flushing red. Though Chu Yang had omitted one character. It should have been wild Mandarin ducks, ahem. The two returned to the hotel red-faced, though they weren't sure why the front desk staff were giving them such odd looks when handing over their room key. CH 69 Zhang Qiangyu. Chapter 69. Chu Yang, We wanted 2 rooms. The front desk was stunned for a moment, oh sorry. Then she looked it up on the computer, sorry, we only have 1 standard room left. If you want 2 rooms, then only the suite is available. Chu Yang nodded, then the suite. Alright, please wait a moment. After a while, the front desk apologetically said, sorry, there is only the presidential suite left. Chu Yang didn't mind, then the presidential suite. The front desk was very polite, okay, here's the room card, the elevator is over there, have a nice day. Thank you. After Chu Yang and Chu Yang had entered the elevator and were out of sight, the front desk staff sat down and quietly discussed with her colleague. I thought the two were coming back to the hotel with red faces after doing that outside. You know, that happens frequently. Didn't expect I was thinking too much. They are just an ordinary couple, even booking separate rooms. She sighed. I still lack pure thoughts. Soon after, another couple with blushed faces walked in to book the last standard room. Her colleague said, now look, their clothes are a bit messy, but the previous couple's clothes were neat. And look, the woman's buttons are missing. You have sharp observations indeed. I sure do. In the room, as it was not too late yet, the two were standing on the balcony of the suite overlooking the night view of the other side of Jing City. From here one could see the tallest building in downtown and the moat. The strong wind blew Chu Yang's hair dancing. Chu Yang stood beside her. The atmosphere was just right, but suddenly Chu Yang pointed somewhere else to show Chu Yang. Look, isn't that a fire over there? Chu Yang looked over and indeed there was. He immediately took out his phone and called 119. Hello, I discovered a fire at XX place. Yes, it looks like it's getting bigger. Okay, thanks. They didn't expect to spot a fire when enjoying the night view. What an accident. It was already very late, so Chu Yang went back to the room to wash up and sleep. Chu Yang also turned in soon after. Both were quite satisfied with today's sightseeing. The next morning at a bit past 5 a.m., Chu Yang woke Chu Yang up to watch the sunrise together. Chu Yang closed her eyes and snuggled in Chu Yan's arms. Wake me up when the sun comes out. I'll just take a nap. Okay. About 10 minutes later, the east side lit up. Chu Yang hurriedly nudged Chu Yang. Yang, the sun is coming out. Chu Yang opened her eyes. Soon they witnessed the gorgeous glow at sunrise, with the big red sun rising slowly. Jing City below also woke up from its slumber. After watching the sunrise, Chu Yang soon dozed off in Chu Yan's arms again. When she woke up she was already in bed. It was past 10 a.m. already. They hurriedly got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and checked out to go back down the mountain. The two took the cable car down the mountain. When they returned to the dorm, 3 pairs of eyes looked over. Everyone crowded over inquisitively. Your first overnight trip outside. Did you, how was your first experience? Zhou Kaikai gestured with her fingers and blinked. I'm not talking about that first time. You know which first time I'm talking about. Qian Xian, although you said you went out for fun yesterday, where did you go? Chu Yang flicked them one by one. What nasty thoughts. We went hiking on North-looking mountain, saw the night view and sunrise, had delicious food. Nothing happened. I know you're talking about the first time staying outside overnight. The last sentence was replying Zhou Kaikai. Everyone made a disappointed oh sound. Jin Yang suddenly recalled, North-looking mountain? Zhou Kaikai and Qian Xian by the side asked, what about North-looking mountain? Chu Yang leered and chuckled twice. Apart from the nice spots for night views and sunrise, I heard many little couples would go there to, do it outdoors. Chu Yang signaled them with her eyes, you know what I mean. The two suddenly realized and their smiles gradually turned wicked. Chu Yang, 3 yellow-minded women. The 3 crowded around Chu Yang. Did you? Chu Yang, no. Chu Yang, no wait, let me finish my question. I was asking whether you came across that. Of course they did encounter it, but Chu Yang still waved her hand, lest these 3 pry for yellow details from her. No. And that's not good behavior. Oh, alright. The 3 were disappointed. Monday B University. The female student who was stabbed earlier finally recovered and returned to school. Since Chu Yan and the others were good Samaritans, the school gave them awards for justice and courage. Apart from the certificate, there were also course credits. Chu Yan, my girlfriend was also a good Samaritan. School leader. Okay, I'll give one to your girlfriend as well. Which school is she from? Ours. Chu Yan. The neighboring a university. Alright, please help to pass it to her. Sure. That night, Chu Yang received the certificate and bank transfer brought over by Chu Yan. She didn't expect there would be such gains too. It made her quite happy. However, when Chu Yan returned to his dorm at night, Wei Feng said, Boss Yan, that girl came looking for you again today. Which girl? Wei Feng, the one who still got stabbed after we warned her. Chu Yan understood who. What did she want from me? She said she wanted to thank you and even brought fruit over. I said I'll take them, but she insisted on seeing you and took the fruit back. I see. The next morning when Chu Yan went downstairs, he was stopped by someone. Hello, I'm Zhang Qiangyu. Thank you for saving me. The girl handed some snacks and a gift box to Chu Yan. Chu Yan did not take them. No need to thank me. Sorry, but I'm in a rush. Oh, thank you so much. If not for you I would have. Anyway, thank you so much. I wonder if I could add your WeChat. If you don't accept my gifts, then please take my money. Sorry, no need. Chu Yan then walked away. However, this was only the first time. Unexpectedly, the girl came again the next morning. Chu Yan still did not accept her gifts. Wei Feng at the side said, Boss Yan has a girlfriend and doesn't dare accept gifts from other girls. Please stop coming. Saving someone is enough gratitude already, plus the school also rewarded us. If you really want to thank my boss, please stop coming. Don't get caught by the big boss, Boss Yan's girlfriend. But Zhang Qiangyu did not seem to listen at all. She came every day, saying she must properly express her gratitude to her life-saving benefactor. Chu Yan felt a bit annoyed, so he went straight back to his apartment complex instead of the dorm. He thought since the girl couldn't find him, she would stop coming. Unexpectedly, when Chu Yang went with Chu Yan to be university's library today, that girl actually caught up to them. No one knew how she found out Chu Yan was there. When Zhang Qiangyu saw Chu Yan and Chu Yang, her gaze fell on their tightly held hands. She flipped her hair once and said, Chu Yan, so this is your girlfriend. You are so lucky to have such a good boyfriend. Chu Yang, this feels unpleasant for the first time. Such familiar green tea dialogues are quite annoying. Chu Yan expressionlessly. I'm indeed very fortunate, so you can leave now. Zhang Qiangyu was silenced for a moment, then ignored Chu Yan's hint for her to leave. She looked at Chu Yang. Sorry, junior sister, I just wanted to properly thank your boyfriend for saving my life earlier. He didn't accept my previous gifts, surely not because of you, right? I only wanted to express my thanks. You don't mind, do you? CH 70 lessons together. Chapter 70. Chu Yang. She had previously thought that girl was not bad when she bowed and apologized to everyone in the library. She was quite polite. I didn't expect. It was the first time she had seen someone brazenly try to snatch another girl's boyfriend right in front of her. And it happened to her too. Chu Yang felt it was quite fresh. She was even wondering if her original self had acted this way in front of the main couple too. Just the thought made her shiver. No, I actually quite mind. I'm the possessive type. I don't like my boyfriend looking at other girls. A good girl like you would surely understand me. Chu Yang sized her up and said, didn't you injure your stomach earlier? Is your body okay now? Did it leave any scars? Ah, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to say. I just wanted to ask about you out of concern. You don't mind, do you? You. Zhang Qiangyu was so angry she couldn't get the words out. Oh right. Someone reminded you earlier to beware of your ex-boyfriend, yet you still got stabbed. Sister, your IQ is lacking. Chu Yang twisted the knife. Zhang Qiangyu remembered that someone did indeed warn her earlier and she had taken precautions, yet she had never expected her ex-boyfriend to dare stab her in broad daylight. Sister, we need to study now, so please leave us be. You wouldn't want to be a light bulb now, would you? How unexpected, I didn't take you as that kind of person. Chu Yang acted shocked. People around had started looking over. Zhang Qiangyu. In the end, Zhang Qiangyu still left. Chu Yan happily looked at Chu Yang. I definitely won't so much as glance at other girls in the future. Chu Yang waved her hand dismissively. I only said all that to get her to leave. Chu Yan grasped her hand. It's fine, I took it seriously. I liked what you just said. Chu Yang, I didn't expect you were into the domineering girlfriend type. Chu Yan, no, I like your type. Why does it sound so cheesy? Chu Yang realized goosebumps were popping up over her skin. She straightened his head to face forward. Alright, I get it. Let's study now. Perhaps after getting a taste of Chu Yang's combat abilities, Zhang Qiangyu did not come over again afterwards. Qi Yan heaved a sigh of relief. One day Qi Yan didn't have class that afternoon because his teacher was absent. He didn't want to study alone at the library or go play ball with a bunch of guys. He thought he had never accompanied his girlfriend to her classes before, which seemed to be what people in relationships did. So that afternoon he decided he'd accompany his Chu Yang to her classes. No sooner said than done. He had saved Chu Yang's schedule in his phone. She had 2 ancient Chinese language classes that afternoon. He texted Chu Yang after eating. After riding over to University A on his little lamb bicycle, Wei Feng happened to catch sight of his departing back from the balcony. He sighed, why does brother Yin stick to his girlfriend so much? Running over whenever he has time. Zhang Qing glanced at him. Serves you right for being single. Wei Feng, stabbed in the heart again. Chu Yang was packing up when there was a knock on the window. Look who it is, little crow came to visit. Haven't seen you in a while. Zhou Kaikai hurried to open the window. The moment the window opened, the crow flew onto Chu Yang's desk, cawing twice. I know. Chu Yang took out a small bun and crumbled it into crumbs to feed it. Zhou Kaikai came over and poured it a cup of water, stroking it twice. Zhou Kaikai only stroked it twice before reluctantly pulling herself away. Oh, I have class to go to now, so I can't keep you company. Eat well and drink well. Big sister is going now. Zhou Kaikai had an elective class that was far from the dorm, so she had to leave early. Jin Yang and Qian Xian hadn't returned at noon. After bidding Chu Yang farewell, Zhou Kaikai left the dorm room. Currently, only Chu Yang was left in the room when Qi Yan texted that he'd come visit her. He said that he'd even accompany her to class. About half an hour later, Qi Yan arrived. Chu Yang picked up her school bag, preparing to head out, when the crow suddenly followed behind with a caw-caw. It meant that it wanted to tag along. Chu Yang tidied away the food and water she had left out for the crow. Then she directly picked it up and put it in her bag without fully zipping it up. No making any noise, got it? The crow tilted its head and cawed twice, agreeing. When Chu Yang went downstairs, Qi Yan wanted to take her bag, but she refused. I'll carry it. The crow's inside. Qi Yan? Chu Yang showed him. It insisted on following me, so I have no choice but to bring it along to class. Qi Yan's eyes widened. It won't start squawking, will it? Chu Yang made a vicious threat. If it dares to make a racket during class, I'll pluck all its feathers and toss it in hot oil to fry for a few minutes. The neighbor's kid will drool from hunger. The crow's feathers stood on end as it cawed twice. I won't make a peep. Chu Yang, all right, let's go to class. Then Qi Yan gave Chu Yang a ride to the Chinese language and literature department. The two arrived rather early. When they entered the classroom, there weren't many people yet. Considering Qi Yan's overly striking looks that would draw too much attention, and also because the crow was with them, Chu Yang sat with Qi Yan in the back corner row by the window. She took out the crow and put it on the desk shelf, softly warning, be good and stay put. Then she placed her textbook on the desk. Qi Yan sitting beside also took out his textbook. Soon after, Jin Yang arrived. She immediately spotted Qi Yan next to Chu Yang. She would usually sit together with Chu Yang, but she looked for another random spot today before sending Chu Yang a message. The campus hottie Qi Yan actually came to accompany you to class today. I won't intrude. Chu Yang sighed but didn't know how to reply either. She also hadn't expected Qi Yan to show up. The other classmates entered one after another and sat down. It wasn't long before the teacher came in. All right, everyone, let's start on lesson 10 today. Open your books. Let me pick someone to translate this passage. The teacher adjusted his glasses before pointing at Qi Yan. Young man over there, please stand up and answer. Qi Yan? Chu Yang? Chu Yang immediately placed her textbook in front of Qi Yan, softly prompting, this part. Qi Yan? The teacher looked over. Don't coach him, girl sitting next to him. Many people instantly whipped their heads around. There were already few boys among the Chinese majors, let alone such a handsome one. Whispers broke out amongst them. He's so hot. Who's he? In our class. Doesn't seem like it. Chu Yang promptly raised her hand. Excuse me, teacher, he came to accompany me to class. He's not in our major. Only then did everyone understand this hottie was Chu Yang's boyfriend. The teacher nodded. Since he's Chu Yang's friend, his studies should be decent too. Go on and answer it. Chu Yang looked encouragingly at Qi Yan. You can do it. Qi Yan picked up the book to take a look. Taishu built walls and towers, ordering people to gather weapons like bows and arrows. Later, Duke Duan escaped. I'm done with my translation. The teacher nodded. Very good. Let's continue, class. Chu Yang silently mouthed to him, you were awesome. Qi Yan smiled and wrote on his notebook, looks like I'll have to read up with you later so I don't get picked on again. CH 71 by something. Chapter 71. Finally, Qi Yan and her attended 2 classes of ancient Chinese together and paid full attention during the classes. During the class, a small accident almost happened when Little Crow was about to doze off and stirred a little, accidentally losing footing and almost falling to the ground. Chu Yang caught it with one hand and lifted it up. However, Little Crow might have been too frightened and crowed twice. Instantly all the people looked towards Chu Yang's corner. Chu Yang immediately put it down on the ground, pretending not knowing it, and pointed at the ground saying a crow flew in. Then many people lowered their heads to take a look. Really? There is a crow in the classroom. My God, let me take a photo and share with friends. Little Crow then flew up and flew towards the window. The teacher told everyone to quiet down. All right, just a crow. Don't make a fuss. Let's continue the class. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yan next to her also breathed a sigh of relief. Their actions were synchronized. Then there were no more accidents. After class, Jin Yang ran over and asked, was that little crow earlier? Chu Yang nodded. Yeah, it insisted on following me. Almost caused trouble. Luckily it was smart and flew away by itself. Jin Yang patted his chest. I was wondering if it could be little crow. Next time when it comes over, don't give it. Just give it half of the treats. Need to teach it a lesson. Right. The two chatted for a couple more sentences before Jin Yang left. Chu Yang packed up her things and left the classroom with Chi Yin. It's just past 4. Where should we go? Feels a bit early for dinner. Chu Yang checked the time. Shall we go downtown shopping? I want to buy some things. My mother's birthday is coming up soon. Can you help me pick a gift? Chi Yin came up with the idea all of a sudden. Sure. Chu Yang had no objections. Let's take the bus there. We'll leave Little Lamb here first. Okay. The two rode the electric bike back to the female dormitory first. Chu Yang then went back to her own dorm to put down her things before leaving with Chi Yan. On the bus, the two sat at the back. Most people on the bus were students going out to have fun. Chi Yan suddenly put an earbud into Chu Yang's ear. Listen to some music? You pick something to listen to. Chi Yan handed her the phone. Chu Yang took it and looked at Chi Yan's playlist. Half were English songs and half Chinese. Chu Yang randomly picked one. As night fell, the streetlights by the roadside lit up too. The bus sped quickly around a corner and many people gasped out loud. Chi Yan hugged Chu Yang, afraid she might knock her head accidentally. Chu Yang looked up and could see Chi Yan's Adam's apple. She reached out and touched it. The Adam's apple moved a little. It was quite fun. Chu Yang wanted to reach out again, but Chi Yan grasped her hand. Don't move. His voice was hoarse. Chi Yan lowered his head near Chu Yang's ear and softly said, Chu Yang, I'm afraid I might react. Young and vigorous, couldn't withstand any teasing. Chu Yang understood instantly and her face turned red. Coupled with Chi Yan's breathing on her earlobe, Chu Yang didn't dare move anymore. After a while, the bus stop was announced. They had arrived. Only then did Chi Yan let her go and pulled her off the bus. As they alighted, the night breeze blew and Chu Yang felt the heat on her face finally subside a little. Chi Yan pulled her along into the shopping mall. The moment they stepped in, the cold air conditioning wind blew onto their faces, instantly dissipating all the heat and vigor. Chu Yang looked at the map and navigation. The jewelry and accessories are on the 4th floor. Shall we go take a look? Sure. The two took the elevator up to the 4th floor and walked into a luxury brand shop. The shop assistant immediately came over with a bright, welcoming smile. Welcome. Are you looking to buy some jewelry? Miss, you look very pretty and your skin is fair too. We just launched a new collection recently. Would you like to take a look? Chu Yang waved her hand. No need, we're looking to buy for an elder. The shop assistant's smile didn't change. I see. We do have collections designed specially for elders here too. May I ask if it's for a female or male elder? Female. All right. Are you looking for a necklace or bracelet? Any preferences? The shop assistant asked patiently. Chu Yang looked to Chi Yan. Chi Yan thought for a bit. I think anything works. What do you think is good? Chu Yang looked at a jade bracelet in the display cabinet. Maybe something like jade. A bracelet, or a whole jewelry set works too. The shop assistant's grin grew even wider. What a coincidence. Our shop currently has a jade jewelry set designed by Master Arrow. Let me take it out for you to see. Chi Yan didn't object. The shop assistant quickly went to retrieve it. The moment they walked in, her sharp eyes had noticed that while the girl was dressed ordinarily, the guy was exceptionally well-dressed, with a watch that could almost buy their shop star attraction. The shop assistant swiftly returned with a box, placed it gently on the table and opened it. It was a set of emerald green jade jewelry, consisting of a necklace, bracelet, and earrings. Just as the shop assistant was about to introduce the set, Chi Yan took one look and directly said, We'll take this set. The shop assistant's grin was almost reaching her ears now. Excellent. Chi Yan continued, You mentioned just now you have a new collection suitable for my girlfriend? Chu Yang was still surprised that he agreed to purchase without even asking the price, and now he even wanted to buy jewelry for her? No, you didn't even ask the price. Miss, may I check how much is that jewelry set? Chu Yang asked the assistant. We currently have a promotion. It's $8,888,000. Chu Yang looked to Chi Yan. Chi Yan clasped her hand tightly, took out a card. No worries. I have money. Chu Yang, all right, since the one paying isn't complaining. The shop assistant swiftly took out the new necklace collection and Chi Yan immediately tried it on Chu Yang. Noticing her bare earlobes, he then asked, Do you have matching earrings for this too? Yes, we do. The shop assistant nodded and recommended a pair of earrings. This pair suits your girlfriend the most, dainty and subtle without being too flashy. Chi Yan nodded and passed his card to the shop assistant. Please help me package them together. Of course. Would you like the earrings and necklace to be worn now? The shop assistant asked. Chu Yang nodded and helped Chu Yang put on the earrings. In the end, the total came up to more than $10 million. The new necklace and earrings alone cost more than $1 million. As they left the jewelry shop, Chu Yang touched the necklace on her neck and looked at Chu Yan. Why did you suddenly want to buy me such an expensive gift? Chu Yan hugged her as they walked on. Because I wanted to buy it for you, so I did. Alright, let's go for dinner first. Shall we have fish with pickled cabbage tonight? As Chu Yan guided her along, Chu Yang counted off with her fingers. You've bought me meals many times, treated me to eat a lot, bought me a wrist chain, now a necklace and earrings too. And I earned a lot because of you too. Seems like I haven't done anything much for you yet. Chu Yan suddenly stopped and looked at her gently. What do you mean nothing? You saved my life, don't you remember? Besides, isn't it natural to buy things for your girlfriend? Chu Yang felt he made sense but still wanted to treat Chu Yan better in future. Relationships should be mutual after all. Ch 72 Photo Theft. Chapter 72. In the evening when returning to school, Chu Yan took Chu Yang to walk along a small path. There were fewer people on the small path, and it was a detour, so Chu Yan just wanted to spend more time with his girlfriend. The two held hands and walked slowly. Suddenly, Guxiao, what's the deal with that girl? She's just a sister I knew since I was little. We don't have much of a relationship. If you don't have a relationship, why did she hug you as soon as she saw you? Doesn't she know you have a girlfriend? The voice was very familiar and so was the name. Chu Yang immediately stopped and Chu Yan also stopped with her, looking at her puzzled. Chu Yang put her finger to her lips. Sure. Upon hearing this conversation, Chu Yang instantly knew which part of the story it was. The Chu Yang in the book was a terrible female supporting character, but she wasn't the only female supporting character in this book. The sister Guxiao mentioned was another female supporting character. How could the main couple's relationship not have several female supporting characters interfering to make it even better? Even without Chu Yang as a catalyst, there would be other catalysts, right? Chu Yang pulled Chu Yan's hand, preparing to quietly walk past. Then Guxiao said, "Can you not make a scene?" Instantly, Li Qinglu started crying, then lightly punched Guxiao, turned around, and walked towards Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang looked left and right. Chu Yan immediately knew what she was going to do. He pulled her to a small grove nearby and pressed her against a tree, using the tree to block the two of them. Li Qinglu walked past the path wiping her tears while Guxiao immediately went after her. After a round of, "Listen to me, I won't listen, then I'm going to run away," the two finally left. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of the main couple. Even if she encountered other bickering couples, she would still avoid them. Sometimes avoiding things could prevent a lot of trouble. Besides, secretly watching the main couple fight was quite fun. Like watching a dog blood drama. Except there were more mosquitoes in the grove. Just as she was about to say she got bitten by mosquitoes and they should hurry up and leave, Chu Yang suddenly heard coquettish voices. "Oh my, I got bitten by mosquitoes." Those two finally left. "Brethren, let's continue." Chu Yang shivered at the sound of this voice. She looked up and saw Chu Yan was also looking at her. He signaled with his eyes and Chu Yan immediately pulled her away. As they left, they could still hear the voices. Every time they took this path, they would encounter awkward things. It was just drunk. After sending Chu Yang back to her dorm, Chu Yan rode his little alpaca back to a university next door. As soon as he returned to his dorm, he saw Wei Feng, Zhang Qing and Yuan Ji huddled together, whispering about something. Seeing Chu Yan come back, the three unanimously looked at him. "What's up?" Seeing their strange looks, Chu Yan asked. "Bro Yan, do you have photos of yourself from high school?" Wei Feng asked. Of course Chu Yan had them. "Just tell me what's going on." Zhang Qing held up his phone. "Take a look, is this you?" Chu Yan took Zhang Qing's phone and looked at the picture. It was indeed him, his high school self, wearing Mingxi High School's blue and white uniform. The top button was unbuttoned, revealing his collarbones. His hands were in his pockets and he was lazily leaning against a tree, not looking at the camera. At that time, his hair was slightly longer than it was now, his bangs covering his eyebrows. But now his smooth forehead was revealed, making him look more spirited. This photo was secretly taken by someone at the time and it spread within the school for a while, but later Chu Yan stopped its circulation. "Yes, it's me, what's going on?" Hearing that it was him, the three had something to say. "Wei Feng, I knew at first glance that it was Bro Yan." These two also said that people look similar, not necessarily the same person. "Only Bro Yan has such beauty, okay?" Zhang Qing, "Hey, weren't you hesitating too?" Yuan Ji, "What exactly happened?" Chu Yan made a timeout gesture and looked at Yuan Ji. "What's going on?" Yuan Ji spread his hands. "The three of us were playing a game together and got matched with a random male and female player. They were strangers to each other too." Suddenly the girl turned on her mic, and when the guy heard it was a girl, he started sucking up to her. "We didn't really care at first, but then the guy threw this picture into the team chat, claiming it was him. It was that picture. When the three saw it, they were stunned. They stopped playing just to study the picture closely. They got killed and cursed out by the others, but still kept studying the picture. This is Bro Yan, right? One look and you know. Not necessarily, people can look similar. Check which school that uniform is from and we'll know right away, no? Isn't Bro Yin out on a date with his goddess? How could he be playing games? Right. And that guy is a suck-up. Does my Bro Yin need to suck up to anyone? The three were still talking when Chu Yang returned. Bro Yin, someone stole your photos. Wei Feng said. Chu Yang, did you guys add that guy? Yes, we added him. The three nodded. Chu Yang. Warn him. Wei Feng immediately raised his hand. I'll do it. Wei Feng's fingers flew as he typed. Bro, you used my brother's photo to catfish people? We have evidence, getting ready to call the cops. World's #1 hottie. Just because you say he's your brother means he's your brother? Come video chat if you have the guts. Wei Feng wasn't afraid of him, video chat? Who's afraid? If you don't dare, you're a dog. May you be forever cuckolded by women with lifelong scabby skin. World's #1 hottie. Wei Feng, not daring anymore? World #1 hottie my A*S, more like world #1 ugliest. Has no one told you using other people's photos is illegal? World's #1 hottie, sorry, I'll delete it right away. Wei Feng, not only delete it, you need to clarify with all those people you catfish too. If anything else happens and my brother finds out, you bear the consequences. World's #1 hottie, yes, I'll clarify right away. Sorry, don't call the cops. Wei Feng, go on then. Wei Feng showed Chu Yan the chat record. Handled. Chu Yan gave him an apple. Thanks, man. Then he went to one side to make a call. Bro, someone used my photo to catfish. I want to get all the photos of me circulating online deleted. Chi Jin narrowed his eyes. Who dares use your photo? I'll get someone to handle it. Chi Yin, I've already solved it. I just want to get those photos of me circulating online deleted. Chi Jin, I'll get someone to help. Chi Yin, thanks bro. After hanging up, Chu Yang called Chu Yang again. When you get wronged, you need your girlfriend to comfort you. On the other end, Chu Yang was still puzzled. They had only just parted moments ago. Hello, what's up? Chu Yang had just finished showering and was sitting on a chair about to drink water. There was grievance in Chi Yan's voice. Just now Wei Feng and the others discovered someone using my photo to catfish. Pfft, cough. Chu Yang spat out her water. What happened? Chi Yan told her everything. Chu Yang had also seen some people online pretend to be someone else by using random images found online when dating. Which photo of yours got stolen? How did it get stolen? Chi Yan sent her the photo and told her about what happened in the past. Chu Yang said, give me that person's information, let me check it out for you. Chi Yan didn't want her to waste her power. No need, I've already handled it. I got my brother to get someone to help delete the photos of me circulating online. Oh okay then. I'll come find you tomorrow and bring you milk tea. Don't be upset over people like him. Okay. Chi Yan looked at his phone with a smiling expression. CH73 official announcement of Chu Yang Circle of Friends. Chapter 73. Chi Yan and Chu Yang were on the phone when Wei Feng saw him like this. He immediately sat next to Zhang Qing and leaned on Zhang Qing's shoulder. He started acting. Boss, I'm wronged. Zhang Qing, let me take care of him for you. Abracadabra. Hee-hee-ha. Yo. Okay, I've taken care of him for you now. Wei Feng pretended and said good. Chi Yan hung up the phone and threw a pin at the two. Ow. Wei Feng touched his head. Chi Yan ignored the two, humming a song as he tidied up his clothes to take a shower. He was going to wear the pajamas his girlfriend bought today. The next afternoon, Chu Yang brought milk tea over, and not only that, but also fruits and some food. Take the food back to the dorm first, I'll wait for you. Okay. Chi Yan held the milk tea in one hand and the food and drinks in the other, going back to the dorm happily under the envious eyes of the three roommates, before happily going out again. Today the two didn't go to the library but the study room instead. Chi Yan shared an earphone with Chu Yang. The two listened to music while studying at the same time. Chu Yang wore a purple floral strappy top today with a see-through cardigan over it. Her hair draped behind her back, clipped with a pearl hair clip. Chi Yan, who was studying diligently over there, suddenly rested his chin on his hand and looked at his girlfriend. His girlfriend was too focused, and he didn't want to disturb her, so he secretly took a photo first. Chi Yan picked up his phone and took a side profile shot, before getting into the shot himself for a second photo. Chu Yang didn't even lift her head, her hands kept moving. What are you doing? Chi Yan showed her the photos. I want to post on Moments, can I use this photo? He wanted to show off their relationship. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little guilty. She seemed to have never posted anything about Chi Yan on Moments before. Chu Yang put down her pen and picked up her phone. Let me take one of you too, okay? I'll post too. Chi Yan smiled so wide his eyes were narrowed. You made it? Yes. Pose, wearing a white t-shirt today, full of youthful spirit. Chu Yang wasn't very good at taking photos, but Chi Yan's face looked good from every angle, so no matter how she took them, they still looked nice. After taking the photo, Chu Yang directly edited it. Boyfriend photo. Chi Yan was the first to like and comment. Heart. Then Chi Yan also posted Chu Yang's photo. Girlfriend photo. Chu Yang also liked it and commented. Heart. Chu Yang browsed through the previous Moments posts Chi Yan made, and realized the most recent ones were all about her. Their trip to go shopping together, their trip to Baeong Mountain, everything was documented. But Chu Yang hadn't seen his Moments before, so she hadn't seen any of them. Feeling guilty, Chu Yang liked all of Chi Yan's posts she had missed, thinking that she must check moments more often in the future. She couldn't miss her boyfriend's posts that wouldn't be good at all, she was being irresponsible. However, Chu Yang forgot to block her family when she posted on moments. At that moment at home, her parents looked at Chu Yang's moment in silence. After a long while, Chu Yang's mom said, "Kids these days are all like this. Let's just not get involved and pretend we don't know." Chu Yang's dad rubbed his chest. "Although it's like this, I still feel uncomfortable inside. Chu Yang, I'm afraid she'll get hurt. After all, she's a girl." "You can't call her about this," Chu Yang's mom warned. I know. Chu Yang didn't add many people on WeChat, so it was just people she knew who liked it after she posted. It was different for Chi Yan. With so many classmates and friends, the likes instantly started shooting up after he posted. But Chi Yan had posted so many times that everyone was used to it already. Alright, that's enough fun for now, back to studying. Chu Yang went back to studying diligently while Chi Yan next to her laid down watching his girlfriend after finishing his homework. Her eyelashes were curved, her wrists slender. Chi Yan compared his arm to his girlfriend's arm. His girlfriend's arm was half the size of his, so fair you could see the blue blood vessels underneath, her fingernails neatly trimmed without nail polish, her fingertips pink. Her lips were crimson, pursed tightly. Chi Yan swallowed, suddenly feeling a little thirsty. He took a drink of water before laying back down to continue looking. When Chu Yang finally finished her homework, she turned to look and saw Chi Yan already sleeping with his eyes closed next to her. Chu Yang leaned in, wanting to tease him a little. She brought her head closer, extending a finger to poke his face. Before she could poke him, Chi Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! Chu Yang was startled, her hand instantly grabbed by Chi Yan. Then Chi Yan put his arm around the back of Chu Yang's head and kissed her on the lips. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock, she almost fell off her chair. Chi Yan quickly put his arm around her and lifted her onto his lap. Chu Yang wrapped her arms around his neck. Almost. Sorry. Chi Yan hugged her tightly. Chi Yang's face was red as she shook her head. It's okay, are you tired? Want to head back? Chi Yan rested his chin on her shoulder. Don't want to go back, I want to stay with you. Chu Yang stroked his head, looking out the window. The sunlight was still very strong, and it was exceptionally hot this year. Going out to play during the day would be scorching. You haven't played basketball in a long time, right? Chu Yang asked. It seemed like lately whenever he had free time he would come see her. She hadn't seen him play basketball at all. Who would want to play basketball with a bunch of guys when you have a girlfriend? He had a girlfriend after all. No competitions this year? None. Oh right, next weekend I'm going back home for 2 days to celebrate my mom's birthday with her, so I won't be able to accompany you. Chi Yan suddenly remembered. Chu Yang didn't mind, no problem, go home. She had a part-time job too, if not she'd be studying. Okay, I'll bring you back a gift when I come back. Gifts again? No need, I don't need gifts. And why would your family give me gifts for their birthday celebration? Gifts aren't important, people are. She was too embarrassed from his constant gift-giving already. As Chu Yang played with his hair, she tied it up into a little sprout with a hair tie. She gave the sprout a little tug, satisfied. Chi Yan obediently let her fuss with his hair. Okay. Did you finish your homework? Still studying. Chu Yang looked at his textbook. Chi Yan, all done, finished it already. Then let's go. Chu Yang got up from his lap. Mmm. After packing up their things, the two left the study room. Exiting the classroom building, Chu Yang opened up her sun umbrella. Chi Yan took the umbrella in one hand and held her hand in the other. Do you want to go swimming on Saturday? It's too hot. Chu Yang, where? Your school's pool or mine? Let's go to a different pool, I'll take you. Okay. Since they decided to go swimming, they'd need swimsuits first. I don't have a swimsuit yet. Then let's go buy one now? Chi Yan's face suddenly went a little red. Chu Yang didn't think much of it. Sure, let's go now. Let's check the street behind the school, don't need to go downtown. Okay. Chu Yang rode her little sheep scooter with Chi Yan and headed to the street behind the school, making a beeline for the lingerie store. CH74 Swimming and Meow. Chapter 74. Chu Yang walked in and saw Chi Yan still standing outside basking in the sun. Chi Yan, what are you doing? Come over here. Chi Yan scratched the back of his head. Oh, coming. Chi Yan followed her in, not daring to look around. He was like a little daughter-in-law, sticking close behind Chu Yang, listening to her talk with the shop assistant. Welcome. How may I help you, miss? Chu Yang was very direct. I want to buy a swimsuit. Not too revealing. The shop assistant immediately brought her over to the swimsuit section, picking up a pink one. This style is quite popular. It's a two-piece with leaf edges, a little sexy but not too exposing. Chu Yang didn't feel it was suitable. Do you have any one-pieces? The shop assistant nodded. What about this one? Miss, your fair skin would look great with this black one. The shop assistant held up a black one-piece halter neck swimsuit, with a skirt and open back. Chu Yang thought it was okay. Then let me try it on. Of course, this way. Chu Yang gave her bag to Chi Yan. Wait for me outside. Okay. Chu Yang took the swimsuit into the changing room. Chi Yan sat outside holding her bag, sitting perfectly still, eyes fixed on the changing room door without daring to look elsewhere. Seeing him like this, the shop assistant asked, "Would you like to take a look at some lingerie for your girlfriend? We have all kinds of styles out here." Chu Yang waved his hand. No need, thanks." The shop assistant persisted, "With skin as fair as your girlfriend's and her figure, lingerie like this would definitely suit her well." She showed Chu Yang a very revealing set. Chu Yang glanced at it, the two small pieces of fabric instantly turning his face red as he desperately shook his head. No need. Shop assistant, if you're not satisfied, we have other colors and styles too. You can have whatever you like." Chu Yang, "I'll listen to my girlfriend," and desperately chanted a mind-cleansing mantra to himself. Just then Chu Yang came out, handing the swimsuit to the shop assistant. "I think it's a bit big, could I get a size smaller?" "Of course. Will that be all? We have all kinds of lingerie too." Chu Yang shook her head. "Just this, thanks." "All right." After checking out, Chu Yang saw Chu Yang sitting there stiff as a boiled shrimp, motionless. Are you hot?" Chu Yang felt his forehead heat stroke. "Should we get some menthol oil?" Chu Yang quickly stood up. No, I'm fine." "Then let's go." Emmm. After leaving the lingerie store, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang didn't actually have heat stroke, but with the weather being so hot, Chu Yang thought they should stock up on commonly used medicine. So she bought some menthol oil and other cold medicine. She got 2 sets, giving one to Chu Yang. "Here, just in case." "Thanks." The two wandered here and there, eventually returning with their haul. Early Saturday morning after breakfast, Chu Yang took Chu Yang to a swimming center owned by brother Tian Yuan. There weren't many people around. "This belongs to my brother who lives next to North-looking mountain." Chu Yang had some impression. Oh. The two first went to change. Chu Yang's was simple, just a pair of shorts with a towel around his shoulders before he came out. Chu Yang put on the black swimsuit she bought previously, tying her hair in a bun and draping a towel around herself as she walked out. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Chu Yan's ears instantly turned red. Chu Yang had already swum a lap before Chu Yang came out. As soon as she appeared, he quickly went over, "Let's warm up first." Chu Yang put her towel on a nearby chair. "Okay." After some stretches, they did a few warm-up exercises. Then Chu Yang went into the pool first, holding out his hand to help her down. "Come on in slowly." Chu Yang slowly entered the water and they began swimming, like a beautiful mermaid. Chu Yang swam alongside her as they leisurely lapped the pool. When tired, they clung to the pool edge. Chu Yang suddenly splashed water at Chu Yang, beginning a playful water fight. With just the two of them there, they could be unrestrained. "My, don't you look happy?" Chu Yang and Chu Yang immediately stopped to see who it was. Gao Miao, followed by 2 lackeys. They didn't expect to run into Gao Miao here too. Chu Yang instantly hid behind Chu Yan's back. Chu Yang wiped the water off his face, unwilling to acknowledge him since that would just egg him on. "Let's get out first," Chu Yang said to Chu Yang. Emmm. Chu Yang followed Chu Yang towards the poolside. However, Gao Miao blocked their way out, and every time they tried a different direction, he moved to block them. "Go past first," Chu Yang told Chu Yang. Chu Yang moved back a meter. She then saw Chu Yang grab Gao Miao's leg and pull him into the water with a splash. "Chu Yang, you're asking for it," Gao Miao yelled loudly. Chu Yang thought it was Gao Miao asking for it. He finally had some alone time playing in the water with Chu Yang, yet this guy dared intrude on them. Chu Yang dragged Gao Miao into the water and directly held his head under. Glug 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 glug. "Gao Miao, Chu Yang. What are you two doing? Help me hit him." Gao Miao immediately ordered his 2 lackeys to attack. The 2 lackeys looked at each other hesitantly. That was Chu Yang. They didn't dare be as unscrupulous as Gao Miao. But they still got into the water to help in the end. The 4 scuffled in the water. Though called scuffling, it was really just Chu Yang beating up Gao Miao. The 2 lackeys could only act to shield Gao Miao, not daring to touch Chu Yang. Water splashed everywhere. Unable to see clearly, Chu Yang only knew 3 were ganging up to attack her. Chu Yang. That wouldn't do. Chu Yang immediately climbed ashore, throwing both towels down accurately over their heads before grabbing a life preserver and whacking each of them like playing whack-a-mole. Ow! 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 The other patrons came over to watch. Even the pool manager came. Okay, stop fighting, not safe." Though saying this, he didn't actually dare intervene. Both sides weren't easy to provoke. Just as the manager was fretting anxiously, he saw the boss arrive. Boss, come quickly." Zhang Tianyuan, followed by a bunch of friends, asked, "What's going on?" "Young Master Qi and young Master Gao are fighting." Zhang Tianyuan immediately perked up. "Oh my. Let me go see." When he got there, this wasn't just fighting but a one-sided beatdown, with Qi Yan and his girlfriend beating up Gao Miao. What to do? Kind of wanted to laugh. But as an adult, he had to maintain appearances. Zhang Tianyuan coughed twice before ordering, "Get them separated." Then to Qi Yan he called out, "Stop fighting. If there's any issue, tell your brother here and I'll inform your families. Don't make me do that." Seeing Zhang Tianyuan, Qi Yan gave Gao Miao one last kick before swiftly swimming to the edge and climbing out. Chu Yang threw down the life preserver and dashed over. "Are you okay?" Qi Yan shook his head. "I'm fine." Ch. 75 Zhang Qian 1. Chapter 75. Someone quickly came forward to hand over a towel, and Chu Yan took the towel and wrapped Chu Yang's upper body first before drying his own hair. On the other side, Gao Miao also reached the shore, but his eyes were swollen and he kept coughing. Zhang Tianyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter and immediately covered his mouth. Oops, he couldn't hold it in. Cough, all right, let's go and have fun. Stop staring. What are you two doing fighting in my swimming pool? Chu Yan pulled Chu Yang over to greet him. Brother Tuna. Zhang Tianyuan nodded. Why did you come swimming today? Why didn't you tell me? Chu Yan replied. Just came to play. Zhang Tianyuan glanced at Chu Yang behind him and understood in his heart. They were here for a swimming pool date. Why did you end up fighting? Chu Yan glanced at the coughing Gao Miao and said, Gao Miao came looking for trouble. I couldn't hold back. Gao Miao immediately retorted upon hearing this, you're talking nonsense. You were the one who pulled me into the water. Chu Yan said, yeah, who told you to block me and not let me get ashore? Gao Miao said, Brother Tianyan. Not only did he pull me into the water, but he also launched a sneak attack on me in the water. Look at how he beat me up. Gao Miao pointed at his own eye. He didn't just hit me, he did it right in the face. What was he doing? Zhang Tianyuan said, all right, you should go apply some ice later. And you, why did you provoke Chu Yan? Have you forgotten the times when he beat you up as a child? Don't you know Chu Yan's combat strength? Gao Miao knew very well. He simply disliked Chu Yan, and now Zhang Tianyuan was speaking up for him. It seemed that Chu Yan and him were destined to be at odds. Every time they fought, everyone thought it was his fault. If Chu Yan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely sneer. Of course it was his fault. He always came over with that provocative look. It wouldn't be right if he didn't give him a good beating after all his hard work in learning judo, taekwondo, boxing, and other sports. Zhang Tianyuan turned back to Chu Yan and the others. Are you still going to continue playing? I'll have the manager open a VIP room pool for you. Chu Yan looked at Chu Yang, who nodded, and Chu Yan said to Zhang Tianyuan, okay. Zhang Tianyuan immediately asked the manager to take them there. Chu Yang leaned close to Chu Yan and whispered, I noticed something off about your friend Tianyuan. Chu Yan paused and asked, is he in danger? Chu Yang shook his head. It doesn't seem that serious, but something bad might happen. I didn't see anything, but I sensed an unusual aura from him. Do you want me to take a look for him? I brought my crystal ball today. That dark energy was too conspicuous. As for why she brought a crystal ball, it was because they were originally planning to study at Chu Yan's place this afternoon, but she usually worked a bit before studying. I'll go find him later. Okay. The manager quickly led them to the new pool. After the manager left, there were only the two of them here. Chu Yang asked, should I get the crystal ball? Chu Yan replied, yes. I'll call Tianyuan to come over alone. Chu Yang quickly went to the changing room and brought her belongings. Meanwhile, Chu Yan made a phone call. Hello? Tianyuan, can you come over alone for a moment? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Chu Yan? Chu Yan, no, I have something else I want to talk to you about. Okay, I'll come over in a while. When Zhang Tianyuan arrived, he saw Chu Yan helping Chu Yang with her hair. Oh boy, is he being fed dog food? Cough cough. Zhang Tianyuan interrupted the two. Chu Yan immediately stopped what he was doing. Tianyuan, you're here? Yeah, what's up? Chu Yang took out a crystal ball and gestured towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan understood and said, Tianyuan, please place your hand on this crystal ball. Zhang Tianyuan, huh? Are you two playing cosplay? Zhang Tianyuan put his hand on the crystal ball. What are you two doing? It's so strange. Then what he saw in front of him left him shocked and speechless. He saw Chu Yan's girlfriend placing both hands on one side of the crystal ball, then closing her eyes. In an instant, the entire crystal ball emitted a glow. Zhang Tianyuan's mouth hung open, and his hand almost retracted, but Chu Yan immediately held it down, signaling him not to move or speak. Shoo! Zhang Tianyuan pointed at Chu Yang, then at Chu Yan, unable to find the words to say. After about a minute, Chu Yang opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Tianyuan seriously. Hurry and go to the hospital to get checked. Zhang Tianyuan. Chu Yan instantly became serious too. Go, you should go to the hospital right away. Zhang Tianyuan's mind went blank. What's wrong with me? Your girlfriend. Chu Yan said, it's not the time to talk about that now. You should go to the hospital immediately. Chu Yang put away the crystal ball. It's better to go early so it doesn't affect certain functions of a man. Zhang Tianyuan felt a chill down below and suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned around. I'll go now. As for Chu Yan and his girlfriend, they could discuss it later. After Zhang Tianyuan left, Chu Yan touched her face and asked, are you okay? Chu Yang shook her head. I'm fine. Chu Yan said. It seems like you've never had anyone put their hand on the crystal ball before? Chu Yang replied, the clients are all online clients, so of course they wouldn't put their hands on it. But since it's a real person and the crystal ball is here, it's best to put it on for better accuracy and to save magical power. Chu Yan nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Finally, with no more incidents and no more interruptions, Chu Yan jumped into the water and called out to Chu Yang, Yang, come down. Chu Yang slid down, and it seemed a bit deeper here than outside. Chu Yang couldn't touch the bottom for a moment, and in her nervousness, she grabbed onto Chu Yan, holding onto him with her legs and hands. Chu Yang supported her buttocks with one hand and embraced her with the other. Her soft chest pressed against his face. Although she appeared thin, she still had the right curves. The black swimsuit clung tightly to her body after being soaked in water, accentuating her fair and tender skin. He could even catch a hint of a subtle fragrance, and the heat rushed to his head, causing a nosebleed. In a flurry of panic, Chu Yang finally managed to stop the nosebleed, but they couldn't continue swimming in the pool. Chu Yang felt embarrassed, his face turning red. Chu Yang's laughter formed crescents in his eyes as he reached out to pat his head. "Why are you so innocent?" Then she planted a kiss on his cheek and said, "All right, it's not suitable for swimming today. It's getting late, and I'm hungry. Let's go back." "Okay." The two changed their clothes and walked out of the swimming pool. They had a simple meal nearby before heading home. Meanwhile in the hospital, Zhang Tianyuan asked the doctor, "How is it?" The doctor frowned and replied, "What have you been eating recently? There are signs of poisoning and it seems to be affecting your male functions. However, it's not severe at the moment. You need to take good care of yourself." Zhang Tianyuan squinted his eyes. Damn it. Someone was trying to harm him. He had a pretty good idea of who could be behind this, but he never expected that even with all his precautions he couldn't prevent it. Fortunately, he met Chu Yang and his girlfriend today. As for Chu Yang's girlfriend, he would find out more later. For now, the most important thing was to take care of his health and eliminate those who were harming him. "Doctor, please arrange for me to be hospitalized for recovery." "All right."